Introduction. A modern female agricultural expert, bearing an ancestral dragon pearl, traverses into the world of the Targaryens as the twin sister of Princess Rhaenyra, the illustrious Rhaenyra. She embarks on a serene journey of farming, dragon rearing, and pet companionship in this alternate realm. However, in the midst of tranquil nights lurk insidious threats. She must command her dragons to vanquish those who dare to invade. Chapter 1. The 5-year-old Dragon Rider. In the spring of the 101st year of the conquest, on Dragonstone Island, 5-year-old Daenerys Targaryen closed the book in her hands and gazed through the vibrant potted flowers on the windowsill. Staring out at the vast, undulating sea, her spirits lifted. The narrow sea, after enduring a brutal winter, had finally entered a phase of tranquility. Each October, the narrow sea would succumb to the violent influence of the trembling northern waters, mercilessly swallowing countless ships and intrepid warriors who dared to conquer her. As Daenerys beheld the flourishing flora she had nurtured, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within her. The splendid vibrancy and lushness of these plants were undoubtedly attributed to the dragon dung she had whimsically decided to use. To her astonishment, the results were nothing short of remarkable. The fruit trees in her garden, too, thrived abundantly under the influence of the fertilization. It appeared that dragon dung was indeed extraordinary. Having lived in this world for 5 years, Daenerys had confirmed her transition into the realm of House Targaryen. With the passing years, fragments of her previous life began to resurface. This world, she realized, was truly beyond description. In her past life, as a freshly graduated agricultural researcher, she had met her untimely demise in a devastating sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert, buried beneath the golden sands. Due to a cherished blue pearl inherited from her ancestors, her soul was transported to the early tumult of the A Song of Ice and Fire universe, where dragons danced in frenzy. Born while clutching the pearl, she was heralded as an omen of good fortune, resulting in a plethora of gifts bestowed upon her each year on her naming day. From the age of 4, Daenerys had discreetly instructed her maidservant to sell off the gaudy trinkets she found useless. This clandestine endeavor led to the accumulation of 2 large chests filled with gold dragons, totaling over 50,000 coins. Despite the secrecy of her actions, her reputation as a covetous child inexplicably spread across the 7 kingdoms. Consequently, nobles sought to curry favor or test her, presenting her with heaps of gold dragons upon each encounter. Though they attempted to mask their expressions before a child of 4 or 5, their barely suppressed smirks betrayed their true intentions. If reputation could be converted into coin, let flow freely. Daenerys understood that this world operated under the ruthless law of the jungle. Wealth held near omnipotent power here, especially for the Targaryens, who commanded dragons. With wealth and dragons at her disposal, Daenerys aspired to experiment with the notion of becoming an empress. Yet, she was acutely aware that this era marked the zenith of dragon presence within House Targaryen, where internal family members could easily morph into one's most formidable adversaries. Having only perused the original work, she has watched the television adaptation several times. Thus, she is relatively familiar with the plot. However, certain alterations have occurred. For instance, on the day of her birth, a tremendous storm accompanied by significant geological upheaval transformed Dragonstone, resulting in the emergence of an enormous island, tenfold the size of Dragonstone, to the northeast. This event significantly augmented the area and elevation of Dragonstone, giving rise to a colossal active volcano upon its surface. Although 5 years have elapsed, the newly formed island remains barren. Yet, Daenerys is acutely aware that, following several years of nurturing, the new island has blossomed into a fertile expanse. In pursuit of greater influence, Daenerys successfully established a connection with the blue dragon, Dreamfire, this year, thereby mastering the art of dragon riding. Dreamfire, the progeny of the Red Queen, Melisandre, and the Bloodworm, Clarks, is currently the 4th largest dragon, following Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the Wild Dragon, the Devourer. Dreamfire measures over 60 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 145 meters. Her body is enveloped in deep blue scales, with the edges of her wings adorned with golden-hued scales. Her back and neck are lined with formidable spines, and she boasts 3 pairs of imposing horns. Notably, her distinctive tail is also covered in bony spines, culminating in several large, hardened plates. According to the traditions of House Targaryen, after the birth of each family child, a dragon egg is placed in the cradle. Daenerys' sister, Rhaenyra, received a golden dragon egg which hatched within a year, named Syrax, mirroring the original tale, and has since grown to the size of a pony. Currently residing in the dragon pit of King's Landing, Rhaenyra's successful bonding with her dragon has inspired Daenerys to attempt to climb onto Syrax's back in recent days. Daenerys possesses a silvery dragon egg, which, however, has yet to hatch, remaining in the hearth of her room on Dragonstone, warmed daily by the embers. Previously, she had attempted to stimulate its hatching by shedding blood and tears, and nearly resorted to the desperate measure of emulating her mother by igniting herself against the egg, though she hesitated. While Daenerys can indeed withstand high temperatures, being burned is still quite painful. She merely possesses a resistance to severe burns. Her blue orb seems to facilitate her rapport with dragons, enabling her to forge a connection with Dreamfire with remarkable ease. Daenerys' auspicious reputation and her striking beauty have rendered her sister, Rhaenyra, somewhat aloof since childhood. Naturally, Daenerys finds little inclination to engage with a mere child despite Rhaenyra's charm. She exhibits a certain haughtiness. As her grandfather is the Prince of Dragonstone, the Velaryon family frequently spends time on the island. Unlike Rhaenyra, who prefers the company of King's Landing, Daenerys feels more at home on Dragonstone, as she is unaccustomed to the foul odors of the city. Following her successful dragon riding, Daenerys promptly guided Dreamfire back to Dragonstone after participating in the celebratory festivities. Danyela's treasury has appreciated to an impressive sum of 255,508 gold dragons, 5,800 silver moons, 12,000 silver stags, 8,052 copper stars, and a considerable amount of copper coins. 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 1 silver moon equals 7 silver stags, 1 silver stag equals 7 copper stars, 1 copper star equals 8 copper coins. During the past 5 years, Danyela spent the initial 2 years indulging in the simplicity of infancy. In her 3rd year, she mastered the common tongue of this continent, and, under the tutelage of the esteemed Grand Scholar Gladius, she learned to write. Through her readings, she has gained a fundamental understanding of the continent's history and is currently immersed in the study of various noble families, their histories, crests, and mottos. Danyela's daily routine has become more structured. She rises at 7 to wash and dine at 7:30. She begins her studies in Valyrian and court etiquette by 11. She enjoys lunch followed by a 2-hour rest at 1 in the afternoon. She engages in geography and history, and by 5, she concludes her day with dinner, leading into her free time. In the evenings, she feeds the dragons, explores her surroundings, tends to her flowers, and cares for her dogs. Danyela has 4 majestic mastiffs at Dragonstone, robust and imposing creatures. Observing the remarkable effects of dragon dung on her plants, she decided to enhance her dog's diet with it, resulting in a noticeable increase in their size and bravery. They now accompany Danyela to feed the dragons without fear. Indeed, dragon dung proves to be remarkably effective. As twilight descends, she resumes her reading and writing practice, listening to and others' gossip about King's Landing. Days pass in a tranquil yet fulfilling manner. One of Danyela's greatest delights is visiting Dragon Mountain to feed the dragons, where the dragon guards are responsible for nurturing and training the young dragons. Most of these guards are descendants of Targaryen bastards, which might explain why the dragons seldom harm them, yet they remain difficult to approach. The guards are illiterate, conversing only in Valyrian, having been chosen from a young age for their roles. Most have been taken to King's Landing to serve the Targaryen dragons in their lairs, leaving only a handful on Dragonstone. Each day, the guards drive sheep into the dragon lairs, allowing the dragons to feast at their leisure. To be candid, this practice seems rather wasteful. Though sheep's hides and wool hold little value, they are worth a copper star, equivalent to 16 copper coins, enough to purchase 16 loaves of bread sustenance for an adult for 5 days. Consequently, Danyela instructed the guards to first slaughter and cure the sheep, subsequently bringing them to the vicinity of the dragon lair to commence a barbecue on a large iron grill. Of course, the guards dared not linger nearby. Yet Danyela, with her Targaryen bloodline, felt secure, for dragons seldom pose a threat to those of their lineage. After several months, Danyela accrued over 5,000 copper stars from selling sheep hides, even after sharing half of her earnings with the servants who skinned and purchased the hides. To facilitate this endeavor, Danyela persuaded her father, Viserys, to provide her with 12 teenage orphan boys specifically tasked with skinning the sheep. These boys are particularly cherished by Danyela. Selected from among hundreds of orphans, they were commendable both in appearance and intellect. Daenerys aspired to cultivate them into her personal guards. To this end, she had specifically summoned a mercenary knight, Boron, from King's Landing to instruct them in the art of swordsmanship. Boron's skills were by no means inferior to those of the White Cloaks. Thus the young trainees made commendable progress in their practice, adeptly skinning sheep. Her sister, Rhaenyra, affectionately dubbed them the Sheepskin Knights. Consequently, the reputation of the Sheepskin Knights resounded throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent in this world. Fame rarely translates into wealth, and she was one of the exceptions. Chapter 2. Dark Tidings. Since Daenerys had developed a fondness for feeding dragons, she had made it a point to visit each of her majestic beasts. Vhagar, the fierce one, Silverwing, the gentle queen, the ugly sheep-stealer, and Vhagar, the old hag. Yet, she dared not approach the ravenous dragon, the devourer, for that ancient creature was both cunning and perilous. Vhagar and Silverwing had been abandoned on Dragonstone by King Aegon and his queen for quite some time, likely due to their advanced age rendering them unsuitable for dragon riding. This dragon couple would always snatch the whole roasted sheep, which Daenerys prepared for them, with little regard for anything else, and they seldom ventured from Dragonmount. The sheep-stealer, true to his name, only relished the act of thievery, emerging only after Daenerys had departed to drag away the roasted lamb. He was quite frankly quite unattractive. His supposed mud-colored scales were neither black nor gray, but a rather unappealing shade of yellowish-brown. His head was bald, devoid of horns and spines, resembling a rather unfortunate creature. Vhagar, however, was quite amiable. Currently serving as the steed of Daenerys' grandfather, Prince Baelon, she had resided on Dragonstone for the entire year. After each feeding, she would emit a few roars and flap her wings lazily. Occasionally, she would cast a glance at Daenerys, as if to convey her approval. Vhagar enjoyed resting upon the rocky beaches, and though she appeared sluggish while eating sheep, she was not only amenable to being petted, but also seemed to relish listening to Daenerys' musings beneath her head. From time to time, she would exhale a puff of smoke, perhaps in response to Daenerys. One day, Daenerys soared on Drogon's wings near Dragonstone, observing that after 5 years of recuperation, the newly elevated island had begun to show signs of greenery. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The maester, Gladys, gravely informed them, "The Black Raven has brought dark tidings. Prince Baelon has passed away." This morning, while hunting in the Kingswood, Prince Baelon complained of sharp pains in his side. Upon returning to King's Landing, his condition deteriorated rapidly. His abdomen became swollen and hard. An excruciating pain forced him to remain bedridden. Maester Luntel managed to suppress the prince's fever with poppy milk to ease his suffering, yet he was powerless against the relentless decline of his health. At 3:15 in the afternoon, Prince Baelon tragically passed away in the bedroom of the Prime Minister's tower. It is said that His Majesty Jaehaerys held his hand, sitting by the bedside to accompany him until the end. After examining the body, Master Runtel attributed the cause of death to a rupture of the abdomen. Scholar Gladys solemnly explained this to the gathered assembly. Upon hearing the news, everyone fell into profound sorrow, and while Daenerys was shocked, she felt no real surprise. Nevertheless, Daenerys began to feel a sense of unease. Significant events in history were unfolding in an orderly manner, without any alteration due to her arrival. It seemed that the years of tranquility had unwittingly dulled her sense of vigilance. This world was far from a peaceful era. It was rife with schemes and machinations, each potentially lethal. This was the realm of power struggles, and as a member of the royal family, she was likely to be a direct participant in the forthcoming blood-soaked turmoil. Moreover, there were deities engaged in their own subtle games behind the scenes. She could not help but wonder if her unique existence would attract their attention, making her a pawn in their calculations. Contemplating these matters, Daenerys silently resolved to take action. At that moment, the seasoned and composed Scholar Gladys gently reminded her, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of House Targaryen passes, the body must be returned to Dragonstone for cremation. We should begin our preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys forced herself to regain composure and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary matters for receiving guests. "Sir Alfred, please ensure that everyone remains vigilant. Have a fishing village increase patrols, particularly focusing on the scrutiny of outsiders. A curfew will be enforced during the mourning period. Master Tigress, please prepare the requisite supplies. I will rely on you and Sir Alfred for the upcoming tasks." The steady and benevolent elder scholar and the eccentric Captain Alfred both respectfully acknowledged her commands. "Yes, Your Highness." "Annie, there will likely be many female visitors this time. It will be your responsibility to prepare the essentials for their reception." Annie, serving as Daenerys' governess, was also a noble maiden from the Starkworth family of the Crownlands. Yes, your highness. Leave it to me. All right, everyone. Please proceed with your preparations. After delegating various responsibilities, Daenerys settled into the Dragonstone chair, gazing at the enormous model of the continent of Westeros, and once again fell into deep contemplation. Dragonstone was an island formed by the eruption of the volcano Dragonmount, located at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Beneath the mountain lay rich deposits of dragonstone. For centuries, apart from Dragonstone Castle, the island housed only a small fishing village of about 10,000 inhabitants. Numerous ships traversing the narrow sea would stop here to replenish supplies and fresh water or to seek refuge from storms. Thus, although modest in size, the fishing village contributed some tax revenue to House Targaryen. Before claiming dominion over the Seven Kingdoms, the Targaryens primarily derived their income from maritime trade. Now, with the Seven Kingdoms, the family fleet had long been incorporated into the Royal Navy, left as mere ornamentation in King's Landing. Not far southwest of Dragonstone lies Tide's Head Island, the abode of the Valyrian house Valerion. To the north, Crab Island is home to the Setiga family, also vassals of House Targaryen, hailing from ancient Valyria. Despite the age and fortitude of Dragonstone Castle, its vassals are few, largely due to the sparse population on the island, which makes it challenging for the Lord to muster an army. However, with the recent expansion of a new island in the northeast, which has grown tenfold, Prince Balon summoned tens of thousands of displaced persons from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This area has now blossomed into a quaint town known as Goat Town, thriving on sheep herding and the cultivation of oats and soybeans. Following her triumphant dragon riding, Daenerys boldly requested from her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, and her grandfather, Prince Balon, to grant her Goat Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her domains. As Daenerys is the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history, and the land in their eyes is merely desolate, they acquiesce to her request as if appeasing a child. Now, Daenerys stands as a royal princess with her own fief, a first in the Targaryen lineage. Traditionally, only the heir to the throne held the right to be bestowed with the title of Prince of Dragonstone. Currently, the Targaryen family enjoys considerable wealth, with no historical precedent for borrowing from the Iron Bank. The royal family is not numerous, leading to a life of comfort and ease, where gold dragons are scarcely regarded as precious. The family has perceived Daenerys' actions as trivial, akin to a child's game, dismissing them entirely. If this is their sentiment, so be it. The new island of Dragonstone rightfully belongs to her, Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one may interfere, otherwise she could unleash her dragon's wrath. She is acutely aware that historically, Rhaenyra had triumphed but was ultimately undone by insufficient funds and excessive taxation, leading to her downfall at the hands of the strongest forces in King's Landing. In the end, she was reduced to a state where she could scarcely afford passage back to Dragonstone. Introduction: a modern female agricultural expert, carrying an ancestral dragon pearl, traverses into the world as Daenerys Targaryen's twin sister, the illustrious Princess Rhaenyra of the House of Dragons. She embarks on a leisurely life of farming, dragon raising, and pet care in this unfamiliar realm. Yet, amidst the long, treacherous nights filled with lurking dangers, she must wield her dragons to vanquish any foes that dare to invade. Chapter 1. The 5-year-old Dragon Rider. In the year 101 of the Conquest, during the spring of March on Dragonstone Island, 5-year-old Daenerys Targaryen closed the book in her hands and gazed through the vibrant potted plants on the windowsill, her heart uplifted by the vast, undulating sea before her. The narrow sea, having endured the ravages of winter, had finally entered a period of tranquility. Each October, the sea would succumb to the tumultuous influence of the trembling northern waters, claiming countless ships and valiant warriors who dared to conquer her. As Daenerys admired the flowers and plants she had nurtured with her own hands, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment washed over her. The blossoms, resplendent and lush, thrived remarkably due to the dragon dung she had whimsically decided to employ. The unexpected results were nothing short of astonishing. The fruit trees in her garden, similarly enriched by the fertilizer, stood robust and flourishing. Clearly, the dragon dung was indeed extraordinary. Having lived in this world for 5 years, Daenerys had confirmed her transition into the realm of the House of Dragons. With the passage of time, fragments of her previous life began to resurface. This world was indeed a tale of complexities beyond mere description. In her past life, As a freshly graduated agricultural graduate student, she had perished in a cataclysmic sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert. Due to a cherished ancestral blue pearl, her soul traversed into the tumultuous beginnings of the world of a song of ice and fire. Upon her birth, she clutched the pearl, heralded as an omen of good fortune. This led to Daenerys receiving an abundance of gifts each year on her naming day. From the age of 4, Daenerys discreetly had her maidens sell off the trinkets that lacked value, thus accumulating 2 large chests filled with golden dragons, totaling over 50,000 coins. Despite her efforts to keep this endeavor clandestine, her reputation as a money-loving child inexplicably spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Consequently, the noble families, eager to curry favor or test her, would present her with lavish offerings of golden dragons whenever they encountered her. Though they attempted to mask their expressions in front of a mere child, the barely contained delight at the corners of their mouths betrayed their true feelings. If reputation can yield riches, let it flow abundantly. Daenerys understood that this world was governed by the ruthless laws of the Dark Jungle. Here, wealth wielded almost infinite power, especially for the Targaryen family, who possessed dragons. With both riches and dragons at her disposal, Daenerys aspired to explore the possibility of becoming an empress. However, she was acutely aware that this era marked the height of the Targaryen lineage's dragon supremacy, and that members of her own family could swiftly turn in her greatest adversaries. Having only perused the original work, she has watched the television adaptation several times, thus becoming quite familiar with the storyline. Nevertheless, certain alterations have occurred. For instance, on the day of her birth, a tremendous storm ensued, resulting in significant geological upheaval on Dragonstone, where a colossal island, 10 times the size of Dragonstone, emerged to the northeast. This transformation considerably increased both the area and elevation of Dragonstone, and a massive active volcano now graces the island. Although 5 years have elapsed, the newly formed island remains barren. However, Daenerys is acutely aware that after years of recuperation, the new island has blossomed into fertile land. In her quest for greater influence, Daenerys successfully established a bond with the blue dragon, Viserion, this year, mastering the art of dragon riding. Viserion, the offspring of the Red Queen Melisandre and the Bloodworm, is currently the 4th largest dragon, surpassed only by Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the wild dragon, Drogon. Viserion measures over 60 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 140 to 50 meters. Its entire body is adorned with deep blue scales, and the edges of its wings shimmer with golden-hued scales. Along its neck and back, a row of spines protrudes, while 3 pairs of formidable horns rise majestically. Notably, its distinctive tail is lined with bony spikes, culminating in several large, hardened plates. According to Targaryen tradition, a dragon egg is placed in the cradle of each family's newborn. Daenerys' sister, Rhaenyra, received a golden dragon egg that hatched within a year, naming the dragon Syrax, which aligns with the original narrative and has now grown to the size of a pony. Currently residing in the dragon pit of King's Landing, Rhaenyra's success in dragon riding has inspired Daenerys to attempt to mount Syrax's back. Daenerys possesses a silver dragon egg, however. It has yet to hatch and remains in the hearth of her room on Dragonstone, receiving daily warmth. She has previously attempted to encourage its hatching through blood and tears, nearly resorting to the desperate measure of embracing the egg in flames, though she refrained from doing so. Although Daenerys can withstand high temperatures, being burned is still painful, as she is merely resistant to severe burns. Her blue gemstone appears to facilitate a strong affinity with dragons, and it was through this gem that she easily forged a connection with Viserion. The auspicious reputation of Daenerys, combined with her striking beauty, has caused her sister Rhaenyra to pay her little heed since childhood. Naturally, Daenerys has little interest in engaging with a mere child. While Rhaenyra is indeed adorable, she possesses a proud demeanor. Due to her grandfather being the Prince of Dragonstone, the Velaryon family often spends considerable time on the island. In contrast to Rhaenyra's preference for King's Landing, Daenerys finds solace on Dragonstone, feeling ill at ease with the unpleasant aromas of the city. Following her successful dragon-riding feat, she immediately took to the skies on Viserion, returning to Dragonstone post-celebration. Danyela's small treasury has appreciated to 255,508 gold dragons, 5,800 silver moons, 12,000 silver stags, 8,052 copper stars, and a number of copper coins. 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 1 silver moon equals 7 silver stags. One silver stag equals 7 copper stars, 1 copper star equals 8 copper coins. During these 5 years, Danyela spent the first 2 years in a state of slumber and nourishment. In the 3rd year, she mastered the common tongue of this continent, and it was also in this year, under the tutelage of Grand Scholar Gladius, that she learned to write. Through her readings, she has come to understand the fundamental aspects of this land and is currently studying the histories of various families, their heraldic emblems, and family mottos. Danyela's daily routine has become more structured. She rises at 7 to wash and dine, begins her studies of Illyrian and court etiquette at 7:30, enjoys lunch at 11 followed by a 2-hour rest, resumes her studies of geography and history at 1, and concludes her day with dinner at 5, after which she enjoys her leisure time. In the evenings, she tends to the dragons, takes leisurely strolls, returns to care for her plants, and feeds her dogs. Danyela has raised 4 mastiffs at Dragonstone, all of them impressively large and formidable. She discovered that dragon dung remarkably nourishes her plants, so she has incorporated it into her dog's diet, resulting in significant growth compared to their littermates. They have also become bolder, accompanying Danyela to feed the dragons without cowering in fear. Indeed, dragon dung proves to be extraordinarily effective. As evening descends, she continues her reading, practices her writing, and listens to and others gossip about the happenings in King's Landing. Days pass in this manner, simple yet flavorful. Danyela's favorite pastime is feeding the dragons at Dragonmount, where the dragon guards are dedicated to nurturing and training the young dragons. These dragon guards are primarily descendants of the Targaryen family's bastards. Perhaps this explains why the dragons seldom harm them, yet they remain difficult to approach. Unlettered and only fluent in Valyrian, they were chosen from a young age to be trained as dragon guards. Most of them have been taken to King's Landing to serve the dragons in their lairs. Only a handful remain on Dragonstone. Each day, the guards drive flocks of sheep into the dragon's lair, allowing the dragons to feast at their leisure. To be frank, this practice feels rather wasteful. Although sheepskins and wool are not expensive, they are worth a copper star, equivalent to 16 copper coins, enough to purchase 16 loaves of bread, which could sustain an adult for 5 days. Thus, Danyela instructed the dragon guards to first slaughter the sheep, cure the meat, and then roast it on a large iron grill near the dragon's lair. Of course, they dared not remain close. Yet Danyela was unafraid after all. Dragons seldom harm those of Targaryen blood, do they? Months passed, and Danyela's profits from selling sheepskins accumulated to over 5,000 copper stars, even after sharing half with the servants who skinned and acquired the sheepskins. Consequently, Danyela persuaded her father, Viserys, to procure 12 teenage orphan boys specifically to handle the skinning of sheep. These boys were indeed a source of great pride for Danyela. Selected from among the hundreds of orphans, they possessed both commendable appearances and intellect. Daenerys aspired to cultivate them as her personal guards. To this end, she had specially summoned a hired knight named Boron from King's Landing to instruct them in the art of swordsmanship. Boron's martial prowess was by no means inferior to that of the White Cloaks, and thus, the youths trained commendably, becoming adept at skinning sheep with remarkable efficiency. Her sister Rhaenyra had even bestowed upon them the nickname the Sheepskin Knights. In no time, the reputation of the Sheepskin Knights reverberated throughout the 7 kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent, for in this world, few things could yield profit, and her sister was one of them. Chapter 2. The Dark Tidings. Ever since Daenerys had developed a fondness for feeding dragons, she had visited each one. Vhagar, the Green Fury, Silverwing, the Gentle Queen, the grotesque Sheep-stealer, and the old hag Vhagar. The ferocious dragon, the Glutton, was one she dared not provoke, for that ancient beast was both cunning and perilous. Vhagar and Silverwing had been left on Dragonstone by King Jaehaerys and his queen for quite some time, likely due to their advanced age, rendering them unfit for dragon riding. This dragon couple would invariably seize the roasted sheep that Daenerys prepared for them, showing little regard, and they rarely ventured from Dragonmount. As for the sheep-stealer, true to its name, it preferred to steal, emerging only after Daenerys had departed to drag away the roasted sheep. Its appearance was equally disconcerting. The so-called muddy-colored scales were neither black nor gray, tinged instead with a shade reminiscent of excrement. Its head was bald, devoid of horns or barbs, somewhat akin to Syrax. Vhagar, however, showed a modicum of appreciation. Currently serving as the mount of Daenerys' grandfather, Prince Baelon, Vhagar had resided on Dragonstone for the past year. After being fed, she would emit a few roars and flap her wings lazily. Occasionally, she would cast a glance at Daenerys, as if to convey her approval. Vhagar enjoyed perching on the rocks along the beach, and while she often appeared lethargic during meals, she was not only receptive to being petted, but also listened attentively as Daenerys whispered beneath her enormous head. From time to time, she would exhale a plume of smoke, perhaps in response to Daenerys. On this day, Daenerys soared on dream fire, circling Dragonstone, and noted that after 5 years of recuperation, the newly elevated island had begun to show signs of urgency. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Scholar Gladys, with a grave expression, conveyed the news. The Black Raven has brought a dark tidings. Prince Baelon has passed away. This morning, while hunting in the royal woods, Prince Baelon complained of sharp pains in his side. Upon returning to King's Landing, his condition rapidly deteriorated. His abdomen swelled and hardened, excruciating pain immobilizing him. Grand Maester Rupert managed to reduce the fever with poppy milk, yet was powerless to halt the relentless decline of his health. At 3:15 in the afternoon, Prince Baelon tragically passed away in the bedroom of the Prime Minister's tower. It is said that His Majesty Jaehaerys held his hand, sitting by the bed to accompany him until the very end. After examining the body, Master Runethel attributed the cause of death to a ruptured abdomen, announced Bachelor Gladys with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, everyone present was engulfed in profound sorrow. Although Daenerys was shocked, she felt no sense of surprise. However, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Significant historical events continued to unfold in their orderly fashion, without any alteration due to her presence. It seemed that the years of tranquil living had inadvertently dulled her vigilance. This world was far from a peaceful utopia. It was rife with intrigue and treachery, each move potentially lethal. This was the realm of political games, and, as a member of the royal family, she could very well find herself a direct participant in the impending bloodshed. Moreover, this world was fraught with divine machinations. She pondered whether her anomalous existence would attract their attention, leading to her being manipulated. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Daenerys resolved to take action. At that moment, the composed Bachelor Gladys gently reminded her, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of the Targaryen family passes, a funeral pyre must be prepared on Dragonstone. We should begin our preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys forced herself to regain her composure and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. "Sir Alfred, please ensure that everyone remains vigilant. Assign additional patrols in the fishing village, with particular attention to the scrutiny of outsiders. A curfew will be enforced during the morning period. Bachelor Digeris, please prepare the necessary supplies. I will rely on you and Sir Alfred for the upcoming arrangements." The steady and benevolent old scholar, alongside the eccentric captain of the guards, Sir Alfred, respectfully assented, "Yes, Your Highness. Annie, we can expect many female visitors this time. I will entrust you with the preparations for their reception." Annie, serving as Daenerys' governess, was also a noble lady from the Starkworth family of the Crownlands. "Yes, Your Highness. Leave it to me." "Very well, everyone, let us commence our preparations." After delegating various tasks, Daenerys seated herself in the Dragonstone chair, gazing at the enormous model of the continent of Westeros, once again lost in contemplation. Dragonstone, an island formed by the eruption of the volcanic Dragonmount, is situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Beneath the mountain lies an abundance of dragon glass deposits. For centuries, apart from Dragonstone Castle, the island has hosted only a small fishing village of around 10,000 inhabitants. Numerous ships traversing the narrow sea frequent this location for supplies and fresh water or to seek refuge from storms. Thus, while modest in size, the fishing village still contributed some taxation revenue to House Targaryen. Prior to claiming the Seven Kingdoms, the Targaryens primarily derived their income from maritime trade. Now, with the Seven Kingdoms at their disposal, the family fleet has long been reorganized into the Royal Navy, remaining as mere decoration in King's Landing. Not far to the southwest of Dragonstone lies Driftmark, the ancestral home of the Valerion family, hailing from Valyria. To the north, Crab Isle is home to the Valerion vassal, the Sadagas family, also descended from ancient Valyria and serving the Targaryens. Despite the ancient and formidable nature of Dragonstone Castle, its vassals are few due to the sparse population of the island, making it difficult for the lord to muster an army. However, with the recent expansion of the new island in the northeast by tenfold, Prince Baelon has summoned thousands of refugees from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This area has since developed into a small town known as Goat Town, thriving on sheep herding and the cultivation of oats and soybeans. After successfully commanding her dragon, Daenerys boldly requested her great-grandfather, King Aegon III, and her grandfather, Prince Baelon, to grant her jurisdiction over Goat Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her own domain. Recognizing Daenerys as the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history, and viewing the lands as mere wasteland, they indulged her request as one might appease a child. Now, Daenerys stands as a royal princess with her own fiefdom, a first for the Targaryen lineage. Traditionally, only heirs to the throne were deemed worthy of the title of Prince of Dragonstone, and the Targaryen family currently possesses ample wealth, having never found themselves in a position to borrow from the Iron Bank throughout their history. With a limited number of royal members, life is prosperous and comfortable, and gold dragons are hardly regarded as precious commodities. Consequently, Daenerys' actions have been dismissed as childish games, with little thought given to their significance. If that is their perspective, so be it. The new island of Dragonstone rightfully belongs to Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one may interfere otherwise. She can unleash her dragon's fury without hesitation. She is well aware of the historical precedent where Rhaenyra, despite her victory, was undone by financial constraints and excessive taxation, leading to her downfall at the hands of the formidable mob in King's Landing. Ultimately, she found herself destitute, unable even to afford passage back to Dragonstone. Chapter 3. The History of Dragonstone. The construction of Dragonstone and its fortress, Dragonstone Keep, was realized through the advanced masonry techniques of Valyria. As these techniques were lost during Valyria's cataclysm, Dragonstone Keep stands as a singular marvel among the many fortifications of Westeros. The castle is entirely hewn from black stone, with towers intricately carved in the likeness of dragons, while an array of uniquely shaped gargoyles adorns the battlements. Much of the castle's design is steeped in draconic motifs. Smaller dragons embellish door frames. Dragon claws extend from walls to serve as torch holders. Enormous stone wings house the smithy and armory, and dragon tails form arches, bridges, and exterior staircases. However, a faint odor of brine and sulfur pervades Dragonstone Keep, casting a somber hue over its overall appearance. It is less a noble castle and more akin to a military stronghold, perhaps reflecting the original intent of the Valyrian lords who erected it. The Stone Drum Tower serves as the main stronghold of Dragonstone. When storms approach, the ancient walls resonate with a thunderous echo, hence its name. The dungeons beneath the keep are characterized by oppressive heat and humidity, with passages and concealed staircases that extend deep into the heart of Dragonmount. An arched stone bridge connects the Stone Drum Tower with the Earth Tower above. The Round Hall, situated at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower, is a circular chamber with 4 tall, narrow windows facing the cardinal directions. In this hall stands a massive wooden table, intricately carved to depict a detailed map of Westeros, once utilized by the conqueror Aegon to strategize during his campaigns. The map table spans over 17 or 18 meters in length, its widest part measuring approximately half that length, while the narrowest section is less than 2 meters. Corresponding to the position of Dragonstone, an elevated seat known as the Dragonstone chair has been meticulously designed to overlook the table's entirety. The hall resembles a dragon lying supine, with visitors entering through its gaping maw. The kitchen takes the form of a coiled dragon. Aegon's garden lies near the dragon's tail gate, suffused with the delightful aroma of pine. Towering black trees emerge from the surroundings, accompanied by wild roses and towering thorns, while cranberries flourish in the muddy ground. Following her discovery of the efficacy of dragon droppings, Daenerys ensured the meticulous care of the plants, a secret known only to the dragon guards, who are able to communicate with the outside world, thus becoming Daenerys' unique proprietary technique. The Dragon Tower is one of the many spires of Dragonstone, crowned by a roaring dragon that embodies an air of superiority. This tower is typically reserved for receiving noble guests. The Sea Dragon Tower, another of Dragonstone's towers, faces the sea and resembles a slumbering giant. Beneath the raven's cage atop the tower lie the chambers of scholars. The staircase within the tower is narrow and winding. Descending the steps of the Sea Dragon Tower, one traverses a hall adorned with portraits of the Targaryen ancestors. Walking among the dragon heads that punctuate the mid and inner walls, passing through the black iron gates of the castle walls, until finally ascending to the Round Hall. Within the sanctum of Dragonstone, statues of the 7 gods stand vigil. The eyes of the crone are made of pearls, the beard of the father is gilded, and the stranger appears more akin to a beast than a human. The statues are intricately carved from the masts of ships, which were the vessels used by the ancestors of House Targaryen when they crossed the sea from Valyria. For centuries, these ships have been adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gilded, silver-plated, and embellished with jewels. Within the sanctuary, several altars are present, along with stained glass windows. It is said that on the eve of his conquest of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, Aegon the Conqueror knelt here in prayer. However, this claim is dubious, as Aegon is known to have converted to the faith of the 7 only after arriving at Old Town during his conquest. Thus, it can be surmised that the sanctuary was constructed afterward. Dragonstone will serve as the foundation for the realm for quite some time, and it is essential to manage it well. After all, there are numerous resources here ripe for development, and although there is a vague plan in mind, youth has rendered immediate action impossible. At this current stage, the focus remains on learning. These past few years have not allowed for a smooth integration into this world. One still indulges in the opulence reminiscent of a leisurely noble life from a previous existence, but fortunately, a wake-up call has sounded. Daenerys is well aware of her grandfather Balon's situation. It was no accident, but rather an act of poisoning. The toxin was as insidious as that which claimed the life of the drowned man in the waters of Meereen, akin to the venom of the Strangler. The tale of the Strangler is familiar to many, as its most notorious incident transpired on Dragonstone itself. This story traces back to a member of House Targaryen named Rhaenyra Targaryen. She was the granddaughter of Aegon the Conqueror, the daughter of Aegon and Queen Rhaenys. Eventually, she wed her own brother Aegon. Aegon, a weak king, ascended the throne after the death of his brother, Rhaenyra's father. This Aegon was not particularly astute. After assuming power, he embarked on a nationwide tour with Rhaenyra, and upon reaching the capital of the Westerlands, Casterly Rock, their uncle Maegor seized the throne. Aegon, in a reckless act, flew on his dragon, Silverwing, to confront Maegor, who rode Balerion, only to be incinerated by dragon fire. Rhaenyra was then taken by Maegor and confined alongside 3 widowed queens in Maidenpool. Seizing the opportunity during the turmoil in Harrenhal, Rhaenyra escaped. Initially, she sought refuge with House Velaryon on Dragonstone, and later married the second son of House Velaryon, André, while entangling herself in a complicated relationship with André's sister, the renowned egg thief and navigator, Alyssa. By all accounts, André was not a fitting match for Rhaenyra, yet she insisted, "He treats me well." This was rather perplexing. André was also a subject of much scrutiny. He struggled with reading, lacked strength in swordplay, was timid in riding, and, despite growing up by the sea, could not swim. At 17, he was a bashful, handsome youth, but years later, he became an unseemly figure. From that point on, Rhaenyra relegated him to the lower chambers, preferring to share her bed with a lover rather than with her husband. Rumors in the court suggested that Rhaenyra had confided in her spouse that their separation was the best arrangement, allowing him the freedom to pursue beautiful maidens without awkwardness. However, one must acknowledge that André is indeed a peculiar man, steadfast and unwavering, never indulging in fleeting romances. After his younger brother Jekkas ascended to power, Rhaenyra demanded to be settled on Dragonstone. She gathered a multitude of noble daughters to indulge in a life of leisure each day. Later, Alyssa, tired of solitude, stealthily acquired 3 dragon eggs in exchange for a grand vessel and sailed to the western continent, from whence there has been no news. Some say she circled around to the Shadowlands. It seems this world is indeed spherical. Following Alyssa's departure, Rhaenyra harbored suspicions that André had become involved, and no explanation from him could remedy their deteriorating relationship. Even upon the death of Rhaenyra's mother, when André sought to accompany her, she forbade him, remarking, "What can you do there, other than fall from the dragon's back?" After enduring several provocations, André succumbed to a complete transformation into darkness, using the Tears of Lys to eliminate Rhaenyra's circle of friends all at once. This event was indeed sensational. These noblewomen were not of the highest nobility, with daughters from the Valyrian and Royce families among them. André's fate was equally tragic. He leaped from the Stone Drum Tower and met his demise, only to be fed to Balerion by Rhaenyra. However, it was rumored that Rhaenyra ordered his genitals to be severed and fed back to him. Truly ruthless characters abound. In the realm of Game of Thrones, the majority of nobility still adhere to the principles and decorum of their station, which is quite valuable, as it reflects a semblance of dignity. Yet, every shameless act is a devastating blow, exemplified by the Red Wedding resulting in the complete annihilation of House Stark, or the destruction of House Tyrell at the Great September of Baelor. Indeed, such betrayals do not end well. There remains a hint of mysticism and supernatural forces in this world. Those who break oaths or commit kinslaying seem to face grim fates. Although those of high moral standing may suffer initially, they often find ways to turn their fortunes around. Chapter 4. The enigmatic dream of dragons at the tender age of 5, a child's energy, is limited. After quietly contemplating for 2 hours in the drawing room, Daenerys felt somewhat fatigued and obediently followed her maid back to her chamber for rest. Being in her growth phase, She could not afford to be careless. However, it appears that Targaryen children develop rather swiftly. Rhaenyra and Daenerys, despite being merely 5 years old, already possessed physiques akin to those of 8 or 9-year-olds. Particularly after forging a bond with her dragon, her vitality surged, and her courage significantly increased. Daenerys' room is situated in a high tower near the gardens of Dragonstone, originally nameless until she christened it the Tower of the Sacred Flame. This tower features a colossal dragon claw torch pedestal. During winter, the roaring hearth warms her chamber splendidly, allowing her passion for flora to flourish year-round, with blossoms adorning her space in vibrant abundance. The fragrance of the flowers successfully masks the acrid sulfuric scent of Dragonstone. Moreover, directly behind the tower lies a vast hillside, perfectly suited for a dragon's repose, where Dreamfire prefers to linger during the day. In the evenings, she would retreat to the vicinity of the volcano on New Island for the night. There, she had constructed a nest within a natural cave near the crater. Ever since Danyela rescued Dreamfire from the dragoness lair, her appetite had significantly improved. She could devour a dozen roasted goats each day. Occasionally, Danyela would ride Dreamfire to hunt in the narrow sea, with their most remarkable catch being a massive orca measuring over 10 meters. This magnificent creature not only satiated Dreamfire's hunger, but also enriched Danyela's treasury by 500 gold coins. The Sacred Flame Tower, though modest in size, comprised 3 stories, totaling just over 300 square meters. The ground floor housed Danyela's kennel and the quarters for 12 skinning knights. The second floor featured a reception room for Danyela's guests, along with a living area, and the rooms of her mentor, Boron, and her 2 nightly attendants. The third floor comprised her personal bedroom, study, and the quarters for her 4 maidservants. Currently, Danyela was attended by 4 close female officials, the leader being 16-year-old and from the noble Storkworth family, directly under the king's domain. The other 3 were 13-year-old Layla from the Roy's family of Valleyroon City, 12-year-old Gerald, the second daughter of Count Mutton from the town of Riverland, and 10-year-old Benny, the eldest daughter of Earl Rosby. Under their meticulous care, Danyela, after a simple wash, nestled into bed with her dragon egg. This egg had accompanied her for over 4 years, and due to the constant warmth from the hearth, it retained a slightly elevated temperature. Apart from Danyela, none could endure the current heat of the dragon egg. In her dreams, Danyela's consciousness drifted to an ethereal realm. It seemed to be among the clouds, yet these mists resembled flames in a fiery blaze. She felt her body become weightless, drifting forward involuntarily. Suddenly, a large mass of black and blue fire clouds obstructed her path. Yet upon closer inspection, it was not merely clouds. It was the formidable Dreamfire. Since she had formed a bond with Dreamfire, Danyela felt no fear in the presence of this immense, ethereal dragon. Dreamfire lowered her massive head, her basketball-sized, pale golden eyes gazing intently at Danyela before bowing her body. Danyela climbed onto Dreamfire's back and patted her scales, which hovered between reality and illusion. Dreamfire immediately understood, excitedly opening her mouth and letting out a silent roar before taking to the skies. Although no sound emerged, Danyela could distinctly sense her elation. It was a remarkable feeling, akin to a deep, unspoken connection. At that moment, Danyela felt her spiritual bond with Dreamfire sharpen, as if the dragon were an extension of her own being. "Ascend, Dreamfire," Danyela mentally commanded, astonished when Dreamfire truly responded, swiftly accelerating upward. Danyela discovered that the dreamscape was engulfed in a cloud of fire, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the cardinal directions or the vertical plane. "Accelerate, Dreamfire. Dive, Dreamfire. Dragon flame, Dreamfire." To her astonishment, Dreamfire unleashed a dragon flame of a hue unlike that of reality. While Dreamfire's flames were typically a vibrant orange-red, they now transformed into a searing blue-black blaze, radiating an extraordinary heat that threatened to ignite the entirety of the dream realm. The temperature surrounding her soared, yet this warmth enveloped Danyela in an exquisite comfort, alleviating all her discomfort and fatigue. The sensation was utterly delightful, unrestrained, liberating, and euphoric. This soulful ecstasy surpassed even the thrill of her inaugural flight on a dragon. She soared on, reveling in the bliss of flight. At that moment, a colossal green flame cloud approached rapidly from the distance, larger than the red dragon. Was it Vagharl? The green dragon halted nearby, maintaining a leisurely pace, fascinatingly trailing her. As she raced through this boundless dream of fiery clouds, Danyela felt an unparalleled sense of ease and freedom. Suddenly, an indistinct sound resonated in her mind, not precisely a sound, but rather an unmistakable perception. As she followed the direction of this sensation, Its intensity grew stronger. She descended, calling out, "Dreamfire!" Gliding down the dragon's back, her gaze fell upon a pinkish-white, burning stone resembling a dragon egg. The perception emanated from here. Compelled, Danyela extended her right hand towards the large pink stone, and a sudden shockwave surged forth, striking her crown like a thunderclap. Startled, she awoke from her dream, leaping from her bed, inadvertently knocking the dragon egg to the floor. Fortunately, the thick carpet cushioned the fall, and the egg was sturdy enough not to break. Why is this dragon egg radiating so much pink luminosity? She pondered, recalling the pink stone from her dream. Could it be that this dragon egg is about to hatch? Glancing at the early morning light, she realized that while it was still early, her sleepiness had vanished, and she felt invigorated, her body brimming with vitality. What a splendid dream it had been. "Your Highness, have you risen?" came the voice of Annie from outside the door, having heard Danyela's stirrings. "Yes, Anna," she replied. Moments later, Anna entered with Bashani, bearing her toiletries. After a brief wash, Danyela adorned herself in a deep violet gown, suitable for the day of the funeral. "Your Highness, Master Tigress has informed me that there will be no morning lessons today. After breakfast, everyone must prepare to receive the royal party," reported Danyela's loyal knight, Cameron Tars, respectfully addressing her. Cameron is the second son of the Earl of Tarth and, alongside Harold Darkland, was appointed as Daenerys's personal knight during last year's tournament held in celebration of the king's birthday. Daenerys also expended 100 gold coins to persuade Sir C.L. Mint, the tipsy Kingsguard, to knight them. Being knighted by the Kingsguard is indeed a mark of honor for them. Moreover, C.L. Mint, diligent in his duties, personally trained them for several months in King's Landing. Presently, Cameron and Harold possess commendable martial prowess among their peers. Today, all members of the royal family and many noble lords are expected to attend. "You may all be on your way. I shall remain here for a while," Daenerys instructed after changing her attire. Once they departed, Daenerys approached the silver and pink dragon egg, warmed by the hearth, and gently caressed it. "Is it you I see in my dreams?" she whispered, sensing a vigorous energy surging within the rough scales of the egg. "Perhaps I should give it a try," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination. After breakfast, Daenerys beckoned Cameron, whispering instructions in his ear. He was initially startled, then wore a puzzled expression, but ultimately bowed and replied, "As you wish, my princess." Following that, Daenerys led the castle's inhabitants to the main gate, awaiting the arrival of the king and his entourage. Chapter 5. Preparations for the arrival. Since March, Dragonstone has enjoyed increasingly pleasant weather, with today's sunlight particularly warm. The presence of an active volcano on the island has caused the local flora to awaken unusually early. This year, many fruit trees and flowers have already bloomed. It should have been a rare and splendid day in the first year of spring, yet, tragically, Balon, born in the first spring following the long winter, has passed away in this new season. Such is the mockery of fate and the gods. Yet, when has the world ever altered for anyone's sake? After breakfast, Daenerys and Ser Jorah Mormont meticulously reviewed all the preparations, marking a significant learning experience for Daenerys. In the eyes of Ser Jorah, she is an exceptionally capable student, quick to grasp concepts and adept at applying them. Despite her tender age, she displays extraordinary talent. Daenerys feels that her intellect in this life is truly remarkable, nearly photographic in memory. Additionally, her physical strength has grown significantly, especially after successfully bonding with her dragon. In this world, funerals, particularly those of royal members, are conducted with great solemnity. Daenerys' involvement in the arrangements serves as invaluable experience for her future governance over a household or territory. After all, women in this realm hold a respectable status. In the absence of suitable male heirs, they may inherit titles. Of course, the Targaryen dynasty has yet to witness such a precedent. The Seven Kingdoms remain predominantly male-oriented, with the majority still favoring male heirs over female ones. In comparison to the traditions of other noble families within the realm, the Targaryen family's funerals are rather understated. However, the pyres ignited by dragons elevate the occasion to a remarkable grandeur. Apart from the ancient Valyrian freehold, the Targaryens are currently the only family capable of such a display of power and prestige. Given Prince Balon's noble status, all the prominent lords and ladies of the Seven Kingdoms are expected to attend. Thus, considerations for the sumptuous feast and fine wines for the banquet, as well as suitable spaces for the noble women to converse and relax, must strike a balance between royal dignity and avoidance of excess. The Targaryen family has always esteemed simplicity. Thus, the preparations must focus on quality rather than lavishness. Scholar Dijkstra was dispatched to the wealthiest family in the Seven Kingdoms, the Velaryons, on Tidehead Island. to procure the freshest seafood and a variety of exquisite spices imported from the distant continent of Essos, coupled with the storages from Dragonstone. This would create a feast worthy of the realm's high nobility. In terms of dining ware, beyond the usual gold, silver, copper, and aluminum pieces, Daenerys commanded scholar Dijkstra to bring forth several sets of dragonbone tableware crafted by master artisans she had lavishly commissioned. However, these are her personal possessions, and she harbors her own motives for their use. Each of the great houses, the Starks of the North, the Tullus of the Riverlands, the Aarons of the Vale, the Tyrells of the Reach, the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands, the Baratheons of Storm's End, and the Lannisters of the Westerlands, will receive a set. Naturally, her close kin, the Valerians, will also be included, as will all royal members. This exquisite dragonbone tableware encompasses everything from bowls, plates, and dishes to cups, knives, forks, barrels, boxes, jugs, and platters adorned with gold and silver inlays, as well as numerous pearls and gemstones. Daenerys had hundreds of sets made, consuming several thousand kilograms of dragonbone, with each set costing over a dozen golden dragons, a true epitome of opulence. She aims to seize the opportunity of this gathering to impress the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Given their penchant for comparison, Daenerys doubts they will resist the desire to acquire a set for themselves. Charging several thousand for a set seems reasonable, and those unable to afford it may find themselves unable to hold their heads high in the realm. In terms of ingredients, the quality of Dragonstone's reserves is assured, and the whale meat caught by Dreamfire a few days prior will serve as a superb addition, marking it as one of the finest culinary offerings in the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys has also prepared a special brew known as Dragon's Flame, a potent concoction made from a certain unnamed metabolic byproduct of dragons, fermented slowly in the strongest barley wine for a month and then distilled multiple times. Daenerys can confidently assert that this is undoubtedly the strongest liquor in the world. The Dragonfire wine, albeit potent, poses no harm to the body and boasts the remarkable ability to strengthen bones, making it suitable even for pregnant women. For this banquet, a diluted version, at a ratio of 1:10, is prepared, yet it remains one of the finest wines available, though its health benefits are significantly diminished. Daenerys has also arranged for the shepherds of Goat Town to deliver 100 plump goats, as the gathering of the Targaryen dragon riders naturally requires ample sustenance for the dragons. Moreover, the goats roasted by her very own skin-scale knights promise exquisite flavors, enhanced by Daenerys's proprietary secret blend of dragon dung barbecue seasoning. This seasoning, while not overly complex, similar to the barbecue spices of the East, transforms into a delightful concoction when mixed with dragon dung and salt harvested from the shores near Dragonstone. This affordable yet delectable seasoning could rival even the finest spices, and should it prosper, it may serve as a lucrative source of income for Daenerys in the future. As the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms gather, their passions extend beyond revelry and indulgence in women to the art of combat. While a grand tournament may not befit a funeral, a modest display of skill can serve as a tribute to the departed. Grandfather Belron was known for his love of hunting and tournaments, earning him the title of Brave Belron. Thus a martial exhibition at his funeral seems inevitable. Consequently, Daenerys has commanded her captain of the guards, Alfred, to prepare the training grounds. Weapons and armor, long forgotten in storage, were retrieved and refurbished by the Squire Knights. In a moment of generosity, Daenerys bestowed upon Boron, her 2 personal knights, and 12 skin-scale knights a suit of plate armor and a fine steel sword each. Though worth merely 60 gold dragons, it is a substantial fortune for an ordinary knight. Recently, under Boron's tutelage, Daenerys has begun to practice swordsmanship. Despite her youth, her physique resembles that of an 8-year-old, allowing her to perform admirably. Boron cannot help but praise her innate talent for becoming a knight. To celebrate her progress, he used his prize money to commission a finely crafted short sword for Daenerys. The hilt is fashioned from dragon bone, while the blade, slender and half a meter in length, is sheathed in a silver alloy adorned with 7 gemstones, perfectly suited for her. After waiting at the grand entrance for over half an hour, Harold approached Daenerys with news. "Your Highness, it is time. His Majesty King Jaehaerys has disembarked and is making his way to the castle." Chapter 6. The Gathering of Dragons, Everyone. Prepare to welcome His Majesty the King and the esteemed lords, Daenerys proclaimed loudly. The assembly promptly adjusted their attire, their expressions solemn as they awaited the king's arrival. Harold leaned in to whisper in Daenerys' ear, "Your Highness, Princess Rhaenyra is not among the party." "Ah, I see," she replied. Rhaenyra was momentarily taken aback by the words. Yet she soon dismissed any further contemplation. After all, her bond with this sister was tenuous at best. What did it matter? Before long, the nobles, led by the king, arrived. The grand procession took over an hour to fully enter Dragonstone. These aristocrats had brought nearly all the essentials they could possibly need. For indulging in a life of luxury was their foremost priority. Accustomed to their comforts, they habitually carried their belongings wherever they traveled. Rhaenyra merely needed to issue a command, and the rest would be deftly managed by her servants. After an extended absence, her father, Viserys, and mother, Aemma, rushed toward Rhaenyra at once. Viserys, who held Rhaenyra in affectionate embrace, finally displayed a hint of joy upon his weary face. "My Rhaenyra princess, my wild girl, how have you fared here?" Aemma, grasping Rhaenyra's hand, remarked with nostalgia, "It feels like you've grown quite a bit in just a few days." "Father, mother," Rhaenyra replied sweetly, "I am doing well here. Though I do miss you both. I don't believe it. Ever since the Dreamfire appeared, I feel as though I am on the brink of losing my precious daughter." Viserys teased, "I imagine you've been enjoying yourself on Dragonstone far too much to think of us." "I truly am." Rhaenyra endeavored to behave like a 5-year-old. "I just feel more comfortable here on Dragonstone. I get to eat more every day." As she spoke, she pointed to Emma's slightly rounded abdomen and added, "Mother, why don't you stay with me on Dragonstone for a while? You might just give birth to a healthy little brother." After all, they were of dragon blood, and only an environment like Dragonstone was suitable for their well-being. Although Viserys and Aemma regarded Rhaenyra's words as childish, the fact that Aemma had suffered 2 miscarriages made her consider the possibility. Thus, she spoke up. When the Targaryens resided on Dragonstone, the survival rate of children was indeed higher. How about Viserys, yearning for a male heir, was also intrigued by the idea and agreed. "Let us stay and give it a try. Perhaps it will prove effective." Without further delay, they freshened up briefly, had a sip of wine, and prepared to ascend Dragonmount for the cremation ceremony. At that moment, a series of resounding dragon roars shattered the tranquility of Dragonstone. It turned out that Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenys were arriving on their mighty dragon. Rhaenys Targaryen commanded the Red Queen, Meraxes, whose body was adorned with blood-red scales. Measuring over 50 or 60 meters in length, her neck and back were lined with silver spines, exuding strength and ferocity. She was renowned as the fastest dragon in recorded history. Rhaenys has forged a profound bond with Melias after years of fighting side by side. Though her size ranks merely 6th among the existing dragons, her combat prowess undoubtedly places her within the top 5. Daemon Targaryen commands the fiery Clarkus, who, like her sister Melias, is cloaked in blood-red scales, albeit slightly smaller in stature. However, Clarkus possesses an elongated physique, most notably a remarkably long neck that distinctly sets him apart from other dragons. It is said that he is the most prolific fire breather among all dragons, a trait possibly linked to his unique anatomical structure. According to the Targaryen family's chronicles on dragons, these majestic creatures were originally forged through a blood magic fusion of fireworms dwelling in volcanoes and bipedal dragons. The fireworms' exceptional fire-breathing capabilities may indeed correlate with their serpentine body shape. Among the dragons, Clarkus ranks as one of the most formidable, coming in 3rd under Daemon's mastery. Following the 2 red dragons is a yellow dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a wingspan of around 30 to 40 meters. The diminutive dragon rider atop her is none other than Daenerys' twin sister, Rhaenyra. It is astonishing that Rhaenyra has managed to bond with a dragon 2 years earlier than anticipated, while Daenerys is taken aback by Rhaenyra's early dragon riding. A resounding dragon roar echoes as Dreamfire, now soaring to 70 meters, approaches from the northeast. Perhaps due to the influence of the new volcano, Dreamfire, which had not seen significant growth for a long time, has resumed her vigorous development since arriving on Dragonstone. The daily ration of roasted lamb no longer satisfies her voracious appetite, as she hunts various large marine creatures in nearby waters to satiate her hunger. Shortly thereafter, sensing her master's presence, Vhagar, accompanied by Silverwing, emerges from Dragonstone. Vhagar, the 2nd largest dragon, is adorned with golden scales that gleam with a bronze luster. Her length approaches 100 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. As she soars, the surroundings dim in her wake. Silverwing, a gentle silver female dragon, shares a close bond with Vhagar, measuring over 60 meters in length, ranking 5th among the dragons. The sight of the dragon assembly taking flight has not occurred in quite some time. The fiery-tempered Clarkus extends his long neck, emitting a sharp, high-pitched, and brief roar that is distinct from many dragons. At this moment, as the dragons converge, he leaps forth to assert his presence, though only his sister Melias acknowledges him with a low growl. Princess Rhaenys' Red Queen, the fastest dragon currently known, is the first to alight near the cremation site. Meanwhile, Vhagar and Silverwing circle above King Jaehaerys, indicating the deep bond between these dragons and their master. Just then, a mournful dragon cry reverberates through the air as Vhagar, the largest of all dragons, emerges majestically from the clouds. It seemed as though the lament of Vhagar resonated with the profound sorrow of her masteress passing. She descended beside the pyre, lowering her head to sniff intently at the body of Baelon, which had been swathed in a shroud. Soon after, the bloodworm, Clark, also landed nearby. Following closely were Vhagar and Silverwing, who settled not far from Vhagar, while Dreamfire came to rest beside Daenerys. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, was the last to arrive, her exhilaration palpable after having flown such a distance on her dragon. In this scene, could one suppress a smile of such joy? Daenerys could not help but internally scoff at the radiant expression on the young girl's face. The sight of 7 great dragons left the assembled nobles of the 7 kingdoms both awestruck and stirred with a multitude of complex thoughts. As the dragons fell silent, King Jaehaerys took it upon himself to preside over the funeral. Having witnessed the passing of his final child with a claim to the throne, the king, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, appeared visibly weary. After a solemn period of mourning, Jaehaerys commanded Vhagar to ignite the pyre. As the flames engulfed the wood, their glow illuminated the somber faces of the attendees, each bearing a grave countenance. Beyond King Jaehaerys and Baelin's offspring, could there be anyone genuinely grieving? Beneath their serious expressions, what schemes and machinations lay hidden? At that moment, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, vigilantly watching over the dwindling flames. Suddenly, the crackling from the now smoldering pyre captured their attention, and from the ashes emerged a small, pink wildcat-sized creature. Chapter 7. Passing and Rebirth. King Jaehaerys, the human monarch, had never appeared so profoundly isolated, bereft of the comfort and companionship of his beloved queen, Alysanne, with the weight of solitude pressing heavily upon him. After nearly 6 decades of rule, Jaehaerys garnered accolades that other kings could scarcely fathom. In the eyes of many, Jaehaerys maintained an air of noble dignity and wisdom throughout his years. He sported a long, well-groomed white beard and wore a crown adorned with 7 gemstones of varying hues, signifying a remarkable stature. It is essential to understand that such aristocratic poise has transcended time and culture. In this world, where appearances hold significant sway, one should not presume that a free-spirited and carefree demeanor will resonate with others. Jaehaerys was a skilled horseman and adept with both spear and bow, approaching matters with decisiveness and wisdom, consistently striving for peaceful resolutions, which ushered in many years of tranquility and prosperity for his kingdom. Throughout their lives, Jaehaerys and Alysanne bore 13 children, 9 of whom reached adulthood. Their 3 sons matured, yet the eldest, Aemon, and the second son, Baelon, passed away, leaving behind their youngest, the child, Viserys, in dire straits. Following the incident involving Baelon, Jaehaerys swiftly issued a summons to recall his youngest son. It seems that arriving at Dragonstone is no longer feasible. We shall likely meet in King's Landing, for he has not succeeded in riding a dragon. At this moment, Jaehaerys gazed silently at the smoldering pyre. The elderly king had always maintained a demeanor of calm composure. Yet the assembled nobles discerned a hint of melancholy etched upon his eternally dignified visage. Creak, creak, creak. As a pink hatchling emerged from the ashes of his son's funeral pyre, even the stoic old king could scarcely maintain his expression, a subtle crack appearing on his indifferent countenance. The hatchling, upon emerging from the remnants, immediately crawled toward Daenerys. Observing the pink dragonlet making its way to her great-granddaughter, Jaehaerys followed suit. Daenerys had been intently watching the pyre, after all. It was she who had arranged for the dragon egg to be discreetly placed amid her grandfather's funeral pyre. After all, was it not how the mother of dragons had hatched 3 dragons? It was only prudent for her to attempt the same. Even if the endeavor proved futile, she would incur no loss. Should she succeed, it would be a remarkable gain. As she watched the pink dragonlet approach her, Daenerys mentally congratulated herself, celebrating her fortune. Without hesitation, Daenerys ran toward her pink hatchling, which was no larger than a cat, and scooped it into her embrace. The dragonlet affectionately rubbed its warm little head against her chest. Daenerys gently stroked it, reveling in the delightful experience of nurturing a dragon. Dreamfire, who had been vigilantly watching over Daenerys, upon noticing his master's new pet, eagerly leaned in to inspect the pink hatchling. Daenerys extended her hand toward Dreamfire, exclaiming in High Valyrian, "You must hunt for fine prey to feed the little pink dragon, so she may grow swiftly." Dreamfire, displeased, exhaled a huff of hot air, casting a disdainful glance at the hatchling before soaring away. "Little Dany, is this your dragon?" Jaehaerys inquired, bending down with a benevolent gaze. "Indeed, your majesty." To be precise, it is the dragon that has just hatched from my dragon egg. Your dragon egg has hatched? Yes, your majesty. I heard from Maester Gladys that Grandfather Belron has passed away, departing to a distant realm from which he shall never return. Maester Gladys, appearing perplexed, interjected. Did I say that? The Maester had also mentioned that upon passing, one could no longer be seen nor return home. Grandfather was always so kind to Daenerys. So the thought of never seeing him again fills me with great sorrow. Thus, I resolved to gift him my most cherished dragon egg, so he could gaze upon it whenever he missed home, accompanied by the presence of a Targaryen dragon egg. But how could the egg have hatched? That means Grandfather will not have a dragon to accompany him. Alas, he shall surely be heartbroken away from home. Daenerys believed that her true comfort lay within her own abode. Indeed, Dragonstone is the very home of our Targaryen family, is it not? Gazing at the tender visage of his little great-granddaughter, whose face was marked by a tinge of regret, and listening to her lilting, melodious voice, Jaehaerys felt a rare alleviation from his somber mood. Yet, amidst this moment of joy, he pondered how Daenerys had forged such an intimate bond with two colossal dragons. Daenerys was a kind and beautiful child, with lustrous silver hair and eyes of a deep purple tinged with black, a stark deviation from the usual Targaryen traits of silver hair and violet eyes. Such dark purple irises had never been seen in their lineage before. The ability to hatch dragons and cultivate a close relationship with them suggested a remarkable purity of blood. It appeared that every child named Daenerys in their family was indeed exceptional. Your Majesty, look how adorable my little pink dragon is. Never before in the annals of Targaryen history has there been a dragon of such vibrant hue. She is the very embodiment of art. I believe she ought to be named Meraxes. Meraxes, the deity of art? An ancient god of Valyria. It was also the name of the only fallen dragon among the three progenitors of the Targaryen lineage. Truly, it was a splendid name. Our little Daenerys has hatched her own dragon, Meraxes. Ha ha ha, splendid. History is but a cycle, with demise and rebirth. This is the simplest yet profound truth. Rising to his feet, Jaehaerys opened his arms wide and proclaimed to the assembly, my esteemed guests, today our Targaryen family welcomes back Meraxes. Meraxes, Meraxes, Meraxes. Each dragon represented a vital strategic asset for the Targaryen family, and the birth of a new dragon at his son's funeral was indeed an uplifting occurrence. Moreover, the astute Jaehaerys sensed the myriad of conspiracies that had begun to encircle him as his twilight approached. Daenerys, born under auspicious signs, is indeed remarkable. If only she were a boy, he mused internally before bidding her farewell. Daenerys, go to your mother. As Daenerys returned to Emma's side, Jaehaerys turned back to continue the funeral proceedings, which still included the coffin-nest sealing, the burial, prayers, and a banquet to follow. Viserys observed his healthy and clever second daughter, his expression inscrutable. The joy that danced upon his slightly plump face betrayed a lightened heart, easing the sorrow of his father's passing. Daenerys, suppressing her excitement, returned to her mother's side, cradling Meraxes in her arms. Congratulations, my little Daenerys. Meraxes is truly beautiful. She shall undoubtedly become the most splendid dragon of the Targaryen lineage. At that moment, Emma was enveloped in immense happiness and contentment. Both of her daughters had become dragon riders, and they were the youngest in Targaryen history to achieve such a feat, with Daenerys having cultivated close ties with two dragons. My dragon is far larger than yours. She is named Syrax. She presides over abundance and prosperity. Unlike your so-called Meraxes, which was slain by a mere foot archer. They initially intended to name my dragon Meraxes as well. However, I insisted on the name Syrax, for it truly befits my dragon. Rhaenyra, with a proud demeanor, scrutinized Meraxes while casting a sardonic glance at Daenerys. Indeed, my dear sister, everyone speaks of the beautiful Princess Rhaenyra and her dragon, Syrax, which, like its mistress, is among the most exquisite in the realm of Westeros. It is the light of the kingdom. You must teach your little sister how to tend to her dragon so splendidly. Upon hearing this, Daenerys gazed at Rhaenyra with sparkling eyes, her gaze intense. Nay, it is not so exaggerated. You are my sister, and you need not worry. I shall protect you henceforth, Rhaenyra replied, her cheeks flushing slightly with shyness. Then, she straightened her posture, embodying the demeanor of an elder sister. Is that so? I shall rely on your guidance, dear sister. I fear I may be the happiest sister in the Seven Kingdoms, and you are the best sister. Such a charmer, you will not deceive me, Rhaenyra remarked, appearing quite satisfied. The notion of being a sister seemed rather appealing after all. She took Daenerys' small hand, and together, they approached their mother, Emma. Daenerys, ever the actress, suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. How to resolve this? By the time the various formalities concluded, evening had arrived. and the banquet commenced promptly in the Great Hall in the Aegon Garden. Chapter 8. The pleasures of the nobility at this juncture. The noble lords and ladies had fully transformed their demeanor. Although their attire remained understated and of darker hues, it was far more exquisite than during the funeral rites. Men and women congregated in groups, engaging in lively discussions that showcased their verbal artistry, seamlessly transitioning into the social mode of the banquet. The sisters, Daenerys and Rhaenyra, were led by their mother to exchange pleasantries with the gathered nobility, primarily comprised of highborn lords, ministers of the crown, and esteemed families. The 10-year-old twin brothers of House Lannister, Jason and Tyland, caught Daenerys' eye, as their golden hair and striking blue eyes were hard to overlook. While their looks may not have rivaled the breathtaking beauty of House Targaryen, they were undeniably captivating. In turn, the Lannister twins were equally enchanted by the astonishing beauty of the Targaryen sisters. However, the distance prevented them from personally greeting one another. Rhaenyra introduced herself to her friend, Rhaenyra Velaryon, the eldest daughter of the Count of Driftmark. At the tender age of 10, Rhaenyra was a vivacious and radiant girl, a paragon of beauty with silver hair and violet eyes, though of a fair complexion, unlike the portrayal of a dark pearl in the television series. Beside her, the 8-year-old Lena Velaryon was transfixed, her gaze fixated on the Jason twins, evidently intrigued. "Greetings, cousin Lena." "Oh, greetings to you, Rhaenyra, and to you, Daenerys." "Daenerys, your Mirisis is truly a magnificent dragon." Rhaenyra smiled and bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your kind words, cousin Lanino. Your sea smoke is indeed a magnificent and fierce dragon." She continued, "Yes, he is already 2 years old and has grown rapidly, now the size of a calf, though he is not yet rideable." The mention of dragons piqued Lanino's interest in conversing with the girl. However, Rhaenyra proudly interjected, "My Syrax is much larger than sea smoke. They hatch from the same clutch of eggs." Lanino immediately retorted, "But your Syrax has been hatched for 2 years. Lannister quickly interjected, lamenting, "Alas, now only my dragon egg remains unhatched." Rhaenyra has not only dreamed fire, but has also hatched a Vagor. It truly is disheartening. Lannister's words made the proud Rhaenyra appear somewhat uncomfortable. Rhaenyra, sensing this, smiled and suggested, "Perhaps cousin could try hatching another dragon egg, or venture to Dragonstone to tame some of those adult dragons. That way, you could ride them directly. Wouldn't you agree?" After saying this, she affectionately took Rhaenyra's hand and added, "Sister, I have had the kitchen prepare several new desserts just for you. You must go and try them." "Really? Then I must indulge. I adore desserts, but the Red Keep only offers the same few, and I have sampled all the pastries in King's Landing." Rhaenyra's desserts, inspired by her own world, were indeed novel, instantly captivating Rhaenyra's palate. These are delightful. Moreover, their presentation is exquisite." "Thank you, sister. I must tell you." At that moment, Sir Otto Hightower, the newly appointed hand of the king, was introducing his 12-year-old daughter, Alicent, to King Jaehaerys. "Your Majesty, this is my daughter Alicent. Gentle in nature, my precious jewel." Alicent's voice was warm and soft, her features strikingly beautiful. King Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction. "I am growing old. Reading has become somewhat challenging for me. Miss Alicent, your melodious voice should remain by this old man's side to assist me with my reading." Otto immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty, it would be Alicent's honor." Alicent followed suit, saying, "Alicent, thank you, Your Majesty." She then took a goblet from the hand of a maid and personally poured a glass of pale golden wine for King Jaehaerys. The king took a sip of the exquisite wine, feeling a warm sensation spread throughout his body, instantly enamored with this newfound pleasure. "This truly is fine wine. Why have I not tasted it before? Great-grandfather, this is the new Dragonfire wine brewed in Goat Town. How do you find it? Delicious, isn't it? It also promotes strength and vitality." Danyela, accompanied by Rhaenyra, approached King Jaehaerys, presenting 2 exquisite delicacies, and promptly began to explain. "The villagers of Goat Town rely on these wines to withstand the biting cold." Jaehaerys held a favorable impression of his great-granddaughter, who had hatched a dragon at Baelor's funeral. As Danyela spoke of Goat Town, he recalled how Baelor had once requested that the new island northeast of Dragonstone be granted to his granddaughter. "Goat Town, if I recall correctly, that is your domain, little Danyela. How is it that you have managed to brew such remarkable ale so swiftly?" Danyela beamed with delight. "Indeed, my great-grandfather is correct. Goat Town is not merely known for its fine wines. Look at these pastries, they are quite exceptional." She then picked up a delicate silver spoon, scooped a small piece, and offered it to Jaehaerys, saying, "Please, great-grandfather, do have a taste." Jaehaerys bent down, gratefully accepting the treat. This is rather delightful. Is there lemon within?" Danyela's melodious voice chimed again. Yes, these lemons come from the trees of the Egan garden. Do try Rhaenyra's as well. Hers is even more delectable. At her suggestion, Rhaenyra took a spoonful of her own pastry and fed it to Jaehaerys. This is delicious. I adore it. Is it flavored with pear? Little Rhaenyra exclaimed excitedly, yes. It is my favorite flavor. The two great-granddaughters brought Jaehaerys a long-lost sense of familial joy, causing him to momentarily forget the presence of Otto and his daughter, as Danyela led him to explore her various inventions. Observing Jaehaerys' retreating figure, Alicent turned to her father with a hint of unease. The two princesses are truly beautiful and seem to be quite favored by his majesty. Otto, fixating on Jaehaerys and the sisters, whispered, then cultivate a good relationship with them. Treat them with the same care you do your brother. I believe they will grow fond of you. He then placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, adding, they are the youngest dragon riders of House Targaryen. Not only did Jaehaerys extol the virtues of the dragonfire ale, but many nobles also marveled at its exquisite flavor. Seizing the opportunity, Sir Samwell, the tax collector from Goat Town, began to extol the miraculous qualities of dragonfire ale and the legendary process behind its brewing. Ladies and gentlemen, the yeast used to brew dragonfire ale can only be found near Dragon Mountain, and the barley is fertilized with the ashes of sheep bones scorched by dragonfire. The brewing process also incorporates several secret ingredients. While I cannot disclose their identity, I assure you they are related to the dragons. After Samwell's eloquent promotion, this affordable ale was astonishingly priced at 1 gold dragon per barrel, equating to 50 pounds per gold dragon. The price of this has nearly equaled that of a warhorse. Yet despite this, the esteemed nobles are clamoring to place their orders. After a single banquet, he received a staggering 200,000 orders, a figure that represents the maximum annual production of Goat Town. Chapter 9. The Dispute. King Jaehaerys, savoring desserts alongside the sisters, observed Samwell tirelessly promoting the fiery wine among the noble elite. Affectionately, he lifted Daenerys and whispered in her ear, little Daenerys, if Samwell is to conduct business at the royal banquet, should he not first settle the taxes? Daenerys replied graciously, this fiery wine is exclusively for the noble lords. Our royal family deserves something even better. I can supply the royal court at the same cost as the fiery wine. Is this sincerity to your liking, great-grandfather? Jaehaerys inquired with curiosity. Oh, something even better? I must certainly try it. With that, Daenerys signaled to her maid, Annie, prepared for this moment. Annie promptly brought forth the exquisitely silk-covered edition of the fiery wine. This particular wine was encased in a specially crafted transparent glass bottle, its hue a regal golden yellow. The drinking vessels were crafted from glass embedded with dragon bone, adorned with intricate dragon flame engravings. Annie respectfully poured a glass for King Jaehaerys. This is the Targaryen-s fiery wine. Please, indulge, your majesty. Jaehaerys took a modest sip, instantly feeling a fiery warmth surge from his mouth to his stomach, igniting a flame within him. This explosive energy revitalized his withered body, prompting him to consume the entire glass in one swift motion. The old king broke into a sweat, yet felt an unparalleled lightness thereafter. As Daenerys dabbed the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief, she confidently remarked, what do you think, great-grandfather? This is our Targaryen fiery wine. Excellent. The wine is splendid, and the name even more so. The Targaryen fiery wine is worthy of such a name. Noticing the commotion, others discreetly drew nearer. Lord Corlys Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake, and Princess Rhaenys were the first to approach. What has brought such joy to his majesty? By your countenance, it must be splendid news. Jaehaerys raised his hand, signaling Annie to pour a glass of Targaryen fiery wine for Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys. Targaryen fiery wine. Though intrigued, both Corlys and Rhaenys accepted the golden-hued libation from Annie. Upon tasting it, even as renowned connoisseurs of strong spirits, they were taken aback by the wine before them. Though fiery and potent, it bestowed a sense of exhilarating refreshment upon the drinker. I have circumnavigated the globe 6 times with my fleet, yet I have never encountered a spirit that could rival the fiery essence of House Targaryen's dragonfire. The sea snake expressed his sincere admiration. Princess Rhaenys nodded in agreement, remarking that the dragonfire wine they had just tasted was indeed a rare delicacy. But when compared to this wine, it scarcely seemed palatable. I have been feeling somewhat unwell lately, yet after partaking of this wine, it feels as though I have been restored to health. King Jaehaerys, filled with pride, pointed to the dragon-shaped bottle held by Annie, exclaiming, of course. This is a royal vintage reserved exclusively for the Targaryen family. This single bottle costs 10 golden dragons. 10 golden dragons? Even Lord Sea Snake, The wealthiest man in the Seven Kingdoms could not help but gasp at the price. Nevertheless, he quickly downed his exquisite drink and extended his empty cup towards Annie. Upon seeing this, Annie smiled and explained, "I apologize, Lord Corlys. The Targaryen dragonfire is a medicinal wine with potent effects, so each person may only partake of one cup at a time." Although disappointed, Lord Sea Snake reluctantly retracted his cup. "Is it merely a matter of price? I refuse to believe that a few cups of strong liquor could pose any issue for me. After all, what fine spirits have I not tasted?" The Duke of Storm's End, the boisterous 14-year-old Boros, pushed through the crowd. As his cousin, Princess Rhaenys immediately tugged at his arm, admonishing, "You child, are you already inebriated at such an early hour? Mind your words before the king, lest you provoke Boros to strike you." Daenerys, realizing who it was, interjected. Young Boros may be unaware that medicinal wine is nourishing for the ailing. However, excessive consumption can harm a healthy individual. I refuse to believe that a mere strong drink could affect me adversely. How about a wager? At that moment, Duke Boros arrived, delivering a kick that sent Boros staggering. "What kind of place do you think this is, a free-for-all like Dragonstone?" Boros retorted defiantly, "It's just a few cups of strong liquor. I refuse to believe it could harm anyone." In the distance, Daemon Targaryen was lamenting to his brother Viserys. "Even the goats at the valley's bottom are more appealing than that woman. How am I supposed to father children with her? What nonsense are you speaking?" Viserys, clearly appalled by his brother's remarks, issued a stern warning. "She is your wife, the head of House Royce from Storm's End. You cannot so brazenly tarnish her reputation. I advise you to watch your tongue, or I shall not hesitate to sever it." Daemon, unfazed, replied, "If you can help me annul that marriage, I would rather you take any part of me but my tongue. How about this? I will assist you in vying for the throne, and once you ascend, you will help me dissolve the marriage." Viserys, growing increasingly incensed by his brother's insolence, delivered a punch, stating, "You will treat Lady Royce with the utmost respect. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Viserys intended to deliver a few more punches when he suddenly overheard the quarrel between Daenerys and Boros, prompting him to hasten towards them. "A wager is a wager," Daenerys declared, noticing that Boros was already riled up. "However, as you seem indifferent to your well-being, I do not wish to squander my exquisite wine. Here's the deal. If you can consume this entire jug, I shall provide you with free supplies of the finest Dornish wine from now on. But should you falter, you will owe me 10 fully equipped three-masted ships. Do you even know the cost of 10 fully laden three-masted vessels? That would amount to a fortune of 100,000 golden dragons." Upon hearing this, Boros sprang up as if Daenerys had uttered something utterly ludicrous. Daenerys merely scoffed, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. "If your Stormlands cannot afford it, so be it. Your intellect has never been particularly sharp. Should you overindulge, it would be a disservice to your devoted royal father." "Who are you referring to?" Boros retorted, incensed by the audacity of a mere girl to belittle him. Daenerys, undeterred, turned to confirm with Duke Boromond. "Do you support Boros in this wager? If you do not agree, I cannot trust that they will honor their word. The Stormlands are already in decline. Let us not allow Boros to continue squandering." Boromond contemplated. Who is being looked down upon here? Though the political standing of Storm's End has diminished, has our house ever lacked for coin? Under normal circumstances, he would recognize this as a mere ploy of provocation. However, being underestimated by a 5-year-old girl stung even the proud Duke. Thus, he impulsively declared, "I support his wager with you." Chapter 10. The calculations among nobility. Seeing the moment ripe, Daenerys took the hand of her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, and sweetly implored, "Great-grandfather, please serve as a witness. It is said that the ships and sailors of the Stormlands are among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, I am not well versed in such matters. I will require your assistance to verify their worth at that time. Otherwise, how would I know if they are taking advantage of my youth?" King Jaehaerys, harboring considerable grievances against the Stormlands, was naturally delighted at the prospect of them falling under the influence of his great-granddaughter and readily agreed, "You are indeed clever." However, when it comes to the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms, one must still regard the Valerion family's Sea Serpent fleet from Driftmark and the Redwine family's fleet from the Arbor. Therefore, let the men of House Valerion and Lord Robert oversee the verification of your spoils. Duke Boromond immediately sensed the shift in tone and interjected, "Our Baratheon fleet cannot compare to the quality of those two houses, so that is of no consequence." King Jaehaerys interrupted Boromond's objection. "In the esteemed domain of Storm's End, surely 10 fine three-masted ships can be procured." Upon hearing this, Count Redwyn immediately concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed. Even if the quality of the warships is somewhat lacking, we can simply augment them with additional resources." Our esteemed shipwrights on Qingting Island are numerous. Even if the vessels you provide do not meet expectations, I can assist in refurbishing and improving them. Rest assured, Duke Beaumont. I shall only charge you for the cost incurred. Warships? Princess Rhaenyra and Boros are wagering merely on three-masted sailboats, not on three-masted warships. Lord Corlys of the Sea Serpent directly countered Count Redwyn's assertion. Robert Redwyn promptly retorted, if not warships, then what, pray tell, could they possibly be? Three-masted galleys? Can the Stormlands even manage such a feat? The young Princess Rhaenyra, naturally, cannot discern the differences among these three-masted sailboats. What she refers to are the highest-performing warships. Do you truly wish to present a mere commercial sailboat to Her Royal Highness? Or do you believe that the noble dragon rider Princess Rhaenyra would wish to lead 10 commercial three-masted sailboats to the eastern continent for trade, as you do? While Lord Corlys enjoyed great renown and was known for both courage and wisdom, he fell short in verbal sparring compared to the renowned orator Robert Redwyn of House Redwyn. Count Redwyn spoke as if victory was already sealed. Whether it be ordinary merchant vessels or warships, the outcome should be awaited. After all, a few cups of strong liquor may not determine much. Upon hearing this, Rhaenyra immediately interjected, it is always best to clarify matters in advance. I was unaware that there existed so many classifications of three-masted sailboats. Let us make the wager 9 warships and 1 three-masted galley akin to the Queen of Qingting Island. This way, my venture to sea shall befit my stature. Duke Beaumont's countenance darkened at her words. In the Stormlands, we possess no such grand vessels. We can only offer 10 commercial three-masted sailboats. Should Her Highness not find this objectionable, let this be our wager. Rhaenyra released King Jaehaerys' hand and slowly approached Duke Beaumont. Gazing up at the towering figure adorned with a thick beard, her voice icy as she stated, Duke Beaumont, do you presume to take advantage of my youth? Or do you hold my status as a Targaryen princess in disdain? Do you believe I am only worthy of the most inferior sailboats? As she spoke, she gradually closed the distance between them, her voice rising with each word. It was your eldest son who, without regard for noble decorum, openly questioned my status as a royal princess. You and your son conspired to bully the young and prepared to humiliate me through this wager. How is it that you now seek to dictate terms regarding the wager? Do you truly think our Targaryen lineage has lost the fury of the dragon? As Rhaenyra's proud and wrathful voice echoed throughout the Wasteland garden, her dragon, Dreamfire, sensed her emotions and soared from the open grounds above, hovering protectively over her. With a resounding and furious roar, he unleashed a high-pitched dragon's cry towards the crowd below, flames of an orange hue simmering within his throat. This spectacle left the gathered nobles in a state of shock, with the ladies among them gasping in fright. King Jaehaerys, Prince Daemon, and Princess Rhaenys gazed up at the circling dream with exhilaration, their eyes alight with fervor. It is worth noting that while the Targaryens possess the ability to ride dragons, few have managed to forge such a profound bond with these magnificent creatures. Even the most distinguished dragon riders of the Targaryen dynasty have been unable to summon their dragons through mere emotional connection. Thus, Daenerys' extraordinary display filled them not with discontent, but with an overwhelming sense of pride. After all, she is a descendant of the Dragon Queen. Duke Boros, confronted by Daenerys' pointed inquiry and the intimidation of Dreamfire, found himself blushing with embarrassment, stammering, Why, Your Highness Daenerys, you have misunderstood my intentions. It is simply that the Stormlands do not possess ships of such quality. Then build one. Or procure one. Daenerys retorted sharply, her voice rising in urgency, leaving Boros' head buzzing. How is it that you, a noble of the Stormlands, lack such capabilities? No wonder the pirates of the Stepstones and the Dornish are on the verge of breaching your stronghold. Daenerys' words struck a nerve with Duke Boros, who defiantly declared, I am the Duke of Storm's End, with countless military achievements across the 7 kingdoms. How can you? Yet I am still a princess of House Targaryen, Daenerys interjected boldly. No matter your accomplishments, can they surpass the might of a Targaryen dragon? At that moment, Lord Corlys Velaryon stepped in, attempting to quell the brewing tension. Today is meant to be a day of mourning for Prince Baelon. However, with Princess Daenerys hatching a dragon, it serves as a source of encouragement and solace for all the realms. Let us heed the princess's wishes. I shall provide the ship. Daenerys cast a grateful glance at Lord Corlys, responding, I thank you, Lord Corlys. Just then, Viserys approached, taking Daenerys' hand. Please, let the Dreamfire subside. The ladies are quite frightened. Yes, father, Daenerys replied, commanding the Dreamfire to retreat in the Valyrian tongue. Meanwhile, Anya prepared a fresh bottle of Targaryen dragonfire and presented it to Boros, gently advising, Young Master Boros, This drink is truly not meant for excessive consumption. Do take care not to overexert yourself. Surrounded by onlookers, Boros was unwilling to relent. Enough with the chatter. Fill my cup to the brim. Anya obliged. Pouring the fiery liquid into a dragonbone goblet, Boros seized the cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. The scorching sensation ignited within his mouth and traveled down his esophagus, igniting a blaze in his stomach that soon brought beads of sweat to his brow. Refreshing. Another. And had no choice but to pour herself another glass. Boros, undeterred, raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Although he had experienced it once before, the sensation of heat and thrill was as intense as ever. However, this time he did not break into a sweat. He felt a surge of energy rush to his head, followed by a trickle of salty liquid from his nose. Chapter 11. The father-daughter dialogue. Thinking it was merely a runny nose, Boros wiped it away carelessly, attempting to appear nonchalant as he boisterously exclaimed to Anne, "What a fine wine. Fill it up again. Sir Boros, you have a nosebleed," and gently reminded him, stifling her laughter at the sight of his face, which resembled that of a calico cat. The expressions of the onlookers were quite amusing to Rhaenyra, aside from a few, including Duke Beaumont and Princess Rhaenyra, who expressed concern and urged caution. Most others wore amused expressions as if they were watching a spectacle. Boros, perhaps it's best to refrain from drinking any further. It seems this wine is truly not meant to be consumed in excess, Princess Rhaenyra stated with clarity, her intelligence recognizing that Boros was already defeated, and further bravado would only lead to greater embarrassment. However, Boros seemed oblivious to her intentions. "I'm fine, just a little nosebleed. Fill it up." His foolishness undoubtedly drew scorn from the assembled nobles, with some ladies discreetly using handkerchiefs or fans to hide their smirking faces. Many others, though more subtle in their demeanor, revealed a hint of schadenfreude in their expressions, including his own father and uncle, Daemon. Even Lord Corlys Velaryon, who had maintained a good relationship with House Baratheon, displayed clear disdain in his gaze. "Sir Boros, you truly must stop drinking. Otherwise, your body won't withstand it. You've only had 2 glasses. It is evident you are defeated. Why risk your health further?" Anne's words seemed to be a plea, yet they only served to provoke Boros further. Boros, his eyes wide with impatience, urged, "Enough talk. Fill it up quickly," while Anne continued her pretense of persuasion. Her hands deftly refilled his glass, ignoring the concerns of the few who still cared for him. Boros hastily downed a 3rd glass of Targaryen's dragonfire. This time, a more intense warmth surged through his brain. The young and hardy Boros struggled to maintain his balance while excitedly shouting, "What a fine wine. More. Hiccup, fill it again." Alas, he would clearly not be fortunate enough to enjoy a 4th glass of Targaryen's dragonfire that day. His robust form collapsed onto the black stone tiles of the Ignite Gardens. "Oh dear, Sir Boros." Anne's scream was filled with surprise and urgency, yet the fine wine in her glass remained perfectly still. "Boros." Duke Beaumont rushed to Bolos, assisting him to his feet, and in a fit of exasperation, he shouted at the surrounding guards, "What are you fools waiting for? Quickly escort Bolos away. Summon the scholar at once." Amidst the chaos, Bolos was finally carried off by several guards and settled in a chamber of the guest castle. Following a diagnosis by Digris, it was determined that Bolos was merely intoxicated and would recover after a good rest. He had the scholar's assistant administer several cups of a sobering tonic. Meanwhile, Daenerys had won the wager, securing 10 state-of-the-art, 3-masted sailing ships, thus claiming a small piece of the spoils from Storm's End and Lord Corlys Velaryon. Ha! The Targaryen family's dragonfire is indeed remarkable, truly worthy of its name. Bring forth a cup for each nobleman and lady present. Good wine must be shared. At last, King Jaehaerys deigned to preside over the occasion. "My Lord Edwin Velaryon, I would ask that you remain at Dragonstone for a while to assist Daenerys in inspecting the 10 3-masted ships from Storm's End." Rob Edwin bowed graciously, exclaiming, "It is a privilege, Your Majesty." The attendants swiftly filled the cups of all present with Targaryen dragonfire. King Jaehaerys raised his glass with fervor, proclaiming, "To the Targaryen dragonfire, to the finest wine in the 7 kingdoms." The assembly echoed his sentiment, their faces adorned with feigned delight, proclaiming, "To the finest wine in the 7 kingdoms." "Ha! The flavor of this wine is delightful, is it not, Duke Beaumont?" Uncle Daemon jested as he savored the taste of the dragonfire. When people extol the virtues of the Targaryen dragonfire, they surely will not overlook the Baratheon family. The bond between our 2 houses is indeed remarkable. At this, Duke Beaumont's countenance darkened as though charred. However, he did not engage with Daemon but rather entrusted Digris to send a raven back to Storm's End, requesting their finest 10 3-masted ships to be brought forth. Lord Corlys Valerion also fulfilled his promise, dispatching the best of the Valerion family's three-masted galleys to Dragonstone. Duke Beaumont insisted on compensating the Valerion family with an additional three-masted warship. Viserys then took Daenerys aside and spoke softly. Daenerys, congratulations on winning the 10 three-masted ships. However, you must understand that while this victory brings you wealth and attention, it may also incite envy and disdain from others. In the realm of nobility, power, reputation, and connections often outweigh wealth and might. Prince Viserys gazed steadfastly at his daughter, Daenerys. Rhaenyra nodded thoughtfully upon hearing her father's words, understanding that he was imparting to her the means to navigate this intricate world. Seeing that his words had resonated with her, Viserys continued, when interacting with nobles, one must remain ever vigilant, never to offend or place trust in anyone too readily. Additionally, learn to employ your charm and intellect to bend them to your will. Remember, true power lies in control, not in ostentation. I shall keep this in mind, father, Rhaenyra affirmed with conviction. Viserys gazed fondly at Rhaenyra, who appeared nonchalant, and then inquired, Rhaenyra, what is your perspective on the dragons of House Targaryen? Rhaenyra glanced at her father and deliberately responded, they say the Targaryens are closer to the divine than others. And I understand this stems from our ability to command dragons. However, perhaps the very notion that we can control dragons is an illusion. Viserys smiled, stroking Rhaenyra's hair as he gently replied, dragons do indeed bestow upon us formidable power, yet this power also carries with it a profound responsibility. We must wield it wisely. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaenyra responded, Father, you are correct. Dragons are our advantage, but they must be used with caution. We can harness their strength to establish authority and intimidate foes, yet we must also be wary of allowing them to become objects of fear and envy. Viserys nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, we must cultivate a rapport and trust with the dragons. Only by forging a deep bond with them can we hope to master their power. Rhaenyra, today you have demonstrated to all the wisdom and strength of a Targaryen princess. I am proud of you. Chapter 12. A Father's Counsel on Dragons. Father, since grandfather's passing, Vhagar has become a dragon without a master. These days, she mourns daily over the narrow sea, likely grieving for him, Rhaenyra remarked, carefully observing Viserys' expression as she probed further. She was the largest dragon of House Targaryen at present and wondered who might tame her next. Cousin Lena is eager to tame a mature dragon. I wonder if she has any hope of mastering Vhagar. If she succeeds, then the Valerion family's dragon power could surpass that of our Targaryen lineage. Rhaenyra's seemingly casual remarks caused Viserys to pause, though he said nothing in response. Continuing with a smile, she added, after all, you are the one who once tamed the great dragon Balerion. Surely you must be the one who desires to tame Vhagar the most. Why not give it a try? Viserys smiled and shook his head, saying, since Balerion's passing, I have no intention of taming dragons again. In those words, there was a mix of pride, regret, and a hint of resignation that he would rather not acknowledge. Rhaenyra never anticipated that her father, Viserys, who had always been labeled as the kind-hearted one, possessed such profound emotional depth. Through her insights, she began to understand the reasons behind Viserys' reluctance to ride dragons. Firstly, having experienced moments of unparalleled excellence, individuals often find it challenging to settle for anything less than their best experiences. This psychological phenomenon is prevalent across various domains. For instance, those who have savored fine tea often struggle to enjoy ordinary brews, just as connoisseurs of exceptional wines find it difficult to accept mediocre vintages. Thus, could it be that Viserys, who once commanded the fearsome Balerion the Black Dread, now holds the likes of Vhagar in disdain? Secondly, the disparity between high and low status complicates matters. Those in elevated positions often find it challenging to accommodate standards that fall beneath their own, while those of lesser standing can more easily adapt to various levels. Might it be that Viserys has little desire to vie for the throne, given the considerable distance between his lineage and royal aspirations? Despite his noble blood, he has managed to master the Black Dread, yet now chooses to forego dragon riding as his status ascends. Thirdly, the principle of opportunity cost from economics illustrates that to gain one thing, one must relinquish another. Once one has tasted the pinnacle of experiences, the inadequacy of previous choices becomes glaringly apparent. This mindset of trade-offs leads individuals to resist settling for less. The pride of the Targaryen lineage appears to be ingrained in their very essence, transcending mere personality traits. Fourthly, personal experiences profoundly affect one's psychological outlook. For instance, individuals who achieve their goals through perseverance often find that the sense of accomplishment and fulfillment they gain makes it difficult to revert to previous states. This shift in mentality can hinder their acceptance of anything less than optimal. The Targaryen family, often referred to as the closest to divinity, finds their pride magnified by their connection to the mighty Black Dread, the undisputed king of dragons. Lastly, self-awareness and continual self-improvement can elevate individuals to new heights. This elevation raises their standards, making it increasingly challenging to accept choices that fall short of their current capabilities. In summary, the reluctance to settle for mediocrity after experiencing the best stems from a confluence of factors, including peak experiences, the disparity between high and low status, opportunity costs, personal experiences, and self-awareness. Even with these insights, Rhaenyra could not suppress a sarcastic remark. You truly are a fool. From now on, the hardships you endure are well-deserved. Father? Following the passing of your grandfather, you were traditionally meant to inherit the throne, were you not? And yet, you lack a dragon? Rhaenyra boldly confronted the seemingly lost-in-thought Viserys. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Viserys looked at Daenerys with disbelief and inquired, "What has been said about Daenerys in your presence?" Daenerys shook her head and replied, "Nothing. Isn't it obvious? Are you not the eldest male of the Targaryen lineage? With you as the rightful heir, does this not adhere to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms? Or is it not?" Before she could continue, Viserys interjected, "Daenerys, refrain from speaking in such a manner. You are still young and lack understanding of certain matters. If overheard, it could lead to unwarranted trouble." "Oh, understood." Daenerys pouted then. "Will you persist in avoiding the taming of Vhagar? I believe it is prudent to be prepared. What if it truly is you? The Targaryen family has yet to see a king without a dragon. You must contemplate this carefully. While I may not grasp the complexities of adult matters, I understand that to attain what one desires, one must command power and initiative. I may choose to forego it, but I cannot be compelled to relinquish it." Viserys felt increasingly perplexed by his daughter. Although she was still a child, her words and actions were often surprising. Just as he contemplated how to steer the conversation, Aemma and Rhaenyra approached, asking, "What have you two been discussing for so long?" Viserys gently took Aemma's hand and replied softly, "Nothing of consequence. Merely catching up after some time apart." Rhaenyra then teased Daenerys, "I heard you wagered and won 10 ships from Boros? What is this? Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Lord Sea Snake and become a sailor? But we are Targaryens. Wouldn't it be easier to fly wherever we desire on dragons? Why endure the trials of a ship?" With innocent curiosity, Daenerys countered, "Sister, can I not travel by both ship and dragon? Why must I choose discomfort?" Before Rhaenyra could respond, Daenerys turned to Viserys with concern. "Traveling by ship can be quite arduous. Father, you get seasick quite severely, don't you? Perhaps it would be best to select another dragon to tame. That way, we can avoid the need for ships." Daenerys' words brought a smile to Viserys' face. It seemed his beloved daughter truly wished for him to tame another dragon. With an air of certainty, Daenerys added, "Of course. Can a Targaryen truly be a Targaryen without a dragon? Furthermore, I have noticed that forming a bond with a dragon has its advantages. Ever since I could not ride Dreamfire, I feel much stronger. Perhaps mothers should also tame a dragon. It could lead to a healthier brother." Upon hearing Danyela's words, Viserys realized that he had been overthinking. His daughter was merely strong-willed, assertive, and pragmatic, not a madwoman. Chapter 13, The Children's Boldness. Rhaenyra, noticing that her parents' attention had been entirely captured by her younger sister Danyela, felt a twinge of displeasure. She promptly retorted, "Father has already tamed Balerion. Why should he seek to tame other dragons? Would that not diminish his stature? It seems, Danyela, that you are not only greedy for wealth, but also insatiably ambitious. You desire everything and wish to possess it all." Danyela quickly distanced herself from Rhaenyra, making a face at her and declaring, "I simply relish watching my sister's envy as she finds herself powerless against me. Ha ha." Her words elicited laughter from both Viserys and Aemma, leaving Rhaenyra, who had prepared a considerable admonition, momentarily speechless. Aemma, stifling her amusement, smiled and gently advised, "Enough, enough. You sisters have not seen each other for so long, and yet you are eager to bicker. It is time to reconnect. Rhaenyra, you have just enjoyed the delightful dessert prepared by your sister. Have you forgotten her kindness so swiftly? Danyela, as a young lady, you must also be mindful of your image. You are princesses of House Targaryen, and you ought to set an example for the noble ladies of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you understand?" Rhaenyra obediently nodded. "I understand, mother." Meanwhile, Danyela nonchalantly replied, "I believe that having such an extraordinary sister as a beacon of the Seven Kingdoms is quite sufficient. My ambition is to become a formidable guardian of the Targaryen lineage. I shall ensure that all who harbor ill intentions toward our family cower beneath our dragons. If we royal princesses cannot live as we desire, what meaning does life hold? Wouldn't you agree, dear mother? And father, you must seriously consider my proposal. Only strength can counterbalance strength. Viserys and Emma, being gentle souls, could do little in the face of their children's audacity. Thus, they chose to remain silent and took their daughters into the realm of nobility for social interactions. They believed that with time, the children could be guided. After all, Danyela's words held much weight, and the most esteemed royal princesses ought to live with a certain freedom. At tonight's banquet, Danyela's wager with Boros, which resulted in her winning 10 three-masted ships, would likely dominate the headlines of the Seven Kingdoms for some time. It seemed that the troublesome offspring of various noble houses might find their circumstances more bearable, for compared to the reckless Boros, their actions appeared far less objectionable. However, even if they were not accepted, what could be done? How many parents in the world can truly bend their children to their will? This evening, Danyela's dragonfire wine also rose to prominence. Originally, the esteemed nobles developed a fondness for it after tasting, and with Samwell's flattery, numerous families placed orders. Following the incident of the wager between Daenerys and Boros, the nobles were eager to stockpile as much as possible. These lords are quite astute. Soon, not only the Seven Kingdoms, but also the free cities will be abuzz with tales of the Stormland's heir losing 10 three-masted ships. Boros will, in some measure, secure his place in history through this folly. Naturally, the dragonfire wine within the narrative would become a sought-after delicacy. This presents an excellent business opportunity for them. After all, they have many minor nobles and their own trade channels, as some people have limited access to Dragonstone and must procure it from their hands. Thus, they promptly approached Samwell to increase their orders, and by the end of the night, Samwell had received orders exceeding 500,000 gold dragons. Fortunately, over the past 3 years, Goat Town had accumulated a substantial stock of dragonfire wine, which they could fulfill. However, future production must be scaled up, as Goat Town's winery can currently only brew 10 new wines worth 10 gold dragons each month. To secure enough barley, Samwell traversed the Seven Kingdoms. Although Westeros has been stable for quite some time, food reserves are still adequate. However, transportation costs for grain are quite high, and Dragonstone lacks any notable products to trade back. Thus, grain merchants are reluctant to venture to Dragonstone. To attract merchants, there must be sufficient marketable products. Dragonfire wine was the first brand product launched by Daenerys from Goat Town. However, due to its high price, sales volumes have been limited, resulting in a subpar draw over the past few years. In contrast, the cattle, horses, and sheep from Goat Town, nourished with Daenerys' special feed, have seen significant improvements in quality, attracting numerous livestock traders. Moreover, the abundant vegetation resources on New Dragonstone have led to the goat and sheep population in Goat Town exceeding 200,000, besides providing sustenance for the dragons. This yields an annual income of several thousand gold dragons for Daenerys. The yellow cattle population has also grown to several thousand, although most have been allocated to the serfs for agricultural use. Daenerys has improved many farming tools and provided them on credit to the serfs, significantly enhancing their farming efficiency. After cultivating the 10,000 acres of fertile land granted by Daenerys, they also cleared considerable additional land. In the past 2 years, Daenerys had waived rent, leading even some impoverished villagers from the fishing village to voluntarily join in. Their newly cultivated farmland has reached around 40 to 50,000 acres. Starting this year, they must pay rent to Daenerys, which alone could yield over 10,000 gold dragons annually. However, Daenerys charges them only 40% of the rent, which is quite low, considering the obligatory labor required, as New Dragonstone is still in the development phase. However, Daenerys is not entirely without merit, as she receives a meager allowance and provisions. Over the past 3 years, due to the vigorous development of Dragonstone Island, Daenerys' modest treasury has seen little increase. Ultimately, she managed to amass 5 million assorted gold coins by occasionally commanding Drogon to plunder pirate vessels and the merchant ships of notorious noble families from the free cities. These ships were secretly dispatched to Tarth, where Count Tarth, after a transformation, sold the inferior quality vessels, while the superior ones were incorporated into their jointly operated merchant fleet. Daenerys' close relationship with Count Tarth can be attributed to the matchmaking of her personal guard, Cameron, who is the Count's younger brother. This familial connection facilitated a swift establishment of trust between them. Moreover, Tarth Island had previously suffered several brutal raids by the pirates of the Stepstone Islands, supported by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, instilling a deep-seated hatred for pirates and the free cities within the Count. This animosity also served as a crucial reason for Count Tarth's willingness to collaborate with Daenerys. The sailors and crew, often of slave origin, were deemed obedient and reliable, while pirates and wealthy merchants from those noble families were either fed to dragons or sent to the mines. Presently, their fleet has safely returned from a considerable voyage around the free cities, bringing back goods valued at no less than 1,000 golden dragons. This was achieved primarily because this expedition was merely a reconnaissance mission, carefully avoiding high-risk areas, steering clear of regions abundant in gold, silver, and gems. The primary objective was to familiarize themselves with the circumstances of the various free cities in preparation for future endeavors. Daenerys intends to personally pilot Drogon on the next voyage. Chapter 14. Dancing with Dragons. Since successfully riding her dragon, Daenerys had rarely attended royal banquets outside of significant holidays over the past 3 years. Thus, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the social niceties of the nobility. Under the guidance of her mother, Aemma, and her sister, Rhaenyra, she was compelled to force a smile and engage in pleasantries for over an hour, which proved to be quite taxing for Daenerys. Consequently, she sought an opportunity to retire to her chamber for some much-needed rest. It remained uncertain whether the king and the nobles had lingering intentions to remain, as they had yet to depart after several days of festivities that extended late into the night, with countless lovesick souls becoming ensnared in the revelry. Even her 4 handmaidens had been enchanted by the charms of those noble lords. Had it not been for Daenerys' stringent restrictions regarding such matters, she wondered how well they might preserve their virtue. The 10 three-masted ships Daenerys had won were delivered yesterday, fully equipped, staffed with sailors, and laden with a month's worth of supplies. This represented the last vestige of stubbornness and dignity from Duke Beaumont. Daenerys had beseeched her great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, to exchange half of the royal crew for her own, ensuring that any ulterior motives among the crew would be kept in check. To transform these sailing vessels, Daenerys procured 2 million gold dragons from her private treasury and entrusted them to Samwell, instructing him to find a reliable captain to transport the ships to Braavos for refurbishment, while also acquiring 10 warships on the return journey. To ensure Braavos took the matter seriously, Daenerys invited her devoted handmaiden Missandei's father, the Count of Seagull Town, to oversee this operation. Concurrently, Samwell planned to gather some unique products from Westeros to accompany them, thus ensuring a profitable round trip. One morning, just as dawn broke, Daenerys was stirred from her slumber by the mischievous Mirri Maz Duur. The water-pink Mirri Maz Duur, akin to a famished puppy, nuzzled against Daenerys while her violet-pink slit pupils besieged for sustenance. Promptly, Daenerys arose and instructed the guards outside to have the kitchen deliver the prepared roasted lamb. Mirri Maz Duur relished the seasoned meat, consuming several pounds until she was sated, eventually curling up to sleep in the black stone nest Daenerys had crafted for her. With sleep eluding her, Daenerys summoned her maid to assist her with her morning routine. After a light breakfast in her chamber, she donned her dragon-scale armor and mounted Drogon, setting off to hunt in the narrow sea. The previous night's banquet had concluded quite late, and the nobles would undoubtedly rise late as well. With her lessons paused for the next few days, Daenerys resolved to seek her own amusements. Soaring through the skies above Dragonstone on Drogon, Daenerys observed that the residents of Goat Town had commenced their labors in the fields. The earth was awakening, heralding the season of sowing. The diligent farmers eagerly cast forth their hopes into the soil. Meanwhile, the distillery nestled on the hillside north of Goat Town had scarcely paused, for the demand for Dragon's Fire wine had surged, marking its debut on the stage of the Seven Kingdoms. They could not afford to relent, striving to meet the burgeoning market demand. In contrast, the fishing village by the harbor was notably quieter. Recently, due to the influx of nobles, the taverns, inns, and brothels within were bustling with patrons, remaining open late into the night. The most popular establishment was the Kissed by Fire Garden, covertly managed by Daenerys. This exquisite 3-tiered, garden-style brothel, crafted by artisans from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, was adorned with lavish decorations, furnishings, and courtesans, all meticulously curated by Lord Tully at considerable expense. Merchants who visited Dragonstone found themselves captivated, providing Daenerys with significant gray income and serving as a crucial source of intelligence. Numerous nearby nobles frequented the establishment, making it the most sought-after venue among the aristocracy. Despite its high prices, the noblemen were indifferent, allowing gold dragons to flow generously into Daenerys' coffers. Her uncle, Danyela, is a prominent client of the Fire Kiss Garden, frequently spending nights there, and has nearly become a permanent fixture in recent days. However, the profits from the Fire Kiss Garden have been utilized by Danyela to dispatch individuals to various cities for the purpose of gathering orphans and intelligence agents. Since the establishment of the Fire Kiss Garden, no fewer than 1,000 clever and astute orphans have been collected from different regions. In this world, Nearly every city is populated with a significant number of vagrants and orphans, making this task relatively straightforward. Upon arriving at Dragonstone Island, these orphans undergo multiple assessments and selections, with the most exceptional 100 being placed in a valley within Rhaenyra's estate on the new Dragonstone Island. Although the estate is constructed simply, it is equipped with all necessary amenities. Moreover, it houses a multitude of talents, including gladiatorial champions, assassins, scholars, and healers, all procured at great expense by Count Toss. These children are sent to learn from them, forming the core strength that Rhaenyra envisions for her future endeavors. Those who are not selected are sent to wineries, blacksmiths, or farms to learn basic means of survival, while some particularly gifted ones are sent to the Fire-Kiss Garden. This season marks the migration of marine creatures such as whales, dolphins, sharks, and jellyfish from the summer seas to the northern waters, creating a rare hunting season. Recently, Dreamfire has also captured a considerable number of large sea fish. As Rhaenyra guided Dreamfire through the skies, they soon encountered numerous large schools of fish. Dreamfire merely needed to skim the surface of the water and flap its wings with vigor to launch the great fish into the air, roasting them with dragon flames before swiftly devouring them. After about half an hour, they discovered a massive school of migrating tuna, closely followed by a group of dolphins and several great white sharks. After confirming their target with Rhaenyra, Dreamfire surged directly toward one of the great white sharks. The speed was so immense that Rhaenyra felt her ears ringing. Dreamfire's enormous claws pierced into the great white shark's body, swiftly ascending into the air. The shark, caught in midair, dared not move an inch. Many creatures in this world are substantially larger than those in Rhaenyra's previous existence, likely due to the higher oxygen content of this realm. This great white shark measured a staggering 14 to 15 meters in length, weighing at least 10 tons. Pleased with their substantial catch, Rhaenyra steered Dreamfire back. However, just as they were nearing New Dragonstone Island, they unexpectedly collided with 3 small dragons, each over 10 meters long. Fleeing in panic, one was silver gray, slender in form, its scales shimmering with a mist-like sheen under the sunlight. Gray Shadow. Rhaenyra instantly recognized this unfortunate creature, the last of its kind to be devoured by the sun flame in the annals of Dragonstone's history. What was the story behind the other two? They appeared significantly stronger and larger than Gray Shadow. On the green side, a small dragon resembling Dreamfire appears, its body adorned with a coppery hue, black fangs and claws, and scales of emerald and bronze that reflect light like jade. The largest among them is entirely ebony, its scales, wings, and horns as dark as carbon, save for its strikingly green, gem-like eyes that exude a sense of nobility. In Chapter 15, the first dragon battle, when Daenerys beheld the fearsome black dragon, the Devourer, lurking behind the 3 young dragons, she immediately comprehended the dire situation. It seemed that these 2 juvenile dragons, absent from the annals of history, had fallen prey to the Devourer. Dreamfire attack. The Devourer, an ancient dragon dwelling on Dragonstone, is rumored to predate even the Black Dread, Vhagar, a wild dragon. It possesses a ferocity that is undeniable, yet its size barely exceeds 100 meters, smaller than the bronze dragon, Vhagar. Currently, Dreamfire has grown to 70 meters and holds no fear of the beast. Furthermore, a dragon bonded to a dragon lord gains significant combat prowess. Thus, upon receiving Daenerys' command, Dreamfire surged forward with great speed towards the Devourer. The roar of fire was deep and commanding, the most majestic among all dragons. The Devourer, having successfully cornered the 3 young dragons, could not tolerate Dreamfire thwarting its ambitions and unleashed an enraged roar, screech, dragonfire. As the Devourer entered Dreamfire's fiery attack range, Daenerys swiftly commanded Dreamfire to unleash its flames. The deep blue dragonfire engulfed the Devourer in an instant. Yet, Daenerys remained vigilant. Once the torrent of flames subsided, she urged Dreamfire to ascend rapidly. Her eyes were fixated on the unfolding chaos beneath the inferno. Indeed, the cunning Devourer, seizing the cover of flames and smoke, opened its maw wide and lunged at Dreamfire. Fortunately, Dreamfire had already ascended, causing the Devourer's ambush to miss its mark. Daenerys then instructed Dreamfire to unleash another torrent of flames, obscuring the Devourer's vision and circling behind into its blind spot. Dreamfire, silence, leap onto its back and attack. Complying with the command, Dreamfire darted towards the Devourer's back while it remained dazzled by the flames. However, the wily old dragon, with its age-old cunning, swiftly turned, claws poised to strike at Dreamfire, while simultaneously ascending, attempting to rupture Dreamfire's oil sacs. Dreamfire, Dragonfire. At such close proximity, Dreamfire's flames sent the devourer staggering, sparks erupting from its wings. As the foul green flames erupted from the devourer's throat, Daenerys quickly commanded Dreamfire to ascend, narrowly evading the devourer's viscous, jet-like flames. The battle tactics of this ancient dragon were indeed formidable. Rhaenyra couldn't help but reflect on her mastery of Dreamfire, which had reached a commendable level, and her strategies were sound. Yet, she found herself outmatched by the devourer. Over the last 3 years, Rhaenyra and Dreamfire had plundered countless ships and hunted hundreds of formidable beasts like whales and sharks, yet they still struggled against the devourer. Fortunately, the 3 young dragons had lost their trace behind the cover of the clouds and were momentarily safe. Thus, Rhaenyra commanded Dreamfire to maintain a safe distance from the devourer and steer clear of the dense clouds to avoid ambush. As long as she could force it to retreat and prevent further harm to the young dragons, she had no intention of prolonging the battle. For this confrontation, she had reluctantly forfeited the great white shark she had painstakingly captured. The location of the conflict between Dreamfire and the devourer was near Dragonstone Island, soon attracting the attention of those in Dragonstone Keep. Uncle Demon, caught off guard, hastily donned his clothes upon hearing the roar of the dragons and rushed toward the bloodworm. Clark, perched on the rocks by the sea. Meanwhile, Clark was incessantly lamenting the fierce battle unfolding between the 2 colossal dragons. Although her great-grandfather was advanced in years, upon hearing that Rhaenyra was once again battling dragons, he could hardly remain seated and promptly went to Dragon Mountain to summon his dragon, Vhagar. Aunt Rhaenys was the quickest to react. By the time Uncle Demon emerged from the Fire-Kiss Garden, their great-grandfather arrived at Dragon Mountain, and the Red Queen, Melisandre, had already taken to the skies. Sister Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, lingered in the Garden of Aegon and stealthily climbed onto the dragon's back, joining Melisandre as they both soared out of Dragonstone Keep. Aunt Rhaenys beamed with pride at the sight of Rhaenyra engaged in battle, closely followed by Rhaenyra. Indeed, this was the essence of the Targaryen women. The Red Queen Melisandre, renowned as the swiftest of dragons, reached the battlefield in mere minutes, her presence commanding. Attack, Melisandre. Despite her current size of over 60 meters, her ferocity was unmatched, and with a resounding roar, she charged directly at the devourer. While the devourer had held some advantage against Dreamfire, the addition of Melisandre tipped the scales unfavorably for it. Rhaenyra seized the opportunity to have Dreamfire rake its claws across the devourer's chest, eliciting anguished cries from it. Aunt Rhaenys, increasingly impressed with Rhaenyra, couldn't help but praise her. At just 10 years of age, such remarkable dragon-riding skills were truly exceptional. At that moment, Rhaenyra finally arrived, skillfully riding Syrax nearby. However, faced with the chaotic melee of the dragons, both Rhaenyra and Syrax could only watch from a distance. The courage that had surged forth from concern for Rhaenyra now entirely depleted. With a resonant roar echoing through the air, the mighty Vhagar, ridden by my great-grandfather King Jaehaerys, and the stalwart Caraxes, commanded by my Uncle Demon, finally arrived. The greedy one, upon witnessing their approach, swiftly unleashed its dragon fire, forcing both Dreamfire and Melisandre to retreat before hastily retreating to its lair. My Aunt Rhaenys, riding the formidable Queen Melisandre, closely pursued the greedy one to ensure its obedient return to its den. Following suit, my great-grandfather Jaehaerys and Uncle Demon trailed behind until the cunning old dragon entered its lair, at which point they returned alongside Aunt Rhaenys. Meanwhile, Daenerys soared on Dreamfire toward the location where the great white shark had been discarded in search of her quarry. Fortunately, it had not yet sunk, and Dreamfire quickly located it, seizing the opportunity to fly back to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, witnessing her sister's audacity to hunt a shark amidst the chaos, felt her guilt from earlier fears transform into a tempest of anger. She propelled her dragon, Syrax, directly towards Dreamfire, exclaiming, "Daenerys, how can you create such havoc this early in the morning and still have the audacity to chase a shark? You are utterly incorrigible." Daenerys merely pointed to her ears, waved her hand dismissively, and then gestured to her mouth, indicating, "I cannot hear you. Sister, be quiet." Rhaenyra, clearly understanding her sister's intent, found her fury intensifying. Chapter 16. The resolute Viserys Dreamfire's speed far surpassed that of Syrax, compelling Daenerys to accelerate toward Dragonstone. This left Rhaenyra and her dragon in a state of disarray in the sky. Upon landing in front of the kitchen at Dragonstone, the cooks, upon seeing the princess arriving on her dragon with a large shark in tow, quickly rallied to assist. "Everyone, come quickly. Princess Daenerys has caught another prize." Such scenes had become commonplace in the kitchens of Dragonstone. Each time Dreamfire captured large sea creatures like whales or sharks, They were entrusted to the chefs for processing. The flesh and valuable parts were divided, with Daenerys claiming 60%, the castle retaining 30%, and the remaining portion distributed among the kitchen staff. Hence, the kitchen staff remained fiercely loyal to Daenerys, as her endeavors had allowed them to save a considerable amount of gold over the years, enabling their families to enjoy a better quality of life. In White Harbor, Daenerys had established the Daenerys Academy, where for a mere gold coin each year, commoners could pursue an education. This opportunity was exceedingly rare, as knowledge in Westeros was predominantly monopolized by the nobility and citadels, leaving commoners with scant chances for education. The academy held assessments each month, with the top 5 students not only exempt from tuition but also rewarded with supplies such as ink, quills, and books. Presently, the Daenerys Academy boasted over 100 students, and with Daenerys' assistance over the years, both the residents of White Harbor and the servants of Dragonstone had managed to amass a modest fortune. With wealth naturally comes the inclination to invest in one's progeny, for they understand that Princess Daenerys is exceedingly generous to those possessing genuine talent. Thus, while outsiders may remain oblivious to the transformations on Dragonstone, the island's inhabitants distinctly perceive the changes wrought by Princess Daenerys. They now embrace life with renewed hope. Today's great white shark promises to yield no less than 300 gold dragons for Daenerys. Following her inaugural dragon battle, her spirits soared. The masters worked with remarkable proficiency, skillfully segmenting the lengthy shark within mere moments. The most prized parts of the shark are its fins and flesh, for there exists no custom of consuming shark fins in this world. Hence, Daenerys could be regarded as an innovator in this culinary realm. This delicacy alone is sufficient for her to be immortalized in the verses of bards. Furthermore, shark skin, cartilage, liver, and heart serve as excellent supplements, particularly beneficial for the currently expectant Emma. The shark skin is also a premium material for crafting sword sheaths and bags. Daenerys has amassed a considerable stockpile of shark skin, whale skin, and leopard skin. The scraps discarded were expertly roasted by Drogon's fiery breath and consumed. In this world, many large creatures harbor a touch of latent magic. Thus Drogon has become accustomed to the flavors of such wild fare. The most succulent portions of the shark are reserved for His Majesty the King and the royal family, while sashimi is prepared for the noble lords. Additionally, a bowl of shark fin soup is to be prepared for the king and royal members, many of whom likely have yet to savor such a dish. Others may be unaware, but Prince Aemon and Lord of the Tides have surely indulged in it. The rotund chef Baez could not resist jesting. "Shut your foul mouth, or I shall not hesitate to serve your appendage to the dogs," retorted cook Padma, brandishing her rolling pin at Baez. She, along with numerous cooks and castle servants, had been appointed by Daenerys to Dragonstone, with their wages provided by her. In addition to developing agriculture on the new island and nurturing a reserve of talent, Daenerys has also supported several impoverished women with skills to assist her in culinary creation, garment tailoring, and textile weaving. This not only alleviates their livelihoods, but also ensures that whenever Daenerys has a sudden inspiration, there are hands available to manifest her ideas into reality. As a royal princess, since her successful bonding with dragons, Daenerys receives an annual stipend of 300,000 gold dragons, a significant increase from the previous annual allowance of 50,000. Thus, she is unencumbered by the need to seek approval from others regarding her support and employment of these individuals. The stipends of the Targaryen royals are not static, but rather adjust annually according to the royal treasury's income. However, since her great-grandfather Jaehaerys solidified his reign, such adjustments have remained largely unchanged for decades. Ordinary royal members receive an annual stipend of 50,000 gold dragons. Regarding luxuries such as silk, jewels, and fine wines, their availability hinges upon the king's mood, with considerable disparities among the royal family members. Those who have successfully bonded with dragons receive an allowance of 30 golden dragons, primarily to cover the substantial costs of feeding and caring for these magnificent beasts. In contrast, the Prince of Dragonstone enjoys an annual stipend of 500,000 golden dragons, along with other rewards that far exceed what lesser nobles can expect. Nonetheless, like many nobles, most royal members allocate these allowances to the indulgences of life and socializing among their peers. After all, even when hosting private banquets, members of the royal family must bear the expenses themselves, and should they summon servants from the castle, additional gratuities are expected. The salaries of their personal guards and maids are also their own responsibility, which often results in a lack of ostentation among royal members. The king, Viserys, being of a modest disposition, surrounded himself with only a few childhood companions, seemingly overlooking the necessity of nurturing capable heirs. As for his uncle, Daemon, It is likely that his allowances are squandered on revelry and women. Yet, at least he has managed to cultivate a fair number of friendships. After the meal of Dreamfire concluded, Daenerys instructed her to return to the dragon's lair, while she herself hastened to Dragonstone Keep. Today's dragon battle was of immense significance, and as the principal party involved, her presence was indispensable. What? You say 3 wild dragons have appeared on Dragonstone again? Daemon seemed agitated. Perhaps a result of unfulfilled expectations regarding the dragon battle. Daenerys playfully rubbed her ear and complained, Uncle Daemon, why are you so astonished? Is there anything strange about this? Surely, there have been many wild dragons born on Dragonstone, or do you think I could mistake my dragons? Daemon immediately offered an embarrassed apology. My apologies. I was simply taken aback. After all, aside from the dragons hatched by Rhaenyra and the one you hatched, it has been quite a while since our Targaryen family has seen any young dragons emerge. Daenerys smiled and jested. If only you could father a few more siblings, we would surely have more hatchlings. It seems you need to put in a bit more effort, uncle. Ha. Indeed, Daenerys speaks the truth. You certainly need to exert yourself more. Viserys chimed in enthusiastically. Their great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, found amusement in Daenerys' playful banter with Daemon. Yet he was acutely aware of the cunning and vengeful nature of the glutton, who had temporarily retreated due to the dragons. However, he worried that once they departed, the glutton would not remain docile. Hence, Daemon should stay with Ser Harwin on Dragonstone for a while, until autumn when the glutton would retreat into slumber in the Dragonmount. Yes, your majesty. Daemon obediently agreed. Nevertheless, Daenerys sensed that he had not yet had his fill of merriment in the Gardens of Fire. At this moment, Viserys made a clandestine decision. For the sake of Daenerys, he would endeavor to tame Vhagar. Only this founding dragon possessed the might to vanquish the greedy one. Chapter 17. Dragonstone and Shark Fin. The 3 wild hatchlings remained immensely significant to the Targaryen family, which already boasted numerous adult dragons. Thus, their protection became paramount for the royal family. However, these were wild dragons, not raised in Dragonstone, and had not received the care and training from the dragon riders since their infancy. Consequently, securing them within Dragonstone proved exceedingly challenging. The 3 hatchlings, targeted by the greedy one, remained in constant peril. Moreover, while Dreamfire was formidable, it still lacked the strength to confront the greedy one. Hence, King Jaehaerys decisively ordered Daemon, who rode the fierce dragon Caraxes, to remain, with such a ferocious dragon at their side. Even if the greedy one launched another attack on the hatchlings or sought revenge against Dreamfire, the 2 dragons could manage the threat. Furthermore, with Daemon and Daenerys present, their exceptional Targaryen bloodline might even enable them to lead the 3 hatchlings safely into Dragonstone for protection. Additionally, having suffered the loss of heirs, Jaehaerys felt his own vitality waning. The struggle for the throne was imminent, and it was prudent to keep the impulsive and restless Daemon distanced from King's Landing for the good of all. Upon understanding the situation's intricacies, the Targaryen family members naturally rejoiced. Their family had gained 3 more dragons, and Daenerys' displayed talent for dragon riding greatly pleased several of the elders. Yet, the other noble families harbored a different sentiment. Daenerys discerned their veiled apprehension in their gazes. After all, the more dragons the Targaryens possessed, the less likely the nobles were to provoke the royal family. With King Jaehaerys in his twilight years, who could predict the nature of the next monarch? Should another Aegon or Maegor arise, the lords of the 7 kingdoms would certainly have cause for concern. Such trepidation was entirely reasonable. Nonetheless, they outwardly presented a facade of flattery, showering the king with various congratulatory words and praises. Their insincere phrases and exaggerated mannerisms left Daenerys feeling as if the milk in her cup had soured. Before long, the kitchen presented an array of exquisite dishes. Due to the dragon conflict, breakfast and lunch were combined into a grand brunch. In recent days, the nobles had found the cuisine at Dragonstone to be most satisfying, with many delicacies previously unheard of. Thus, anticipation for the 2 daily meals ran high. Today's luncheon was no exception. In addition to traditional fare from the 7 kingdoms, the chef unveiled several innovative dishes inspired by Daenerys' culinary suggestions. With the rich food culture from her homeland, it was remarkably simple to impress these inhabitants of a foreign world. Daenerys intended for them to savor the exquisite flavors, not merely to showcase her prowess. She has conferred with Samwell, devising a strategy to captivate the esteemed nobles with exquisite cuisine and fine wines. Subsequently, they will negotiate the establishment of a branch of the Fire Kiss Garden on the nobles' territories, integrating gourmet food, fine wines, accommodation, and even brothels. The expenses for the location and construction will be borne by the great nobles, while Samwell will oversee the staffing and management. with profits divided in a ratio of 70-30, favoring Samwell. Ostensibly, the Fire-Kiss Garden belongs to the Samwell of the Setiga family, maintaining a facade that distances it from Daenerys. After all, as a royal princess, her reputation must be preserved. However, the astute nobles are not easily deceived. Yet the clandestine dealings remain veiled from public scrutiny, lest they invoke the wrath of Daenerys, the dragon. Presently, many prominent nobles from the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale have reached a collaborative agreement with Samwell. They await the apprentices trained in Goat Town to formally launch operations. In recent days, these nobles have thoroughly experienced the remarkable offerings of the Fire-Kiss Garden. Thus, although the personnel have yet to return, they have already commenced preparations through Raven communication. Daenerys does not anticipate substantial profits from the Fire-Kiss Garden. Her primary objective is to gather intelligence and recruit talent. After all, there are numerous impoverished yet gifted scions of fallen noble houses across the Seven Kingdoms. Uniting them could forge a formidable force. Among the culinary delights presented today, the standout dishes crafted from shark meat have garnered particular attention. Even these great nobles seldom indulge in shark meat. Moreover, this shark is linked to a battle with a dragon, elevating the dining experience to one of grandeur. Especially when the exquisite shark fin soup, served in beautiful porcelain bowls, was presented, the delicate china and the translucent, sweet broth once again astonished the gathered nobles. At this opportune moment, Samwell stepped forward to elucidate, esteemed king, esteemed lords. This delightful soup features shark fin, meticulously prepared. Not only is it delectable, but it also possesses remarkable health benefits, enhancing vitality and promoting beauty. Furthermore, the vessels that hold the shark fin are crafted from a clay known as dragon porcelain, sourced from the Great Forest River and fired with dragon flames in traditional kills. Beyond this soup bowl, a variety of tableware and vases are available, should any of the lords be interested. They are welcome to visit Goat Town's dragon porcelain shop for selection and purchase. Yet, amidst Samwell's enthusiastic explanations, many eyes turned toward Daenerys. Several nobles of a similar age to her regarded her with calculating expressions. J. Harry's, elegantly savoring a spoonful of the shark fin, expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Indeed, this fin is delightful. Moreover, the quality of this dragon porcelain rivals that of the most expensive wares from the free cities. It appears that Goat Town harbors many fine treasures. Lord Colas of the Sea Serpents is indeed a great navigator who has experienced 9 grand voyages, possessing insights that far exceed those of ordinary individuals." He could not help but exclaim, "This is indeed exquisite porcelain. I must make a trip to Goat Town to witness such quality. Even on the continent of Essos, it would be highly sought after." With the endorsement of these two esteemed figures from the Seven Kingdoms, the nobles immediately showcased their skills in flattery and eloquent social graces, as if this porcelain represented the very hope for the resurgence of the Seven Kingdoms. Suddenly, Uncle Demon turned to Daenerys and remarked, "It seems my expenses during my stay at Dragonstone could be covered by my niece Daenerys. Pray tell, how much do you have in your little treasury now?" Demon's words took Daenerys, who was in the midst of explaining the preparation of shark fin to her mother and sister, by surprise. She responded, somewhat perplexed, "Isn't the royal subsidy for dragon riders the same for everyone? You, uncle, are living quite comfortably, supported by a wealthy lord's wife. Why then, are you seeking to take advantage of me, a poor soul responsible for Goat Town? Shouldn't you, as an elder, be caring for your younger kin instead? I am always the first to share any good fortune, and I possess no such treasury. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold those childhood gifts to make ends meet." Chapter 18. The contest for dragon porcelain shares. However, during your time at Dragonstone, I will do my utmost to ensure your comfort. Daenerys, initially wearing a naive expression, suddenly shifted her tone to teasingly add, "Of course, I shall also include the entertainment you enjoy." Good heavens, Daenerys, you are quite the cunning girl. Daemon Targaryen, increasingly fond of his niece's character, inadvertently let slip an expletive. An immediate hush fell over the room. Prince Viserys Targaryen's expression darkened, and he rudely hurled his silver cup at Daemon's face, warning, "Mind your tongue. If you speak so carelessly again, I shall personally sever it from your mouth." Daemon, as he wiped away the spilled wine, sheepishly apologized. "Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. Yet, I assure you, my admiration for Daenerys was the cause of my indiscretion." Daenerys, seemingly unfazed by the incident, calmly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, uncle. I hope you enjoy your time here. If the golden dragons are insufficient, I can lend you some. Rest assured, the interest is minimal." Their mother, Emma, observing Daenerys' remarkable composure, swallowed her comforting words. Meanwhile, her sister Rhaenyra gazed at Daemon with admiration, thinking how charmingly carefree he appeared. This little interlude quickly faded as the nobles resumed their fervent discussions about dragon porcelain. For as the elite of the Seven Kingdoms, they were acutely aware of the potential profits that dragon porcelain could bring. In this world, only the kingdom of Ed possesses the exquisite art of porcelain production, with all porcelain in Westeros and Essos imported from this realm. The maritime journey is perilous, compounded by the considerable distance, rendering these treasures exceedingly costly. Only the most affluent nobles and elite merchants can afford them. Even the esteemed great houses merely own a handful of vases and plates, which are often displayed merely as ornamental pieces. Due to frequent conflicts within the kingdom of Ed, high-quality porcelain frequently becomes a rare commodity in the market. The fine white porcelain produced in White Ram Town stands as the pinnacle, promising substantial profit margins. Daenerys, now the favored child of the Targaryen dynasty, is not easily underestimated. However, should an opportunity arise to intervene, they would not relinquish it lightly, particularly for families such as Lord Corlys Velaryon and Count Redwine, who command ocean fleets. Acquiring dragon porcelain at a favorable price would undoubtedly enhance their trade ventures with a lucrative product, coupled with the fiery wine and the unique barbecue seasoning from Goat Town. These three items represent formidable commodities in the Essos market. Thus, in a bid to win Samwell's favor, they all, in unison, made significant concessions during their collaboration at the Fire-Kissed Garden, striving to forge a friendly partnership with him. Samwell and Daenerys had anticipated such reactions and devised a strategy accordingly. Hence, when presented with the generous olive branch, he accepted it, yet only to a certain extent. The allure of dragon porcelain is well understood by all, including King Jaehaerys. However, as White Ram Town is Daenerys' fief and dragon porcelain is a creation of his great-granddaughter, he remained steadfast in safeguarding the interests of House Targaryen. Due to the promise of dragon porcelain, the meal concluded swiftly, and they set off in groups towards the porcelain shop in White Ram Town. Despite having witnessed the quality of dragon porcelain, upon arrival at the shop, they were still astounded by the diverse shapes and intricately adorned porcelain within. A few astute nobles promptly sought to purchase the entire collection. However, Samwell regretfully informed them, "I apologize, my lords, but what you see here are merely samples, not for sale. Furthermore, our porcelain firing techniques are still in their infancy, with limited monthly production. This complete set of dinnerware can yield only 100 sets, and the remaining 15 individual items amount to merely 300 pieces." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across the faces of the nobles. Observing their reaction, Samwell thought to himself, as the princess had foretold, these gentlemen certainly possess grand appetites. Therefore, he raised his voice once more. "However, we are expanding our operations and training more apprentices, and I believe that production will gradually increase. By the end of this year, we expect to double our output." Such a meager quantity? Lord Corlys Velaryon frowned in discontent. Indeed, the craftsmanship of porcelain is exceedingly intricate, and we must ensure the quality of each piece, which demands considerable time and effort, Samwell elaborated eloquently. "What about the price?" inquired Lord Redwyn. "The price is determined by the size, shape, and pattern of the porcelain," Samwell responded. "For instance, this set of dragon-patterned dinnerware, due to its complete set nature, is quite labor-intensive to produce, yet it is priced at merely 1,000 gold dragons. 1,000 gold dragons. The crowd found this price remarkably reasonable, as porcelain of such caliber from the outer lands could easily command tens of thousands of gold dragons. Consequently, many expressed their desire to place orders. Samwell, adhering to prior discussions with Danyela, remarked, "Esteemed lords, the rarity of porcelain is well known to all. Our dragon porcelain from Ares Town is crafted using the power of dragon flames, thus its value is significantly elevated. Hence, the quantity of this precious dragon porcelain is limited. Only those present here among the Seven Kingdoms can afford it. Therefore, we do not intend to sell to others and have devised a rather novel sales approach. We will sell our dragon porcelain through a subscription share system. Take this complete set of dinnerware as an example. Only 100 sets will be sold each month. However, should you wish to purchase a set monthly, you must first pay an annual subscription fee of 10,000 gold dragons." Samwell's words immediately piqued everyone's interest. Lord Kaelis of the Sea Serpent could not help but exclaim, "How intriguing! Indeed, quite fascinating. I, the Velaryon family, shall secure a subscription qualification for 2 million gold dragons." Samwell, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, Lord Kaelis, but apart from members of the Targaryen royal family, no single family may exceed a subscription share of 100,000 gold dragons. Then let it be 100,000 gold dragons for each." King Jaehaerys interjected. What privileges do I, as king, possess? Samwell promptly responded with utmost respect. Naturally. Princess Rhaenyra has instructed us to reserve 30% of each item for the royal family. Satisfied, King Jaehaerys nodded. Excellent. Lord Linman, I leave the subsequent arrangements to you. With both His Majesty the King and Lord Kaelis leading the way, the others eagerly rushed to subscribe. However, given the limited number of subscriptions, they engaged in spirited debate before finalizing the allocations. The stock presented in the shop was swiftly depleted. On that single day, Danyela recorded nearly 20 million gold dragons in revenue. Chapter 19. A visit to the orchard just as the noble families vied for subscriptions to the dragon porcelain. Uncle Danyela, with a mischievous grin, approached Danyela and said, Little Danyela, I have also contributed to guarding the territory. So do grant me a few pieces of dragon porcelain as a reward. Once Uncle has something good, he will surely think of you. As Demon leaned closer, Emma instinctively pulled Daenerys nearer to her. Rhaenyra, witnessing Demon's words, excitedly chimed in, I want it too. I want it too. Daenerys, with a proud expression, declared, I have specially commissioned exclusive porcelain for each member of the Targaryen royal family. As dragon lords of House Targaryen, how could we possibly use the same items as common folk? Daenerys' proclamation left Demon and Rhaenyra momentarily speechless. Oh, that girl. This was the shared thought within their hearts at that moment. Daenerys was indeed correct. They must always remember their royal lineage. While their father, Viserys, verbally acknowledged this, he secretly felt relieved, thinking, Thank goodness I did not speak first. King Jaehaerys, having secured a substantial share of the dragon porcelain, departed contentedly with the Kingsguard. Following closely behind were Daenerys and the other royal members. As for the nobles, Samwell would handle them. As the second son of Count Cedergar, he possessed both the intellect and stature to manage those aristocrats with ease. Father, mother, uncle Demon, sister. How about I take you for a stroll in the nearby orchard? It is the season of blossoming fruit trees, and the hillside is exceptionally beautiful. Since arriving at Dragonstone, Emma had felt much more at ease, so she readily agreed. Sounds great. The flowers in the Ygritte garden are lovely. But I've grown a bit tired of them lately. What do you think, Viserys? I would like to see it as well. Everyone was enthusiastic about the idea, especially the playful Rhaenyra. However, Demon interjected at an inopportune moment. I am about to take Caraxes for a flight around Dragonstone. Those 3 young dragons have yet to be found, and I wish to search for them. I shall not intrude upon your family outing. My apologies. With that, Demon strode purposefully towards Dragonmount. Meanwhile, Daenerys and her family, accompanied by their guards and handmaidens, made their way through the bustling town of White Sheep, heading slowly towards the northern hillside. After 3 years of development, White Sheep had expanded significantly. Nearly all the streets and houses were constructed from black stone. To alleviate the oppressive feel of the dark hues, the rooftops were predominantly adorned with red tiles, and the doors and windows were painted in vibrant colors. Additionally, various trees lined the roads, and there were flower beds and comfortable black stone benches scattered throughout, lending an air of cleanliness and vitality to White Sheep. The costs of road construction and housing were all borne by Daenerys. The subjects under her domain were allocated homes at low prices and through installment payments, binding them closely to her, as they gradually repaid their debts through diligent labor. The free citizens who come here to make a living are only able to rent homes for their habitation. However, should they choose to become subjects of White Sheep Town, they too can enjoy the same privileges as the local lords, along with the right to cultivate new lands. In the past year, due to the rise of White Sheep Town, tens of thousands of wanderers from the 7 kingdoms have settled here. To accommodate this influx, Danyela is currently constructing a village named Dreamfire near the mountainous area, specifically for agricultural purposes. The shops lining both sides of the main road are available for rent to merchants seeking to conduct business, with Danyela herself owning 7 of the largest core establishments. The most opulent among them is a porcelain shop, a 3-story standalone building covering over 3,000 square meters, complete with a courtyard, warehouse, and staff living quarters, totaling nearly 10 acres. Next in line is a tavern inn centered around the main business of Dragon Flame Liquor, occupying 8 acres, slightly smaller than the porcelain shop. Following that are the silver shop, spice store, silk shop, crystal workshop, and blacksmith, each ranging from 3 to 5 acres in size. However, aside from the spice store, which has been thriving thanks to Danyela's special barbecue seasoning made from dragon metabolites, the others have received only lukewarm responses. Last month, Danyela invested heavily in purchasing hundreds of artisans from the Slave Bay, and once they acclimate to their new surroundings, she will be able to assign them tasks. Beyond White Sheep Town, across a mountain stream, lies the orchard of White Sheep Town. Mother Emma gazes at the vibrant orchard before her, utterly enchanted. She affectionately embraces Danyela, exclaiming, "My Danyela, how remarkable it is that you always come up with such brilliant ideas. The fruit yield in this valley is among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet no orchard has ever been managed so beautifully." Father Viserys concurs. Danyela truly embodies the essence of our Targaryen lineage. In her youth, Danyela exhibited traits of a dreamwalker, showcasing her imaginative ideas to her family, attributing her current accomplishments to this gift. After 3 years of development, the White Sheep Town orchard has expanded to over 40,000 trees, nearly blanketing the surrounding hills within a 10-kilometer radius. Most of the fruit trees have entered their fruitful phase this year, making it the most splendid time for blossoming, with colorful petals fluttering in the breeze, lifting everyone's spirits. Sister Rhaenyra, rarely allowing her youthful exuberance to show, impulsively drags Danyela into the orchard to frolic joyously. Their parents, supporting each other, gaze lovingly at their 2 daughters playing with wild abandon, their eyes filled with affection. Father Viserys tenderly caresses Emma's already rounded belly, speaking with hopeful anticipation, "Emma, if you could bear me a son, my life would be complete." Isla playfully pouted, questioning whether a child resembling her sisters would be less adored. Viserys affectionately took Emma's hand, assuring her that he would cherish any child of theirs, but expressed a preference for a son this time, given their 2 remarkable daughters already. Emma, with a hint of resignation, expressed her sole desire for the child to be born safely and to grow up joyfully like his sisters, voicing her reluctance to endure the pain of losing another child. Daenerys and her family were thoroughly enjoying their outing, reluctant to return. Thus, Daenerys commanded her servants to prepare a feast at Dragonstone and proposed a family picnic in the orchard, which was met with unanimous approval. However, unwilling to wait too long, she instructed someone to bring over a few sheep from Whitehill, eager to indulge in roasted lamb. The lamb from Whitehill, renowned for its special seasoning, had become a delicacy across the 7 kingdoms. Just as the family began to feel a bit fatigued from their stroll, the marinated goat arrived. Daenerys took it upon herself to roast it for her family. This rare opportunity for familial bonding brought them immense joy. Chapter 20. An unexpected visitor. The orchard was filled with fragrant blossoms, and the aroma of roasting lamb wafted through the air. As members of the royal family, Viserys and Emma often accompanied His Majesty on hunts, where picnics were a customary activity. Yet, they were always entangled in the intrigues and formalities of the nobility, which diminished the enjoyment of even the most exquisite meals. To avoid such constraints, Daenerys had sent the guards and servants away, allowing her family the freedom to revel in their feast of roasted lamb and fine wine. The family engaged in the preparation of the goat themselves. Daenerys took charge of the seasoning. Her sister Rhaenyra turned the spit. Their mother Emma arranged the seating and laid out the utensils, while their father Viserys carved the meat. They cast aside all royal decorum, with Viserys leading Daenerys and Rhaenyra in hearty feasting and drinking, reveling in the moment. Even the expectant mother, Emma, was swept up in their merriment, unable to resist taking a small sip of Targaryen-esque fire. Although the wine was deemed safe for pregnant women, Emma, having suffered 2 miscarriages, was hesitant to take risks. Yet, buoyed by the festive spirit, she dared to indulge just this once. Upon finishing her sip, warmth enveloped her, particularly soothing the persistent discomfort in her abdomen. With surprise, Emma remarked on the apparent benefits of the Targaryen wine for expectant mothers. Just as Daenerys and her family were enjoying their meal, a dragon, Dreamfire, residing near the volcano, was drawn to the scent of roasting lamb, or perhaps to Daenerys' joyful spirit, and descended upon them. Fortunately, the location they had chosen was spacious enough for Dreamfire to land without hindrance. After the arrival of Dreamfire, Daenerys hurriedly instructed her guards to fetch more goats from White Sheep Town. Meanwhile, she fed Dreamfire the remains of a sheep that her family had left behind. However, this meager portion of meat was merely enough for Dreamfire to satiate her appetite, devoured in an instant. Gently stroking Dreamfire's large head, Daenerys affectionately remarked, "Dreamfire, you are becoming quite the voracious eater. Fortunately, your master is capable of earning, or else you would surely consume me into poverty." Witnessing the tender bond between Daenerys and Dreamfire filled Viserys and Emma with immense pride. "This is our child." However, upon hearing Daenerys lament about her financial struggles to feed Dreamfire, the jealousy that had briefly subsided within Rhaenyra reignited fiercely. "You lack funds. Who is unaware that Princess Daenerys Targaryen is the most astute in matters of wealth? Today alone, you must have earned millions in gold dragons from dragon pottery. That nearly rivals the royal treasury's annual tax revenue. Are you perhaps saving for your dowry?" Turning to Rhaenyra with an innocent expression, Daenerys replied, "Saving for a dowry? How could you think such a thing, sister? I have no intentions of marrying at present. I find great comfort in being with family. Moreover, royal princesses need not necessarily wed, do they? I believe it would be better to invite suitors to our home, thus allowing us to have control over our own destinies. Wouldn't that be preferable? What do you think, sister? Rhaenyra, momentarily swayed by Daenerys' reasoning, found herself inexplicably agreeing. You make a compelling argument. Emma, chuckling, interrupted the sisters' discourse with a light-hearted admonition. Oh, 7. You two should cease this chatter. As royal princesses and paragons of the 7 kingdoms, you must refrain from such whimsical talk in public. You would be the subject of ridicule. Viserys, gently holding Emma's hand, spoke softly. They are still young. Let them enjoy their present lives. We shall address future matters in due course. Emma shook her head in resignation, but chose to remain silent thereafter. The guards were swift in their actions. Within half an hour, they returned with over 20 plump goats. With 12 skinning knights present, the goats were promptly processed, and they gathered all the spit roasters to commence grilling the lamb. To alleviate Dreamfire's impatience, Daenerys placed 3 seasoned goats upon a large stone, allowing Dreamfire to roast them with her dragon fire. The 3 plump goats filled Dreamfire's belly, prompting her to emit a satisfied call. At that moment, several youthful dragon roars echoed near the volcano. Everyone turned their attention toward the sounds, and soon enough, 3 small dragons of varying colors were drawn to the blood scent, an aroma wafting from their vicinity. As highly intelligent beings, the young dragons had discovered that their former dwelling had been compromised by gluttonous predators. Thus, they dared not return to Dragonstone. They had managed to survive there, and today, driven by insatiable hunger, they had ventured out in search of sustenance, falling victim to the very predators they sought to evade. They were saved by Dreamfire and cautiously found a new cave near the volcano where Dreamfire resided. However, today brought both fear and astonishment, as they had failed to find any sustenance and were utterly famished. They followed the scent of blood and aroma to this location. Upon spotting Dreamfire, they immediately ceased their advance, instead circling warily in the vicinity. The appearance of the gray shadow bore resemblance to that of a black dragon, with the red hues removed and the green dragon. Observing the situation, Danyela swiftly instructed Dreamfire to lower its body. Dreamfire glanced up at the 3-headed young dragons in the sky, let out a displeased growl, and then settled down. Danyela then commanded her attendants to move 3 roasting racks to a clearing away from the others, allowing everyone to take refuge in the orchard. With the dense foliage of the fruit trees to conceal them, they quickly vanished from sight. The vision and sense of smell possessed by the dragons were remarkably acute, and the trio soon detected the fragrant roasted lamb in the clearing. After circling several times, they finally lowered their guard and approached slowly. However, they hesitated to land, and half an hour passed, during which the delectable goat began to emit a burnt odor. The stoutest among them, a coal-black young dragon, was the first to bravely descend. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, he discovered no anomalies and swiftly made his way to the roasting rack, devouring the meat ravenously. The green young dragon, seeing that the little black dragon was unharmed, boldly swooped down, lunging straight for another goat. Nevertheless, the food-guarding little black dragon let out several fierce roars at the green one to assert his dominance. Yet, the ravenous little green dragon paid no heed to his growls, swiftly grasping a plump goat and retreating to a distant spot to gorge himself. Although the others hiding in the orchard grew somewhat impatient, witnessing the dragon's feast before their eyes filled them with excitement. Among them, the most exhilarated was Viserys, for the 3 healthy dragons held significant importance for the Targaryen family. While none of them questioned Danyela's words from the morning, seeing the 3 little dragons feeding in person was an experience far more potent than mere hearsay. Chapter 21. The dragons favor. Unlike the audacious little black dragon and the brave little green dragon, the naturally cautious gray shadow remained reluctant to descend. Even as hunger gnawed at his strength, and his 2 brothers feasted to their contentment, the gray shadow continued to vigilantly survey his surroundings. It was no wonder that in the original course of fate, the gray shadow survived while both of his brothers perished. His vigilance was indeed commendable, yet it also destined him to live in a state of frustration. Danyela found it perplexing how the gray shadow, who could evade the gluttonous predators, was captured and consumed by the half-destroyed Sunfire. This was as baffling as the mob of King's Landing and Lys slaying dragons. Could it be that divine forces intervened? The Faceless Ones. However, it is also possible that Gray Shadow's excessive caution, coupled with the scarcity of food and his diminutive size, has left him cornered by the half-crippled dragon, Yang Yen. Is it that he cannot fight back and yet cannot escape? Now that Rhaenyra has arrived, Gray Shadow, your springtime has finally come. During Gray Shadow's period of hesitation, Little Black and Little Green have swiftly devoured the 3 plump sheep. Especially in the fierce competition for the 3rd roasted sheep, the 2 little dragons completely disregarded their fraternal bond. Little Black, having descended first, managed to finish his share before seizing hold of the 3rd sheep. However, just as he was indulging, Little Green snatched it away. After finishing his own roasted sheep, Little Green unexpectedly clamped down on the leg of the 3rd sheep, taking advantage of Little Black's moment of confusion to violently tug the entire sheep towards him, swiftly consuming a significant portion. The sudden loss of food ignited Little Black's fury, prompting him to unleash a series of fierce roars directed at Little Green. Yet, Little Green remained fixated on the succulent sheep before him, offering Little Black no response whatsoever. This infuriated Little Black, who leapt up and struck Little Green with a claw, leaving a deep gash across Little Green's chest. The searing dragon blood flowed forth, scorching the nearby grass. Stung by the pain, Little Green retaliated with a loud roar, but cunningly used his hind legs to grasp the remaining sheep and soared away. Little Black, witnessing this, promptly followed suit. They engaged in a fierce struggle midair over the remaining roasted sheep. Ultimately, Little Black, owing to his slightly larger size, managed to wrest away the remaining meat, triumphantly tossing the roasted sheep into the air, catching it deftly in his mouth and swallowing it whole. This impressive display occurred while several young dragons were airborne, prompting Danyela to hastily summon her servants to bring over 6 more marinated sheep to pile onto the roasting rack, quickly adding firewood beneath. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted sheep wafted through the air. Little Black and Little Green, having barely satisfied their hunger, promptly descended upon catching a whiff. To foster rapport with them, Danyela positioned herself not far from the roasting rack. Those present couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Danyela. Even Emma grasped Viserys' arm, voicing her concern that Danyela's actions might be too reckless. Viserys, while intently observing the young dragons, reassured Emma, saying, "Do not worry. Dragons will not harm one of pure Targaryen blood." Yet, the frequent movement of his throat betrayed that his composure was not as unshakable as it appeared. As Little Black and Little Green grew impatient waiting for the sheep to cook, they unleashed their dragon flames upon the meat. Remarkably, Little Black's flames were a ghastly green, reminiscent of a gluttonous creature with a slight spouting quality. Meanwhile, Little Green's flames were a delicate green interspersed with gold, closely mirroring the hue of his own scales, glistening with a golden luster amidst the green. Though the temperature of their dragon flames may not rival that of an adult dragon, it far exceeds that of ordinary fire, swiftly roasting 6 plump sheep to perfection. Little Black eagerly tugged one over and began to feast. Green, clutching one in its mouth, grasped another with its hind legs and flew to a spot far removed from Little Black to indulge in its meal. This diversion allowed Little Black, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Green, to finally focus solely on its food. The ever-cautious Gray Shadow, unable to withstand its hunger, cautiously alighted upon the roasting spit and seized a goat, flying off into the distance until it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Little Black devoured its sheep with remarkable speed, subsequently claiming the spit for itself, guarding the remaining 2 roasted sheep beneath its body to prevent theft by either Green or Gray Shadow. A quarter of an hour later, both Little Black and Little Green had finished their meal. Out of the 9 sheep, only 1 skeleton remained. The skulls of the earlier sheep had been crushed and consumed, highlighting the scarcity of their usual sustenance. It seems that Little Black and Little Green were aware that these sheep had been provided by Daenerys. After satisfying their hunger, they gradually moved toward Daenerys. Little Black took a deep sniff of her, then affectionately rubbed its head against her, displaying an unexpected fondness. Daenerys boldly placed her hand on its head, feeling its intense warmth. Her figure slowly began to materialize in Little Black's vertical pupils. Just as Daenerys prepared to stroke it again, Little Black spread its wings and departed. Following Little Black's departure, Little Green approached Daenerys, sniffed her, and after scrutinizing her closely, took to the skies as well. Watching their retreating figures, Daenerys remained momentarily entranced. Viserys and Rhaenyra shared a similar expression. As dragon riders, they understood that the 2 young dragons were nearing a bond of recognition with Daenerys. However, it was an established rule that each Targaryen could only be claimed by 1 dragon. Why did Daenerys seem so different from the Targaryens of old? Not only had she mastered Dreamfire, but her bond with her dragon, Myrcys, was remarkably close. They speculated that Myrcys would also recognize Daenerys as its rider when it matured. The intimacy displayed by these wild dragons toward Daenerys was indeed peculiar. It was not until Cameron approached and whispered in Daenerys' ear, "Your Highness, the roasted sheep for Dreamfire is ready," that she regained her composure. "Oh," Very well, you all carry the roasted sheep and follow me, she promptly instructed. The skinning knights lifted the 6 roasted sheep and quietly trailed behind Daenerys as they made their way toward the great stone where Dreamfire lay. Upon arrival, Daenerys approached Dreamfire, gently caressing its dragon lips, allowing it to fully relax. The skinning knights carefully placed the roasted goats upon the stone and retreated. For Daenerys had taught them the invaluable lesson of never turning their backs on a dragon. Dreamfire's meal was interrupted by several young dragons, leaving her somewhat displeased. However, upon gazing at the 6 roasted golden sheep, all her discontent vanished, and she joyfully devoured them, one by one, until her belly was full. Ever since Rhaenyra forged a pact with Dreamfire, she had yet to witness a colossal dragon consume meat and regurgitate bones. It is understandable, as the formidable jaws and powerful bite force of an adult dragon would hardly allow for the expulsion of mere sheep bones, barely large enough to fit between its teeth. It is said that dragons can swallow stones to replenish their iron reserves, so a single sheep bone would hardly concern them. Chapter 22. The name of the dragon at present, Dreamfire's appetite is insatiable. After consuming more than a dozen plump goats, she let out a satisfied roar, a clear sign of her contentment. It is worth noting that she had feasted on no less than 1,000 pounds of shark scraps that very morning. Nevertheless, the ability to eat heartily is beneficial, as it allows Dreamfire to maintain her rapid growth. In terms of age, she is even older than the bronze dragon Vormesor. If her size surpasses that of the glutton or Vormesor, Rhaenyra's standing in the realm will undoubtedly become more secure. With the recent unexpected turn of events involving Rhaenyra, it remains uncertain whether the blood dragon's wild dance will manifest again in some form. Yet, Rhaenyra understands that only by wielding sufficient power can she ensure a favorable position, regardless of how circumstances may evolve. Once Dreamfire was satiated, the family members who had gone to White Poplar Town for picnic supplies returned. That day, Rhaenyra's family not only enjoyed the early spring orchard scenery of White Poplar Town, but also relished a delightful barbecue picnic, further strengthening their familial bonds. After the meal, Rhaenyra skillfully guided Dreamfire, bringing the family back to Dragonstone Keep, showcasing her impressive dragon-riding abilities once more. In the days that followed, Rhaenyra frequently took her parents on excursions around Dragonstone Island, riding Dreamfire. Meanwhile, her sister Rhaenyra naturally rode her dragon, Syrax. Occasionally, their uncle Daemon Targaryen would accompany them, controlling his dragon, Vermithrax. The family's relationships flourished through their time spent together. The glutton, a cunning and ferocious old dragon, had not been seen since being driven away last time, clearly aware that everyone would be wary of him for some time. He even demonstrated patience, allowing his presence to gradually fade from their minds. One must acknowledge that the intelligence and character of dragons can often mirror those of ordinary beings. After the distribution of the dragon porcelain shares, King Jaehaerys and the nobles departed one by one. The Velaryons, wishing for Aemma to have a smooth delivery on Dragonstone, chose not to return to King's Landing but instead remained on the island. In the current timeline, perhaps Jaehaerys found solace in the birth of several dragons within House Targaryen, alleviating his grief over the loss of his child. Or perhaps the formidable dragonfire of House Targaryen breathed new life into him. Thus, the physically robust King Jaehaerys did not commence the selection of his successor as one might expect on a conventional timeline. However, the undercurrents among the nobility have never ceased. The Hightower family, with Otto Hightower now appointed as Hand of the King, is diligently striving to cultivate alliances with various noble houses to consolidate Otto's power. Furthermore, Otto Hightower's daughter, Alicent Hightower, has made a favorable impression on King Jaehaerys due to her gentle demeanor and melodious voice, becoming one of his trusted handmaidens. Yet, she has not attained the heights she could have reached in the original timeline. This is due to Daenerys seizing the opportunity to present a stunning beauty from Lys, named Aud, to King Jaehaerys. Aud possesses the quintessential features of a Gwalerian, with her platinum hair and deep blue eyes, and her petite and delicate stature, along with her amiable nature, has endeared her to His Majesty. Aud was meticulously chosen by Count Taz from a multitude of beautiful maidens he brought back from the Free City-States, and it is said that she is a descendant of a once noble Valantian family, rescued from the House of Pleasure to serve as the King's personal maid. Aud feels immense gratitude towards Daenerys, thus becoming an excellent informant for her in the Red Keep and the capital. Meanwhile, the Velaryon family has begun to disperse significant wealth to forge connections with the nobility of the Reach. Following the departure of Prince Baelon, and disregarding gender, Lady Rhaenys, the wife of Lord Corlys, and their son Laenor have emerged as the nominal heirs to the throne. Consequently, the astute Lord Corlys has initiated comprehensive plans, aware that Rhaenys, as a female heir, faces considerable challenges in her quest for the throne. He must exert every effort to win the friendship and recognition of the lords and ladies of the Seven Kingdoms to secure greater support in any future contest for the crown. In stark contrast, Rhaenys' most formidable rival, her father Viserys, appears oblivious to the political machinations at play, consumed as he is by hopes that his wife, Aemma, will bear him a son. In comparison, his uncle Daemon is far more proactive, even amidst the revelries of Dragonflower Garden. He does not neglect to cultivate relationships with the powerful of the realm, gathering a considerable number of younger sons of noble houses and wandering knights. For this purpose, he borrowed a substantial sum of 100,000 golden dragons from Daenerys. Yet, Daenerys is unwilling to expend her gold without purpose, merely to bolster his faction. Thus, through her network of spies, she has extracted a select 20 individuals of good character and temperament from those Daemon has attracted, forming her own dragon-guarding knightly retinue. Given that Daenerys must daily escort her flock from White Sheep Town to the hills and orchards to feed the dragons, her 12 skinning knights are clearly insufficient. Consequently, her swordsmanship instructor, Boron, has taken on the role of captain for these newly assembled guards. Under the unique training techniques and stringent demands of BOLO, the skills of these 20 knights have progressed by leaps and bounds within a month. Moreover, their daily close encounters with dragons have instilled a profound sense of pride within them. When one possesses a sense of honor, their spirit and demeanor become distinctly elevated. Currently, the 12 skinning knights and these 20 dragon guards exude a presence that rivals that of the 7 white-cloaked royal guards surrounding His Majesty. Over the past days, as Daenerys has personally tended to the 3 young dragons, their bond has flourished remarkably. Except for not attempting dragon riding, Daenerys has grown quite comfortable petting them, and they exhibit a great deal of affection towards her. Occasionally, Daenerys' family accompanies her to feed the dragons, leading to an increasing familiarity between the 3 young dragons and her relatives. While they do not overtly express closeness, they are at least completely at ease in the presence of Daenerys' family. Consequently, her family has bestowed new names upon the 3 young dragons. The Black Dragon, named by Sister Rhaenys, is called Little Balerion, in honor of the founding dragon Balerion, the Black Dread. Their father, Viserys, has named the Green Dragon Vhagar. Thus, the names of this new generation of founding dragons have found their successors. As for the Silver Dragon, the mother has whimsically named her Grey Shadow, showcasing the undeniable strength of historical inertia. However, with Daenerys and her Dreamfire as guardians, these dragons are certain to avoid the tragic path laid out in the original timeline. With ample food supplies, the 3 young dragons have grown remarkably in just over a month, nearly matching the size of Sister Rhaenys Syrax. Chapter 23. The Glutton returns to action due to the frequent visits from Dreamfire and the 3 young dragons. The area within half a kilometer of Daenerys' daily feeding ground has become utterly barren. The massive rock where Dreamfire once perched has been scorched black by their dragon flames. To prevent further devastation to the fruit trees, Daenerys ordered the construction of a towering black stone wall, reaching several meters high. Over the course of a month, the ferocious dragon Glutton has remained silent, having thoroughly ravaged the fishing village and White Sheep Town. Uncle Daemon can no longer withstand the monotony, frequently sneaking off to ride the dragon to Spice Town on Tides Head Island or crossing the narrow sea to Pintos and Lys in search of revelry and excitement. It seems that the golden dragon loaned to him by Daenerys has granted him the means to indulge in such pleasures. He appears completely oblivious to the fact that all unearned gains carry a far steeper price. On this particularly sultry day, the dim, stifling room in Dragonstone Castle has left both Mother Aemma and Father Viserys feeling exceedingly vexed. Meanwhile, the sunlight in the gardens of Aegon is glaring, and the sea breeze is particularly strong. Thus, Daenerys rode atop Drogon, accompanied by her now capable of flight pink dragon, Meleys, her family, and her devoted handmaidens, joyfully arriving at the cool shade of the forests on Dragonstone. Drogon, with his immense size and broad back, could easily accommodate dozens of passengers. Recently, Daenerys had frequently taken her handmaidens and loyal guards on exhilarating flights, filling them with excitement, for they were among the few nobles, aside from members of House Targaryen, to ascend a dragon's back. Historically, only the former Duke of the Vale, as a child, had been taken upon the back of Vhagar by Princess Rhaenyra. The orchard's dense foliage and gentle breeze provided a far more comfortable respite than the stone fortress. Drogon and Syrax perched amicably side by side on a massive obsidian rock. Under Daenerys' nurturing guidance, Drogon's temperament and intelligence had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming increasingly tolerant towards other non-hostile dragons and humans. Over time, a bond had formed between him and the naturally gentle Syrax. resulting in a cordial relationship between the two dragons. Occasionally, Drogon would take Syrax and the three young dragons on hunts across the narrow sea, with Drogon's protective presence. The trio of young dragons, previously frightened by the monstrous scavenger, gradually reclaimed their innate bravery. Their silhouettes could often be seen soaring freely above Dragonstone. As Daenerys ventured out, she had brought an array of delectable treats and fine wines. The handmaidens had packed essentials for their picnic, including simple toiletries. Upon reaching the orchard, they promptly discovered a picturesque spot to indulge in delightful afternoon tea while marveling at the orchard's stunning scenery. Meanwhile, the now 2-meter-long pink dragon, Maleys, eagerly awaited Daenerys' feeding. Despite her slender and delicate appearance, Maleys possessed an insatiable appetite, consuming over 100 kilograms of roasted meat daily, her size growing remarkably each day. In the records of House Targaryen, no dragonling had ever grown as swiftly as Maleys. Daenerys speculated that this rapid growth might be significantly linked to her own influence, as her dragon dreams differed greatly from the family's historical accounts. Traditionally, it was noted that only dragon lords would occasionally experience such dreams near the hatching of a dragon. Initially, Daenerys believed she might possess the rare trait of a dreamwalker within House Targaryen. However, she increasingly felt that her dragon dreams were far more complex than mere dreamwalking. Each night, she entered that extraordinary realm of dragon dreams, where, beyond Drogon and Maleys, Vhagar occasionally intruded as well. Recently, the three young dragons inexplicably began to appear within her dragon dreams. In this dreamscape, their forms were significantly more grandiose and fearsome than in reality. Danyela speculated that this might indeed be their peak state. Perhaps her dragon dream could facilitate their growth and evolution. Contemplating the faint pinkish-purple flame mark on her forehead, this notion did not seem implausible. Perhaps this mark was an unactivated transcendent ability yet to be unveiled. After half an hour had elapsed, her dragon guardians arrived, driving several plump sheep into the orchard. Since Danyela had already prepared specialized roasting racks, the skinning knights promptly commenced their work upon arrival, butchering the sheep and marinating the meat. They skillfully erected the barbecue. Danyela discovered that lamb grilled over branches trimmed from the fruit trees yielded an even more delectable flavor. Thus, she had stockpiled an ample supply of fruit tree branches nearby, enough to last a year or two at the current rate of consumption. It remained uncertain whether it was the acute senses of the three young dragons or the intensity of Danyela's thoughts, but as she pondered how to summon the trio, their joyful roars echoed from the distance. Having nearly always kept the pink hatchling, Maleys, by her side, she had grown quite familiar with the three young dragons and their playful demeanor. Although they could be merciless in their competition for food, often resorting to brawls, they showed exceptional affection for Maleys, never contesting his share and even willingly offering him their food. Hearing the calls of the three young dragons, Maleys quickly swallowed the morsel in his mouth and joyfully flapped his wings to greet them. Their intimate bond redefined the perceptions of the Targaryen family's dragons among the onlookers. Just as everyone was delighting in the young dragon's affectionate interactions, a low, inappropriate roar resonated ominously from the direction of Dragonstone. Turning to investigate, they were taken aback by the sight of the colossal, pitch-black dragon that obscured the sky. "Sister, steer your Syrax away from here. Do not be reckless," Danyela instructed Rhaenyra sternly, before hastening towards Dreamfire, who had risen in anger to roar. The three young dragons, along with Maleys, wisely retreated into the cave behind the volcano where they currently resided. The cave was narrow enough for the hatchlings to navigate easily, but an immense dragon like the glutton would certainly not fit. However, the distance they needed to cover was perilous. The glutton could easily block their path before they reached the cave. Thus, Danyela swiftly mounted Dreamfire and ascended into the sky to confront the glutton, striving to buy enough time for the hatchlings to escape. With Dreamfire's current strength, even if they could not overpower the glutton, they were certainly capable of putting up a formidable resistance. In facing the glutton, Dreamfire finally regained her regal presence as the Queen of Dragons. The resonant and furious roar of the dragon reverberated across the entirety of the island. Chapter 24, The Bloodied Dragon. The dragon's bellow instantly roused all inhabitants of the old and new Dragonstone Island. The bustling crowd, previously engaged in their daily activities, hurriedly sought shelter from the impending threat. The dragon has arrived. The dragon has come. The once vibrant streets of the fishing village and White Sheep Town grew desolate within mere minutes. This has become a long-honed skill for the residents of Dragonstone Island, as large gatherings tend to attract the dragon's attention. Especially for the wild dragon, humans are indeed prey. It is not uncommon for livestock to be seized and devoured by dragons on Dragonstone Island. There have been numerous instances of herders mistakenly falling victim to these beasts. Over time, the people have developed a relatively effective method of self-preservation, to seek cover at the first sign of a dragon and to maintain a distance from it. If escape seems impossible, one must gaze directly at the dragon, for turning one's back could be perceived as a provocation and may incite the dragon's wrath. The dragon guards swiftly led Viserys and Aemma to a nearby natural cave for refuge. Viserys, will Daenerys be safe? That is the devourer, the most ferocious of dragons. Aemma, clutching Viserys' hand, expressed her concern, seeking solace from her husband to calm her anxious heart. Viserys gently squeezed Aemma's hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry, Aemma. Dreamfire is a formidable dragon in its own right. Besides, did it not already face the devourer in battle without issue? It shall be fine this time as well. Moreover, Dreamfire's speed surpasses that of the devourer. Even if it were to flee, there would be no trouble. Rhaenyra, displaying great acumen, deftly directed Syrax to soar swiftly towards Storm's End, for Rhaenys' dragon, the Red Queen Meraxes, is one of the most powerful adult dragons still surviving in the Targaryen lineage. It is among the few dragons capable of contending with the devourer. If she and Dreamfire were to join forces, they should be able to drive the devourer away. Once Daenerys ascended on Dreamfire, she did not hasten to confront the devourer. Instead, she positioned herself in front of the ancient dragon, allowing Dreamfire to loom above, instilling a sense of intimidation to halt its advance. This maneuver aimed to provide the young dragons ample time to retreat to their lairs and to afford the inhabitants of both islands sufficient time to evacuate, thereby avoiding the impending chaos of dragon warfare. However, in the face of Dreamfire's formidable and resounding roar, the devourer seemed wholly unperturbed, charging fiercely toward Dreamfire with a sudden burst of speed. Though this ancient dragon may not possess the size commensurate with its age, its scales, more ancient and resilient than those of Vhagar, bestowed upon it exceptional defensive capabilities. The imposing and massive form of the Greedy One enables it to possess a remarkable agility that surpasses that of Vhagarl, coupled with its cunning and ferocious disposition. The Greedy One has earned the grim title of the most terrifying dragon on Dragonstone. As the Greedy One charged forward, Daenerys astutely guided Drogon to flee swiftly into the distance, opting not to confront the ancient dragon head-on. Instead, she aimed to buy time, awaiting the arrival of other allied dragons to launch a coordinated counterattack against the Greedy One. However, Daenerys was cautious not to allow Drogon to stray too far, lest the Greedy One turn back to strike at the young dragons or the crowd below. At present, Drogon's speed exceeded that of the Greedy One, as he was well-fed and possessed greater stamina. Thus, Drogon had ample energy and ability to maneuver in circles around the beast. Alas, the weather proved unfavorable. Dragonstone, known for its storms, was soon engulfed by thick clouds after a brief, sultry morning. As Drogon continued to circle the Greedy One, the heavy cloud cover rapidly descended, posing a significant risk to both Daenerys and Drogon. These dense clouds provided an ideal environment for dragons to hide and ambush. Consequently, Daenerys hastened to steer Drogon towards the Dragon Mountain, where the terrain was intricate and home to Vhagar and Silverwing. She hoped that the Greedy One's audacity would attract the attention of these two dragons, prompting them to intervene and drive away the wretched old dragon. Moreover, the winds near Dragon Mountain were stronger, preventing the formation of dense clouds, allowing Daenerys and Drogon to maintain a clear view of the Greedy One. Regrettably, after several laps around the mountain, Daenerys and Drogon had yet to receive any reinforcements in the form of dragons. Cursed demon! How could he be gallivanting at such a time, aware that he had not seen any sign of his brother Aemond and the dragon Vhagar? Viserys' concern morphed into a simmering anger towards Daemon. Concurrently, the desire to once again command a dragon solidified within Viserys. He could not bear the thought of remaining helpless in a cave while his loved ones faced peril without the ability to act. Unexpectedly, as Daenerys maneuvered Drogon in a low sweep across Dragon Mountain, a tawny dragon suddenly burst forth, unleashing a torrent of searing orange flames directly at the Greedy One. The unprepared beast staggered from the unexpected assault. Enraged, the Greedy One roared, its voice resonating so powerfully that it dispersed the clouds above. Immediately, it altered its course, charging towards the tawny dragon, which was unable to evade in time and found its wing caught in the jaws of the Greedy One. Witnessing this, Daenerys urged Drogon into a swift dive, readying the Dragonfire. The cerulean dragon flames swiftly engulfed the head of the glutton. Dreamfire, undeterred, dove directly onto the glutton's back, its sharp claws fiercely rending the flesh. In agony, the glutton was forced to release its grip, then violently twisted in an attempt to dislodge Dreamfire from its back. At that moment, Dreamfire's claws had already inflicted grievous wounds upon the glutton's hide. As the glutton turned, Dreamfire's talons clung tenaciously to its flesh, leveraging the momentum of the turn to carve 2 deep gashes down to the bone. Ultimately, as it was flung away from the glutton's back, Dreamfire viciously grasped one of its wings, leaving a long, jagged tear spanning several meters. Despite the blood streaming from its back and the damage to its wing, the glutton managed to pivot and engage Dreamfire in a fierce struggle. They clawed at each other's scales and unleashed torrents of dragon fire upon one another. However, Dreamfire, being in a more advantageous position, found it easier to strike and evade, thus gaining a slight upper hand in this brutal melee. Chapter 25. The contract. The massive dragon that charged forth to attack the glutton was none other than a wild, adult dragon known as the sheep thief. Measuring over 40 meters in length, it was not only grotesque in appearance, but also quite emaciated. Nevertheless, a dragon is still a dragon, and perhaps it was roused by the glutton's audacity, or perhaps it had often been bullied by the glutton in the past. Thus, with Dreamfire as the primary force to distract the ferocious elder dragon, it seized the perfect opportunity to strike at the glutton. However, its combat prowess left much to be desired. Even a surprise attack barely inflicted any substantial harm on the glutton. Yet, it indeed created an excellent opportunity for Dreamfire to launch her assault, allowing her to gain a slight advantage in this grand dragon battle. Earlier, although the glutton had seized the sheep thief by the eye, it had not caused significant damage nor hindered the sheep thief's mobility. Consequently, the sheep thief swiftly joined the fray against the glutton. Seizing the moment, it launched itself into the air and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire upon the glutton's already battered back. In pain, the glutton turned its head furiously towards the sheep thief and retaliated with a blast of vile green molten dragon fire. However, the sheep thief deftly evaded the attack. Dreamfire seized this opportunity to swing her massive tail, creating a howling wind as it struck fiercely at the glutton. Unable to evade, the glutton was knocked askew. Observing this, the sheep thief opened its toothy maw and viciously bit into the exposed flank of the glutton, swiftly tearing away a chunk of its flesh before nimbly retreating. Dreamfire then unleashed a torrent of scorching cerulean flames, the fire crashing like a surging wave upon the glutton. The glutton, reacting with alacrity, retaliated with its own repugnant green flames in a show of defiance. 2 flames intertwined, and the surrounding air seemed poised to ignite. The sheep thief circled behind the glutton, his claws striking fiercely to seize a substantial piece of flesh, which he swiftly devoured. The glutton writhed in agony, its body twisting in desperation. Enraged, its eyes glowed a furious red. It abandoned its confrontation with Dreamfire and lunged at the sheep thief. Danyela, seizing the opportunity, urged Dreamfire to accelerate swiftly towards the glutton, delivering a powerful kick to its lower back. This maneuver not only threatened to topple the massive dragon, but also risked severely injuring its hind legs, compromising its mobility. Caught between the 2 attackers, the glutton momentarily faltered, but its vast experience allowed it to quickly regain composure, despite its wounds and the debilitating impact on its hind claws. The cunning and cruel glutton realized that victory was elusive today. Its prolonged fasting had left it weakened, while the robust Dreamfire still exhibited considerable stamina. If this continued, it risked being defeated by the 2 dragons it had once disregarded. In a desperate bid, it flapped its wings vigorously, fleeing towards the narrow sea. Danyela called out to the frail sheep thief, "Thank you, sheep thief. I shall prepare a feast of delectable goats for you in the future." Though she was uncertain if the sheep thief understood her, she acknowledged that its assistance had been invaluable. Moving forward, she resolved to nurture their bond. For despite its lack of prowess, it was still an adult dragon, and cultivating a friendship could prove beneficial. As she trailed the fleeing glutton, Danyela harbored no desire to pursue it relentlessly. Instead, she followed closely behind, ensuring that it truly intended to abandon the battle. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the glutton reached a cliff by the sea, the dragon Vagharl suddenly emerged, sinking its teeth into the glutton and violently slamming it onto the beach. The glutton, already fatigued, succumbed to the overwhelming blow and lost consciousness. Shocked, Danyela shouted to halt Vagharl's impending strike. "No, Vagharl, do not kill him." Perhaps influenced by the many delectable roasted goats Danyela had provided, Vagharl surprisingly ceased its attack, regarding Danyela with confusion. After confirming her intent, it refrained from inflicting further harm upon the glutton and settled lazily on the nearby beach, though its fierce gaze remained fixed on the unconscious creature. Danyela, guiding Dreamfire to land beside the glutton, finally felt a sense of relief upon confirming its state of unconsciousness was due to the severe injury. Now, The task of addressing the aftermath awaited her. To express her gratitude towards Vaggerl and the sheep thief for their contributions in the recent battle, Daenerys had her servants meticulously roast 100 plump goats and deliver them to their location. Since the sheep thief had long taken refuge in Dragonstone, Daenerys instructed the dragon guard to personally present the roasted goats near his lair. Surely, the sheep thief, enticed by the delectable aroma, would not miss such a sumptuous feast. As for the roasted goats intended for Vaggerl, Daenerys entrusted her father, Viserys, to lead the dragon guard in delivering them. Following the great battle of dragons, Daenerys contemplated that if her father, Viserys, could not steadfastly tame the dragons to protect their family, she would truly have to abandon her feeble father. In the ensuing struggle for the throne, she would prefer to support her uncle Daemon's ascension, even becoming his queen, rather than allow her weak father to seize the throne and once again provoke chaos among the dragons. Due to the enormous size of the gluttonous dragon, it was impossible to move it. Thus, the dragon guard produced specially crafted, robust chains designed to secure a dragon. Utilizing nearby large boulders, they firmly chained the gluttonous beast to the beach. This fierce and ancient dragon had finally been compelled to transition from a wild creature to a domesticated one. However, Viserys did not disappoint Daenerys this time. Seizing the opportunity while delivering roasted goats to Vaggerl, he boldly approached him in an attempt to tame the last founding dragon of House Targaryen. Despite his usual demeanor of gentility and apparent ease, Viserys, as the dragon rider capable of taming the black dragon Vagger, exhibited a captivating aura when confronting the dragon. Unlike the reckless pride and hormonal charm of his brother Daemon, Viserys embodied a calm, resolute, and unwavering masculine presence. It seemed that within her father lay a side often overlooked by others. Daenerys stood a short distance from Vaggerl and her father, anxiously observing their interaction. Vaggerl, having feasted on numerous plump goats, was in high spirits. Glancing at the robust and determined man before him, Vaggerl turned to look at Daenerys, then caught the scent emanating from Viserys. Soon, the dragon Vaggerl made his decision, gradually lowering himself. Chapter 26. A lesson for Daemon. At this time, Viserys was not yet 30 years old. Although slightly portly, he was tall and in the prime of his life. Coupled with the Targaryen family's striking features, he could indeed be considered a handsome gentleman. His gallant endeavor to tame the founding dragon Vaggerl captivated the maidens present, causing their eyes to twinkle with admiration. Hand in hand with Danyela, Emma radiated happiness. Not only was her beloved daughter safe, but her husband had also successfully tamed the formidable dragon Vagger, the largest of the Targaryen lineage. Her husband, Viserys, was the sole individual who had not only tamed the fearsome black dread, Vagger, but had also conquered the founding dragon of the Targaryens. His name would surely be etched in the annals of Targaryen history with great distinction. Today had been a tumultuous day for Emma, filled with both trepidation and relief. Although she knew her daughter Danyela was brave and that the dragon Dreamfire was powerful, the notorious reputation of the devourer, Vagger, was not to be taken lightly. She had often heard the royal family recount tales of how Vagger had consumed young dragons and island inhabitants. Now, not only was her daughter Danyela unharmed, but she had also successfully restrained the ferocious dragon, ensuring it would no longer wreak havoc. Her husband had finally resolved to tame a dragon once more, and he had done so with Vagger in a single endeavor. At least from now on, Viserys possessed the capability to protect his family, alleviating the concern of leaving his daughter to face external threats alone. Meanwhile, perched upon Vagger's saddle high in the skies, Viserys found it difficult to articulate his emotions. He had never anticipated that he would tame a dragon of his own, and one as formidable as Vagger, second only to Vagger. Henceforth, he would no longer have to endure the sight of his children battling on their own atop dragons. Riding Vagger not only filled Viserys with immense satisfaction, but he also felt a transformation within himself, as if a surge of ambition was yearning to break free. At that moment, the storm finally descended. Fortunately, Danyela and her companions had prepared well in advance, erecting tall tents at the barbecue site and the beach for everyone's convenience. The experience of barbecuing amidst the pouring rain had its own unique charm. As Viserys soared across the stormy seas on his dragon, Rhaenyra, seeking assistance from the tide's head, appeared alongside Princess Rhaenyra, mounted on the Red Queen, Meraxes, above Dragonstone. Upon witnessing Viserys commanding Vagger, they were momentarily taken aback. "Father," Viserys, seeing Princess Rhaenyra's approach. Viserys promptly guided Vagger to land on the beach, eagerly awaiting his cousin's arrival under the rain. To satiate Vagger's immense appetite, the dragon guard had been tirelessly roasting lambs. Now, they could present the succulent roasted goats as a gesture of gratitude for Rhaenyra's and her dragoness arrival. "Congratulations, cousin!" exclaimed Princess Rhaenys as she rushed to assist Rhaenyra. The distance between Tidehead Fortress and Dragonstone is not considerable, and Princess Rhaenys' dragon, Meraxes, is renowned as the swiftest among the dragons of Westeros. To their astonishment, they arrived without delay, only to discover that the dragon battle had already concluded. Upon their arrival, they beheld Viserys soaring through the skies above the narrow sea on Vhagar. Curiously, Rhaenys inquired, "Did you, dear cousin, ride Vhagar to vanquish the cannibal?" It is no wonder that Princess Rhaenys posed such a question, for aside from Vhagar, it seems no other dragon could have inflicted such grievous injuries upon the ferocious cannibal. Rendering it unconscious, Viserys proudly clarified, it was Daenerys who rode Dreamfire and received the assistance of the sheep stealer to initially defeat the cannibal. In its desperate flight, the cannibal was subsequently ambushed and severely wounded by Vhagar. This battle undoubtedly showcased the prowess of Daenerys and her steed, Dreamfire. "I see," Rhaenys remarked with satisfaction, casting a glance towards Daenerys. "Well done, my dear. You truly embody the spirit of House Targaryen. Cousin, do consider marrying Daenerys to Tidehead Fortress. I shall cherish her as if she were my own daughter. You know, there are few who catch my eye, yet I hold great affection for your two daughters. The Targaryens and Valerians have a long-standing tradition of unions. If these two could unite, it would be splendid." Viserys refrained from providing a definitive answer, suggesting instead that they were still quite young and should spend time together, postponing the matter of marriage until they were of age. "That is all I need to hear." Princess Rhaenys, known for her straightforward disposition, declared, "I must ensure that one of the two princesses is wed to Tidehead Fortress." While Viserys and Princess Rhaenys deliberated over the marriage, Daenerys had already arranged for the roasted lamb to be served before the Red Queen Meraxes and Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax. Exhausted and breathless, Rhaenyra embraced Daenerys joyfully, exclaiming, "Daenerys, I am so relieved you are safe. Do you know how frightfully worried I was?" To urge Syrax to fly faster. "My hands have been worn raw." At that moment, Rhaenyra felt a mix of overwhelming joy and tears, though drenched by the storm. It was difficult to discern whether her tears were from sorrow or rain. Furthermore, on their return journey, Syrax was able to keep pace with Meraxes, the fastest dragon in all of Westeros. It seems Syrax possesses great potential. Rhaenyra's sudden affection left Daenerys feeling somewhat uneasy, for it appeared that the bonds of kinship are most easily ignited in times of peril. In witnessing such a Rhaenyra, Daenerys found herself unexpectedly fond of her, even disregarding her own soiled, drenched garments, which typically would have bothered her due to her fastidious nature. In gratitude for Princess Rhaenys' arrival, the Valerian family not only graciously entertained her with a lavish feast featuring dozens of plump sheep for her dragon, Meleys, but also cordially invited Princess Rhaenys to a grand banquet at Dragonstone. The kitchen of Dragonstone now stands among the finest in all of Westeros, ensuring that Princess Rhaenys enjoyed her meal immensely, fulfilling the spirit of hospitality. Just as everyone was reveling in the festivities, Prince Daemon, having successfully harnessed his dragon Caraxes, returned home. What a delightful day it seemed. Unbeknownst to him, as he braved the rain, he was met with a hearty goblet of fire wine from Viserys, followed by a scathing reprimand. When they returned from the adjacent chamber to the banquet hall, Prince Daemon bore the marks of a recent scuffle, with bruises adorning his face. Chapter 27. Valyrian Steel. Today was a day when brother struck brother. Not only did Prince Daemon emerge with a battered visage, but he also had no time to change his drenched hair and garments, filled with remorse as he re-entered the banquet hall. The gathered guests, however, feigned ignorance, maintaining their graceful demeanor and amiable expressions, engaging in lively conversation, though the malicious glee in their eyes was unmistakable. "Congratulations, Daenerys. How remarkable that you managed to gain the upper hand in your battle against the glutton." Dauntless and carefree, Daemon paid little heed to the gazes of others. He boldly pulled a chair beside the esteemed Viserys, and, with a sense of pride, unveiled two exquisite necklaces crafted from Valyrian steel. Addressing Rhaenyra and Daenerys, he proclaimed, "These are small tokens I brought back for my dear nieces from Pentos. As members of the Targaryen family, our princesses ought to adorn themselves with such magnificent Valyrian steel jewelry. I intended to present them on your birthdays, but given today's momentous events, let this serve as an early gift to ease your worries." Valyrian steel is a wondrous alloy forged by the ancient Valyrians. Its raw materials are not rare or mystical substances, but rather ordinary iron. Its enchantment lies in the unique crafting process, whereby magic and incantations are woven into the creation, with dragon fire assisting in the forging, rendering the steel remarkably lighter and more resilient than typical iron. However, The art of crafting Valyrian steel has been lost following the doom of Valyria, leaving the world bereft of the knowledge needed to forge new steel. Weapons fashioned from Valyrian steel possess a lightness and sharpness surpassing even the finest steel weapons forged in castles. The surface of Valyrian steel displays a rippling pattern reminiscent of Damascus steel, as the secrets of its smelting have faded into obscurity. The remaining Valyrian steel has become exceedingly precious and rare. Thousands of Valyrian steel swords have survived to this day, with approximately 300 of them residing in Westeros. Most of these exquisite blades are preserved within the ancient noble families, each possessing its own distinct name and tale. Additionally, an abundance of tableware crafted from Valyrian steel and ornamental trinkets cherished by the affluent exists. The Targaryen family, as the sole surviving dragon lords from the ancient free cities of Valyria, possesses only 2 Valyrian steel swords, Blackfire and Darksister, along with a Valyrian steel dagger and a ruby crown forged from the same legendary metal. Thus, it is indeed a rare and precious gift for Daemon to present 2 Valyrian steel necklaces to Rhaenyra and Danyela, which brings a faint smile of satisfaction to the face of Viserys, who had earlier delivered a sound thrashing to Daemon. He concocted an explanation in his mind, pondering whether Daemon's recent frequent travels between Dragonstone and the free cities were solely to create these 2 Valyrian necklaces. Yet, even such an act could scarcely atone for his transgressions, were it not for the favor of the gods today and the assistance of 2 great dragons. Who knows what calamity might have ensued? Should you continue to act so recklessly, I shall personally see to it that your restless limbs are broken. Although Viserys still uttered these threats, those familiar with him understood that his fury had entirely dissipated. Valyrian steel necklaces, while precious, remained a rarity to the masses. The attendees of the evening feast, though few in number, were predominantly of noble lineage, nearly all possessing Valyrian steel weapons. Sir Samwell Tydos, the tax collector from Whitehaven, represented the Settiga family of Crab Island, which not only boasted numerous Valyrian steel ornaments, but also a battle axe forged from the same illustrious material. Even Daenerys' 2 personal guards, belonging to the Cameron family of Tarth and the Darkland family, were known to possess Valyrian weapons, albeit of lesser renown. All 4 of Daenerys' handmaidens hailed from families that owned various Valyrian steel items, as the wealthiest of the Valyrian families in Westeros. Their treasury brimmed with a plethora of Valyrian steel artifacts, a scant few of which were brought when they fled the ancient Valyrian city, while the majority were amassed by Lord Corlys Velaryon during his 9 great voyages. Princess Rhaenys, as the mistress of House Velaryon, frequently traversed the family treasury, merely glancing up before continuing to savor the delectable feast before her. Only her sister, Rhaenyra, displayed unbridled excitement, rising from her seat to approach her Uncle Daemon, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Daemon. Please, would you be so kind as to put it on for me?" As Daemon adorned his sister Rhaenyra with the Valyrian necklace, Daenerys subtly gestured to her handmaiden, Annie. Understanding the cue, Annie rose gracefully, took a tray from another maid, laid her silk handkerchief upon it, and elegantly approached Daemon. The smile that had graced Daemon's face while he adorned Rhaenyra with the Valyrian necklace vanished in an instant. He casually tossed the remaining necklace onto the tray held by Annie. When Annie returned to Daenerys, the tray bearing the Valyrian necklace in her hands, Daenerys finally set down her knife and fork and smiled at her uncle, Daemon. "Thank you, Uncle Daemon. This necklace is exquisite, and I adore it. Therefore, I shall reluctantly grant you an opportunity to atone for your shortcomings." Daenerys' words caused everyone present to pause in their actions, curious about her intentions. Daenerys continued at a leisurely pace. "The reason our great-grandfather entrusted you with the guardianship of Dragonstone was to utilize your dragon, Caraxes, in conjunction with Dreamfire to drive away the greedy ones and protect the 3 young dragons. Yet, when the crisis arose today, you just happened to be absent. Fortunately, by the grace of the gods, the situation with the greedy ones has been satisfactorily resolved. However, it is regrettable that my uncle missed out and did not partake in the events. Thus, in a sense, you have been remiss in your duties, dear uncle. Therefore, regarding the 1,000,000 golden dragons I pledged to support you with, you must now hasten to repay them, for Dragonstone no longer requires the protection of Caraxes." Upon hearing this, Daemon's expression darkened further, while the onlookers reveled in their amusement at his discomfort. "However, we could consider an alternative," Daenerys swiftly proposed. "To compensate for your absence in this grand battle of dragons, I have a suggestion, or rather, I merely seek a promise from you, uncle. Not only can we forego the 1,000,000 golden dragons, but I shall also cover all your future expenses on Dragonstone." Daemon's countenance softened slightly, yet he replied coldly, "Speak." Daenerys met his gaze with unwavering resolve and declared, "All I require is your assurance that in the days to come, you will unconditionally command the dragon to assist me 5 times." The gathered crowd initially assumed Daenerys would impose further demands, only to be surprised by this singular request. They instinctively believed she sought demons' help in wielding Caraxes against other dragons. Yet, with the most ferocious wild dragon, the greedy one, now subdued, and with Vhagar under Viserys and Dreamfire under Daenerys, what need was there for Caraxes' intervention? Chapter 28. The Gem-Vein Demon, who already felt somewhat culpable that day, did not ponder long and readily acquiesced. No problem. Is it not merely a matter of dragon combat? This was indeed his favorite pastime. Moreover, even without this agreement, would he refrain from helping his own niece when the time came? I must admit, young man, you possess quite the audacity. Yet, inexplicably, after Demon readily acquiesced, he felt an unsettling sense of misgiving, as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Nevertheless, he could not discern the reason behind it. After all, Daenerys was merely a child. Perhaps she was just speaking whimsically. Do you think that is plausible? Thus, Demon chose to dismiss such thoughts and instead devoted himself to relishing the exquisite wine and sumptuous feast before him. The culinary delights and fine wines of Dragonstone were indeed rare treasures in the 7 kingdoms, and for someone like Demon, who was enamored with beauty and luxury, it was a feast to be savored. However, to everyone's astonishment, Daenerys' other devoted handmaiden, Rhaenyra, had already prepared the parchment contract and brought it forth. Both Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra simultaneously cast their gazes toward Daenerys, inwardly pondering if she had been preparing for this all along. Rhaenyra, with a serious demeanor, presented the inked parchment to Demon, urging him to sign without delay. Rhaenyra, like Demon's wife, hailed from the esteemed Royce family, being a cousin of Demon's spouse. Due to Demon's lack of respect and poor treatment towards his wife, Rhaenyra harbored no favorable sentiments toward him. Thus, her already icy visage grew even more stern in Demon's presence. "Prince Demon, this is the contract you promised. Upon verification, please affix your signature," she declared. Yet, Demon merely cast a cursory glance before inscribing his name, teasing Rhaenyra in the process. "If your cousin were as beautiful as you, I would surely remain in Dragonstone forever." Rhaenyra initially scoffed, then, with a straight face, retorted, "Then, your highness, perhaps you should ride a sheep. I believe that would better suit your taste." With that, she collected the signed contract and departed without a backward glance. However, Rhaenyra's words elicited hearty laughter from Viserys, Princess Rhaenys, and the others. Truly, a formidable leader boasts no weak subordinates. Princess Rhaenys further remarked with admiration, "I quite like the spirit of this girl." Ha! Demon, appearing unfazed, continued to indulge in the exquisite wine and feast before him. Meanwhile, Viserys spoke with a meaningful tone, "Demon, perhaps you should show a bit more respect toward your wife. Otherwise, the entire Royce family may come to detest you." Demon downed his goblet of dragonfire wine, and, with a rebellious and brazen demeanor, declared, "And what of it? I have dragons. I, Demon Targaryen, shall drink the finest wines and pursue the fairest women. As for that woman from the Royce family, she is no more than a mountain goat without the veil." In the cave of the 3-headed young dragons, though not as exaggerated as one might imagine, the news of Daenerys' triumph over the glutton spread across the 7 kingdoms within mere days, carried by the learned raven. The name of Princess Daenerys once again resounded throughout the realm, prompting many noble families with eligible male heirs to send letters expressing their desire to send gifts in homage to her remarkable feat. Not even the unexpected tempest that raged for 3 consecutive days could dampen their enthusiasm or deter their steps. On the 4th day, as the skies cleared, Daenerys hurriedly rode Dreamfire to the new volcanic mountains in search of her beloved Myricus and the frightened young dragons. The incessant downpour of the past days had kept the hatchlings hidden within the caverns of the volcano. This morning, with the weather finally brightening, Daenerys instructed her dragon guards to select several plump sheep from Goat Town and transport them to the orchard upon the hillside, which had now become her designated feeding ground for the dragons. Upon Daenerys' arrival at the volcanic cave, her guards had already set the marinated sheep upon the grill. Uncertain of the exact location where the young dragons resided, she directed Dreamfire to emit a deep, resonant roar upon reaching the vicinity, hoping to capture the attention of the hatchlings in response. Just as dragons, much like humans, possess distinct vocalizations, they could easily discern one another's calls. Fortunately, the young dragons soon responded, with Myricus being the first to emerge from a narrow crevice in the volcano, clutching a purple gemstone the size of an apple. Playfully, she soared onto Dreamfire's back and presented the gem to Daenerys. Gazing at the magnificent purple stone before her, Daenerys felt her heart constrict. She realized that the core of this gemstone was a walnut-sized, exceptionally high-quality purple diamond. In her previous world, purple diamonds were revered as the pandas of the diamond realm, a testament to their rarity and value. The formation of a purple diamond occurs through plastic deformation of the diamond crystal during its genesis, resulting in a distortion of the lattice structure that gives rise to its unique hue. The rarity of purple diamonds is primarily reflected in the scarcity of their pure purple coloration, with production exceedingly limited across any world. Moreover, most purple diamonds are diminutive. Even a pigeon egg-sized specimen is considered a treasure. The purple diamond in Daenerys' hand, however, boasted a core of unparalleled purity and size, measuring at least 120 carats. Strangely, as she held the purple diamond, she experienced an inexplicable sense of joy and tranquility. Could it be that the gem harbored some form of magical essence? Clearly, the cave where the young dragons dwelled held secrets of its own, igniting within Daenerys a fervent desire to explore further. She allowed her dream of the great dragon fire to rest at the edge of the volcanic fissure. At that moment, several young dragons, including Grey Shadow, emerged from the crevice. The fissure was only 4 or 5 meters wide, just enough for a few individuals to traverse simultaneously. However, for the young dragons, which measured 15 or 16 meters in length, it felt rather cramped. Fortunately, for the petite young dragon, Malasis, measuring just over 2 meters, passage was effortless. Thus, Daenerys followed the pink young dragon Malasis as they ventured into the volcanic chasm. As Daenerys trailed Malasis deeper into the fissure, the surrounding rocks exuded a gentle warmth, occasionally glimmering with a faint light, reminiscent of mineral reflections. After a short distance, a dazzlingly clear expanse suddenly came into view. Malasis joyfully chirped, eagerly darting ahead into the space. Upon closer inspection, Daenerys discovered that the ground was strewn with diamonds of various hues. Although colorless diamonds predominated, the abundance of colored diamonds was equally remarkable. Purple diamonds sparkled like mysterious stars of the dark night scattered in the corners. Pink diamonds clustered together like the shy blush of a maiden, their soft hues dreamlike and ethereal, while blue diamonds resembled treasures formed from the depths of the ocean, radiating a chilling yet captivating light. Filled with delight, Daenerys crouched down to gently pick up a blue diamond the size of an infant's head. Upon contact, it emanated a peculiar energy that coursed through her arm. Malasis nuzzled her with affection, indicating that these gems were her treasured discoveries. Overjoyed, Daenerys embraced Malasis and planted a fervent kiss on her. She understood that these diamonds would bestow upon her immense wealth and power. Chapter 29. Perhaps magic truly exists. As Daenerys excitedly selected from the colorful gems scattered on the ground, the trio of young dragons, Balerion and the others, slowly returned to the cave. The ground was littered with an array of colorful diamonds of varying sizes. Daenerys began by choosing the most vibrant ones, carefully feeling them in her hands. Only those imbued with a sense of magical power would find their way into her satchel. Fortunately, Daenerys had brought a large whale skin messenger bag. Filled with various seasonings she had meticulously prepared for roasting lamb that day. Little did she know, it would serve an even greater purpose. Upon entering, the 3 young dragons sensed Daenerys' interest in the colorful stones and approached the edge of the cave, unleashing their dragon flames upon the nearby rocks. Their actions naturally captured Daenerys' attention, prompting her to cease her activities and gaze towards the young dragons. To her astonishment, under the searing heat of the dragon fire, the seemingly unremarkable brown-black rock began to melt away, and the color of the magma transformed dramatically. Under the radiant glow of dragon fire, Daenerys discovered that numerous parts of the cavern began to reflect a shimmering brilliance, while the ground, strewn with exposed colorful diamonds, emitted a dazzling light. As the flames from the 3 young dragons dissipated, she was astonished to find that within the molten rock, a myriad of crystal-clear colored diamonds began to gradually reveal themselves. Under the searing heat of the dragon fire, the once dull diamond or transformed instantly into a translucent spectacle, while the surrounding earth and impurities morphed into a muted, colorful magma that trickled downwards. This colorful magma cooled rapidly, solidifying into coarse, granular soil within mere moments, rather than forming solid blocks. To Daenerys' astonishment, the 3 dragons and Myrrisis joyfully began to consume this colorful soil. She recalled having seen records in the ancient texts of House Targaryen regarding dragons consuming minerals. Certain dragons often developed a particular fondness for specific ores, which could accelerate their growth, fortify their scales, and enhance the temperature and potency of their flames. reflecting on the transformative changes in her own appearance and the color of her dragonfire since forging her bond with Dreamfire. She mused that her own consumption of substantial minerals might be linked to this metamorphosis. It seemed that the alterations brought about by Dreamfire were not solely due to her dragon dreams. Since Daenerys' arrival, many things had indeed shifted. She found herself speaking aloud, pondering whether the true boon of her crossing into this realm was the emergence of this volcanic island. Yet, she quickly turned her self-deprecating humor inward, lamenting her previous naivete in vigorously developing agriculture and handicrafts on Dragonstone Island. How could she have overlooked such a magnificent mountain of gemstones without thoroughly investigating it? Nevertheless, Daenerys soon regained her composure. History had shown that wealth could be most alluring, yet the human heart was the most fragile under scrutiny. Before she possessed absolute strength and authority, the secrets of her treasure trove must remain concealed. However, exploration was essential. Only by understanding the intricate details of this mountain could she devise appropriate protective measures. Yet, there was no urgency, for with Dreamfire and the 3 young dragons present, few would dare to venture here. It appeared that her true concern lay with those relatives capable of commanding dragons. The behavior of the young dragons clearly indicated that they, like Daenerys, could effortlessly perceive the uniqueness of these colorful diamonds. Holding a few of these diamonds brought her a sense of serenity and vitality. She was certain that the extraordinary energy contained within them was a form of magical power. As magical beings, dragons possessed a keen sensitivity to magical energies. Due to the previous heavy layers of earth covering the area, they may not have felt much initially. However, as Dreamfire and the 3-headed hatchlings unearthed more and more magical gemstones, it became increasingly unlikely that such potent magical energy would go unnoticed by other dragons. Danyela ceased her search for colorful diamonds and began to carefully examine the cavern before her. This cavern towered over 100 meters high and spanned nearly a square kilometer, with the ground strewn with a plethora of diamonds. Most of these were likely formed naturally during the volcanic uplift of the island. In the depths of the cave, Danyela discovered 4 small caverns, 3 large ones and 1 smaller. The 3 larger ones were akin to the size of a room, while the smaller one was hardly larger than a doghouse. Illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the crevices of the cave's ceiling, Danyela was delighted to find that the 3 larger caverns were adorned with an abundance of pure, colorful diamonds. Almost every gemstone was significantly larger than the one given to her by Malasis, clearly selected with care by Grey Shadow and his companions. The small cavern, without a doubt, was recently excavated by Malasis over the past 3 days. Although it contained a fair number of diamonds, their quality paled in comparison to those of Grey Shadow and his group. Just as Danyela prepared to investigate further, Grey Shadow and the others unexpectedly altered their usual friendly demeanor, loudly roaring a warning for her to refrain from advancing. Danyela quickly halted her movements. However, Malasis, the protective little dragon, was not pleased. With her small yet determined body, she positioned herself between Danyela and the 3-headed hatchlings. Though her stature was humble, her roar was piercing and resonant, effectively drowning out the warning cries of Grey Shadow and his companions. Danyela approached Malasis with joy, tenderly stroking her raised neck and softly saying, "Indeed, my dear Malasis, you are the most considerate." Not wishing to expose the diamonds within the cavern, she emptied her bag of previously gathered gems into Malasis's small cavern, retaining only the purple diamond gifted by Malasis and a carefully selected deep pink diamond. Holding the deep pink diamond in her hand, Danyela felt a warm sensation envelop her. It reminded her of her mother, Emma. Perhaps this diamond would prove beneficial to her in her condition. Young Malasis, noticing that Danyela had placed all the chosen diamonds into her small cavern, affectionately leaned her head against Danyela, emitting soft, cooing sounds reminiscent of a cuddly puppy. Danyela then approached the warm, grainy, colorful soil, filling her satchel with it. "Let us go. I will use this colorful soil to prepare a delicious seasoning for roasted lamb, far tastier than simply eating the earth here," she declared. Thus, Danyela and Malasis climbed out through the volcanic fissure. As Dreamfire awaited outside, her gaze fixated on Danyela's whale leather bag as soon as she emerged. It appeared my conjecture was correct. The dragons possess an extraordinary sensitivity to objects imbued with magical properties. Observing Dreamfire's behavior, Danyela discerned the situation at hand. Chapter 30. The dragon's culinary delights have expanded. A green worm would suffice as well. Noticing Dreamfire's attention directed entirely towards her whale leather bag, Danyela realized that the magical essence contained within the colorful soil had been sensed by Dreamfire, and it was undoubtedly something she greatly desired. Consequently, she opened the bag to reveal the vibrant soil and inquired, Dreamfire, are you intrigued by this colorful soil? Then let us proceed. I shall use this soil to roast some plump sheep for you. Understanding Danyela's intent, Dreamfire immediately emitted a jubilant roar, subsequently lowering her body in compliance. Once Danyela was securely seated, Dreamfire flapped her wings and soared towards the hillside orchard where they would roast the sheep. Malasis and the newly emerged little Bellerin followed closely behind. Upon reaching the orchard, Danyela combined the colorful soil with her newly concocted seasoning, blending it with whale oil and other animal fats, and directed the dragon guards to evenly apply it to the marinated sheep. The initially unappealing oil-soil mixture, once spread upon the sheep and roasted over the fire, appeared quite delectable. After instructing the dragon guards on how to handle the colorful soil, Danyela dispatched 12 skinning knights to prepare shovels and several sacks. She first fed Dreamfire 10 plump sheep and 3 old bulls, ensuring she was sufficiently satiated. Following this, Danyela and the prepared skinning knights settled onto Dreamfire's back and flew towards the cave where the 3 young dragons resided. By the time Malasis and the 3 young dragons had devoured dozens of plump sheep, 5 old yellow bulls, and several pigs, Danyela had made multiple trips with the skinning knights, returning with dozens of bags filled with colorful soil from the dragon's cave. They gathered the colorful diamonds scattered across the ground and placed them outside Malasis' little cave. Faced with the abundance of colorful diamonds, the skinning knights were momentarily stunned into silence, their astonishment rendering them speechless. However, having undergone rigorous cultural assessments, knight training, and loyalty tests, they had emerged from hundreds of exceptional candidates. Thus, they quickly regained their composure and began to work diligently as per Danyela's instructions. Once the tasks were completed, Danyela, with an austere expression, cautioned the skinning knights, "Remember, today's events must remain strictly confidential. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of the plump sheep you are accustomed to handling. Do you understand?" In the face of Danyela's fierce demeanor, the skinning knights promptly knelt, their expressions filled with trepidation, pledging, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not utter a single word." The skinning knights have personally dealt with the brutal sea sheep brought back by Daenerys. Despite the princess's unwavering kindness and tolerance towards them, awakening her dragon's wrath would send shivers down their spines. After all, it was this very princess who liberated them from the precarious existence of Flea Bottom and King's Landing, granting them a life comparable to that of the Kingsguard. Naturally, they are fiercely loyal to Daenerys, a testament to the benefits of her nurturing from a young age. Recognizing that her aim of intimidation had been achieved, Daenerys spoke kindly once more, expressing her faith in their loyalty. "When you marry in the future, I shall present your bride with a set of jewelry crafted from these precious gems. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." The 4 or 5 dozen sacks of colorful earth would suffice for quite some time. Applying this vibrant soil to the sea sheep not only enhances the flavor, but also aids the dragons in digestion. Dreamfire and the 4 young dragons were evidently pleased with Daenerys' method, resulting in a hearty appetite that led them to consume nearly half of the livestock available that day. Fortunately, Daenerys now enjoys a substantial and stable income from Dragonstone due to the Dragonfire ceramics, which amounts to at least 500,000 golden dragons each month. Therefore, she willingly spends lavishly to ensure a steady supply of livestock and provisions. Cattle, horses, donkeys, pigs, sheep, dogs, and various necessities are continuously transported to Dragonstone. The granaries at White Sheep Town are now stocked enough to last 3 to 5 years. Thankfully, during the construction of the brewery, Daenerys had the foresight to design several large granaries. Since the efficiency of producing obsidian increases with larger blocks, constructing sizable buildings saves considerable time. Presently, a large pig farm is being built and utilized simultaneously on the new island of Dragonstone. Under Daenerys' guidance, this method of large-scale farming, distinct from the traditional practices of Westeros, has piqued the interest of Maester Tiger, who frequently brings his apprentices to observe the operations firsthand. In truth, the technique requires little technical expertise, merely a difference in experience and perspective. In this era, the living conditions of the common folk are appallingly squalid. Even King's Landing is rife with filth. Who would ever conceive of raising seemingly dirty pigs in clean brick houses? Typically, they would construct rudimentary pens with wooden fences and simple roofs, which were considered decent pigsties. Furthermore, there are designated serfs to herd these pigs, allowing them to forage in the wild for grasses, leaves, and aquatic plants. Those without the means for free range would confine the pigs in small shelters, feeding them grains, scraps, and vegetable leaves. Moreover, the majority of the feed for the pigs consists of wild vegetables and root plants that are unfit for human consumption. Only the nobility occasionally provides their pampered pigs with leftover scraps from their lavish meals. However, Danyela's pig farm is meticulously curated. The wild vegetables account for less than half of the feed, while the remainder comprises various grains, ground livestock, large fish bones, shells, and a proprietary blend of dragon excrement mixed in varying proportions. This careful formulation has rapidly transformed the pigs at Danyela's farm into plump and robust creatures, resulting in offspring of superior quality from the sows. Danyela's piggery is constructed entirely of black stone, with the floors laid in the same material and specialized channels for drainage and waste. The pig manure is collected daily by workers and concentrated into large heaps for composting. Furthermore, Danyela has instructed that her dragon, Dreamfire, along with 4 young dragons, can relieve themselves in designated areas, alleviating the need for her to dispatch workers to continually excavate dragon excrement from the Dragon Mountain. According to reports from the elder overseeing the area, they have understood Danyela's instructions and complied. As the livestock traders continue to bring in more animals, the vast wasteland of Dragonstone Island is gradually being transformed into a natural pasture. The robust and aesthetically pleasing horses have been sent by Samuel to the warhorse breeding base, while the elderly and infirm have been distributed among the residents of Bayong Town for farming and transport purposes. The selected high-quality cattle and donkeys are placed in specialized breeding facilities for propagation. With the proprietary feed developed by Danyela, it is believed that within a few years, the quality of these cattle and horses will significantly improve. Only those that have completely lost their ability to labor or are of inferior quality will end up as dragon fodder. Chapter 31. An influx, of course. With the arrival of these livestock and grain merchants, the businesses in the fishing village and Bayong Town have flourished. Over the past month, trade caravans from the 7 noble families that have signed orders for Dragonfire wine and secured quotas for dragon porcelain have begun arriving at Dragonstone Island. Naturally, they do not come empty-handed. Their ships are laden with livestock, handcrafted goods, and local specialties. The Mandrell family from White Harbor in the north not only brings high-quality animal pelts and various livestock, but also a considerable supply of their region's unique sour grape wine and barley beer. The Northern Kingdom, situated at the farthest northern reaches, contends with a frigid climate and scarce resources. The inhabitants must construct specialized greenhouses to cultivate vegetables and grapes during the relatively warmer spring and summer months. Due to these climatic constraints, extensive vineyards are not feasible in the north, leading to a limited production of wine. However, their barley beer is of commendable quality, a sought-after commodity that Samuel has specifically requested as a substitute for gold dragon transactions. Astute Samuel is acutely aware that these barley beers, once subjected to the unique processing of their brewery, can be sold at exorbitant prices, multiplying their worth by several hundred times. The Riverlands, a duchy among the 7 kingdoms, is renowned for its wealth and agricultural abundance, with certain regions capable of yielding 3 harvests in a single year. Consequently, the lords of the Riverlands are predominantly affluent, making it the area with the highest number of families signing orders with Samuel. The Riverlands boast both flat expanses and the southern slopes of towering mountains, along with vast valleys that enjoy ample sunlight and significant diurnal temperature variations, creating an ideal environment for grape cultivation. The Kingdom of the Riverlands is a great wine-producing nation, with the finest golden wines of Westeros originating from this region. This is also one of the items expressly designated by Samuel for settlement. The Riverlands serve as the primary grain-exporting region of the 7 kingdoms, a bastion for livestock supply, and a kingdom of cash crops. Thus, their arrival not only brings copious amounts of exquisite wines, grains, and livestock, but also a wealth of silk, various cash crops, spices, and other precious goods, making it the most significant trading hub among all the duchies. The Vale, situated in the northeast of Westeros, is characterized by its mountainous terrain, which is both defensible and challenging to conquer. The valleys are predominantly composed of mountains and forests, rich in resources yet difficult to extract. The Vale is a serene and tranquil realm, sheltered by towering mountains, with a central region of fertile black soil, broad and gentle rivers, and numerous lakes that shimmer like mirrors under the sun. Wheat, barley, and corn are cultivated within the Vale. The pumpkins produced in the Vale surpass even those from the Bountiful Reach in size, and its fruits are remarkably sweeter. The Valerian family is famed for crafting scented candles, which are infused with nutmeg and other precious spices. The noble families of the Vale, led by the Arryn and Royce families, provide a vast array of fruit products and fruit wines, alongside a considerable supply of livestock. White Harbor often offers prices that exceed the market average by 10 to 20%, and even the old or sickly livestock are accepted at lower prices. This is because the daily feeding of dragons requires a substantial amount of livestock, and the workers in breweries and pottery shops consume significant quantities of meat as well. Consequently, Dragonstone has become a favored trading post for those livestock merchants. Furthermore, not only merchants from the Seven Kingdoms, but also grain and livestock traders from the free cities have begun to traverse the seas to engage in trade here. Thus, following the conclusion of the recent funeral, King Jaehaerys allocated considerable funds to initiate the expansion of the fishing village, dispatch tax officials, and increase the number of guards. He also stationed a royal fleet of 15 three-masted ships at Dragonstone. Had it not been for His Majesty Jaehaerys' exemption of the trade tax for caravans and White Harbor in the fishing village, Daenerys was prepared to construct a new port herself. The Riverlands is a prosperous and fertile land, densely populated with an intricate network of rivers facilitating the exchange of manpower and goods among its inhabitants. In an era of peace, the river teems with the bustling activity of fishermen's boats, grain vessels flowing downstream, and merchant rafts drifting along the banks. For generations, the local inhabitants have been accustomed to transporting their harvests to the riverside, exchanging their produce for the goods they require from the merchants on the water. The region of Riverlands, being the closest duchy to Dragonstone, boasts the largest volume of trade in grains and livestock with Whitesheep Town. In addition to grains and livestock, the aquatic resources of Riverlands are remarkably abundant, bringing forth an array of freshwater fish, pickled fish, caviar, and other delicacies from the river with each passage. Stormlands lies to the south of the capital, King's Landing, bordered to the west by Riverlands, reaching southward to the Sea of Dorne and eastward to Shipwreck Cove. In terms of area, it is relatively small among the Seven Kingdoms, characterized by rugged mountain terrains, particularly around the vicinity of Summerhall. The coastline is predominantly rocky, such as at Storm's End, interspersed with vast and lush forests, notably the Kingswood near King's Landing and the rainforests along the northern shore of the Sea of Dorne. To the southwest, a narrow stretch extending from the Red Mountains is known as the Dornish frontier. This region serves as an effective geopolitical buffer, isolating the historically antagonistic states of Stormlands, Dorne, and Riverlands. Over the past centuries, countless battles have transpired here, and the area has changed hands numerous times, until Dorne was incorporated into the Seven Kingdoms, bringing a semblance of peace to the land. In the east, the Stormlands also include several islands off the coast, the most renowned being the Isle of Sapphire, known as Tarth, and the historic island of Essos. Most vessels tend to avoid navigating near Stormlands, particularly the treacherous Shipwreck Cove. However, just a few miles away, the waters near Tarth are astonishingly azure and clear, earning it its epithet. Consequently, Stormlands is the richest region in terms of timber production and wildlife within the Seven Kingdoms. Additionally, the several earldoms near Harvest Hall are significant agricultural areas. Stormlands supplies Dragonstone with an abundance of timber and furs, which are undeniably crucial for the ongoing construction of New Dragonstone and the expansion of the fishing village. The Westerlands, while not the largest in area, most populous, or the most bountiful in resources among the Seven Kingdoms, is undoubtedly the wealthiest. The terrain is mountainous, with a staggering yield of gold and silver mines. Key locations such as Casterly Rock, Goldentooth, Castamere, Newtown, and the Pinderhill Hills are major sources of gold, leading to substantial investments of manpower in mining operations. Thus, the great nobility of the Westerlands brings forth vast quantities of gold and silver artifacts for trade. The wines of the Westerlands are also noteworthy, and the unique geography contributes to the exceptional quality of livestock raised in the region, particularly around the Sunset Sea. The marine resources are plentiful, with many noble families relying heavily on maritime fishing for their income. Therefore, the Westerlands possesses a commendable maritime strength among the Seven Kingdoms. The twin sons of the Duke of Lannister from the west, Jason Lannister and Tylan Lannister, had scarcely returned to their homeland when they brought the family's caravan to Dragonstone. In Chapter 32, they continued to explore the newly formed volcano. It was evident that the special seasoning, crafted from colorful soil and Daenerys' blend, made the roasted meat exceedingly palatable for the dragons. Today, both Dreamfire and the four young dragons displayed a remarkable appetite, consuming a substantial increase in their meals. Eating well is essential for rapid growth. Observing Dreamfire and the four young dragons indulging in their feast, Daenerys felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Once the dragons had their fill, they sprawled across the barbecue square, lazily closing their eyes. Murish, emboldened, climbed onto the back of Grey Shadow and dozed off. Notably, Grey Shadow did not seem to mind Murish's actions. Instead, he affectionately emitted soft coos as she ascended. Seeing that the dragons were satiated, Daenerys instructed the dragon guards to carry the remaining roasted livestock with her to the beach where the glutton was bound. After many days, the glutton had awakened from its stupor yesterday. However, the once famished old dragon was now somewhat weakened, particularly due to the massive custom metal chains that bound it, which had rendered its temperament exceptionally irritable. The surrounding sand had turned to glass under its scorching dragon fire, further deterring anyone from approaching to deliver food. After nearly a day and night of venting its frustration, the agitated old dragon finally began to regain its composure. Though it was possible that this cunning creature was merely feigning tranquility for the benefit of onlookers. Upon the arrival of the group within the glutton's fiery range, Daenerys commanded them to halt. She had several aged yellow cattle led over, blindfolding them with cloth strips before placing the roasted livestock atop their backs. Once the positioning was satisfactory, the dragon guards lashed the old cattle with whips, causing the distressed beasts to gallop towards the glutton's location. The glutton, intrigued by the cattle brought to its mouth, promptly became animated. The searing, viscous emerald dragon fire engulfed the yellow cattle, which, along with the roasted meat behind them, was swiftly consumed. Relishing this somewhat unique meal, the glutton's gaze turned towards Daenerys. She triumphantly waved a richly magical purple diamond from her whale pouch in the direction of the glutton, provoking a fierce roar from the cunning and irritable old dragon. Henceforth, it would suffice to feed it a week-old cow in such a manner each week. One must not allow him to overindulge, lest he regain the energy to wreak havoc once more. After issuing her instructions to the dragon guardians, Danyela turned and departed. Upon her return to the orchard's barbecue square, she found that Dreamfire and the others had nearly finished digesting their meal. Consequently, Danyela roused Dreamfire, guiding her toward the dragon's lair. Myricus and the 3 young dragons followed closely behind, returning to the volcanic cavern. It seemed that Myricus had grown fond of her new dwelling. It was no wonder, for the abundant magical energy there was vital for her growth, making it a favored roost. The entrance to Dreamfire's cave was considerably larger than the volcanic crevice of the 3 young dragons, allowing even Vargahar to enter and exit with ease. Moreover, the passageway bore clear signs of having been scorched by dragon flames, with the surrounding rocks transformed into a dark, glassy form reminiscent of obsidian, and somewhat akin to the legendary dragon crystal. However, Danyela was already aware that beneath Dragonstone Island lay vast deposits of dragon crystals, thus her interest in these was minimal. Dreamfire's lair was not only spacious and profound, but also entirely devoid of gaps, rendering it shrouded in darkness. To ascertain the conditions within, Danyela issued a command to Dreamfire. Dreamfire, unleash your dragon flames. In truth, Danyela and Dreamfire had developed a profound mental connection. Even without verbal commands, Dreamfire could sense Danyela's intentions. Thus, she directed her scorching, pale blue dragon flames toward the cave's ceiling. Illuminated by the dragon fire, Danyela quickly discerned the state of Dreamfire's lair. Although it lacked the extravagant display of colorful diamonds found in the lair of the 3 young dragons, Dreamfire's cave was strewn with numerous high-quality rubies. Furthermore, deep within the recesses where Dreamfire resided, Danyela beheld a glimmering expanse of gold. Clearly, it was a vein of gold, ore, and a particularly rich one at that. Under the searing heat of Dreamfire's flames, a substantial amount of pure gold had been refined. Indeed, this new volcanic island served as my greatest boon. However, I find myself not in need of wealth at this moment. I shall consider it my grand treasury. Moreover, this locale is an exceptional site for hatching dragon eggs and nurturing young dragons, as it not only boasts a live volcano providing a continuous source of heat, but also these magically infused gems, both of which play a crucial role in the growth and development of the hatchlings. It appears that once I reach adulthood, I must endeavor to bear several offspring and hatch more young dragons. Having ascertained the circumstances here, Danyela dismounted from Dreamfire's back and, in the darkness, felt around until her fingers brushed against a fist-sized, pleasantly warm ruby. At that moment, Danyela couldn't help but recall Melisandre's ruby, which granted her eternal youth. Could it be that the rubies here possessed such exquisite quality? However, Rhaenyra was soon amused by her own greedy thoughts. What was she thinking? If such gemstones were so common, the world would be in chaos. Nevertheless, when Rhaenyra casually touched the ruby, she realized it was indeed a rarity in the world. Its color and size were unparalleled throughout Westeros. Moreover, its warm touch would undoubtedly be of great assistance to her mother, Emma. Thus, Rhaenyra hastily placed the ruby into her whalehide satchel and, riding on Drogon, continued her exploration of other areas. Near the volcanic region of Dragonstone, there were numerous caves of varying sizes, yet few were spacious enough for Drogon to enter. After Danyela and Drogon had surveyed 5 accessible caves, she explored several smaller ones before concluding her investigation. She discovered that nearly every cave contained some treasures, with gold veins being the most abundant. However, there were also diamonds, garnets, peridots, and obsidian veins to be found. Sulfur and lithium deposits were even more plentiful, but Danyela, not being a science prodigy in her previous life, had no practical use for these materials. Besides, the Targaryen family already possessed dragons, so it was unlikely they would develop bombs to confront her. That would truly be shooting oneself in the foot. She should indeed strive to halt the rise of the Industrial Revolution, for the advancement of high technology does not necessarily bestow happiness and joy upon humanity. Chapter 33. Family Ties and Undercurrents. Upon returning from the volcanic caves, Danyela first visited the silversmith in White Sheep Town, handing over several colorful gemstones to the master craftsman, requesting him to create a few pieces of jewelry as per her specifications. When Danyela revealed the gems from her whalehide satchel, the masters were left astounded. Their jaws dropped wide enough to fit the very gemstones she had brought back. "Your Highness, where did you acquire such exquisite gemstones?" one master exclaimed. "I have been an apprentice for over 40 years and have never encountered gems of such quality and size. And you possess 4 of them. How extraordinarily precious." Another craftsman chimed in. "Indeed, to have the opportunity to carve such gemstones would be a fulfillment of one's lifetime." Danyela, uninterested in their musings about life, commanded, "Please craft a golden belt from this ruby. It is a gift from my mother. It need not be overly extravagant, but must prioritize comfort. Especially, the ruby must be in contact with her skin." Upon examining the ruby's warm touch, the master craftsman immediately understood Danyela's intent. "Yes, Your Highness, I comprehend your wishes. The princess is indeed filial and considerate. This ruby, with its warm touch, is truly fitting for the pregnant Princess Emma." Ignoring his flattery, Daenerys continued, "Let us craft a set of jewelry from this pink diamond. The design should adhere to the traditional style of House Targaryen. As this is a gift from my sister Rhaenyra, so it must not appear too antiquated. It should embody youth and vivacity. From this blue diamond, let us create a gentleman's belt and a brooch. The metal for the brooch can be fashioned from the Valyrian steel necklace given to me by Daemon." With that, Daenerys retrieved the Valyrian necklace she had received. Master O'Neill at the smithy can melt Valyrian steel items. Once you finalize the design, you may request his assistance in forging them. Ever since Daenerys donned the Valyrian necklace, she indeed found herself in a dragon dream, where she fleetingly glimpsed scenes of the ancient Valyrians forging Valyrian steel. However, perhaps due to the necklace's rather rudimentary design, Daenerys struggled for days to grasp its full essence. Thus, she was unwilling to retain this unsightly Valyrian necklace. As for how Daemon might feel about it, that was beyond Daenerys' concern. After all, can one not freely use what has already been gifted to them? From this purple diamond, let us create a belt and a bracelet. The metal for the bracelet can be fashioned from the remaining Valyrian steel. After confirming the desired styles with the artisans, Daenerys rode the Dreamfire back to Dragonstone. Myra's light grew brighter, its hue shifting to a soft pink. For the next half-month, only Daenerys and her family remained on Dragonstone. Daenerys resumed her daily routine of morning studies and sword practice. With her sister Rhaenyra accompanying her, the once monotonous academic life became far more enjoyable. In the afternoons, Daenerys would join her sister Rhaenyra and their mother, Emma, for embroidery lessons. In stark contrast to Daenerys' enthusiasm and keen interest in embroidery, Rhaenyra displayed no inclination whatsoever. Consequently, Rhaenyra often pricked her fingers while embroidering, while Daenerys demonstrated remarkable proficiency. However, Rhaenyra never missed Daenerys' swordsmanship classes, and within just over a month, her skills had remarkably advanced, indicating her innate talent for the art. This could certainly be attributed to the excellent teachings of Master Boron, as not only Daenerys and Rhaenyra showed rapid improvement. The 12 renowned Kingsguard knights, under Boron's guidance, had reached a level of swordsmanship comparable to that of Daenerys' personal guards, Cameron and Harold. It is worth noting that Cameron and Harold are among the finest young knights across the Seven Kingdoms, with their martial prowess rivaling that of the elite Kingsguard, particularly with Daenerys' enhancements of dragonfire wine and secret seasonings. Their physical strength and constitution had surpassed that of ordinary men. Every morning and evening, Danyela would eagerly summon her father, Viserys, and her sister, Rhaenyra, to navigate the skies with their dragons over the narrow sea for hunting expeditions. Danyela asserted that dragons, much like humans, would experience a decline in both combat skills and physical capabilities if not diligently trained. Each time the young dragon, Myricus, and the 3 fledgling dragons emerged from the volcanic caverns, they naturally followed suit, creating a remarkable spectacle among the great beasts. Viserys, after some time, broached the subject with Danyela, suggesting she entrust Myricus and the 3 young dragons to the dragon keepers at Dragonstone for their training and care. However, Danyela resolutely declined, arguing that allowing them to roam freely would foster their growth far better. What a notion! If she were to hand them over for training, would that not provide others with the opportunity to command them? The Valerian family had yet to successfully tame a dragon, and Danyela had no desire to inadvertently bolster their standing during such a pivotal time in the contest for the crown. Moreover, in Danyela's heart, these dragons had already become her personal companions, destined only for her future children to tame. Seeing Danyela effortlessly command the young dragons, Viserys ceased to press the matter. Although he possessed a tendency toward leniency, he was nonetheless a commendable member of the royal family. The concept of the dragons being under the control of their kin was a vastly different notion than them being governed by the family at large. Furthermore, the schemes of the sea snake, Corlys, to secure the position of heir had become common knowledge throughout the 7 kingdoms. As adversaries in this grand game, true camaraderie between them seemed utterly implausible. After receiving Danyela's support, Uncle Demon was now traversing the realm with his bloodworm, Caraxes, gathering followers. Yet, unlike Lord Corlys, who strategically formed alliances with lords of all ranks through substantial financial means, Uncle Demon concentrated his efforts on recruiting disinherited noble sons and wandering knights. As Danyela's dragons' kiss gardens flourished across major cities and towns of the 7 kingdoms, a steady influx of displaced persons and various talents began to be drawn to White Harbor under the careful orchestration of Samwell. Dragon's Kiss proprietors selected suitable individuals among the displaced, providing them with sufficient funds to seek passage with the noble caravans bound for Dragonstone. This served as their final test. In just over a month, the number of displaced persons arriving at Dragonstone to settle had already reached several thousand. Their arrival undoubtedly accelerated the development of Dragonstone, as vast tracts of fertile land were gradually cultivated. Furthermore, due to Danyela's recent extensive acquisition of livestock, the vast meadows of Dragonstone Island have been thoroughly grazed, prompting the cultivation of new fields with relative ease. In Chapter 34, titled Visitors to Dragonstone Island, it is noted that the number of quality livestock available for breeding in White Sheep Town has exceeded 100,000, all confined within designated pastures. Meanwhile, the livestock reserved as sustenance for the dragons has surpassed 200,000, grazing on lands soon to be cultivated. As these animals attend to their needs, they have also devoured the weeds on the barren lands, facilitating the farmers' efforts to cultivate these areas. Furthermore, the manure from the cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, after a year of fermentation, has enriched the soil significantly. While the concentration of livestock may lead to some degree of soil compaction, the land of Dragonstone Island, primarily composed of volcanic ash, remains remarkably soft. Even with some surface compaction, the advanced agricultural tools improved by Danyela can easily till the ground without much difficulty. When the vegetation in the pastures is sufficiently consumed, the herders swiftly relocate the livestock to another grazing area. Currently, the land development on Dragonstone Island is only a few % complete, leaving ample space for grazing. The abundant food supply, coupled with the abundant magical energy from the volcano, has spurred the rapid growth of Danyela's dragons. The young Lassithes, just over 2 months old, has already reached a size of 3 to 4 meters, marking it as the fastest-growing dragon in the Tanklian family's history. Moreover, the scales of Myricus have begun their transformation from a tender pink to a more vibrant rose hue, with faint red patterns emerging along its small ridges and back, endowing it with a more formidable appearance. Despite her diminutive size, Myricus exhibits remarkable agility in catching fish, surpassing even the adult dragon, Dreamfire, in her swiftness. She can effortlessly dive into the water to seize large fish measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. Myricus shares a particularly harmonious bond with Grey Shadow, who also enjoys fish, and together they are the most enthusiastic hunters during their outings. Over the past month, Grey Shadow and her 3 young dragons have been nourished daily with roasted meat provided by Danyela, resulting in their robust growth. Particularly, the young Balerion and Vagana are beginning to exhibit the formidable features typical of dragons, resembling the wolf-headed, horn type akin to Dreamfire and Seasmoke, and like Balerion, they belong to the warrior class of dragons. In contrast, Grey Shadow bears a closer resemblance to Silverwing, albeit with a significantly lighter coloration, likely a reflection of her youth. Dreamfire, for instance, has transitioned from a light blue to a deep blue over the span of 3 years, just as Danyela's family was settling into a tranquil routine. Their peaceful existence was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of young nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. The first to arrive were the 12-year-old Mederic Mandrell and his 10-year-old brother Torrin Mandrell from the North's White Harbor. However, as Danyela gazed at the still relatively thick hair of Mederic and Torrin, she could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Oh, the fearsome legacy of paternal baldness. These spirited young gentlemen are likely to transform into balding, portly uncles long before they reach their 30s. The Mandler family traces its origins to the Riverlands, where they were expelled due to irreconcilable conflicts with the ruling family of the time. They were taken in by the Stark family of the North, who granted them White Harbor and its surrounding territories as a reward. By controlling the North Soul City, White Harbor, the Mandlers became one of the wealthiest families in the region. White Harbor, not only a vital trade hub but also rich in resources and strategically located, enabled the Mandlers to amass vast fortunes. The Mandler family has long served as both capable and loyal vassals to the Stark family, maintaining favorable relations with the Targaryen dynasty as well. During the nearly 50 years of the conquest, one of their daughters became a personal attendant to Queen Alysanne. King Jaehaerys even contemplated marrying one of his princesses to the then Earl of White Harbor, but tragically, the princess met her demise in a riding accident before the wedding could take place. The wealth of the Mandler family primarily derives from several sources: trade and commerce. White Harbor, as the North's principal port, attracted significant trade, and the Mandlers accumulated considerable riches by controlling the port and trade routes. Land and resources. The fertile agricultural lands and mineral wealth surrounding White Harbor provided a stable income stream for the family. Taxation. As the lords of White Harbor, the Mandlers reaped substantial wealth from trade and taxes. Family enterprises. The Mandlers further augmented their fortunes through various industries, including agriculture and handicrafts. The influence of the Mandler family's wealth extends beyond the North, establishing them as loyal and formidable vassals within the Stark family. Their affluence and power also afforded them a notable position within the Targaryen dynasty. Accompanying Mederic and Torrin on their visit to Dragonstone were several of the Mandler family's merchant ships laden with goods. In addition to a plethora of essential supplies such as grain, livestock, barley wine, and furs, the Mederic brothers brought with them an array of exquisite silverware, thanks to a nearby silver mine that has provided the Mandlers with ample silver resources. Historically, the Mandlers operated a mint for the North, though it has long since fallen into disuse due to the Conqueror's War and has now become a refuge for the displaced. Moreover, the brothers presented unique marine delicacies from the northern seas, such as seals and giant eels, as gifts for their visit. For Emma and Danyela, they bestowed a complete set of gem-encrusted silver jewelry, each set valued at no less than 1,000 gold coins, a truly generous offering. The arrival of the two sons of the Earl was met with a warm welcome from the Velaryon family, in addition to hosting a sumptuous banquet on Dragonstone. To express her gratitude, Daenerys took the brothers for a few exhilarating flights around the island on Drogon, which left the handsome young lads utterly thrilled. However, the elder brother, Maegor, though merely 12 years old, exhibited remarkable maturity and poise, maintaining an air of noble elegance despite his eyes sparkling with excitement. In contrast, his younger brother, Torgon, was far less restrained. As soon as Drogon took to the sky, he erupted with exuberant shouts. "Wow, I'm soaring on a dragon. I, Torgon, shall be the first of House Manderly to fly a dragon. Haha, I will become a legend of House Manderly, a hero sung by wandering minstrels." His spirited antics drew a smile from all. Maegor, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to Daenerys and apologized. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for our rudeness. Torgon is simply overwhelmed with excitement. Please forgive us." Daenerys, unfazed, replied cheerfully, "It's quite all right. Joy should be expressed loudly. After all, no one can see us up here. We need not adhere to the rigid etiquette of the nobility." She added with a playful tone, "Maegor, once we grow up, troubles will multiply. While we are young, we must indulge in a bit of madness." Unbeknownst to Daenerys, Maegor's eyes glistened with a tenderness that might have spilled over, and perhaps due to the altitude, a flush crept onto his cheeks. As Daenerys guided Drogon back to the ground, the Manderly brothers, having experienced their first dragon flight, found themselves somewhat unsteady. Torgon, lacking any semblance of decorum, collapsed onto the ground, while Maegor, though his legs trembled, valiantly pulled his brother back to his feet, never forgetting to uphold the dignity befitting his noble lineage. "Maegor, did you bring what Samwell requested?" Daenerys inquired softly as she approached him. Taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Maegor replied steadily, "Yes, Your Highness, in accordance with Mr. Samwell's instructions. House Manderly has gathered samples from several clay-rich sites in the north. I have brought them all." The servants have already delivered the samples to the pottery factory in White Harbor. Daenerys's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Wonderful. Let us hurry and take a look. Through her studies of the geography of Westeros, Daenerys had discovered that while the North's cold climate was unsuitable for agriculture, it boasted vast expanses of land rich in mineral resources, particularly an abundance of clay. Thus, it was instructed for Samwell to contact the Manderley family to procure some samples for examination. Although the clay reserves in the Kingswood are vast, their quality is rather mediocre, exhibiting a somewhat grayish hue. Moreover, the dense rainforest vegetation complicates the organization of extraction efforts, posing a risk of damaging the flora. Furthermore, the Kingswood serves as the private hunting ground of the Lord of Westeros, and even Daenerys cannot indiscriminately harm it. For an ordinary person, hunting a mere rabbit in the Kingswood could result in losing a hand or being exiled to the Night's Watch at the Wall. Currently, the limited extraction operations pose no significant issues for Daenerys, but any plans for expansion would need to wait until her father, Viserys, has passed. From where do these two types of clay originate? Daenerys inquired, delicately pinching a sample of fine, light-colored clay and a warm, supple purple clay. Medric respectfully responded, Your Highness, this white clay comes from the White Knife River, while the purple clay is sourced from the desolate mountains near the Wolf's Den. The quality of both types is commendable. Is their yield substantial? Observing the samples in her hand, Daenerys felt immense satisfaction, as their quality rivaled that of kaolin. Indeed it is. Torrhen Manderley interjected eagerly. The White Knife River derives its name from the banks lined with this white clay, which, from a distance, resembles a gleaming white blade. The mountains near the Wolf's Den are a deep purple, and this clay is practically inexhaustible. Upon hearing this, Daenerys was elated and declared, Excellent. Henceforth, the Manderley family shall deliver 5 ships of this clay to White Harbor each month, for which we shall offer a remuneration of 500 gold dragons per ship. The Manderley brothers were taken aback by Daenerys' generous offer. Indeed, she could negotiate a much lower price, even settling for 100 gold dragons, considering that each ship in the Manderley fleet typically garners only a profit of 1 or 200 gold dragons per transaction within the Seven Kingdoms. However, she greatly values the influence of the Manderley family in the North and their loyalty. To secure the Manderleys firmly within her ranks, mere tokens of goodwill would not suffice. Furthermore, the cost of 500 gold dragons per ship for clay is minuscule compared to the substantial profits from dragon porcelain. This arrangement would effectively bind the Manderley family to Daenerys' grand ambitions. Additionally, Daenerys envisioned this as an opportunity to explore the establishment of a mass-production porcelain factory in the North. In the forthcoming Prince's Selection Assembly, the Duke of the North is likely to support his aunt, Princess Rhaenys. Given the character of Lord Manderley, Daenerys is confident he would relay the details of the Manderley family's trade with White Harbor to Duke Stark. Such a stable and nearly risk-free enterprise would undoubtedly lead the Manderley family to bring the Stark family along in this venture. This is precisely why Daenerys sought to procure the purple clay from the Wolf's Denver. In truth, the contemporary firing of dragon porcelain necessitates high-quality white clay. The porcelain crafted from the purple clay possesses a vintage allure and exquisite beauty, yet White Sheep Town has yet to commence its production. This is due to the fact that the Wolf's Den does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Mandalar family of White Harbor. Should the Mandalar family desire to extract the purple clay from that location, they must secure the support of House Stark. In the days that followed, Daenerys devoted her time to accompanying the Mandalar brothers on tours of Dragonstone Island or taking them to the orchards of White Sheep Town to feed the dragons. Observing those majestic creatures, akin to deities, obediently behaving like large dogs before her, the Mandalar brothers gazed at Daenerys with profound admiration. Originally, their father, Viserys, had hoped that their sister Rhaenyra would accompany Daenerys, but it seemed Rhaenyra harbored a certain fear of the bald and portly genetic legacy of White Harbor, thus refraining from excessive interaction with the Mandalar brothers. It is worth noting that King Jaehaerys still owed the Mandalar family a royal marriage alliance. Perhaps she feared her great-grandfather Jaehaerys might inadvertently orchestrate a mismatched pairing. The Mandalar brothers had also commenced their training in knightly swordsmanship, albeit with rather lackluster talent. Together, they proved no match for Daenerys, who had trained for merely 3 years. However, they exhibited commendable abilities in commerce and land management. When discussing the development and utilization of Dragonstone's new island, these 2 young noblemen, barely over 10 years of age, shed their usual shyness in conversation with Daenerys. Speaking eloquently and articulately, on the 5th day following the arrival of the Mandalar brothers, another group of youths from Skagos in the north arrived at Dragonstone. Leading them was Dax Bargner, the eldest son of the head of the Bardner clan, hailing from the royal court of Skagos Island. At just 16, he already stood at a towering height of 6 feet 2 inches, with a robust and muscular build. Though somewhat disheveled, his bright and clear blue eyes, devoid of any distraction, immediately captured Daenerys' attention. While the Viserys family observed this group of Skagos youths, who rarely interacted with the outside world, Daenerys' bodyguard, Cameron Tars, approached with urgent news. Your Highness Viserys, Lord Jason Lannister and young Lord Tylan Lannister from Casterly Rock have arrived. Viserys promptly commanded, quickly, invite them in. Before long, 2 proud and handsome youths, golden-haired and blue-eyed, clad in red and gold finery, entered the hall of Dragonstone Castle with grace and confidence, surrounded by a throng of attendants. Thus, the arrival of the Lannister twins from the west heralded a new chapter. In the ensuing days, the eligible youths from the noble families across the continent of Westeros arrived at Dragonstone in droves, as if orchestrated in advance, totaling nearly 40 to 50 individuals. With the addition of their attendants and guards, the number of visitors to Dragonstone surged past 1,000, rivaling only the previous funeral of Prince Baelor. Naturally, these young nobles were allotted accommodations within the guest chambers of Dragonstone, while most of their attendants chose to reside in the inns of Fishing Village and White Sheep Town, leaving only their close male companions. This influx of visitors brought unprecedented joy to the innkeepers of both locales, as the once quiet Dragonstone began to buzz with activity after centuries of solitude. The merchants of White Sheep Town, benefiting from its recent establishment and the prosperity bestowed by Daenerys, found themselves in a favorable position. Their thriving businesses were largely supported by loans and encouragement from Daenerys herself. Thus, upon the arrival of these unexpected guests, they maintained a relatively composed demeanor. In stark contrast, the merchants of Fishing Village, who had inhabited Dragonstone for generations, were accustomed to the island's desolation and backwardness. Although the noble Targaryen family had brought them peace and stability, they had not afforded them wealth or abundance. Consequently, the recent surge in business left these shopkeepers with an almost surreal sense of disbelief. Nevertheless, those who managed to thrive in this impoverished village were astute individuals, well aware that this transformation was a direct result of Princess Daenerys' influence. As such, she held a significant status in the eyes of the common folk and merchants alike. The young lords of Westeros were acutely aware of the purpose behind their visits to Dragonstone, and, in a bid to showcase their family's prowess, each presented lavish gifts to House Velaryon. The offerings from each household were considerable, with a total value exceeding 1,000 golden dragons. The gifts from the Lannister twins and the eldest son of House Hightower, Mond, were particularly exceptional, exceeding a value of 10,000 golden dragons, an extraordinary display within the social circles of the Seven Kingdoms. However, among these treasures, what pleased Daenerys the most were the pair of long-haired unicorn foals gifted to her by Daxbarg of Skagos. In response to her delight, arrangements were promptly made for the foals to be provided with an expansive, high-quality pasture. In this world, unicorns were robust creatures, adorned with silvery, fine fur, and their manes were a striking contrast of black and white. Their horns sparkled with a crystalline brilliance, shimmering like diamonds under the sun. The 2 foals presented to Daenerys were no larger than goats. Perhaps due to their prolonged voyage at sea, they appeared somewhat lethargic and disinterested in food, their spirits seemingly waning. After a day of adjustment, although their condition had significantly improved, they still appeared rather listless. Observing their pitiful state, Danyela's maternal instincts surged, prompting her to inquire of Dax, what do unicorns typically enjoy eating? Dax's voice, deep and hoarse from the onset of adolescence, still held a certain charm as he replied, Your Highness, unicorns have a diverse diet. They consume moss, grass, leaves, and even the flesh of rock-dwelling creatures. I see, Danyela thought to herself, realizing the stark barrenness of Skag's Island, which compelled such a noble magical being to resort to whatever it could find for sustenance. Since unicorns eat anything, this will be manageable. She quickly directed her attendants to roast a goat seasoned with a mixture of colorful soil and slice it into shreds, then gathered the freshest grass to combine and placed it in the feeding troughs for the 2 young unicorns. The enticing aroma of the special seasoning, mingled with the savory scent of meat and the fragrance of grass, immediately captured the attention of the 2 little creatures. Danyela surmised that even the elements coveted by dragons would surely attract them. The 2 young unicorns dashed toward the troughs, cautiously scanning their surroundings for any threats before swiftly burying their heads in the feed and devouring it voraciously. However, they would pause every few bites to lift their heads and survey the area with vigilant eyes. Truly, they were cautious little beings. Dax, Have these unicorns always been so alert? How did you manage to capture them? Danyela ventured to ask Dax. Your Highness, have you ever heard of the walkers? Dax inquired, his gaze piercing as he looked at Danyela. The clarity of his azure eyes disarmed her, and she replied, Isn't that a magical talent possessed by certain descendants of the forest children and the ancients to control animals? Upon hearing this, Dax's eyes brightened even further, and he continued, It appears the princess is indeed knowledgeable. Do you believe in such abilities? Danyela nodded affirmatively, stating, Of course, I believe. Our Targaryen lineage can command dragons. Is that not another form of a walker? Just as Dax was about to elaborate further, a large group of noble youths arrived in the distance, led by the Lannister twins and Monty Hightower. However, they were halted at the perimeter by Danyela's dragon guards and Dax's subordinates. How dare you allow a savage to be alone with the esteemed princess? If anything were to happen, could you bear the consequences? Let us through to protect the princess, shouted a young lord from a prominent house in the west, his words inciting immediate ire. From the group of youths hailing from Skagos Island, a fair-faced one sneered. Who are you calling savages, pretty boy? Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll beat you so badly even your own mother won't recognize you. A broad-shouldered young man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, his voice booming like a bear's roar, though his youthful face betrayed his tender age. His towering frame neared 2 meters, his cheeks already shadowed with coarse stubble. The sheer volume of his voice instantly cowed the delicate Westerland's Lord Ling into silence. At this, Tywin Lannister exchanged a meaningful glance with a tall youth behind him who held the leashes of 3 massive hounds. The young man subtly tightened his grip, causing the dogs to yelp in pain before lunging forward, barking furiously. The tall handler immediately raised his voice in mock scolding, You ill-bred mongrels. Don't you know where you are? Dare to run wild here, and I'll slaughter you for stew. Worthless curs like you belong in the wilderness, gnawing on dirt. See if you still have the strength to bark then. Miraxis is of a certain color. Miraxis currently appears as follows. Chapter 37. Nature's hardest to tame. Hey, you there, the dog handler. Can't even control your own stupid mutts? If you can't keep them in check, why embarrass yourself by letting them loose? Might as well butcher them for a feast. Ha! A lean, hawk-nosed youth from Skagos jeered, bouncing mockingly as his 7 companions erupted in laughter. Tywin Lannister then feigned concern, loudly addressing his kennel master. If you can't restrain them, just let them go. No need to hurt your hands over these untamable beasts. They're useless anyway. Better set them loose to find their own kind. At his command, the handler released the leashes, and the 3 hounds charged straight toward the Skagosi youths. Seeing this, Rhaenyra's dragon guards swiftly drew their steel swords, ready to intervene. Yet the 8 Skagosi boys showed no fear. The towering youth clenched his fists, his gaze blazing as the dogs barreled toward them. Just as the hounds lunged, jaws gaping, the bear-like boy swung his massive fists. 2 dogs were sent flying with a single punch each, before the yelping pair even hit the ground. The third was kicked away with a powerful strike. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 hounds landed several meters away, whimpering pitifully, unable to rise again. Good. Well done, bear. Ah, what a pity. The dogs on this continent have become utterly useless. The youths of Skagos, witnessing their companions' display of prowess, erupted into a fervent dance of excitement. Among them, 2 boys clad in animal pelts, their long hair cascading over their faces, sprang forth with vigor, seizing 2 still howling dogs and, without hesitation, snapped their necks. They then tore open the dogs' arteries with their teeth, voraciously gulping down the warm blood. This gruesome spectacle caused many noble youths from the 7 kingdoms to retch in disgust. However, the Skagos boys only grew more exhilarated at the sight, starkly highlighting the differences between Skagos and Westeros. Some of the more hot-tempered noble youths unsheathed their swords, intent on teaching these barbaric islanders a lesson. Yet, they were promptly intercepted by Daenerys's dragon guards. Although these guards hailed from the same noble lineage as the 7 kingdoms youths, they secretly held disdain for the Skagos boys. Nevertheless, those chosen by Daenerys were of a certain caliber in terms of character. The dragon guards understood their role to ensure that no conflict or incident arose among the guests visiting Dragonstone. Failure in this duty would result in their dismissal, much like their predecessors who had been cast aside by Princess Daenerys. Upon noticing the commotion, Daenerys and Daxos reluctantly left behind the 2 indulging unicorns and hastened towards the gathering. As she walked, Daenerys silently summoned Mirri Maz Duur, intending to instill fear in these impetuous youths without needing to summon the dragons just yet. By the time Daenerys and Daxos arrived on the scene, the 3 dogs had already met their end, leaving a pool of blood in their wake. Observing the 2 long-haired boys with bloodied mouths, Daenerys frowned disapprovingly at Daxos. The Skagos youths, recognizing Daenerys' presence, subdued their earlier bravado, for their leader had brought them to Dragonstone for the sake of this dragon-riding princess. Your actions are excessively savage, Daenerys remarked coldly to the boys who had drank the dog's blood directly. One of them, however, shrugged off her reprimand, grinning as he replied, "This is how we do things on our island. The survival of the fittest is our way of life. Besides, these dogs wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. We cannot waste their precious warm blood." Daenerys dismissed the insolent boy and turned her attention to Daxos, who unexpectedly offered a nonchalant explanation. "Your Highness, drinking the blood of one's prey is a tradition on Skagos. They believe it bestows courage and vitality upon men. Wolves die in air, together with the pack, were raised in a manner that led them to develop a peculiar fondness for blood. Thus, one should not cast blame upon them." Just as Danyela was about to speak, a resounding roar echoed from the sky, heralding the rapid descent of the colossal dragon, Syrax, casting its imposing shadow over the assembly. As the golden beast gracefully alighted, the powerful flaps of its wings stirred a fierce wind, causing those present to sway unsteadily. The youths of Skagos Island were stricken with awe, for they had never encountered such a formidable creature. "What a remarkable coincidence that you are all gathered here," proclaimed Princess Rhaenyra, seated regally upon her dragon. "Danyela, word has reached me from the shepherds that a ram breeding farm in White Sheep Town has been ravaged by thieves, resulting in significant losses of breeding stock. We must investigate this matter together." "Certainly, sister. I shall summon Dreamfire at once. You may proceed ahead." Danyela turned to Dax with a serious demeanor, saying, "Dax, I do not wish to dwell on today's events, but you must understand that this is not Skagos Island. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, one must adhere to its customs. I hold your traditions and way of life in high regard, yet you cannot use them as a pretext to act recklessly upon my territory. You would do well to heed my words." Otherwise, Danyela cast Dax a significant glance before choosing to say no more. Instead, she addressed the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms with a commanding voice, stating, "True nobility is not merely the ostentation of external grandeur, nor is it a means to belittle others. Genuine nobility, like sunlight and rain, brings forth joy in the hearts of those who witness it. Truly noble actions resonate like a melodious symphony, evoking emotions and influencing behavior. If you genuinely believe yourselves to be superior, I hope to witness your stature and magnanimity here on Dragonstone." With that, Danyela, surrounded by her dragon guards, departed with an air of pride. Seeing that the spectacle had waned, Rhaenyra guided her dragon, Syrax, away as well. As the two princesses vanished from sight, the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms hastily exited, as if the Skagos Islanders were something vile to be shunned. Dax's cerulean eyes surveyed his companions before he spoke quietly. "If they dare provoke you again, let it be as if you were to sever the throats of those three foul hounds. Only strength and blood command respect and submission." Indeed, Syrax, the unknown handsome figure. Chapter 38. Sometimes, methods prove more effective than kindness. Ever since Danyela confronted the sheep thieves alongside the glutton, she had been receiving several roasted livestock delivered to the vicinity of the thieves' lair every few days as tribute for her consumption. Regrettably, most of the time, these livestock are squandered, providing easy prey for the wild beasts and raptors of the mountains. Although Dragonstone is strewn with stones, the raptors that thrive here on marine fish are quite numerous. The mountains are also home to various creatures such as coyotes and foxes. Particularly in recent years, Daenerys has been feeding her dragons daily, causing the wild dragons, which previously feasted on these beasts and raptors, to lose interest in their meager flesh, resulting in a significant increase in their numbers. The sheep thief had previously enjoyed poaching the shepherd sheep on nearby islands, with her presence noted multiple times at Tideshead Island and the Winder River. However, since Daenerys began her relentless feeding of dragons on Dragonstone over the past few years, she had nearly ceased her poaching activities, until now, when she surprisingly reverted to her old ways. Daenerys sensed that something must have transpired with the sheep thief, otherwise, such an unusual behavior would not have emerged so suddenly. Upon perceiving Daenerys' call, Dreamfire swiftly arrived alongside Malaise and Grey Shadow, the young dragons, to her side. Climbing onto Dreamfire, Daenerys hurried toward the sheep breeding farm. By the time Daenerys reached the scene, Samwell and several officials from White Sheep Town had already arrived. The surviving breeding sheep had been relocated by the shepherds to another spare barn. Fortunately, this dragon attack resulted in no casualties, a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Her sister Rhaenys sat listlessly atop her dragon, Syrax, observing the barn that had been ravaged by the thief. Meanwhile, Syrax's gaze was fixated on the charred sheep, clearly yearning for a meal. This illustrates the distinction between tame dragons and wild ones. with their own dragon riders by their side. Even the most ferocious and irritable dragons exhibit a semblance of decorum. The barn itself was primarily constructed from black dragonstone. Thus, although the roof had been torn apart by the sheep thief and many of the sheep within had perished in the flames, the overall structure remained largely intact. Observing Malays and the young dragons drooling over the already charred sheep, Daenerys deduced the reason behind the thief's assault on the barn. The breeding sheep housed there were of a superior quality, carefully selected by Daenerys herself, and their feed had been infused with colorful soil and specially formulated nutrients. Consequently, over the past month, they had absorbed a hint of magical essence, explaining the thief's attraction to them. Although she mourned the loss of her meticulously nurtured livestock, Daenerys felt a surge of excitement. Her methods had indeed proven effective. The combination of colorful soil and specialized feed not only significantly enhanced the quality of the livestock, but also imbued their flesh and blood with a trace of magical essence. Such livestock not only provides immense benefits to the dragons, but I believe that long-term consumption by humans can also contribute to strengthening the body. However, despite this, Daenerys is not inclined to allow the sheep thief to act so brazenly within her territory. Sister, let us teach that sheep thief a lesson. Otherwise, I dread to think how many of my pastures may suffer in the future. Rhaenyra, who has long envied Daenerys for her experiences in the dragon battles, eagerly agreed, yes, with your Dreamfire and my Syrax joining forces, that sheep thief shall be no match for us. Let us hasten. Daenerys then pointed to the charred sheep. Smiling as she said, Sister, there is no rush. Let the dragons consume these scorched sheep first. Feast. The two sisters simultaneously commanded their dragons to commence their meal. However, with Dreamfire present, none of the other dragons dared to approach first, except for Meraxes. After Dreamfire had devoured 5 sheep, Daenerys instructed her to withdraw, at which point the audacious Meraxes had nearly finished off half of one. At that moment, Syrax approached Meraxes, emitting an angry roar in an attempt to drive away the smaller dragon. Yet, despite her diminutive size, Meraxes possessed a fierce temperament. She unleashed a blast of dragon fire at Syrax and swiftly took flight with the remaining half of her sheep. Infuriated, Syrax was poised to retaliate, but was promptly restrained by her sister Rhaenyra. Syrax, calm down. Rhaenyra quickly soothed Syrax, who began to feast on the plump sheep before her. With Syrax now subdued, the 3 eager young dragons of Balerion relaxed their stance. Daenerys had no doubt that should Syrax decide to confront Meraxes, Balerion's trio would undoubtedly unite against Syrax. Although their size was merely half that of Syrax, the 3 young dragons combined would be more than a match for her. Dreamfire, however, was evidently oblivious to the movements of the seemingly inconspicuous young dragons. Once only 3 sheep remained, Rhaenyra halted Syrax's continued consumption, insisting that each of the 3 little ones should at least be left with one. Once the dragons had finished their meal, the sisters mounted their dragons and set off towards the lair of the sheep thief. The sheep thief's cave lay at the back of Dragonstone, with a modest entrance that Dreamfire could not possibly squeeze through. However, Syrax and the 3 young dragons fit perfectly. In truth, dragons possess a strong sense of territoriality. Had it not been for the glutton approaching too closely to the entrance of the sheep thief's lair, she would not have felt threatened or offended. Moreover, the gluttonous creature must have faced considerable bullying in her daily life. Otherwise, the sheep thief would not have dared to strike her so easily. Upon the arrival of the dragons, she quickly sensed their presence. In her lair, she unleashed an enraged roar towards the entrance, hoping to intimidate the encroaching dragons. This tactic, effective against wild dragons, amplified the echoes within the cave, creating the illusion that the dragon residing there was far more formidable than it truly was. However, this strategy held little power against dragons ridden by knights. Danyela, your Dreamfire cannot penetrate this cave. Allow me to command Syrax to flush her out, she said. You stand guard at the entrance, and we shall ambush her from both sides, securing her just as we did with the glutton. With that, she urged Syrax to ascend into the sheep thief's lair, while Little Baelor and the other 3 young dragons followed suit at Danyela's signal. Chapter 39. Unexpected delight. The sheep thief, realizing her roar had failed to instill fear, was infuriated to see the audacious yellow dragon daring to invade her sanctuary. In a fit of rage, she unleashed her scorching orange dragon fire. Prepared for this, Rhaenyra commanded Syrax to retaliate with her own fiery breath. The collision of orange and tangerine flames ignited the narrow confines of the cave, raising the temperature dramatically and charring the surrounding rocks. Seizing the opportunity, Little Baelor and the other young dragons utilized their agility to encircle the sheep thief, simultaneously unleashing their dragon fire, one a dark red with shimmering scales, another an orange-yellow adorned with green streaks, and the last a bright white radiating a pale blue sheen. Despite Syrax being only 2/3 the size of the sheep thief and the young dragons merely half her size, the 4-to-1 advantage instilled a sense of trepidation in her. The typically cautious sheep thief, sensing her peril, fled swiftly through the cave's opening, only to be confronted head-on by Dreamfire, who was circling outside. With a sudden acceleration, Dreamfire dove, raking her claws across the sheep thief's wings, causing her flight to falter. In a swift counterattack, Dreamfire then clawed at the sheep thief's abdomen, leaving her bleeding profusely. Taking advantage of the moment, Syrax and Little Baylor joined the fray, and within a mere quarter of an hour, they succeeded in bringing the sheep thief crashing down from the sky. The sheep thief, having sustained grievous injuries, made several attempts to regain his footing, all of which ended in failure. Ultimately, on the verge of severe unconsciousness, he lost the will to resist and was seized by Dreamfire, who took him to the dragon's lair within Dragonstone and locked him away. This was not an act of cruelty by Daenerys. Rather, she had invested considerable effort into establishing her base on Dragonstone. Allowing a thief to remain a lingering threat, capable of launching surprise attacks on her carefully cultivated domain, was simply intolerable. If one were to assign blame, it would be for his own disregard for the rules and lack of foresight. Had it not been for his prior alliance with her during the assault on the glutton, Daenerys would have undoubtedly dealt him a harsher punishment. Upon eliminating the sheep thief, Meraxes, in her ultimate form, participated for the first time in the Great Dragon Battle, leaving Rhaenyra exhilarated as she eagerly returned to Dragonstone to boast about her achievements to her parents. The Dragon Keepers of Dragonstone were equally thrilled at the prospect of caring for an additional dragon. Within their long-held belief system, serving a dragon represented the pinnacle of their existence. Their families had been bound for generations to the roles of dragon keepers and related duties, with even the common tongue of Westeros forbidden to them. Consequently, many dragon keeper families lived in relative poverty, and their excitement was undoubtedly tinged with pragmatic considerations. The emergence of an additional dragon would necessitate increased personnel at the lair, thereby providing opportunities for their offspring to seek employment there. Daenerys, ever perceptive, addressed the dragon keepers, stating that with the addition of a new dragon requiring care, their manpower would surely be insufficient. She proposed that they summon more of their offspring to assist, initially allotting 20 positions, with the specifics to be determined collectively. Their wages would be handled separately by her, eliminating the need for cumbersome applications to the commander of the Dragon Keepers in King's Landing. They could simply collect their pay from Aenys each month. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Although these Dragon Keepers had been loyal to the Targaryen family since the days of Valyria, they were divided into various familial factions. Those who accompanied the royal family during their migration to the Dragon Lair in King's Landing held power within the ranks of the Dragon Keepers, influencing the selection process and the distribution of tasks. Naturally, the more perilous and less lucrative assignments were relegated to the weaker families, while opportunities to display their prowess before royal members, such as assisting in dragon training, were monopolized by the more powerful families and factions. Such is the nature of this world. Wherever there are people, there will inevitably be strife, factions, competition, and inequity. In fact, over the past 3 years, Daenerys had discreetly bestowed numerous benefits upon the Dragon Keepers of Dragonstone. Others may overlook the immense significance of the Dragon Guards, yet Daenerys, possessing a semi-divine perspective, understands that even those seemingly inconspicuous figures can wield considerable influence at critical moments. The tragic fate that befell the Targaryen family and the near extermination of the Dragon Guards during the rebellion in King's Landing are intricately linked. Without the protective layer provided by the Dragon Guards, the scholars found it all too easy to target the surviving dragons of House Targaryen. Thus, Daenerys sought to seize this opportunity to gather as many Dragon Guards as possible under her command, convinced that they would prove invaluable in the future. Having resolved matters concerning the Dragon Guards, Daenerys once again commanded Drogon to return to the lair of the sheep stealer. She had discovered that the cunning Meraxes had not emerged since entering the cave. This little rascal, who would not stir without a purpose, must have uncovered something of significance. The cave, being open at the top, was sufficiently illuminated, allowing Daenerys to instruct Drogon to remain at the entrance while she cautiously ventured deeper within. As Daenerys approached the usual resting place of the sheep stealer, amidst the dark heap of rubble, she found Meraxes indeed slumbering there. Beneath her lay 2 exquisite dragon eggs. Meraxes. In this moment, Daenerys was acutely aware of what had transpired. The gluttonous Meraxes had devoured the dragon eggs of the sheep stealer. It is known that a dragon typically lays at least 5 eggs. Thus, with only 2 remaining, It was clear that Miracis had consumed at least 3. At the sound of Daenerys's furious roar, Miracis sprang into the air. As a dragon attuned to Daenerys's emotions, she had sensed her approach even before Daenerys neared the cave. However, perhaps due to the effects of consuming the dragon eggs, she felt overwhelmingly lethargic, and it was only upon sensing Daenerys's anger that she took flight to evade retribution. Daenerys quickly bent down to examine the 2 surviving eggs. One was a verdant green adorned with silver swirling patterns. The other was pure white, covered in star-like markings. Alas, how infuriating! It dawned on her that the sheep stealer had been driven to prey on the sheep due to weakness from laying the dragon eggs. Yet, since the event had already transpired, there was no point in dwelling on it. The acquisition of these 2 dragon eggs was, in fact, a stroke of fortune. After all, this discovery was made in secret, and she had no intention of relinquishing them. With urgency, she cradled the eggs and soared with Drogon toward her dragon lair. Meanwhile, Miracis anxiously followed in Drogon's wake. Chapter 40. Planning the tournament. Fortunately, Daenerys had brought along some fire starters today. Otherwise, navigating the dimly lit confines of Drogon's cave would have proven rather inconvenient. Upon entering the cave of Dreamfire, Daenerys discovered a volcanic fissure not far from the dwelling of the dragon. Occasionally, flames erupted from this crevice, and nearby, she amassed a considerable pile of rubies, burying 2 dragon eggs within. As she caressed the vibrant, life-infused eggs, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her. With the relentless surge of heat from the volcanic fissure and the latent magic within the rubies, Daenerys was convinced that the hatching of these dragon eggs would be a relatively effortless endeavor. After carefully securing the eggs, Daenerys solemnly stroked Dreamfire and turned to the distant Miracis, admonishing, "Dreamfire, Miracis, you must never harm the dragon eggs, understood? If you notice anything amiss with the eggs, inform me immediately. I shall reward you with succulent livestock for your loyalty." With that, she shot a fierce glance at Miracis. The 2 colossal dragons, now attuned to Daenerys's thoughts, emitted a deep, resonant response. Acknowledging her previous misstep, Miracis took the opportunity to approach Daenerys, affectionately rubbing her head against Daenerys's thigh. Given the circumstances, what more could Daenerys do? She could only lightly tap Miracis's head as a symbolic reprimand and reiterate the importance of never consuming dragon eggs again. After their excursion in the Dreamfire cave, Miracis returned to her own lair to resume her slumber. It appeared that the act of devouring dragon eggs held some benefits for the great dragons. Following Daenerys's return to Dragonstone, Dreamfire retreated to her nest, confident that her guardianship would keep the eggs safe. Meanwhile, the trio of young dragons made their appearance, exclaiming, "Look, father, mother, aren't we impressive? The sheep thief has been captured and brought back to Dragonmount by Daenerys and me." Upon her return to Dragonstone, Rhaenyra eagerly recounted the thrilling tale of how she and Daenerys had vanquished the sheep thief to their parents. Alas, the Targaryen family currently lacked a suitable dragon rider. Observing his daughter Rhaenyra's beaming pride, Viserys felt a mixture of exasperation and admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, you 2 have accomplished a remarkable feat. However, do refrain from engaging in conflict with dragons in the future. It's merely livestock. Losses are inconsequential in the grand scheme of things." The dynamics of dragon disputes are fraught with unpredictability, especially for dragon riders, where a single misstep could lead to perilous consequences. At this, Mother Emma chimed in, equally exasperated. "What troubles me is the potential uproar should the visiting nobleman catch wind of this incident. Finding a quiet place to enjoy the scenery has become quite the challenge. Daily, I am subjected to the handmaidens discussing their various escapades. Oh, it has become quite a headache." Upon hearing this, Viserys shook his head with a smile. Observing that these noble youths were in the prime of their youth, brimming with energy that was in desperate need of a proper outlet. At that moment, Rhaenyra, filled with enthusiasm, proposed, "Father, mother, since so many young lords from the 7 kingdoms have gathered here, why not host a tournament?" Viserys and Emma both perceived the merit in Rhaenyra's suggestion. After all, it was evident to everyone that the noble youths had come to Dragonstone with a specific purpose, and a tournament would indeed serve as a splendid opportunity for the Targaryens to better understand them. Thus, they engaged in earnest discussion. Not long after returning to Dragonstone Castle, Daenerys entered her parents' chamber to convey her greetings and joined in the deliberation. As the discussions progressed, Viserys stroked his beard thoughtfully before slowly articulating, "There remains but one issue. Hosting a tournament demands a considerable investment of manpower and resources. Given the limited personnel we have on Dragonstone, it may prove insufficient." Upon concluding his statement, the family turned their collective gaze towards Daenerys. Indeed, unlike Daenerys, who possessed her own domain, Viserys and his family were still reliant on the royal stipend for their livelihood. This year, due to his successful taming of Vhagar, Viserys' allowance was set to increase. Yet the funds had not yet arrived. Rhaenyra had some savings, albeit not substantial, as maintaining a dragon incurs significant costs, particularly for a dragon like Syrax, which was in its growth phase. Annual expenses could easily surpass 200,000 golden dragons. Moreover, Rhaenyra herself required an expenditure of 50 to 60,000 golden dragons each year, leaving her with scant savings, likely not exceeding 100,000 dragons. To organize a tournament of considerable stature, expenses would commence at a minimum of 2 to 300,000 golden dragons. Understanding the intense scrutiny of her family's eager gazes, Daenerys quickly grasped their unspoken intention. However, the financially astute Daenerys was not inclined to become a mere benefactor without recompense. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she stated, "I can arrange for the expenses and manpower, but I shall retain 80% of the profits generated from this tournament." Rhaenyra, taken aback, inquired, what profits could possibly arise from a tournament? Viserys and Aemma shared her confusion, for in their understanding, a tournament was merely an extravagant expenditure, a display of power and status by the crown or the highborn. Daenerys patiently elucidated, wherever there are people, there exists an opportunity for profit. First, we can construct seating arrangements with varying tiers, transforming the best vantage points into luxurious seating, and then sell tickets at different price levels according to their rank. The noble young lords, eager to display their status before the public, would undoubtedly be willing to spend lavishly on luxurious seats to witness the competition. Upon hearing this, Viserys immediately grasped the implication. Was this not akin to the methods employed in the dueling arenas of the free trade city-states? Such an approach would likely attract the scorn of the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. I find it somewhat inappropriate. Daenerys, however, resolutely countered, asserting that as long as we do not infringe upon the interests of others, their objections hold no ground. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, I would make them experience the searing heat of dragon fire. Father, traditions and customs are merely the creations of their founders. If the Targaryen family, who can command dragons, cannot innovate or alter such trivial matters, it would indeed be a lamentable situation. Typically indecisive, Viserys found himself swayed by Daenerys' steadfastness and chose to remain silent. Daenerys continued, "Moreover, we can secretly establish betting outlets. Such activities are not uncommon among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. It is an unspoken understanding among them." On this point, Viserys held no objections. Indeed, as Daenerys suggested, it was a tacit agreement among the elite. However, he was curious as to how Daenerys, who rarely left Dragonstone, was so well acquainted with the subtle machinations of these nobles. He glanced at Rhaenyra, who appeared puzzled. Clearly, his eldest daughter, who frequently mingled among the nobility, was oblivious to these matters. Even his wife, Aemma, shared the same lack of awareness. Ignoring her father Viserys' momentary distraction, Daenerys pressed on. Furthermore, the tournament must feature an array of delectable food and fine wines. To ensure the safety of both competitors and spectators, it would be prudent to have specialized vendors manage the provisions. We could openly solicit bids, initially charging a set fee for the opportunity, and then taking a percentage based on their sales. Observing the bewildered expressions of her mother and sister, as well as her father's perplexity, Daenerys elaborated. The tournament is inherently a display of power and wealth. The nobles would naturally be inclined to spend some gold dragons, showcasing their family's unique culinary delights at the tournament. Moreover, should they gain recognition and admiration, would they not attract a continuous influx of wealth in the future? Upon hearing Daenerys' explanation, the others quickly grasped her intent, inwardly marveling at her intelligence. Aemma, genuinely impressed, exclaimed, "What a novel idea! I am truly astounded by your ingenuity. Had I not witnessed you emerge from my womb, I would scarcely believe that I could bear such a clever daughter." At this moment, Viserys added that we must ensure the safety of the tournament grounds. As the participants are scions of prominent families, any mishap could lead to considerable complications. Rhaenyra, brimming with confidence, interjected, "I have an idea. While there may be few knights on Dragonstone, we possess dragons. In addition to deploying soldiers and knights, we can summon Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Syrax to provide support on site. I cannot believe anyone would dare to cause trouble then. Moreover, the presence of dragons will undoubtedly make the event far more captivating." Daenerys immediately concurred, stating, "I find my sister's proposal splendid. A tournament hosted by House Targaryen must feature dragons." She further suggested hiring some artists, stating that anyone wishing to pose with the dragons could do so for a sufficient sum of gold dragons. Rhaenyra quickly responded, "That is an excellent idea. What do you think would be an appropriate fee?" After some contemplation, Daenerys replied, "It should be no less than 1,000 gold dragons. However, for those audacious enough to ride a dragon, the fee should start at a minimum of 10,000 gold dragons." Their father, Viserys, immediately objected, "That is inappropriate. Although we Targaryens can ride dragons, we cannot guarantee they won't attack strangers. It is far too perilous. Furthermore, how could we allow others to mount our family's dragons?" Rhaenyra, upon hearing this, pouted in dissatisfaction. Daenerys disagreed, asserting, "Isn't the essence of showcasing power to command respect? Maintaining the mystery and majesty of the dragons naturally instills reverence for House Targaryen. However, allowing others to experience the might of our dragons up close, while we alone can control such formidable beasts, might very well shift their awe from the dragons themselves to the members of House Targaryen." After nearly an hour of deliberation, the Viserys family finally established a preliminary framework. Daenerys summoned Samwell to execute their plans, assigning her sworn knight, Cameron Tarth, and her personal attendant, Layla Royce, to assist him as temporary aides. Cameron is diligent and diplomatic, while Layla is decisive and efficient. Their assistance will undoubtedly be invaluable to the busy Samwell. Additionally, Daenerys personally invited Medric of the Manderley family from White Harbor to oversee the opening and recruitment of suppliers for the tournament. Throughout these days of interaction, Daenerys has come to greatly admire the capabilities of the Manderley brothers, especially the 12-year-old Medric, whose maturity and competence have impressed her. In response to Daenerys' sincere invitation, Medric readily accepted. Fortunately, he had brought a considerable number of personnel from the harbor this time, enabling immediate action to commence. As there was a need to construct a dedicated arena for the competition, the date for the martial arts tournament was set for 1 month later. Once the news spread, Dragonstone Island, already a hub of activity, once again became the focal point of the Seven Kingdoms. The participants of this tournament were exclusively drawn from the younger generation of nobility across the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, even families that had no intentions of marrying into the royal line sent their offspring hurrying to Dragonstone Island. The venue for the tournament was chosen by Daenerys at the juncture of the old and new Dragonstone. Just a few kilometers to the northeast lay White Sheep Town, while across the Great River to the southwest was the fishing village of Dragonstone. Daenerys intended to develop this area into the new port of Dragonstone, as it boasted a wide harbor with deep waters, nestled within the surrounding hills of the island. By constructing fortifications on the rocky shores to either side, it would be a straightforward task to ensure the security of the entire port. Previously, Daenerys had been unable to act due to insufficient financial resources. But now with the infusion of 20 million gold dragons from the Dragonstone treasury, along with a monthly income of around 200,000 gold dragons, she seized the opportunity presented by the construction of the tournament grounds to commence the project in earnest. Possessing the knowledge of how to forge obsidian and aided by the dragon fire of Dreamfire, Miraxes, and Grey Shadow, the speed of forging the necessary black stone for the tournament venue had significantly increased. Occasionally, her sister Rhaenyra and their father Viserys would arrive with their mighty dragons to lend assistance. The Targaryen family's secret regarding Daenerys' ability to create black stone was no longer concealed, and they expressed great interest in the forging techniques, though upon witnessing it firsthand, they found it somewhat underwhelming. Nonetheless, Daenerys could distinctly sense that the black stone being forged now was markedly different from that of the past. Particularly, the black stone crafted using the dragon fire of Dreamfire and the younger dragons was evidently of superior quality compared to that produced by Syrax and Vhagar. Daenerys suspected this was related to magical energy, although her understanding of magic remained rudimentary. She could only vaguely perceive certain ethereal fluctuations. Yet she had firmly concluded that the unique energy contained within the gems residing in the cave of Dreamfire and the young dragons was indeed magical. This, she believed, was the fundamental reason for the distinct nature of their dragon fire compared to that of Syrax and the others. Chapter 42. The Thieves. As the news of the tournament on Dragonstone spread and the new arena began to take shape, a multitude of vagrants and itinerant merchants flocked to the Seven Kingdoms. Every year, the continent of Westeros witnesses the downfall of nobles due to mismanagement or localized conflicts, compelling their subjects to flee their war-torn lands in search of survival in the bustling cities. Concurrently, countless commoners, driven from their farms by natural disasters or man-made calamities, are rendered homeless as agriculture fails to sustain their families. Even more reprehensible is the conduct of numerous nobles and ecclesiastical organizations who, in their relentless pursuit of land for grazing livestock or cultivating lucrative crops, resort to every means to drive farmers from their fields. This not only results in the unscrupulous appropriation of land, but also forces dispossessed farmers into a state of servitude, becoming cheap labor at the mercy of their former lords. Although slavery is officially prohibited on the continent, the lives of many subjects are scarcely distinguishable from that of slaves, toiling day in and day out, often unable to secure even a single meal. In the eyes of many nobles, commoners are little more than two-legged beasts of burden, and their lives are deemed insignificant. Any occasional charity extended to the destitute is considered a virtue. This indifference towards the plight of the populace may well explain the stagnation in population growth on the continent. Despite millennia of history, the odds of survival for vagrants during their exodus are dismally low, which means that those who endure must possess some measure of capability. Their sensitivity to the dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms reveals much. It is no wonder that the rabble of King's Landing can be regarded as one of the most formidable forces in this realm of intrigue and power. As the dragon's kiss flower blossomed across the major cities, establishing a stable route for the influx of vagrants to Dragonstone, the news of the tournament spread far and wide, arriving in advance of the nobles themselves. Dany had already devised a strategy with Samwell and his companions to address the needs of these newcomers, those willing to settle in White Sheep Town. Upon passing a thorough vetting process, were allocated positions on farms and in the pastures. Generally, those who succeeded in this process were families, for it is the ties to loved ones that often compel individuals to behave responsibly. The remaining individuals were accommodated in a camp for vagrants located between White Sheep Town and the tournament grounds, surrounded by towering black stone walls, where tents could be erected. Samwell had also stationed a contingent of militia to maintain order, providing daily rations of food free of charge. Most able-bodied men were recruited for the construction of the tournament venue, while the elderly, women, and children could find work in White Sheep Town, performing menial tasks such as sorting wool, cleaning streets, and transporting manure. Although their earnings were modest, they sufficed for their subsistence. Among them were those of noble descent who had fallen on hard times or possessed some martial prowess. A temporary security coordination team of 100 was hastily assembled by Samwell. Those who emerged from the ranks of the displaced were most familiar with the unsavory dealings of their peers, making them the most suitable candidates to manage and oversee the refugees. With the promise of a stable salary and generous benefits, these members of the security team became the most stringent enforcers of rules among the displaced. On this particular day, Daenerys was at the training grounds, leading Dreamfire and Myrcise in forging black stone. A group of thieves, escorted by the security team, passed nearby, and one tall woman with silver hair immediately caught Daenerys' attention. She commanded her people to stop the group. The team leader, known as Clever Jack, approached Daenerys with a sycophantic smile, reporting, "Your Highness, these individuals are the thieves apprehended in recent days. After Lord Samwell's judgment, all their possessions were confiscated, and they were to be expelled from the island." Daenerys called out to the tall, silver-haired woman, "Lift your head. What is your name? You seem familiar to me." The woman, initially keeping her gaze lowered, dared not meet Daenerys' eyes. It was only after Daenerys had summoned her that she nervously raised her head. "Why, you are Lyanna?" Daenerys gazed at the once beautiful maid, now somewhat soiled yet still striking, and was taken aback. Lyanna was a servant chosen by Daenerys herself from the Targaryen family's illegitimate heirs at Dragonstone. Although surprised, Daenerys maintained her composure and instructed Clever Jack, "The island is in need of laborers. There is no rush to expel them. Let them serve in the training grounds for now, and once the venue is completed, send them to the Night's Watch at the Wall. As for the women, sell them to the pleasure houses. If they do not wish to engage in honest work under such favorable conditions, then let us accommodate their choices." Yes, your Highness." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Proud of his moment to shine before Daenerys, Clever Jack brandished his whip and loudly admonished the thieves, "Move along, you lazy bones. The princess has provided you with such fine opportunities, yet you squander them on disgraceful acts. You worthless scoundrels deserve a good thrashing. Hurry up, or beware my whip, for it strikes without mercy." Daenerys pulled Lyanna aside, her tone cold and filled with disappointment. "Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? You tarnished the bloodline of House Targaryen. Tell me, what has transpired?" At this, Lyanna knelt, tears welling in her eyes, and lamented, "Your Highness, I am with child by Prince Daemon. My parents insist that I terminate this pregnancy, yet my heart resists. In desperation, I attempted to steal away from Dragonstone. Your Highness, I implore you to grant me my freedom. Allow me to keep this child. Is this matter known to Uncle Daemon?" Daenerys was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events and quickly inquired further. Jaina shook her head, whispering softly, "Prince Daemon only favored me a few times during Prince Baelor's funeral, and thereafter, he has ignored me entirely. What good would it do to speak with him?" Jaina's sentiments held some truth. If Daemon displayed such indifference towards his lawful wife, What hope did a fleeting encounter hold? After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys formulated a plan and pressed on with her questions. Even if I help you escape, how will you sustain yourself and your child? Jaina fell silent, struggling to find her words. After a considerable pause, she finally stammered, I just want to leave Dragonstone for now. Otherwise, my parents will surely force me to drink moon tea. I haven't thought much beyond that. The world is vast. Surely, there is a place for me. I could work as a maid, or even as a courtesan. I would manage to raise my child. Daenerys, upon hearing this, nearly laughed in exasperation. No wonder you are so beautiful, yet have been cast aside by demon. Intelligence is a precious gift, yet it seems you lack it. Chapter 43. These men deserve a beating. With such reasoning, I doubt you could survive outside Dragonstone, let alone raise a child. If you truly wish to keep this child, I can show you a path forward. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Jaina's sorrowful eyes sparkled with hope. Daenerys continued, before we proceed, I must confirm something with you. Do you solely wish to ensure this child has a good life, even if it means you cannot be together, or do you insist on raising your child alongside you, regardless of the future's uncertainties? Jaina pondered for a while, tears streaming down her face, before responding, Your Highness, I only wish for this child to have a good life, even if we cannot be united. Though Jaina may not be the sharpest, she quickly grasped Daenerys' intention and soon made her choice. Pleased with her decisiveness, Daenerys continued, I can initially place you in a secluded location where you can safely carry your child. Once you give birth, you may work in the Dragon's Kiss Garden. With your beauty, you will surely thrive there. I will assist in placing your child under royal care, but you must keep his lineage a secret. For I cannot guarantee what may happen to you or your child if the truth is revealed. Jaina swiftly swore an oath, by the old and new gods. Once this child is born, I shall have no further connection with him, and I will reveal his lineage to no one. Danyela paid no heed to her vow. Should she dare to renege in the future, it would provide an excellent opportunity to test her as material for hatching dragon eggs. To avoid drawing attention, Danyela instructed her subordinates to bring 2 veils, and after donning a disguise, she led Jaina towards the Dragon's Kiss Garden. To her surprise, the garden was bustling with activity, almost filled to capacity with the young noblemen from the 7 kingdoms. Observing the scene, Danyela adjusted her veil to better conceal her features. Master Jason, she remarked, it is said that the Dragon's Kiss Garden is the finest pleasure house in the 7 kingdoms. Yet, I find it pales in comparison to our Golden Cat in Lannisport. The silver-haired women here lack the allure of our golden-haired ladies from the Westerlands, although the fair and strong spirits do possess some flavor. Not far off, Lord Montdeffel scoffed, humph, such a display of nouveau riche. If we speak of distinction, the maidens of Honeywine Alley are undoubtedly the most cultured across all of Westeros. In response, Jason Lannister retorted, What, pray tell? Have the brothels of Old Town become centers of knowledge like the Citadel? It seems the men of Old Town lack prowess if they have the leisure to engage in lofty discourse, while their women sit idly. His words elicited laughter from all the young nobles present. Ha ha ha. The men of the Hightower family must not have yet savored the delights of a woman's cherry lips. Disgusted by the crude conversation, Danyela spat in disdain and quickly led Jaina deeper into the Dragon's Kiss Garden. After ensuring Jaina was settled with the garden's overseer, Danyela hastily departed. However, little did she expect to encounter the group from Skagos swaggering out of the garden. Boss, the food at the Dragon's Kiss is truly delectable. It rivals that of Dragonstone, boomed the towering bear, savoring the memory. The Wolf brothers nodded in agreement. Roasted meat, delicious, truly delicious. Furious, the keen-eyed hawk leapt up, delivering kicks to each of them, chiding, That is a brothel. I sold a skin of an ice bear to bring you there to admire the beauties, not to feast and drink. The lean, dark-skinned youth, Lynx, puzzled, remarked, What is there to admire about those scrawny women? Our Skagos women have more ample figures, with larger posteriors and bosoms, making them far more appealing. At that moment, Dax's gaze swept over Danyela, and he remarked with apparent insinuation, Indeed, they do seem rather withered. Dax's words evoked a profound sense of offense in Danyela, prompting her to shoot him a fierce glare. Unfortunately, she caught Dax's scrutinizing gaze at that very moment. What are you staring at? Do you dare believe I would gouge out your eyes? Danyela's fury escalated, and she unleashed a torrent of invectives upon him. When did Skaggs Island become so affluent? Can you now afford to frequent upscale brothels? A bunch of shameless northern barbarians. Danyela unleashed every coarse term she had acquired in this world. The group of youths, taken aback by a mere girl daring to berate them in public, were ready to retaliate. However, Dax swiftly intervened, commanding, Stand down, retreat. His followers, ever obedient to their leader, promptly withdrew several paces. Dax leaned closer to Danyela and whispered, "Princess, do you truly wish to continue this public tirade? The crowd is only growing." His words ignited a mix of embarrassment and ire in Danyela, compelling her to fall silent. Yet, she retaliated by striking Dax squarely on his handsome face. With a few punches, she sent him sprawling to the ground. After all, the martial skills and swordsmanship she had honed over the past 3 years were not without merit, exuding a formidable strength. Moreover, Dax, concerned for Danyela's safety, made little effort to defend himself. Thus, Danyela found herself astride Dax, raining down blows upon him. The youths of Skaggs Island, witnessing the scene, were about to rush in but were halted by Dax's commanding voice. "This is not your affair. Stay put." After delivering a series of punches, Danyela's fury subsided, and she delivered a heavy thump to Dax's chest before attempting to rise and depart. To her surprise, he grasped her and pulled her down onto his broad, muscular chest. Seizing the moment, he whispered in her ear, "Worry not, Princess. My first time is still intact." Danyela was instantly flushed with embarrassment at his suggestive remark. She quickly broke free from his grasp and fled in a panic. Meanwhile, Dax gazed intently in the direction of Danyela's retreat, savoring the moment with a satisfied expression, as if he had just indulged in a delightful experience rather than endured a beating. The youths of Skaggs Island exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, has the boss lost his mind? Why does it seem he enjoyed that? I suspect he has taken a liking to that scrawny girl. So that is his type. No wonder he dismissed all the beautiful women vying for his attention back on Skaggs Island. Chapter 44. You better be ready and clean. Danyela, feeling a mix of shyness and urgency, swiftly fled the scene. Sensing her emotional state, Dreamfire and Millicese hastened to her position above. To prevent inciting panic among the crowd, Danyela quickly conveyed a telepathic message instructing them to distance themselves from the throng. Through 3 years of companionship with Dreamfire, Danyela had mastered the art of mental communication. To her astonishment, she discovered that even with Millicese, whom she had known for only a few months, a similar connection had blossomed. The dragon riders of the Glyan family were renowned for their ability to communicate with their dragons, with Daemon and Rhaenys being exemplary figures. However, no one had yet demonstrated the ability to connect with 2 dragons simultaneously and convey commands with such precision as Danyela. After escaping the fishing village, Danyela guided Dreamfire directly to the administrative hall in Ares Town. At that moment, Samuel was engaged in discussions with Mederic, Cameron, and Annie regarding the logistical details of the martial arts competition. Upon Danyela's entrance, they all stood respectfully to greet her. Danyela promptly inquired of Mederic, "What vendor fee do you intend to charge for the competition?" Sensing her displeasure, Mederic remained cautiously calm, replying, "Your Highness, we are currently considering a tentative fee of 1,000 gold dragons. Adjust it to 10,000 gold dragons. If the Lannisters and Hightower families wish to participate, offer them the best positions at a direct fee of 50,000 gold dragons." Such a sum? Samuel expressed his surprise at Danyela's directive. Danyela responded confidently, "Do not underestimate the competitive spirit of those noble youths. It's not merely about showcasing family strength. When they gather, even a contest of who can urinate the farthest will ensue." Her crude remark left the attendees feeling awkward, particularly her devoted attendant, Annie, who subtly tugged at Danyela's garment. Undeterred, Danyela continued, "Rest assured and proceed boldly. Trust me. The capabilities of those noble youths will far exceed your expectations. By the way, Mederic, Torrin wishes to ask a favor of you." Mederic immediately replied with utmost respect, "Your Highness, I shall not hesitate to fulfill your request. Please do tell." Danyela leaned closer to Mederic and whispered, "Spread a rumor that I once spent 100,000 gold dragons to have you fly with me around Dragonstone, and that I held you in my arms." Her words immediately turned Mederic's face crimson. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate. It could tarnish your reputation." Danyela continued nonchalantly, "Just do as I say. I have no concern for such matters. My reputation for avarice has long since spread across the 7 kingdoms. Why should I care? Once the task is accomplished, I shall bestow generous rewards." After finishing her instructions, Danyela contentedly opened the administrative hall. It has been several days since I last checked on those 2 dragon eggs. Today is the perfect opportunity." Upon exiting the administrative hall, Danyela was suddenly seized by an impulse to visit the dragon eggs. Thus, she mounted Dreamfire and returned to her cavern. Gently caressing the 2 dragon eggs, which had been warmed by the flames of the earth, Danyela felt a surge of vibrant energy brewing within them. To her astonishment, in just a few days, the vitality of the eggs had significantly intensified. Indeed, The new volcano and these precious gems were immensely beneficial to the dragons. If only she could relocate all the Targaryen dragon eggs here, who knows how many hatchlings might emerge. However, the Targaryen royal family enforces strict regulations regarding the dragon eggs. Even Danyela could not easily obtain them. Sighing, she contemplated using her mother's pregnancy as an excuse to select a couple of dragon eggs for experimentation. Resolute, Danyela once again took to the skies on Dreamfire, heading towards the dragon lair in King's Landing. Ever since the Targaryens had constructed the dragon lair, all dragon eggs had been brought there. Since returning to Dragonstone, Danyela had ventured to Driftmark a few times for hunting. But this was her first return to King's Landing in 3 years. Thus, when Dreamfire appeared once more above the city, it immediately stirred excitement among the populace. Danyela guided Dreamfire directly to the dragon lair, but chose not to confine her within. Instead, she instructed the dragon to wait outside. "Your Highness, Princess." The dragon guard greeted Danyela respectfully in Valyrian. "I have come to select 2 dragon eggs for the child in my mother's womb. Please lead me." "Yes." The dragon guard bowed and proceeded to escort Danyela to the chamber where the dragon eggs were stored. To ensure optimal incubation, all Targaryen dragon eggs were kept in a furnace, nurtured daily by the warmth of charcoal. Consequently, the temperature in the egg storage room was quite high. Upon entering the chamber, even the heat-resistant Danyela found it somewhat difficult to breathe. "You may wait at the door. I shall enter and select at my leisure." "As you wish, Your Highness." "Your Highness, the deeper you go, the more ancient the dragon eggs become. Among them are 2 that were brought from Old Valyria." "Very well, I understand." Danyela replied with a calm demeanor, though her heart swelled with excitement. The bloodline of the dragon eggs from the era of Old Valyria was far more formidable than those laid by dragons after arriving at Dragonstone. However, Daenerys did not hastily proceed inside. Instead, she meticulously observed her surroundings. The furnace room was expansive, measuring over 100 square meters. Within it, 4 or 5 dozen coal-burning furnaces were densely arranged. The dragon eggs appeared as if sculpted from resplendent gemstones, their immense size requiring Daenerys to cradle them with both hands. Each time she held these eggs, it felt as though she bore the weight of the entire world. These eggs, having endured the passage of time, had transformed into eternal relics, yet they continued to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Their surfaces were adorned with scales as fine as fish scales, exhibiting a riot of colors and intricate patterns, reminiscent of the most exquisite jewels, exuding an enchanting allure. Even though Daenerys had admired them countless times before, she remained spellbound by their charm with each encounter. Ultimately, she stood before the 2 oldest dragon eggs. Upon opening the furnace that housed them, she discovered one egg was a deep crimson, embellished with swirling patterns, while the other was a jet black, adorned with beautiful silver ripples. As she gently caressed the 2 eggs, Daenerys sensed a potent magical resonance within them, more substantial than that of the majority of dragon eggs. How peculiar it was. If that were the case, why had these 2 eggs not yet hatched? Without a hint of hesitation, Daenerys placed both ancient eggs into her whale leather satchel. They were indeed somewhat heavy. Fortunately, Daenerys had spent the past 3 years honing her martial arts and swordsmanship, granting her considerable strength. Though it was somewhat taxing, she managed to lift them with relative ease. As she made her way, she also added a shimmering egg with a pinkish-purple sheen to her bag. Witnessing Princess Daenerys attempt to take 3 dragon eggs at once, the dragon guards, though hesitant to intervene, reminded her, "Your Highness, you must first seek the king's consent to take 3 dragon eggs at once." Daenerys, unconcerned with the guards' apprehensions, explained, "I shall present these dragon eggs to His Majesty. You need not worry." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon exiting the dragon lair, Daenerys swiftly mounted Dreamfire and soared towards the Red Keep. According to Targaryen customs, dragon riders typically dismounted their dragons at the lair before returning to the Red Keep on horseback or by carriage. However, Daenerys had no desire to endure the stench of King's Landing, so she chose instead to fly directly. After all, the Red Keep had ample space for Dreamfire to land, and her control over the dragon was far superior to that of other riders, eliminating the possibility of mishap. As Dreamfire soared over King's Landing, word had already reached King Jaehaerys. He promptly instructed his servants to prepare refreshments, harboring a modicum of affection for his eccentric great-granddaughter, Her Majesty Daenerys. Particularly, Daenerys' acquisition of considerable wealth from the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms through her dragonfire had further endeared her to King Aegon. After all, when one finds it increasingly challenging to grow stronger, undermining one's adversaries can be a rather prudent strategy. However, what Aegon did not anticipate was that this spirited girl would soar towards the Red Keep on her dragon, Drogon. Truly, She was a remarkable child. Upon securing Drogon, as Daenerys arrived at the entrance of Maegor's Holdfast, she was greeted by Audrey and Alicent waiting below. "Your Highness, the king has awaited your arrival." The two young ladies, one exuding a gentle grace and the other a warm charm, were indeed a delightful sight together. "You both, Lady Audrey and Lady Alicent. It is a pleasure to have you personally welcome me." Alicent immediately took Daenerys' arm affectionately, exclaiming, "It is our honor, Daenerys. I hope you do not mind my calling you that." Daenerys, feeling a touch awkward yet polite, replied, "That is quite all right. It feels more intimate." Audrey, with a respectful demeanor, led the way, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant. In contrast, Alicent appeared somewhat more deliberate in her approach, suggesting a lack of subtlety compared to Audrey's refined manner. It seemed that Alicent's cunning was still somewhat underdeveloped, clearly overshadowed by Audrey's finesse. Upon encountering King Aegon, Daenerys eagerly rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Great-grandfather, what do you think of the 3 dragon eggs I have chosen?" As she spoke, she proudly opened her whalehide satchel to reveal the 3 eggs before the king. 3. Aegon paused in surprise, then feigned a stern expression. "Even if your mother were pregnant, you could only select one. How greedy of you to choose 3. Daenerys, eager to appease him, responded, "What if my mother is expecting twins this time? It would not be fair to favor one over the other. As for the extra egg, I have been researching a new method for hatching dragon eggs, intending to conduct an experiment. Though the chances of success are slim, it is worth a try, is it not? Surely, you must support my endeavor, great-grandfather." "Ha! Were it anyone else, I might not believe it, but for Daenerys, I would indeed like to witness it." Aegon conceded, "Very well, you have successfully persuaded me. You may take the 3 dragon eggs." In truth, Aegon had always found it perplexing that Daenerys could hatch a dragon, Viserion, and forge a close bond with her. He sensed that this extraordinary great-granddaughter might bring him delightful surprises yet to come. Thus, she was allowed to take away 3 dragon eggs. After accompanying King Jaehaerys for some light refreshments, Daenerys took her leave. Upon returning to Dragonstone, the sky had already darkened. Yet Daenerys promptly placed the 3 dragon eggs in the cave of Dreamfire. Gazing at the 5 exquisitely crafted eggs, each of differing hues, Daenerys felt a surge of joy and caressed them affectionately. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber atop the 5 eggs. In her dreams, Daenerys found herself soaring above a magnificent and awe-inspiring city, enveloped by a vast array of towering volcanoes, their dark mouths billowing thick smoke that obscured the stars and moonlight. The fiery lava and the towering obsidian candles scattered across the volcanoes illuminated the night sky, casting it in a hue reminiscent of solidified dark blood. The city's architecture soared into the heavens, adorned in shades of black and red, embellished with crystalline magical lamps that made the entire city glow resplendently. Numerous colossal sphinx statues, crafted from a material akin to the black stone of Dragonstone, stood proudly throughout the city. As Daenerys beheld these statues, she faintly discerned the echoes of ancient Valyrian chants. Just as she yearned to grasp the words more clearly, a powerful gust of wind stirred behind her. Turning, Daenerys beheld 2 enormous dragons, one black and one red, hurtling towards her with ferocity. Their fearsome heads bore menacing features, with spines that extended from their skulls to the hardened tails. They appeared far more formidable than any dragons Daenerys had ever encountered. Their colossal wings, when unfurled, could effortlessly disperse the clouds above. Yet, despite their terrifying presence, Daenerys sensed a significant disparity between them and true dragons. They resembled creations forged from fire, fierce yet devoid of the vital essence that characterized real dragons. In the fleeting moments of her contemplation, the 2 dragons lunged at her, transforming into twin torrents of flames that engulfed her entirely. Prepared for such an encounter, Daenerys felt no fear. Instead, she opened her arms wide, welcoming the fiery baptism. As she had anticipated, being consumed by the flames did not bring her discomfort. Rather, she felt her blood boiling with vigor. The chant emanating from the Sphinx statues resonated clearly in her mind, revealing to her that it was indeed the incantation for forging Dragonstone. Chapter 46. Enchanted Dragonstone accompanied by the exalted ancient Valyrian incantation. Daenerys felt her very blood begin to simmer with intensity. The exhilarating sensation coursing through Danyela filled her with profound comfort at that moment. She felt as if her body had transformed into something as ethereal as clouds and as warm as flames. Gradually, she began to unconsciously join in the chant, the cadences of the ancient Valyrian language flowing melodiously from her lips. This evoked a searing energy within her, awakening and swiftly circulating through her being, culminating in a surge that penetrated her mind. An overwhelming tide of fragmented visions from ancient Valyria flooded into Danyela's consciousness, leaving her head reeling with an intense pressure. The sheer volume of these disjointed memories abruptly jolted her awake from the dreamscape. Upon regaining her senses, Danyela noticed that the torch she had set beside her had already extinguished. It seemed that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. How had she dozed off so deeply? The cave of Dreamfire was shrouded in dimness, prompting Danyela to place numerous torches near the spot where she had nestled the dragon eggs. This ensured that each time she entered to collect rubies and check on the eggs, there would be a source of light. Each torch burned for at least 2 or 3 hours, and the one before her now emitted no residual warmth, indicating that a substantial duration had passed. Consequently, Danyela groped for another fire starter and ignited a new torch. By the faint glow, she observed that the 5 dragon eggs before her appeared even more resplendent. As she caressed the 2 ancient Valyrian eggs, Danyela understood that her dragon dream was undoubtedly connected to them. Having established this dream link, she hoped they would soon hatch. The dragon lineage inherited from Valyria would surely be formidable. When Danyela finally emerged from the Dreamfire cave, she discovered the dawn was gently breaking. Fortunately, before her departure, she had instructed her subordinates to inform Viserion and the others about her intention to return to King's Landing for the dragon eggs. They likely assumed that Danyela remained in King's Landing. Upon Danyela's arrival at the arena, she found that everyone was already bustling with energy. Indeed, high welfare and generous treatment can ignite the greatest enthusiasm for work, unlike the daily wage system prevalent in Westeros. Danyela had suggested to Samwell and the others a performance-based reward system. Those who exceeded their daily tasks would receive additional bonuses. Thus, the construction efficiency of the arena on Dragonstone surpassed that of other locations significantly. Moreover, utilizing the lightweight yet durable stone from Dragonstone accelerated the building process several-fold. This led to substantial daily consumption of Dragonstone, prompting Danyela to visit the site every 2 days to assist the craftsmen in forging new materials. Today, Danyela eagerly arrived at the forge on Dragonstone, driven by a desire to test the efficacy of the magical incantation she had learned in the Dream of the Dragon. Guiding Dreamfire, she approached the mold filled with materials for forging Dragonstone. Following the vision from her dream, Danyela mounted Dreamfire's back, pressing her hands upon the dragon's scales as she began to chant softly in High Valyrian. Essence of stone, flame of the earth's core, might of the divine, power of blood, forge the immortal creation. As Danyela continued her incantation, she felt an extraordinary sensation of merging with Dreamfire. It was as if a wondrous force from the cosmos suddenly infused both her and the dragon. In a moment of instinct, she commanded Dreamfire to unleash its dragon fire. Dreamfire let out a triumphant roar before directing a stream of blazing blue-violet flames towards the Dragonstone materials. The amalgamation of crushed stone, clay, dragon dung, and the bones and blood of livestock instantly melted into a pool of liquid. Even the meticulously crafted rock molds showed signs of softening. Had Danyela not skillfully instructed Dreamfire to retract the flames, all those molds would have been rendered useless. To her astonishment, the incantation not only summoned dragon fire, but also heightened its temperature. What a delightful surprise! Moreover, Danyela could distinctly sense Dreamfire's elation and a sense of pride in the blue-violet flames, which rejuvenated her weary spirit. Previously, she and Dreamfire, alongside Miracis, could share a mental connection, allowing the dragons to perceive her emotions and thoughts. However, today's clarity and vividness were unprecedented. Do you believe you are the most beautiful among dragons? Danyela playfully projected this thought to Dreamfire. In response, the dragon proudly lifted its head, producing a resonant roar, while gleefully flapping its enormous wings. Indeed, Danyela accurately discerned this sentiment, revealing a level of understanding that transcended mere linguistic communication, becoming a profound exchange of thoughts and emotions. Thus, the pair engaged in a delightful dialogue of ideas, leaving Danyela astounded by Dreamfire's impressive comprehension and communicative ability, affirming the dragon's status as highly intelligent magical creatures. Before long, the newly forged Dragonstone began to cool and solidify. Unlike the usual pitch-black hue, this Dragonstone bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire, manifesting in a much deeper indigo color. The surface no longer resembled the roughness of black stone. Rather, it shimmered with a lustrous, gem-like sheen. This prompted Danyela to reminisce about the towering edifices she had glimpsed in her dreams, constructed solely from stones akin to this one. Indeed, they were far more exquisite than the pure black Dragonstone. It seems that the methods employed by her ancestors to forge Dragonstone were rather rudimentary compared to the sophisticated techniques of Valyria. The stones they used for paving roads shared the same hue. The surrounding stonemasons, too, were instantly filled with joy, for in comparison to the pitch-black stones, this indigo-hued stone was undeniably more captivating. Buildings crafted from this dragonstone, reminiscent of indigo gemstones, heralded a new era in Westeros. These artisans embodied a true spirit of craftsmanship, their aspirations rooted in the desire to leave a mark on the annals of human history. This indigo dragonstone undoubtedly bestowed upon them the opportunity for everlasting recognition. It is worth noting that even the rough black dragonstone was a legendary creation on the continent of Westeros, let alone the splendid indigo variant before them. Thus, the stonemasons found their ambition ignited further. An ordinary tournament venue could no longer contain their boundless enthusiasm. They hurriedly scampered off to consult with Lord Will regarding modifications to the design of the arena. Chapter 47. The grilled fish of House Haddock. Disregarding the exuberant stonemasons, Danyela, feeling somewhat fatigued and ravenous, took to the skies on her dragon, Dreamfire. As for their construction modifications, she knew little of such matters. It was best to leave professional tasks to those skilled in their craft. However, judging by their fervor, they would surely not rest until they produced a masterpiece that would astonish the world. At present, the arena had only been completed to its foundation, making any significant expansion or stylistic alterations quite feasible. She would allow them to tinker as they pleased. After all, she was not short on funds. If they could indeed create something remarkable, it would serve her well in future endeavors, and she had little reason to oppose such prospects. The profits from the Slave Bay-esque gladiatorial arena had been quite promising, although Danyela would not exploit the slaves as brutally as the masters did to amass wealth. Hosting a series of entertaining tournaments at the arena was certainly within her means. Additionally, she could gather exotic beasts or develop intriguing products for exhibitions, which would also be delightful options. With a venue established, the possibilities for future profit were limitless. As Danyela soared low over the construction site of the arena, she caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of grilled fish. Glancing down, she discovered that the destitute had spontaneously formed a small marketplace at the newly constructed Dragonstone dock by the sea. How intriguing! Thus, Danyela allowed the dream fire to diminish and proceeded to stroll towards the modest marketplace. Upon her arrival, the crowd promptly parted, bowing respectfully and lowering their heads in deference. Your Highness, they exclaimed, hurrying to greet her. Please, continue with your affairs. I merely wish to explore. Danyela called out to them with a voice that resonated across the marketplace, which, though small, was filled with life. Nevertheless, as Danyela traversed the area, the onlookers remained tense and respectful, with some too intimidated to move for quite some time. This reaction was not solely due to Danyela's popularity. Rather, it stemmed from the ingrained survival instincts of the people in this realm. In the territories of the nobility, the lord possesses absolute power over their subjects, and many nobles have been known to punish or mistreat commoners under the pretext of disrespect. The crowd's gaze remained fixed on Danyela until she had distanced herself enough for them to resume their normal activities. Since her arrival in this world, she had developed a certain social adeptness. Had it been in her past life, she likely would have fled in embarrassment. The marketplace, though small, was replete with a variety of goods. Vendors sold coarse linen garments, kitchen knives, and sickles, as well as vases, bowls, nets, and leather goods. Almost any everyday necessity could be found here. Particularly noteworthy were the wares of the vendors who specialized in common folks' utensils. Though rudimentary, their craftsmanship exuded a certain charm. The utensils used by the common people predominantly consisted of wood, crude pottery, and simple metalware. Although they lacked the luxury of expensive pigments for decoration, they skillfully utilized various natural dye plants to enhance these ordinary items. The patterns, while not intricately elaborate, possessed a rustic and natural beauty. The marketplace was predominantly filled with fishermen peddling their fresh catch. Fresh fish, come and see. Delightful and succulent, don't miss out. Women who eat fish are the fairest. Young men who dine on fish are the strongest, and elders who consume fish live the longest. They shouted with vigor. Fresh oysters, bamboo clams, raw oysters, and scallops. Lively groupers, cod, tuna, trout, snapper, and giant squid. The variety of seafood was indeed plentiful, and each fisherman presented their own catchy, humorous slogans. Despite the unpleasant odor that arose from the abundance of seafood, Danyela found herself immersed in a vivid atmosphere of daily life. However, the finest seafood would invariably be procured by the chefs of Dragonstone and the affluent families of White Harbor. Most commoners, particularly the newly arrived refugees, could only afford to purchase some stale fish and rotten shrimp, pinching their pennies. After a short while, Danyela finally followed the delightful aroma to a breakfast stall. The number of stalls was limited, primarily selling dark bread and various seafood porridge. However, the cleanest and most organized of them all was a fish grilling stand adorned with a wooden sign. It was the fragrance emanating from this stall that had drawn Danyela in. The wooden sign bore the inscription Haddock's grilled fish in the common tongue. A long queue had already formed in front of the stall, indicating the exquisite taste of the grilled fish. Danyela instinctively positioned herself at the end of the line and inquired of the patrons ahead, "This grilled fish smells divine. How is it sold?" Upon noticing her arrival, the patrons who had been standing in line promptly parted, eager to relinquish their positions to Danyela. "Your Highness, please go ahead," they urged. Danyela graciously accepted their kindness. Addressing the proprietress, "Madam, your grilled fish smells wonderful. How much do you charge?" Despite the minor commotion caused by Danyela's presence, the proprietress remained composed, diligently attending to her tasks while skillfully bowing to greet the princess. Danyela couldn't help but admire the neat attire of the proprietress. "Your Highness, the grilled fish is 10 copper coins per piece," Lady Haddock responded with poise. "Madam Haddock, I shall take 10, please." After retrieving a gold coin from her purse and handing it to the proprietress, she continued, "The remainder is for those who kindly made way for me." There had only been a dozen or so people in front of Danyela, and a single gold coin would suffice for each to have 10 pieces. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you." As Danyela observed the seasoning sprinkled on the grilled fish, which was her own specially crafted blend, she exclaimed in astonishment, "This seasoning does not come cheap. No wonder your grilled fish is so aromatic." However, such flavor could not arise solely from seasoning. It seems that Lady Haddock possesses her own unique recipe. Hearing Danyela's praise, Lady Haddock, though visibly elated, maintained her calm demeanor. "Indeed, Your Highness, our ancestors grew up at the fishing village's pier, passing down this remarkable grilled fish recipe. It is our great honor to receive your commendation. Although our grilled fish was decent before, it has never been as alluring as it is now. As you mentioned, we are grateful for the special spices we procured from the spice shop in White Sheep Town, which, when combined with our secret recipe, yields this delightful grilled fish." "Oh, I see." Danyela smiled and suggested, "Perhaps you could also experiment with chicken, duck, pork, and lamb in the future. It might turn out equally delectable." Chapter 48. Has the scandal emerged? Madam Haddock deftly prepared 10 grilled fish within a short span of time. She meticulously wrapped each in thin pancakes and presented them reverently to Daenerys, all bundled together in a dry leaf. This was the first time Daenerys encountered such an innovative method of packaging, and she found it quite intriguing. She inquired, "Your wrapping technique is indeed novel. With these pancakes accompanying the grilled fish, one could even forego the staple food. However, where did you procure this dry lotus leaf? After all, our Dragonstone island does not produce lotus flowers." Madam Haddock, without a hint of reservation, warmly replied, "My husband has accompanied Lord Sea Serpent on several voyages and brought back these lotus seeds from the Summer Isles. We planted them in our own pond, and they thrive beautifully, producing lovely blossoms. They also yield large rhizomes, which can be cooked and consumed, though they lack flavor and are rather tough." "Is that so?" Daenerys then produced a gold dragon and handed it to Madam Haddock, saying, "I am quite interested in this. Would you kindly send some of these rhizomes and seeds to Dragonstone Keep? This gold dragon is for your trouble." However, Madam Haddock declined the gold dragon, explaining, "Those items hold little value. Since Her Highness takes a liking to them, I would be pleased to deliver them to you without expecting any recompense." Daenerys gently placed the gold dragon beside her stall, insisting, "Please accept it. Otherwise, how could I trouble you to make a trip on my behalf? I shall not disturb your business any further. Wishing you prosperity, Madam Haddock." With that, Daenerys swiftly departed the market with the packaged grilled fish. With the warmth of the dry lotus leaf still lingering, she returned to Dragonstone Keep, where Emma could not contain her curiosity upon seeing Daenerys arrive so early. "Did you come back from King's Landing at the crack of dawn? That seems rather early." As Daenerys unwrapped the lotus leaf and distributed the grilled fish to her family, she explained, "I returned last night. This morning, after visiting the forge at Dragonstone, I passed by a small market and thought the grilled fish looked delightful. So I brought some back for everyone. Last night, I had no idea," Emma exclaimed, feeling heavier lately and thus sleeping more soundly than usual, which explained her ignorance of Daenerys' return. She glanced at her husband, Viserys, who also seemed unaware. "The flavor of this grilled fish is indeed exceptional," Viserys observed, quickly adding, "Not just you. I too was oblivious to her return. Were you not supposed to select dragon eggs for the little prince in your mother's womb? Where are the dragon eggs?" In a mysterious tone, Daenerys confided to Viserys, "I have placed them in a secure location. When the time comes for my brother's birth, I shall reveal them. As for now, well, it seems that keeping Miracis in this state is not so bad after all. At that moment, her sister Rhaenyra suddenly interjected. Daenerys, I have heard that you took the Manderly brothers from White Harbor, carrying them on your dragon. Is that true? Rhaenyra's words caused both Viserys and Aemma to simultaneously direct their astonished gazes toward Daenerys, taken aback by the revelation. Aemma's mind fixated solely on the fact that Daenerys had indeed embraced the Manderly brothers. You embraced the Manderly brothers? Although the culture of Westeros was somewhat liberal, the nobility still held their reputation in high regard. Daenerys refrained from directly answering her mother's inquiry, instead countering with a question for her sister Rhaenyra. Where did you hear such news? What were the exact words? Confronted by Daenerys' inquiry, Rhaenyra's face flushed crimson, and her words became disjointed. I heard it from those noble youths. As for whether you embraced them, I am uncertain. Was it your handmaiden who prompted you to say this? So that you could avoid an alliance with the balding Manderly family, is that it? Daenerys swiftly discerned her sister Rhaenyra's little ruse and exposed it without hesitation. The childish schemes played out before me, and the intricacies of Westerosi politics are mere child's play for one like myself, a humble gardener. How dare you attempt such tricks against me? It appears I must ensure you remain a dutiful wife. Although Daenerys had indeed instructed Maegor to disseminate the news, she was confident that, given Maegor's character, he would omit the part about her embracing him on the dragon. Witnessing Rhaenyra rendered speechless, Viserys and Aemma quickly grasped that Daenerys had hit the nail on the head. Their expressions darkened instantaneously. Viserys set down his food and, with a grave demeanor, turned to Rhaenyra, earnestly asking, "Is it as your sister has stated?" Rhaenyra, being merely a 10-year-old girl, lacked depth of cunning and had always been cherished by Viserys and Aemma. Even if she felt a twinge of envy toward Daenerys, it was merely the innocent rivalry of sisters. This time, fear of being wed to White Harbor had clouded her judgment, leading her to heed her handmaiden's embellished words. Now that Daenerys had called her out, Rhaenyra could think of no rebuttal and opted for honesty. Yes, my personal maid suggested I say this. But it is not their fault. It is my own fear of being married off to White Harbor. I observed that Danyela and the Medarek brothers were enjoying themselves immensely. Perhaps I could lend them a hand? The sheep-stealing incident seemed most fitting for Rhaenyra's temperament. The conversation left Viserys and Aemma exchanging puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Aemma, with both daughters now grown, it is high time for stricter guidance. After all, they are approaching an age where marriage discussions are imminent. If this continues, their reputations may indeed come under scrutiny. Ultimately, Viserys managed to articulate such sentiments. What could Aemma possibly say in response? Yes, I shall be vigilant. Once this child is born, I will ensure they are well raised and nurtured. Coincidentally, it was time to replace Rhaenyra's handmaidens, and those slightly older companions of Danyela would serve well. Surely, Danyela's personal maid is not older than my own? At the mere mention of her mother's intention to replace her devoted maid, Rhaenyra's demeanor shifted dramatically. Danyela, with a dismissive pout, remarked, I believe mother refers to their emotional or intellectual maturity. Those handmaidens may entertain you, but prolonged association with them might dull one's intellect. I suggest you heed Mother's advice and select a few clever, virtuous handmaidens instead. Chapter 49. The rift between sisters enough? Danyela. Aemma interjected, unwilling to let the sisters' rivalry escalate. Your handmaidens are indeed commendable, yet they seem incapable of restraining your spirited nature. There is no other girl in the Seven Kingdoms as audacious as you. Therefore, it would be prudent to find you a strict handmaiden to temper your temperament. To avert further conflict, Danyela promptly ceased her retorts. What had once been a delightful breakfast atmosphere soured due to Rhaenyra's remarks. After the meal, Aemma escorted her two daughters to her chamber to commence her extensive educational endeavors. Just as Danyela was on the verge of surrendering to fatigue, her devoted maid, Mutton Jerry, arrived like a beacon of hope, knocking on Emma's door. Your Grace, the masters from the Silver Workshop in White Sheep Town have come to present you with jewelry. Aemma was momentarily taken aback, pondering, I did not place any orders in White Sheep. Could it be that Viserys intends to surprise me? Suppressing her curiosity, Aemma quickly guided her daughters to tidy themselves before gracefully stating, Please let them enter. The Silver Workshop had sent a master craftsman accompanied by 4 young apprentices, each holding silk-covered trays. Perhaps due to it being their inaugural visit to Dragonstone, the quartet appeared somewhat apprehensive, yet their eyes remained earnest, and their conduct was impeccably proper. Your Highness, we have specially crafted this exquisite jewelry for you. Please take a moment to examine it, and let us know if any adjustments are required. With that, the first young man stepped forward, and the master artisan unveiled the silk covering the tray, revealing a magnificent golden belt adorned with a large ruby. Emma's golden belt. This. Although Emma was well aware that Viserys' gifts were always remarkable, she never anticipated such grandeur. My heavens! What a colossal ruby! This is truly a priceless treasure. Her personal maid could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Coming from a prosperous valley and having been a prince's consort for over a decade, Emma was quite discerning. Yet she had never encountered a ruby of such magnitude. However, as a princess born into a ducal family, Emma, despite her inner excitement, maintained a composed demeanor and instructed her maid, "Please summon Prince Viserys." Then, with an air of nonchalance, she picked up the exquisite belt from the tray, admiring it closely. Feeling the warm touch of the ruby, she was taken aback. The gem was indeed warm to the touch. At that moment, the master artisan, beaming with pride, elaborated. "Your Highness, the ruby not only generates warmth, but also possesses significant nourishing properties for the body. We intentionally designed this belt with gaps to allow the ruby to make contact with your skin." Emma nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the craftsmanship is ingenious. The quality is exceptional. Particularly the belt's softness and comfort. The coloring is exquisite and rich. "Is this made from whale skin?" "Your Highness, you have a keen eye. It is indeed whale skin." Before long, Viserys arrived. "Emma, did you summon me? Have those mischievous girls upset you again?" After breakfast, having been taken away by their mother, Emma felt Viserys' anxious presence in his chamber, and he promptly came to see her. "I called you to inquire about this jewelry. When did you acquire such precious gems?" "I had no inkling of it." Despite the numerous people present, there was an undeniable hint of playful affection in Emma's tone. "Jewelry? Gems?" Viserys was increasingly bewildered. Emma waved the golden belt in front of him, saying, "Did you not commission this jewelry? Why are you pretending to be oblivious? Children have grown so much. Yet you still lack a proper demeanor." Although Viserys relished Emma's playful demeanor, he genuinely could not comprehend the situation. How could I possibly have procured such a large ruby? It truly wasn't me. At this moment, the master craftsman of the silver shop cleared his throat and began to explain, "Your Highness, the princess and prince. These exquisite pieces of jewelry were commissioned for you by Princess Daenerys. Not only for you, but also for Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra." Upon finishing, he unveiled a second tray, revealing a belt crafted from whale leather, adorned with silver and set with sapphires, alongside a Valyrian steel brooch featuring a sapphire. "This silver belt and brooch were fashioned by Princess Daenerys for you, Your Highness." With the magnificent ruby on Emma's belt, the smaller sapphires on Viserys' belt stand out even more. It was the peculiar dragon motif that piqued Viserys' interest. The design on the belt was indeed unique, resembling a colossal dragon, yet devoid of wings. Its body akin to that of a serpent, complete with 4 claws. Although its appearance was odd, it somehow exuded an even greater majesty than a dragon itself. The master craftsman promptly elucidated, "Indeed, Your Highness. This motif was also personally designed by Princess Daenerys." At this moment, the eyes of the entire family turned towards Daenerys, who was casually sipping juice. Marjorie shot her a pointed glance, exclaiming, "You wretched girl. Since you commissioned these pieces, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Daenerys thought to herself, "If I had revealed it sooner, would I have been able to witness your delightful reactions?" However, she maintained an innocent facade, responding, "Isn't it meant to be a surprise for father, mother, and sister? Let us unveil Rhaenyra's complete set of pink diamond jewelry next. Her pieces are the most exquisite." Daenerys was quite adept at diverting attention. When the master craftsman unveiled the third tray, the entire set of pink diamond jewelry sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the window. Although Rhaenyra typically held little interest in such adornments, today she found herself captivated by the dazzling array. The sunlight made the jewelry shimmer resplendently. Yet, recalling her behavior earlier that morning, Rhaenyra felt a wave of shame wash over her. This ignited an uncharacteristic surge of anger within the usually proud Rhaenyra, and in front of everyone, she abruptly overturned the tray, loudly berating Daenerys, "Who would covet your worthless trinkets? Do you think to buy me off with these pitiful baubles? No wonder you adore wealth so much. You would resort to any means to amass it. You have brought disgrace upon House Targaryen. I am ashamed to be associated with you." With that, she dramatically stormed out. Chapter 50. The dragon's flame of Melisys Rhaenyra's sudden action left everyone present momentarily stunned. The maids and the silversmiths discreetly lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a single sound. Meanwhile, Danyela's personal maid, Madame Jarell, hastily retrieved the jewelry that had been knocked over by Rhaenyra and promptly made her way to Danyela's side. At that moment, Viserys felt a throbbing headache, while Emma experienced a faint twinge in her abdomen. However, their greater concern was that Danyela might feel embarrassed by Rhaenyra's reckless behavior. Thus, Emma, while gently massaging her stomach, approached Danyela to offer solace, saying, "I apologize, Danyela, for the distress Rhaenyra has caused you. Rest assured, I shall adequately discipline her." Viserys then interjected, "Danyela, thank you for your silver belt and brooch. I truly admire them. Rhaenyra is likely envious of your understanding nature. It is she who lacks wisdom, so do not take it to heart." At that moment, Danyela's mind was flooded with a torrent of frustration, yet her expression remained nonchalant as she responded, "Ha! What is the matter with everyone? It's quite all right. Rhaenyra must be feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, I just exposed her little scheme this morning. She must be furious out of shame. She is still young. I shall not hold it against her. Since she finds no value in this jewelry, I shall simply keep it for myself. I won't intrude upon father and mother any longer. Please, continue to adjust the belt as necessary, and speak to the masters if needed. I shall take my leave now. Father, mother." With that, Danyela hurriedly departed with Jarrell in tow. As she exited the room, she deliberately pinched herself sharply, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. She then turned slightly to ensure her parents could clearly see the hurt in her tear-filled gaze. On her way back to her chamber, as she adorned her wrist with the Valyrian bracelet, Danyela remarked to Jarrell, "Distribute this set of pink diamond jewelry among you, Anna, and the others. After all, you are not so young anymore. Consider it an early dowry." Jarrell shot Danyela a look of disbelief, saying, "Your Highness, please do not jest with us. Had it not been for Knight Harold's stern punishment of those servants who spread idle gossip about you and Medric at Dragonstone, we cannot fathom what rumors might have circulated. This morning, I heard you were summoned to the chamber by Princess Emma for a lesson. I hurried to summon the silversmiths from White Sheep Town. You do not commend my cleverness, yet you use us for amusement? Truly, Your Highness. Then shall I keep this set of jewelry or not?" Danyela interjected pointedly, causing Jarrell to cease her complaint. "Why would I not keep it? Those who refuse such treasures must surely lack sense. This is indeed a rare gem that even the 7 nations would find difficult to procure. Ha! Who would refuse such a treasure? Anyone who does must be lacking in judgment." Upon hearing this, Danyela couldn't help but burst into laughter. Last night, through the dragon dream, Danyela not only mastered the incantation for crafting the ancient Valyrian Dragonstone, but also became more attuned to magical energies. She could distinctly sense the magic within the amethyst bracelet coursing through her wrist and gradually enveloping her entire body. Though it did not induce immediate changes in her physique, she firmly believed that over time, it would yield significant benefits. The future is long, and the ultimate outcome is bound to reveal itself in due course. Such is the nature of both objects and individuals. After returning to her chamber, Danyela managed to take a brief half-hour nap before rising. She quickly selected a light red leather armor and adorned herself with her new belt. Meanwhile, Geralt and Bayshani had already divided the exquisite pink diamond jewelry among themselves and adorned their bodies with it. As the eldest and chief maid, Annie received the most valuable necklace. Geralt chose a ring, while the youngest, Bayshani, opted for a brooch. To complement the elegant pink diamond accessories, they all donned gowns in shades of pink. "How are preparations on Harold's side coming along?" Danyela inquired of Geralt while adjusting her outfit, as the young talents from various noble families were set to arrive soon, necessitating ample manpower. Geralt, who was busy braiding Daniela's hair, promptly reassured her, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged on his end. Whenever there is a martial competition, the younger sons and illegitimate offspring of those noble families are always eager to participate. But do we truly need to recruit 300 individuals this time? While we do have an abundance of gold dragons at our disposal, maintaining 300 noble knights is still a considerable expense. Moreover, it would be challenging to rigorously select those with both character and capability when recruiting such a large number at once. Sister Geralt, does not Her Highness often say that time reveals a person's true nature? Even if our intelligence is thorough, I believe it is far more prudent to keep them close and assess them gradually," remarked the 10-year-old Bayshani, who offered her own perspective. "With a larger pool, we can naturally uncover more talented individuals. Thus, even if we spend a bit more gold, it would be worthwhile, would it not?" Danyela was taken aback by Bayshani's astuteness at such a young age, clearly inheriting the Rosby family's business acumen. Ha! No wonder Annie always says Bayshani is the best at managing finances. Geralt, look, Bayshani has outsmarted you. As Danyela finalized her attire, Dreamfire and Malasis, having heeded Daniela's call, arrived above Dragonstone Castle. Danyela then commanded Dreamfire, guiding Malasis towards the site of the Dragonstone Forge. Earlier that morning, the Dragonstone that Danyela had crafted had fully taken shape, prompting her to harness the fierce flames and transport these Dragonstones piece by piece to the arena. Throughout the illustrious history of House Targaryen, It is unlikely that any dragon rider has ever employed their mighty dragon as a mere porter. This not only saves considerable labor, but also serves to strengthen the dragon's power. What could be more advantageous? Once Danyela had placed all the dragonstones at the designated spots indicated by the stonemasons, they promptly filled the molds with fresh material. This time, Danyela rested her hands upon Millicie's chest and began to chant an incantation in High Valyrian. As Danyela and Millicie's resonated with magical energy, reaching a critical point, Danyela proclaimed loudly, "Dragonfire." Millicie's let out a resounding roar before unleashing a torrent of scorching, purplish-pink flames upon the dragonstone material. Indeed, this incantation not only served to forge dragonstones imbued with magical properties, but also aided the dragon in amplifying the potency of its flames. However, perhaps due to the strain of chanting spells twice in one day, Danyela felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her after this incantation. In contrast, Millicie's appeared invigorated. Danyela hastily seated herself upon a nearby stone, preparing to rest. "Are you tired?" Just as she settled down, an unexpected voice seemed to resonate in her mind. Who is speaking? At that moment, Millicie's leaned in closer, nuzzling her affectionately. "Are you tired?" echoed the voice again in Danyela's thoughts. "Millicie's, is that you communicating with me?" Perhaps speaking was not the correct term. Rather, it was a form of consciousness-level exchange. Earlier that morning, after completing the incantation, Danyela and Dreamfire had managed a rudimentary form of mutual consciousness communication. Yet, it had never been as precise or meaningful as her connection with Millicie's. "Millicie's, are you exhausted?" "I am a bit weary, but a short rest will suffice. You need not worry." Danyela affectionately stroked Millicie's head, her heart brimming with joy. Sensing Danyela's emotions, Millicie's chirped delightfully in response. At that moment, Danyela noticed that the purple diamonds adorning her bracelet and belt were gradually emanating waves of warmth towards her, swiftly rejuvenating her strength. However, the diamonds themselves had dulled considerably, causing Danyela a pang of distress. Yet, recalling Melisandre's ruby that could absorb magical energy to restore vitality, Danyela found herself hopeful regarding her own purple diamonds. After more than half an hour, Daenerys felt her stamina had fully restored, so she rose to stretch her limbs. She gazed at the Dragonstone, which was on the verge of solidifying, and noticed that its hue had transformed into a deep purple-black, adorned with numerous pinkish-purple streaks. This coloration exuded a solemn grandeur, conveying an indescribable air of nobility. It appeared that different colors of dragonfire could forge dragonstones of varying shades. Since her strength had only just returned, she opted not to conduct any experiments today. Instead, she planned to summon the 3 dragons tomorrow for further trials. Meanwhile, the stonemasons were gathering around the newly colored dragonstone, animatedly discussing how to best utilize this novel material. Earlier at noon, they had reached a consensus with Samwell to construct the arena to rival the grandeur of the Slave Bay's Colosseum. Just moments ago, when Daenerys was moving the dragonstone, Samwell had already consulted her on the matter. This would significantly increase the budget, but it would undoubtedly enhance the venue's allure. Given that Daenerys was not lacking in gold dragons, she readily agreed. In this world, whether constructing castles or large edifices, the primary expenses stemmed from materials and the labor of stonemasons. Now that Daenerys had mastered the method of forging dragonstones, she had managed to reduce those costs by over 80%. Additionally, the transportation of large stones was accomplished with the aid of dragons, further conserving both labor and time. Thus, Samwell and his colleagues were confident that they could complete the arena, which would typically take others over a year, in just over a month with impeccable execution. Simultaneously, the site where they gathered materials for forging dragonstones was also earmarked by Daenerys and Samwell for the future construction of a castle. Consequently, while excavating rubble and other materials, they had conveniently addressed part of the foundational groundwork needed for the castle. After regaining her strength at the ancient Valyrian ruins, Daenerys was preparing to depart on her dragon when she spotted Mond, a member of House Hightower, approaching with several young noblemen from the Riverlands. "Your Highness, Princess Daenerys." The noble youths, aware of her ability to command both a large and a small dragon, greeted her with respect. After a slight bow, Daenerys spoke in a calm tone. "Greetings. Do you gentlemen have an interest in touring this untidy quarry?" Mond hastily clarified, "Your Highness, we are not here to tour a quarry. We have heard that you once flew around Dragonstone with the Manderley brothers from White Harbor. Is this true?" Daenerys nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is the case. However, I do not offer free dragon flights. Each of them has voluntarily sponsored 100,000 gold dragons for the construction of the arena. What, young Master Haidar, are you interested in having me take you for a few laps on the dragon?" However, Dragonflight is not a trivial matter. I cannot guarantee that you will not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. If you feel timid or frightened, I advise you not to attempt it at all. Just as Mond and the group of youths hesitated, the group from Skaggs Island suddenly emerged from nowhere. The lean, hawk-nosed youth, Ing, directly mocked the group from Hwandi, stating that if they were timid, they should refrain from trying. If they were to soil themselves atop the dragon, they should beware of being roasted by the dragon's fiery breath. That would certainly be amusing. Ha! The simple-minded bear chimed in, saying, "Isn't it said that those from Hwandi love to drink fruit wine? Even their urine supposedly has a fruity flavor. I truly wish to witness that." Ha! What does everyone think? The color is like this. The image is as dark as the Grim Reaper, and the dragon armor is even larger. Although the youths from the prominent families of the Seven Nations have their own rivalries and factional disputes, they naturally unite against the rough youths from Skaggs Island, directing their collective disdain towards these northern brutes, whom they regard as no different from savages. Faced with the mockery from the Skaggs Island youths, Mond Haidar felt a surge of adrenaline. Those of us from civilized society naturally adhere to rules and thoughtful consideration. How could you possibly comprehend our ways? Not to mention our courage, we can at least afford the costs of having Princess Danyela take us for a dragon flight. Can you? Upon seeing Mond's despondent demeanor, Wolfda and Wolf Air's eyes turned crimson, and they emitted wolf-like growls from their throats. At that moment, Dak gently patted their heads, calming them down before looking down at Mond Haidar and declaring, "Since your Haidar family is so bold, why waste words here? Show us the money and climb aboard the dragon for everyone to see." Could it be true, as that golden-haired Lannister said, that your family knows nothing of the delights of a woman's cherry lips? Or is it because you are merely flaunting your own verbal prowess? Beside them, Danyela could only pretend not to understand, though internally she cursed incessantly, wondering if these individuals always had to resort to such crude banter. Chapter 52. The Wrath of Dreamfire. Mont Hightower was acutely aware that the wild Dax was deliberately provoking him. Yet, whether to uphold the dignity of the Hightower family or to preserve his own pride, he felt compelled to confront the situation head-on. To soar through the skies upon the back of a dragon is indeed a privilege of my lifetime. After all, apart from the Targaryens, the aristocrats of Westeros who can share the skies with dragons are few and far between. With that said, Mont Hightower performed what he believed to be a dashing, gentlemanly bow towards Daenerys, hoping that the beautiful and noble Princess Daenerys would graciously accept his humble request. "I would gladly present 100,000 golden dragons, should she choose to bestow this opportunity upon me." However, before Daenerys could respond, he immediately turned to Dax with a thinly veiled sarcasm. Unfortunately, not every noble family in Westeros possesses the ability to request such a favor from the princess. "Wouldn't you agree?" The nobles of Stark's Island, He then feigned profundity, declaring, thus, "It is wise for certain individuals to recognize their limitations sooner rather than later." Dax, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in Mont Hightower's words, calmly replied, "Only a coward would seek to embellish their own facade with the glory of their family. The warriors of Stark's Island earn respect through their own prowess. I hope, Master Hightower, you will be able to showcase the excellence of your family while riding upon the dragon." Mont Hightower shot Dax a disdainful look before respectfully addressing Daenerys. "Your Highness, Princess Daenerys, may I have the honor of flying with you upon the dragon?" Daenerys coldly responded, "I must reiterate. Should any unpredictable events occur whilst upon the dragon, I shall bear no responsibility. However, the 100,000 golden dragons are non-negotiable." Mont Hightower confidently replied, "Of course. Everyone present can attest to my words." With all matters clearly stated, Daenerys chose not to engage further and turned to mount her fiery steed. After soothing Dreamfire's emotions and guiding her to lower her stance, she instructed, "Mont, you may climb along the dragon's wing, but do so gently. Do not provoke Dreamfire." With that, Daenerys continued to reassure the reluctant Dreamfire through their mental connection, as she held no fondness for the Hightower family. Naturally, Dreamfire, attuned to Daenerys' innermost feelings, harbored little affection for Mont Hightower and was unwilling to permit him upon her back. Unlike when Daenerys flew with her brothers, Mederick and Mandler, Dreamfire was far more cooperative then. Gazing at the colossal creature before him, Mont Hightower took several deep breaths to steady himself, mentally preparing for the ascent. He then cautiously climbed onto the back of Dreamfire, navigating along its formidable wings. Throughout the process, Dreamfire's body radiated resistance, seemingly eager to shake off the small intruder from its form. Grasping the spines on the dragon's back with utmost care, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. As Mons successfully mounted, Danyela instructed him, You may also secure your cloak to those spines. It will provide excellent stability. Very well, Your Highness. Mond complied obediently, though Danyela could distinctly hear the tremor in his voice. This elicited a trace of disdain within her, while Dreamfire, attuned to her sentiments, impatiently shook its body. Startled, Mond let out a scream, but quickly altered his tone to feign exuberance, making it appear as if he were cheering. This prompted the sycophants below to erupt in a frenzy of encouragement, their cheers echoing fervently. It was only when Dreamfire, in a fit of impatience, roared at them that they fell silent. Young Master Mond, prepare yourself. We are about to take flight. Yes, Your Highness. Dreamfire, take off. The mighty dragon first gathered momentum on the ground, then powerfully flapped its immense wings, swiftly ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, Miracis chirped joyfully, trailing behind Dreamfire. For Mond Hightower, the exhilaration of his inaugural ride on a dragon was overwhelming. The blend of excitement and anxiety nearly caused him to forget to breathe. The intense heat radiating from the dragon and the biting winds at such altitude rendered him breathless. It wasn't long before he began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Danyela turned to him and called out, "Mond, are you all right?" At that moment, Mond's ears were ringing, rendering him unable to fully comprehend her words. He shouted back, "Your Highness, this sensation is exhilarating, utterly magnificent. Becoming a dragon rider is truly extraordinary." His voice, amplified by the ringing in his ears, was loud, further aggravating Dreamfire's impatience. In response, the dragon executed a swift, vertical ascent, piercing through the clouds. The sudden maneuver left Mond momentarily blinded, his limbs going weak. Yet, clinging tightly to Dreamfire's spines with the remnants of his reason and willpower, he managed to hold on. Yet how could Dreamfire possibly let him off so easily? As they ascended to several thousand meters above the ground, the oxygen became exceedingly sparse, and the winds at such heights grew increasingly fierce. Dreamfire joyfully engaged in acrobatic maneuvers, causing Danyela, seated upon the dragon's saddle, to feel as though her very posterior was being jostled painfully. One can only imagine the plight of Mond Hadel, perched atop the rigid dragon's back. While he could endure the physical discomfort from the tumult, he felt as if the world was spinning violently around him, and he was on the verge of retching. Yet, with a flicker of rationality remaining, he forced himself to swallow his nausea. He harbored no doubt that should he dare to vomit upon Dreamfire's back, the dragon would unhesitatingly greet him with a fiery shower. Dreamfire, noting that this little worm had quite the resilience, suddenly dove swiftly from the high altitude, causing Danyela to feel as though she might vanish into the abyss. However, being an experienced rider with 3 years under her belt, this was merely a thrill for her. Soon, Danyela regained her equilibrium. In stark contrast, Mond Hadel, who could only cling to the dragon's spines with his hands, was far less fortunate. Already pushed to his limits, he inadvertently loosened his grip in a daze, plummeting directly from the dragon's back. The excitement of Dreamfire's successful scheme was palpable as she let out a triumphant roar, swiftly darting to catch the falling Mond Hadel in a graceful swoop. Danyela, startled by the sudden turn of events, urgently cautioned Dreamfire to cease her reckless play and to moderate her grip with her claws, for they must not ruin the sole heir of the Hightower family. At this moment, Dreamfire had descended to a mere several dozen meters above the ground. Whether it was the rejuvenation of oxygen levels or Mond Hadel's commendable constitution, he surprisingly regained consciousness. "Ah, help! Princess, save me!" he cried, his trousers thoroughly soaked. An unidentifiable liquid dripped directly onto Dreamfire's claw. The intense heat radiating from the dragon's body swiftly transformed this liquid into steam, thus evading Dreamfire's keen senses. Enraged, Dreamfire opened her maw wide, intending to unleash a torrent of dragon fire upon the insufferable little worm. Sensing the shift in Dreamfire's emotions, Danyela quickly interjected, "Dreamfire, take him to the sea to wash off. Do not harm him." At that moment, Miracis soared alongside Dreamfire. Though only 3 to 4 meters in length, Miracis surprisingly managed to keep pace with Dreamfire throughout their journey. It appeared that the title of the fastest dragon in the realm of Westeros was on the verge of changing hands. Moreover, Miracis was undoubtedly the most beautifully colored and elegantly formed among the existing dragons, regarded as the epitome of beauty among the remaining dragons of House Targaryen. Their compatibility will be undeniable once Sunfire is born. In a fit of fury, Miracis unleashed Dreamfire, who fiercely dove towards the sea, rapidly swiping with her claws and tossing Mont Dadel about in the water several times. This nearly caused the still-dazed Mont Dadel to succumb to the waves once more, as the briny water made him cough incessantly, now drenched from head to toe. He found solace in the fact that this would finally conceal his embarrassing mishap of wetting himself. In an unusually convoluted train of thought, Mont Daitle fancied that perhaps Daenerys had noticed his predicament and, to spare him the humiliation, commanded the dragon to drench him entirely. Were Daenerys to discover this notion, she would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. Originally, Daenerys had intended to take Mont Daitle on a flight around Dragonstone. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, and she promptly returned him to the stone factory after only completing half of their journey. When the others beheld Mont Daitle, soaked and captured in Dreamfire's claws, their astonishment was palpable. The youths from Skagos wore expressions of gleeful schadenfreude, their excitement unmasked. Even the boys from the Riverlands struggled to suppress their laughter, with only a few genuinely concerned for Mont Daitle's well-being. Dreamfire harbored no fondness for Mont Daitle, and at a height of 2 or 3 meters from the ground, she unceremoniously dropped him. Fortunately, the young master of House Hightower had trained for many years, and although the fall was painful, it did not result in any significant injury. Given the mishap, Daenerys could not simply ignore the incident. She dismounted from the dragon's back and retrieved a vial from her whaleskin satchel. Having consulted with Maester Tiger and combined her knowledge of herbal medicine to concoct a salve specifically designed for treating bruises and injuries. This was a special ointment from Dragonstone, known for its remarkable efficacy in healing. "Here, take it," she insisted. However, the typically glib young master of House Hightower felt his face flush crimson. "Thank you, your highness. I appreciate your kindness. Just understand that you owe me," Myricus replied. "Deliver the promissory note of 100,000 golden dragons directly to Samwell in White Harbor." Mont Daitle, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. "Of course. Rest assured, your highness, I shall deliver it immediately." At that moment, Daenerys appeared radiant in his eyes, her brilliance illuminating his gaze with sparkling stars. Yet, Daenerys, preoccupied with her own thoughts, paid little attention to Mont Daitle's expression. After handing over the salve, she turned to leave. However, their exchange sparked a different speculation in Dax's mind. The young dandy could not possibly be harboring any intentions towards Daenerys while atop the dragon, only to be cast down by her wrath. Thus, he promptly called out to Daenerys, who was about to depart on her dragon. "Your highness, the 2 little unicorns have completely recovered. Let us go see them." Daenerys, having been preoccupied these past few days, almost forgotten about the 2 small creatures, immediately halted her steps and extended her hand, saying, "Let us go. Climb on the dragon with me quickly." "Very well." Dax hastily assisted Daenerys onto the saddle before seizing the spines on Dreamfire's back to mount himself. Observing the intimate exchange between Dax and Daenerys, Mont Daitle was instantly displeased and promptly instructed the nearby guards and noble youths, "We must expedite the arrival of rare beasts. We cannot be outdone by those savages of Skagos Island." In the realm of Westeros, Dax gazed at Daenerys from behind, noting her youthful form, which, despite her tender age, already bore graceful curves, eliciting a subtle smile from him, perhaps igniting some mischievous thoughts. Soon, they arrived at the pasture where the 2 little unicorns were kept. To avoid startling the creatures, Daenerys positioned Dreamfire and Myricus at a distance and proceeded on foot with Dax towards the unicorns. The 2 unicorns, now in stark contrast to their previous lethargy, frolicked joyfully across the lush meadow. Standing merely half a meter tall, they sprinted at a speed surpassing that of an average adult horse. Upon noticing Daenerys' approach, they bared their teeth and emitted low warning growls. At that moment, Dax's pupils turned a startling white, yet the unicorns quickly fell silent. Dax's unusual behavior caught Daenerys' attention, as she distinctly felt a surge of energy when his eyes changed. Under Dax's influence, the unicorns approached them with docility, and his pupils returned to their normal hue. "It seems your shape-shifting talent is quite remarkable, Dax. The young companions accompanying you from Skagos must also possess such abilities," Daenerys inquired casually. Although the distant roars of the dragons indicated to Dax that Daenerys was not entirely pleased, Myricus swiftly flew towards Daenerys, sensing her demeanor. Chapter 54. Children of the Forest. Myricus moved with astonishing speed, reaching Daenerys in mere moments. Though still a young dragon, she had grown to over 4 meters in length, standing taller than the imposing Dax when upright. As soon as Malesis arrived, he immediately shielded Danyela with his body, glaring fiercely at Dax, with flickering embers of fire reflecting in his throat. "Speak, Dax. What is your true intent in approaching me?" With Malesis present, Danyela no longer had to worry for her personal safety, and her voice grew increasingly frigid, her aura fully unleashed. "I trust the chilling winds of Skag's Island have not only bestowed upon you courage, but that the towering fishbeam trees have also granted you wisdom. I am willing to listen to your explanation, but I expect a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to allow molasses to taste the flavor of human flesh. Seeing that Danyela had genuinely turned to thoughts of violence, Dax immediately knelt on one knee and sincerely swore an oath to her. By the name of the old gods, I, Dax Baragna, vow that every word I speak henceforth is sincere, devoid of any deception. Your Highness, I indeed wish to approach you. However, I swear, there is no malice or ulterior motive behind it. Do you remember our previous conversation regarding the Wayfarers? Danyela felt that Dax's current words might carry some credibility. Yet she remained vigilant. Continue. Indeed, as the princess mentioned, all my companions brought here are Wayfarers, and they have successfully transitioned their respective animal companions. What I am about to say may be hard for you to believe, but I assure you, my words are entirely truthful. Your Highness, since you are aware of the Wayfarers, you must also know of the existence of the children of the forest. This is not a peculiar matter. Many tomes contain legends and accounts of the children of the forest. Danyela gestured for him to continue. 10 years ago, precisely on the day of your birth, Skaggs Island was struck by a fierce storm, which soon passed. At that time, I was a 6-year-old child who ventured to the shore to play after the skies cleared, where I fortuitously rescued 2 children of the forest who had been swept onto Skaggs Island by the tempest. Little Balerion, however, due to their diminutive stature, I initially mistook them for unfortunate little girls lost at sea and brought them back to my castle. Upon their arrival, the adults in the castle immediately recognized them as children of the forest. Originally, they intended to execute them, but under my fervent insistence, their lives were spared, and the healer was allowed to tend to them. Thankfully, I protected them with all my might, for during the time they recuperated in the castle after awakening, I fell gravely ill. Had it not been for the healing herbs from the children of the forest, I would surely have perished. Strangely, ever since that grave illness, I awakened the gift of a wayfarer. With the assistance of 2 forest children, the herbalist and the watcher, I successfully subdued an adult unicorn. The watcher, gifted with the sight of the green, remarked that both they and I should have faded into the annals of history. However, upon receiving your message in Skaggs Island, the watcher was astonished to hear it, causing a pang of fear to grip Danyela's heart, sending a shiver down her spine. Could this watcher be akin to the terrifying 3-eyed raven from the realm of Game of Thrones? Sensing the shift in Danyela's emotions, Miracis erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire towards Dax. Fortunately, Dax, nimble in form, executed a great leap and rolled several times, narrowly evading Miracis's fiery assault. Regaining her composure, Danyela swiftly used her mental connection to soothe the enraged Miracis, compelling her to cease the onslaught of flames. Otherwise, Dax, already on the ground, would have had no chance of escaping Miracis's wrath. At this moment, not only was Dax covered in mud and in a state of disarray, but the 2 little unicorns, terrified by Miracis's fury, cowered on the ground, too frightened to move, having already been intimidated since Miracis's arrival. Observing that Miracis had indeed been calmed by Danyela, Dax shook off the dirt and returned to her side. I apologize, Dax. I momentarily lost focus, allowing Miracis to take control. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have had a difficult time explaining to the Panama clan. It's quite all right, princess. After all, I am unscathed. Dax finally grasped the formidable power of a dragon's wrath, tempering the pride he had accumulated over the years from his ability to command unicorns. Is the Watcher a green prophet among the forest children? Danyela fixed her gaze intently on Dax, scrutinizing the nuances of his expression. Does your highness also know of the green prophet? Dax, upon hearing Danyela's words, increasingly perceived her to be extraordinary. According to the Watcher's own account, she merely awakened the sight of the green but had not yet attained the status of a green prophet. She spoke of how, in their shared vision of the green, both she and I were once absent from the future. Yet now, our very existence had altered the course of fate. The Watcher deemed this a perilous situation, for the gods, upon becoming aware of such a phenomenon, would spare no effort to eliminate us unknowns. I approached the princess intending to collaborate with you to confront the potential dangers that lie ahead. So what? Danyela harbored reservations about Dax's intentions, yet she found some truth in his revelations. Do you truly believe that our combined efforts alone can elude the manipulations of the gods? You might as well summon the 2 children of the forest, for I find myself far more intrigued by them. Dax, the methods of the gods merely consist of whispering insidiously in the ears of mortals, leading them astray. They turn one into their tendrils, transforming individuals into mere pawns that manipulate the fates of others. The old gods of Westeros could not withstand the bronze weapons of the first men, nor did the 7 gods of the Undulls manifest any salvation for humanity. I hold the gods in a regard that is both respectful and attentive. However, I shall never entrust my life and future into the hands of any being, divine or otherwise. Daenerys's words ignited a spark of clarity in Dax's eyes. Your Highness, my arrival at Dragonstone is precisely because I refuse to bow to fate. I believe in the agency of man. As long as I wield formidable power, neither man nor God can dictate our destinies. Chapter 55. The Singers of the Earth. Daenerys merely cast a deep gaze at Dax, saying nothing. Yet nearby, Molaise unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath into the sky, her eyes challenging Dax, as if to say, young man, this is true power. After Daenerys departed with Dax, the youth of Skagos hastened toward the pasture where the unicorns resided. However, their journey was long, and they had yet to arrive. While awaiting their arrival, Daenerys approached the two frightened little unicorns, gently stroking their trembling bodies. Their pitiable demeanor was far more endearing than the fierce snarls they had exhibited previously. Unicorns are indeed magical creatures endowed with a certain sensitivity. Perhaps they sensed that Daenerys could protect them, or perhaps they still bore the remnants of Dax's prior control. In her presence, the two little beings displayed remarkable docility, and upon feeling the rich magic emanating from the amethyst bracelet adorning Daenerys's wrist, they seemed to revel in her gentle touch. It appears that utilizing the might of dragons to tame beasts is an excellent strategy. With the presence of a dragon, the most formidable magical creature in this realm, no creature dares to exhibit arrogance before Daenerys. By the time the youth from Skagos reached the unicorn pasture, the two small unicorns had become as docile as large hounds before Daenerys. Your Highness, a partial map of the Seven Kingdoms. Two diminutive boys, having shed their cloaks, finally revealed the true forms of the children of the forest. Although their skin was slightly darker, their features were exquisitely beautiful, akin to that of elves, with enchanting eyes and elongated ears. Moreover, they possessed only 3 fingers, with sharp claws adorning their thumbs. Greetings, Watcher, Herbalist. Gazing upon the two charming forest children, Daenerys could not help but speak gently. Might you share your stories with me? The green-eyed Watcher curiously observed Daenerys for a moment before nodding and speaking, delved deep underground, into the stones and the trees. Before our ancestors arrived in this land you call Westeros, it was the home of our children of the forest. Yet, even in those days, our numbers were few. The gods granted us long lives, but they also constrained our population to prevent us from overwhelming the world, much like deer in a forest devoid of wolves to hunt them. In the dawn of time, the sun that illuminated us was just beginning to rise. However, now our sun has set, while the sun of humanity shines resplendently. Your ascendance and prosperity signify our decline and demise. The giants are nearly extinct. They were both our calamity and our kin. The great lions of the West have been slaughtered, unicorns are nearly vanished, and only a few hundred mammoths remain. The dire wolves will outlast us, but their fate will inevitably arrive. In a world crafted by humans, there remains insufficient space for either them or us to thrive. Listening to the Watcher's tale, Daenerys felt her words resonated like a harmonious chant with the earth and history, utterly enchanting. Thank you, Watcher. Your voice is truly melodious, akin to that of nature's own songstress. You need not be so pessimistic. Humanity is a remarkably inclusive race. In the throes of war, they may display greed and brutality, yet we cannot overlook their compassion and tolerance. At least in my understanding, an ideal realm should witness harmony among humanity, the children of the forest, the giants, and even the beasts. Such a tableau would be far richer and more beautiful. However, my princess, the Watcher interjected, even in such an ideal realm, the creators of order can only be humanity, correct? Although Daenerys's words momentarily stirred the Watcher's emotions, her long life had accustomed her to the shattering of dreams and the harshness of reality. Thus she quickly regained her composure. Does this matter? Daenerys continued. I believe that to maintain harmony in a world, it is essential to have a powerful and benevolent race in a position of leadership. If we can once again let the songs of the children of the forest echo across the land, allowing the giants who wield mammoths to find shelter, then the opportunity for all living beings to thrive and propagate is of utmost importance, is it not? Just as you mentioned, in a forest devoid of wolves, even the gentlest deer can turn into a calamity, cannot they? Daenerys's words plunged everyone into contemplation. They held a profound admiration for this young princess. During this time, they had meticulously observed the transformations in White Sheep Town over the past 3 years. It could be said that the people of White Sheep Town were among the happiest on the entire continent of Westeros. They are not only well-fed and clothed, but all individuals with a particular skill can be utilized, leading to a more abundant life. Moreover, the legal system in Ares Town is transparent. All wrongdoers receive stern punishment. while diligent and rule-abiding individuals are under the protection of the young princess. Even the livestock raised in Ares town have begun to exhibit increasingly superior qualities. For both the Watcher and the Herbalist, beings of the ancient forest, this is a spectacle they have never witnessed before. An old dragon exchanged a glance with the Watcher, and they clasped hands, beginning to chant softly. Their song was sung in an ancient tongue, the meaning of which eluded Danyela and her companions. Yet, the primal instincts and emotional fluctuations embedded within the melody resonated deeply with all present, moving even Miraxis and the two unicorns, as well as the distant livestock and flora. Seemingly entranced by the enchanting tune, as they sang to the earth, everyone involuntarily settled upon the grass, listening in tranquil silence. Danyela, too, found herself gradually slipping into a half-dreaming state, her consciousness traversing endless realms of time, returning to the era of the continent of Westeros, a time dominated by fish-like trees and dense forests. Countless primitive races once inhabited this land, including the earth's singers, the forest children, riding upon the backs of towering mammoths. Yet more numerous were the forest elves, closely resembling humans, the beastmen who commanded various exotic creatures, and the diminutive dwarves skilled in crafting fine equipment. However, the elves, beastmen, and dwarves gradually faded into the annals of history due to their conflicts with one another. Subsequently, the forest children and giants engaged in prolonged opposition and battle, until one day, the bronze-wielding ancestors arrived, felling trees and burning forests to construct dwellings, driving away the forest children and giants who had originally dwelt there. The forest children and giants united to resist the encroaching human ancestors. Eventually, from the distant land of winter, a vast expanse of white ice mist descended. At this moment, Danyela shivered, abruptly awakening. Chapter 56. Saplings of fish-like trees. Upon Danyela's awakening, the chanting of the Watcher and the Herbalist had long since concluded. However, to avoid disturbing her dream, they remained quietly by her side, patiently awaiting her return to full consciousness. What, exactly, is the Watcher? That fearsome entity from the land of eternal winter? Danyela inquired tentatively. Your Highness, it is the darkness that extinguishes light, the cold that steals warmth. An existence that life cannot dare to mention. However, in the short term, they will pose no threat to the current continent of Westeros. It was clear that the Watcher refrained from explicitly divulging matters concerning the White Walkers and the Night King, as tales of the White Walkers have long been woven into the lore of House Stark in Winterfell. Could the terrifying existence you speak of be the White Walkers? Since she did not state it explicitly, Daenerys boldly clarified the matter herself. I have also heard that it was your children of the forest who created the first White Walker to combat the first men, yet you subsequently lost control over them. In the end, you had no choice but to ally with the first men to drive the White Walkers into the land of always winter. You even collaborated with giants and the first men to forge the wall to thwart the invasion of the White Walkers from the north. Your old gods and the green seers who can perceive the past and future always believed that your abilities could steer events towards your anticipated outcomes. However, the reality is that your actions have precipitated the arrival of great calamities. Thus, how could mere mortals truly comprehend the revelations of the true gods? In my view, the whispers of those deities in your ears merely transform you into pawns and accomplices. Therefore, it is wise for one to live in the present, cherishing the people and matters at hand, while nurturing thoughts of righteousness and compassion. As for the divine, we need only to maintain reverence and respect. Perhaps we cannot resist fate, but at the very least, we should understand that only by wielding sufficient power can we hope to alter our destinies. Since you have decided to seek me out in hopes of finding a way forward, I hope that in the days to come, we can at least engage in sincere discourse. By the way, your green eyes, Watcher, must signify that you are among the children of the forest who can become a green seer. Am I correct? Daenerys' words plunged all present into profound astonishment. However, the Watcher, being a wise one who has lived for countless ages, did not affirm or deny Daenerys' statement. Instead, she spoke calmly. Your Highness, much of what is recorded in those books is merely distorted tales. Yet, I can sense the confidence and strength within your words, and I am increasingly convinced that you are indeed the one who can lead us to genuinely alter our fate. Although I am not a green seer, I can still glimpse many images of the past and future through the weirwood. I once saw countless visions of my sister and me meeting our demise in Westeros. However, we did not wish to succumb to fate, which is why we prepared to flee from Westeros to another continent in search of a glimmer of hope. This decision nearly led us to perish in the Shivering Sea. Yet, it is precisely because we narrowly escaped death that our future began to unveil many uncertainties. Perhaps this is the turning point of our destiny. Throughout more than a decade of relentless exploration, I have discovered that the true energy capable of transforming our fate is your birth, Your Highness. It is not that the Watcher does not wish to reveal the truth of many matters to you, but rather that knowing them may not be beneficial to your current state of mind and could even yield adverse effects. However, please believe that both I and the herbalist shall wholeheartedly heed your commands in the days to come, for you are the key to our future reversal of fate. After the hatching of the black dragon egg, we shall be there, Your Highness. Dax interjected eagerly, declaring, My brothers and I are but children who have evaded the clutches of death since the Watcher and the herbalists arrived on Skaggs Island. With that, Dax knelt upon one knee, once again pledging his oath to Daenerys. Your Highness Daenerys, I vow my loyalty to you. I shall protect your safety and guard your secrets. Should it be necessary, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. In the name of the old gods, I solemnly swear. The remaining 5 youths from Skaggs Island promptly knelt behind Dax, declaring in unison, We pledge our allegiance to the princess until death do us part. These boys, who often appeared boisterous and fierce, had come to fear and revere the power of the deities since their miraculous escape and the awakening of their abilities as walkers. The Watcher frequently instilled in them the notion that fate is a formidable adversary, giving rise to a rebellious desire to confront their destiny. Yet, as they matured and each bonded with their animal companions, they realized the true terror and strength of that supernatural energy. Thus, when the Watcher revealed that Princess Daenerys Targaryen might be the decisive force in altering their fate, they journeyed to Dragonstone without hesitation. During this time, they witnessed Daenerys's exceptional nature, distinctly different from any noble of the 7 kingdoms, even among the Targaryens, regarded as the closest to divinity. They became increasingly convinced that Daenerys was indeed the one who could change their destiny, prompting them to formally pledge their loyalty to her. After the hatching of the red dragon egg, I shall gladly accept your loyalty, young men of Skaggs Island. Daenerys welcomed these aspiring walkers into her fold. However, she solemnly warned them, I wish to believe in your oaths, but I place greater faith in a person's actions. Therefore, let your deeds in the days to come demonstrate your loyalty and worth. Yes, Your Highness. For these straightforward youths of Skaggs, Daenerys's words revealed her magnanimity and grace, prompting them to remain respectful and cautious as they rose, including Dax, who had once playfully teased Daenerys. Your Highness, look. In the enchanting realm of the forest, the melodious child of the woods retrieved a cracked seed from her bosom and presented it before Daenerys. During the recent Earth Serenade, the seed of the fish had astonishingly sprouted. It appeared that we could indeed plant the fish on Dragonstone Island. Daenerys accepted the seed, cradling it in her palm, and examined it closely. The unripe seed of the fish was pure white, and upon germination, it revealed a pair of tender red shoots emerging from within. I had already selected a diminutive dormant volcano behind Whitehorn Town as the site for my castle. Thus, I shall plant this fish seed there. After the hatching of the golden dragon egg, Chapter 57, Daenerys' new incantation. Daenerys summoned Dreamfire, who carried the youth from Skaggs Island and the 2 children of the woods to the site she had chosen for the castle's construction. It was a small dormant volcano, barely 1,000 meters high, with a summit covering nearly 4 to 5 square kilometers. The hilltop had been significantly leveled, with hundreds of laborers tirelessly extracting gravel each day to be transported to the stone factory for the creation of Dragonstone. Daenerys selected a higher ground, lush with vegetation, for Dreamfire to descend. The terrain was relatively flat, with a rich soil layer and dense plant life, not far from a hot spring river. I envision creating a garden here. Surely I can plant the fish seed in this place. Daenerys inquired of the herb. The herb surveyed the surrounding environment and concurred that this location was indeed suitable, for the fish possessed remarkable resilience. With that, the child of the woods produced an obsidian dagger from her waist, excavated a small pit in the ground, and carefully planted the fish seed within. After nurturing the soil, both the herb and the Watcher cut their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the tender shoots of the fish, while softly chanting once more. As they sang, the blood of the children of the woods swiftly merged into the young shoots of the fish. Witnessing this spectacle, Daenerys felt an inexplicable heat surge in her brow, followed by an uncontrollable impulse. She seized the Watcher's obsidian dagger and sliced her palm, letting her blood fall upon the seedlings. In harmony with the incantation of the children of the woods, an ancient Valyrian spell began to manifest in her mind, compelling her to join their low whispers in unison. As their chant reached completion, their blood was entirely absorbed by the young shoots of the fish. At that moment, the 2 tender leaves of the fish turned a deeper shade of crimson and expanded slightly. Daenerys sensed an ethereal bond forming between herself and the fish, as if it granted her awareness of the happenings around her. At this moment, a profound realization dawned upon Daenerys. In the common tongue, the root of fish-leaping wood is akin to that of a werewolf, signifying a being that is half human, half tree, or a tree person. Perhaps the children of the forest and certain descendants of the ancients are capable of observing the past and foreseeing the future through the fish-leaping wood because their bloodlines have forged a unique bond with it. Is this not remarkably similar to the relationship between the Targaryen family and their dragons? To validate her suspicions, Daenerys quickly summoned Myricus to her side and, with urgency, cut her dragon wing, allowing the searing blood to drip onto the soil near the fish-leaping wood. Daenerys refrained from allowing the dragon's blood to fall directly upon the wood, for the temperature of dragon blood is exceedingly high. Should it incinerate the tree, it would be quite the jest. Subsequently, Daenerys began to chant the incantation that had spontaneously come to her mind. A quarter of an hour later, as she concluded her recitation, the spectacle before them once again left the onlookers in awe. Myricus' blood had indeed been entirely absorbed by the fish-leaping wood. Astonishingly, within that brief span, the wood had grown over a foot in height. Its once pallid trunk transformed into a striking pattern of black and white stripes, reminiscent of a zebra. Even the blood-red leaves, shaped like a human hand, elongated further, resembling the claws of a dragon metamorphosed into a human palm. All present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the bizarre fish-leaping wood. A gentle breeze swept through, and these young individuals, each possessing some form of extraordinary ability, could not help but sense that this small hill had undergone a subtle transformation. Though not the highest elevation on Dragonstone, it afforded a sweeping view of the entire island and much of the surrounding territory. Additionally, the dormant volcano beneath it continued to emit geothermal springs, intermittently bubbling to the surface. In the future, once the castle was completed, these springs could be channeled into the palace, becoming a distinctive feature of Daenerys' stronghold. Akin to Winterfell in the north, Dragonstone is abundant in hot springs, and their presence has significantly enriched the freshwater resources of the island. Even during the coldest winters, verdant life flourished in the areas traversed by the spring waters. In the past 2 years, Daenerys had acquired glass artisans and crystal sculptors from Meereen at great expense, who, utilizing the warmth of the springs, had constructed numerous large glass greenhouses. Thus, even in the frigid winter months, Daenerys could enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits at Dragonstone. Last winter, due to a bountiful harvest, she sold a considerable amount to the nearby Driftmark and King's Landing. Although the profits were modest, they brought Daenerys an income of 4,000 to 5,000 golden dragons over the winter, sufficient to cover the expenses of her retinue. In the numerous free trade city-states, individuals possessing skills often find themselves in the unfortunate position of slavery. Once they grow old and frail, or their physical condition deteriorates, they are discarded by merchants and fellow slaves alike, treated as mere refuse. Thus, countless artisans, skilled yet impoverished, inhabit these free trade city-states. Although these craftsmen may have lost some of their labor capabilities, their memories and technical prowess remain intact. Danyela has invested heavily to buy them back, employing them as instructors to educate the apprentices of White Sheep Town. In this haven, these skilled artisans receive relatively favorable treatment, residing in spacious, well-lit homes free of charge, attended by dedicated servants who manage their daily lives. Their sole focus is to impart the knowledge they have acquired throughout their lifetimes to their students. Over the past 2 years, Danyela has successfully repurchased no fewer than 3,000 artisans from the free trade city-states. The flourishing development of Danyela's enterprises in White Sheep Town owes much to the decisive contributions of these craftsmen. After all, even with her creativity, it would be challenging for Danyela to swiftly realize her ideas alone. With these individuals by her side, whenever she shares her innovative thoughts, they can soon devise practical, feasible plans that can be executed in this world. This includes creations such as dragon porcelain, dragon flame wine, glass houses, dragonstone forging, and jewelry manufacturing, among others. Your Highness, how did you come to know of the old God's blood sacrifice ritual? The eldest of the Watchers, still recovering from his astonishment, inquired of Danyela. With a playful air, Danyela responded candidly. Would you believe me if I said that upon hearing your chants, an epiphany struck me directly in my mind? Chapter 58. Practicing archery through the cultivation of the fish, Danyela has gained new insights and understandings of certain extraordinary powers within this world. Perhaps the fish and magical creatures like dragons possess the ability to attract, gather, and absorb stray magical elements. Those capable of forming a close connection with them may, under specific conditions, harness a portion of the magical energy they accumulate. while the Valyrian dragon riders exhibit a more direct spectacle of commanding dragons to unleash their flames. The ancestors' ability to perceive the past and foresee the future through the fish bears a striking resemblance to the Targaryen family's dragon dreams and the innate talents of dreamwalkers. According to Targaryen records, all dreamwalkers are descended from successful kin. The constraints of their own bloodlines and the dragon's magical essence may indeed be the critical factors enabling such abilities. Whether this is truly the case remains to be explored by Danyela in due course. At this moment, she can distinctly sense the fish before her rapidly drawing in and concentrating the surrounding magical energy. This invigorated the blood coursing through Danyela's veins, making it feel remarkably more alive. Miracis, the young dragon, shared this sensation. Around the fishbeam tree, which stood merely a foot tall, Miracis sensed that her efficiency in absorbing magical energy equaled that of the gem cave. Perhaps this was destiny. After listening to Danyela's explanation, the Watcher couldn't help but exclaim that this fishbeam tree had undeniably transformed. Although it was still only a foot tall, its rate of absorbing magical energy surpassed that of ancient trees thousands of years old. It was no wonder that everyone felt something peculiar about the small hill before them. After all, they possessed some extraordinary qualities that made them acutely sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy. Danyela, however, was quite pleased with this, as the presence of this unique fishbeam tree might gradually imbue her castle with a wonder akin to that of Windwhisper Fortress and the Abyssal Wall. It seemed she ought to visit Windwhisper Fortress and the Abyssal Wall in the future, perhaps to uncover the secrets behind their remarkable architecture and magic. While Danyela was drawing blood from Dreamfire, she also sent Miracis to summon little Bellerin and the others, uncertain whether the fishbeam tree would continue to exhibit such miraculous properties. She decided to establish a connection with both the tree and the dragons under her control all at once. Fortunately, under the incantations of Danyela and the two forest children, both Dreamfire and Greyshadow managed to forge a connection with the tree. The blood of these dragons further contributed to the fishbeam tree's growth. However, when Danyela attempted to use the blood of two young unicorns for experimentation, she discovered it was no longer effective. Subsequently, Miracis moved all the gems from her lair to encircle the fishbeam tree, constructing her new nest there and vigilantly guarding it day and night. To shield Miracis from the elements, Danyela erected a towering circle of massive draconic stones around the fishbeam tree. Luckily, with Dreamfire's assistance, what would have been a monumental task for mere mortals was made feasible. As an adult, Danyela faced disapproval from the dragon guardians and her sister, Rhaenyra, regarding her practice of commanding dragons to transport draconic stones, charge riding fees, or frequently fly others. The guardians articulated their concerns well. In their worldview, dragons were sacred and noble beings, unfit for menial labor or casual interactions with ordinary nobles. They believed such actions could tarnish the dignity of dragons and the Targaryen family. Rhaenyra's critiques, however, were far more scathing. She felt that Danyela's actions not only diminished her own worth, but also relegated the proud dragons of their family to the status of mere beasts, akin to cattle. What an utter absurdity, a manifestation of self-indulgence and degradation. To this, Daenerys merely chuckled, for she had no desire to engage in discourse with those of such rudimentary understanding. It is akin to a rural laborer mocking a gentleman transporting goods in a Rolls-Royce, exclaiming, "Look, that man in the Rolls-Royce is also hauling cargo. Is there truly any distinction between his luxury and my humble cart?" One can only imagine the perception of bystanders. The gentleman's choice to transport his goods in a Rolls-Royce is a matter of his own volition, while the laborer is confined to his cart. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that the object of ridicule should solely be the one with the cart. Ever since the youths of Skagos pledged their fealty to Daenerys, she promptly equipped them with full sets of knightly armor, swords, and steeds, aspiring for them to make a remarkable impression at the forthcoming tournament. With less than a month remaining before the grand event, although their martial prowess was commendable, their familiarity with the chivalric codes of Westeros was lacking. Thus, Daenerys summoned Boros to intensify their training, capitalizing on their inherent strength, which enabled rapid advancement in their knightly skills. Simultaneously, Daenerys began to learn archery from the skilled lookout, who wielded a longbow crafted from yew wood, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of the art, achieving perfect accuracy and the ability to pierce a target from 100 paces. As a woman, Daenerys, despite her impressive combat abilities, was still at a disadvantage in prolonged physical confrontations against men due to her innate physical attributes. However, mastering the art of archery could alter the dynamics significantly. Perhaps owing to her keen perception, her progress in archery was remarkable, Within merely 3 days, she had attained the ability to shoot with unerring precision. Nonetheless, her arm strength, endurance, and firing speed required prolonged practice, for mastery in any discipline necessitates dedication alongside natural talent. To alleviate the monotony of her archery practice, Daenerys commissioned the crafting of numerous blunt-tipped arrows and enlisted the help of Missandei and Grey Worm as moving targets for her training. This not only rendered her archery sessions far more engaging, but also honed the young dragon's agility and sense of danger. Daenerys' accuracy was commendable, as she deliberately aimed for their eyes with each shot. Missandei and Grey Worm, having initially dismissed her prowess, were startled to find themselves struck by her arrows on multiple occasions, narrowly avoiding injury. It is vital to remember that the sole vulnerability of dragons lies within their eyes. Throughout history, nearly all dragons of House Valyrian and Targaryen met their demise due to fatal wounds inflicted upon their eyes. Thus, they no longer dared to be careless. Over time, both their agility in evading arrows and their foresight regarding dangers had significantly improved. Chapter 59 chronicles the competition in the number of warhorses bred in Ares town, which now exceeds 200, while the number of adult warhorses has surpassed 2,000. The stables dedicated to rearing these steeds occupy vast expanses of land, spanning hundreds of thousands of acres. Through the meticulous selection and optimization carried out by Daenerys over the past 3 years, the quality of these horses has seen remarkable enhancement. Whenever a dragon swoops down from the skies, these warhorses instinctively gallop, creating a magnificent and exhilarating spectacle upon the lush meadows, where 1,000 steeds thunder together. When Uncle Demon was stationed at Dragonstone, upon returning from his patrols, his gaze often lingered on Daenerys, as if entranced. Particularly noteworthy are the young horses born in the last 2 years, which have undergone significant physical and qualitative transformations. This improvement is, of course, attributable to Daenerys' provision of enriched fodder. Recently, Daenerys has experimented with incorporating enchanted soil into their feed, further augmenting the wildness and untamability of these steeds. Thus, it has become increasingly challenging for ordinary individuals to tame them. Only the 12 skin-clad knights, having fostered a bond with these warhorses since their youth, managed to tame 3 each. Meanwhile, the 20 knights of the Dragon Guard recently summoned by Daenerys expended considerable effort to tame their own steeds. Nevertheless, even so, the horses they managed to tame were from an earlier batch. As the saying goes, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle, and an exceptional warhorse undoubtedly provides significant advantages to its knight. The Dragon Guard members are quite satisfied with their steeds. Therefore, when Dax and his companions effortlessly tamed the fiercest among the steeds in the stables, they quickly earned the respect of the Dragon Guard. The camaraderie among men may indeed be as simple and pure as this. Initially, the Dragon Guard, who looked down upon the youths from Skaggs Island, found themselves bonding with them after they successfully tamed the warhorses, as if they had been long-lost brothers. Particularly, Dax, through his unparalleled martial prowess, defeated those who challenged him among the Dragon Guard, thus emerging as their leader. With such a formidable figure as Dax for comparison, the Dragon Guard, who had once considered themselves impressive, intensified their training. In truth, aside from Dax, each of the youths from Skaggs Island possesses remarkable strength. The giant bear, Xiongda, with his immense brute force, is unmatched. To this end, Daenerys commissioned a blacksmith to forge a specially tailored 120-pound long-handled iron hammer and a suit of heavy multi-layered armor for him. The sight of Xiongda wielding the hammer is so formidable that even Dax refrains from challenging him, for at that moment, Xiongda epitomizes a human tank. The brothers Langda and Langair are proficient in swordsmanship, yet their swift movements and seamless cooperation make them a formidable duo. Thus, Danyela commissioned a batch of finely crafted steel sabers, styled after the Mongolian scimitar, which greatly enhanced their martial prowess. In close combat, when the brothers fought in unison, even Dax found it challenging to secure victories as effortlessly as before. The eagle took immense pride in his archery skills, rivaling even the ancient forest dweller, the lookout. Moreover, the eagle fancied himself exceptionally clever, often boasting, "Anyone I have laid eyes upon shall never forget me." He was also the sole individual to bring his shape-shifting giant eagle to Dragonstone Island. It is no wonder that Dax always encountered Danyela with such ease. The cat, possessing a shy disposition, preferred silence, yet when he struck, his movements were swift and merciless, wielding an obsidian dagger. To fully harness his innate talent, Danyela had Iron forge a pair of steel claw gloves, inspired by Wolverine's iconic claws. This delighted the cat, as his combat skills were derived from the insights gained from his shape-shifting shadow links. Undoubtedly, These steel claws amplified his combat capabilities. With their formidable weapons and gear, the Skag's youth's prowess was expressed with even greater fervor, leading them to immerse themselves in rigorous training. Without this group of Skag's boys as the imagined adversaries for the noble youth of the Seven Kingdoms, the seemingly united forces of the Westerosi noble youth quickly descended into infighting. Notably, the brothers Mount Hightower from the Riverlands and the Lannisters from the Westerlands engaged in daily displays of their family's strength in the Dragon's Kiss Garden. Jason, the Lion of the Westerlands, no matter how formidable, could hardly rival the dragons of House Targaryen. Furthermore, the lions nurtured by the Lannister family would likely not stand a chance against Princess Danyela's mastiffs. Why boast incessantly? Alas, to soar upon the back of a dragon truly defines a real man. I, Mount Hightower, would consider my life fulfilled, for I shall be recorded as the first heir of my family to have graced the back of a dragon. In his excitement, Mount Hightower called out to the madam, "Today, I am in high spirits. I shall purchase the entire venue." "Yes, young Hightower." The madam, delighted, could hardly contain her joy. Indeed, one who has once soared upon a dragon's back possesses a spirit unlike any other. The madam, whose fortunes had recently flourished, was beaming with delight. Yet, in matters of wealth, how could the Lannister family ever concede? "Bring forth 5 towers of fine wine for me. This place lacks brilliance." The wine towers, a specialty of the Dragon's Kiss Garden, resemble the champagne towers of later generations, save for the enormous crystal cup atop, filled with flaming dragon's fire wine. Under the illumination of the flames, the entire wine tower shone brilliantly, a sight to behold. The lighting effects were exquisite. However, the price was steep. A single wine tower commanded 1,000 gold dragons. Mond, the Mediric from White Harbor, has soared even higher, yet has not basked in such pride. Moreover, he ascended and descended from the dragon's back unscathed, unlike some individuals. I heard that one was unceremoniously discarded from the dragon's embrace, like refuse. Ha, my good sir. Such statements are quite unfounded. At this moment, Tyrell Lannister chimed in. "I have heard from some fishermen that a certain individual was flung from the dragon's back only to be caught by dream fire and splashed about in the sea. So drenched was he that perhaps some were so frightened they lost control of themselves, inciting Dreamfire's wrath. This great dragon seems quite astute, even discerning flavors." Tyrell's words provoked a cacophony of laughter from those present. D. Hadel, exposed by this subtle revelation, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Yet, with the Lannister family's guards far outnumbering him, he refrained from expressing his indignation openly. Instead, he forcefully smashed his goblet to the ground and stormed away. "Oh, young Master Hatter, the cost of that goblet will be charged separately." Mond Hatter had barely stepped out of the Dragon Kiss Garden when the sultry voice of the madam echoed behind him. Chapter 60. Promotion of the funeral pyre recently. It seems that Daenerys, having expended excessive energy in her archery practice, has succumbed to fatigue, retiring early to sleep, often drifting into a dreamless slumber until dawn. Occasionally, however, she would enter a state of dragon dreams. Yet, perhaps due to a connection established with the fish tree, in her recent forays into the dragon dream, Daenerys found her perspective shifting to that of Mirian or Dreamfire. This was a stark contrast to her previous experiences, resembling more the dream state of a wayfarer. This peculiar shift allowed Daenerys to uncover fascinating revelations. When her perspective transformed into that of Dreamfire, she could see clearly within the dark confines of the dragon's lair. No wonder the great dragon feared not the darkness. They possessed the ability of night vision. Daenerys also attempted to manipulate Dreamfire's body, gathering all the rubies into a single cluster. She had anticipated a learning curve to familiarize herself with Dreamfire's form. Yet she found it as fluid and instinctive as using her own body. It became evident that when Daenerys entered Dreamfire's consciousness, the dragon's awareness remained alert, resulting in a fusion of their minds with Daenerys' consciousness prevailing. This sensation was far more profound than her previous connection with the dragon during her rides. Through Dreamfire's eyes, Daenerys beheld an entirely different realm, where the strength of the magic emanating from the scattered rubies was as apparent as the flicker of candlelight before her. Thus, Danyela, wielding the Dreamfire, unearthed numerous larger rubies within the dragon's lair, the largest of which was astonishingly larger than a watermelon. The magical essence contained within was so potent that even from Dreamfire's perspective, it emanated a blinding intensity. The surrounding environment's magical elements converged towards Dreamfire's being like sparks igniting in the night. Turning her gaze to the 5 dragon eggs she had nestled in the Dreamfire cavern. They resembled 5 vibrant flames, each flickering with distinct hues. The geothermal magic and the ambient elemental forces continually flowed towards them, causing their brilliance to intensify. However, apart from the black flame, which exhibited a faint soul resonance, the other four seemed to embody pure, untainted flames, lacking any significant essence of soul. Could it be that the hatching of dragon eggs necessitated the infusion of a soul? Reflecting on the hatching of 3 dragon egg fossils and her own experience with the hatching of Miracis, Danyela suddenly felt she had grasped an elusive insight. Before she could ponder further, she was roused by Layla. "Your Highness, it is time to rise. Your body has yet to fully mature. Do refrain from expending excessive energy on archery practice daily. You have never been one to sleep in this late," Layla chattered as she helped Danyela sit up. "I find this arrangement quite agreeable. At least Lady Emma understands the rigors of the princess's archery training and does not impose upon her the learning of etiquette," chimed in Geralt, who assisted Layla, his expression betraying a hint of mischief. "Recently, Princess Rhaenyra has been rather beleaguered. As I hear she spends her entire mornings confined to the ladies' chamber, learning decorum," he continued. Since the altercation with her sister Rhaenyra, Danyela had been taking her breakfasts in her own quarters. Both Viserys and Emma sympathized with Danyela's plight and refrained from commenting, though they ensured she was invited to lunch and dinner daily. However, Danyela often declined, citing her archery practice as an excuse. Having turned down 7 or 8 invitations out of 10, even when she did attend, she would merely partake in the meal and leave swiftly, with little conversation or interaction throughout. "Are you not aware? Mond Hathel paid 100,000 gold dragons for the princess to experience dragon riding," interjected Bashani, brimming with gossip. Upon learning of this, Princess Rhaenyra publicly announced that she only requires 10,000 gold dragons to take someone flying. But unexpectedly, after Helrond's Harvin paid the gold, Sarasis forbade him from approaching. Reluctantly, Princess Rhaenyra had to personally assist Harvin in climbing onto Sarasis's back. Yet midway, they were both flung off by Sarasis. Fortunately, Harvin, being quite agile, managed to catch the princess and cushion her fall. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Alas, Harvin did break his arm in the process. If any dog could freely climb onto the back of a dragon, then it would not be solely the Targaryen bloodline that could command dragons. The ever-sharp-tongued Layla, upon hearing this, scoffed, remarking, "Moreover, the skill of a dragon rider is not uniform. It is only because Syrax is young and good-natured that this is possible. Were it another more temperamental dragon, a mere breath of fire would not merely sever an arm. Furthermore, that Howlands, renowned as the Bone Crusher, had his own arm shattered first, truly living up to his moniker." Nyla paid little heed to the gossip of the handmaidens. After all, her ambitions were set upon the world at large. She had no time to concern herself with that fool Rhaenyra. After a simple breakfast at the funeral tower, Daenerys promptly summoned Dreamfire and soared towards Whitehill. Promoting cremation? Samwell and the others were taken aback by Daenerys's proposal. "Your Highness, currently only the Targaryen family practices cremation according to the ancient Valyrian traditions. Such customs do not exist on the continent of Westeros. Forcing it could incite public unrest. Of course, I am aware of that. However, Dragonstone is a new island, and Whitehill has only been established for a little over 2 years. What traditions do we have? Moreover, if we are to speak of traditions, it is Dragonstone's custom to practice cremation. We can erect a funeral tower and reward a silver coin to those who wish to hold cremations there. As for those who insist on burial, they may transport their deceased to a suitable location for interment. My domain does not permit burials. In this realm, the words of the Lord were absolute law. Once Daenerys had made up her mind, they could not refuse her. To expedite the completion of the funeral tower, Daenerys, accompanied by Dreamfire and Malaise, spent the day at the quarry, crafting all the necessary stones. Thus, 3 days later, the funeral tower was completed. To attract attention, Daenerys specifically retrieved a gemstone the size of a grinding wheel from Dreamfire's lair, which the stonemasons shaped into a splendid diamond form. This was then placed atop the cremation pyre on a bronze pedestal. Beneath the bronze support was a vast, ever-burning coal furnace, within which lay a red dragon egg. The task of replacing the coal daily was entrusted to her personal guards, ensuring that others remained unaware of the true contents. Though many were perplexed, the impressive site for holding funerals was met with general approval. The residents of Whitehill eagerly organized ceremonies for their departed loved ones. Unfortunately, after several funerals had transpired, Daenerys, through the eyes of Dreamfire, observed that the dragon egg atop the tower showed little change. Until one day, after a funeral held by an old dragon knight from the fishing village, Daenerys detected a surge of soulful energy emanating from the egg. Chapter 61. The Three-Eyed Raven. This discovery filled Daenerys with exhilarating joy. It was no wonder that the ancestral saying of House Targaryen spoke of blood and fire as one. She ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, caressing the unique crimson dragon egg, feeling the vibrant life force pulsating within. Thus, it seemed that this dragon egg could gradually begin its hatching process. Simultaneously, Daenerys noted that with the recent increase in cremations, the magical potency contained within the ruby or she had placed atop the tower had also intensified. Clearly, her construction of the cremation tower was indeed a sound decision. Consequently, Daenerys relocated all 5 dragon eggs to the loft at the top of the cremation tower, transforming it into a new incubation chamber for the eggs. She also amassed a considerable collection of rubies and various diamonds to adorn this incubation space. With the cremation tower guarded by her loyal retainers and dragons, it was virtually impossible for anyone to infiltrate and uncover its secrets. The opulent funeral venue and the reward of a silver stag facilitated the smooth promotion of Daenerys' cremation initiative. However, many speculated about Daenerys' true intentions behind the scenes. Some even suggested that Daenerys might be employing the cremation rites for nefarious dark blood magic. Even the scholars of Dragonstone began to investigate the matter. Yet, they found that aside from the tower's lavish construction, everything else appeared quite ordinary, and thus they dismissed their inquiries. Meanwhile, Samwell and Medrick offered a grandiloquent excuse to the public, asserting that the elaborate promotion of cremation in White Harbor was merely to enhance the traditional influence of House Targaryen. Gradually, this explanation gained acceptance among the populace. However, the promise of a silver stag ignited ulterior motives in many enterprising individuals. Subsequently, a network of smugglers emerged, trafficking corpses to White Harbor for burial. Upon receiving Samwell's report about this development, Daenerys instructed him to adopt a blind eye to the situation. After all, with her current wealth, she could afford to cremate the entire population of Westeros if she so desired. One night, as Daenerys drifted into slumber, she once again entered a dream state of dragons. This time, however, she experienced the perspective of Myricus. Through Myricus's eyes, Daenerys discovered that the efficiency with which the fishwood absorbed magical energy surpassed that of dragons. Yet, unlike the sparks of magic gathered by dragons, this fishwood was continuously drawing in vibrant, fiery energy while simultaneously absorbing cold, shadowy energies that occasionally drifted nearby. The searing energy was funneled into the fishwood's branches and leaves, while the chilling energies were directed towards its roots. The fiery energy enabled the fishwood to grow more towering, while the dark energies allowed its roots to penetrate deeper into the earth. Beside the revered fishleaf tree, the Myricus, while absorbing the dual energies it emanates, finds itself swept by these forces. The crimson magic fortifies Myricus's form, fostering swifter growth, while the chilling energy enhances its wisdom, gradually augmenting its soul's power. It is no wonder that since the arrival of this fishleaf tree, Myricus has been reluctant to part from it. However, as Danyela meticulously studied the transformations of Myricus and the divine essence of the fishleaf tree, a sudden surge of immense energy erupted from the tree. Almost immediately, a colossal black crow, measuring over 3 meters in length, manifested upon the fishleaf tree, astonishingly adorned with a third eye on its nape. With the emergence of the three-eyed crow, Danyela's consciousness abruptly disengaged from within Myricus. She instinctively nestled upon Myricus's back, grateful that it had grown to a size sufficient to support her weight. Three-eyed crow, an aberration. You should not exist in this span of history. Return whence you came. With that, the great crow lunged menacingly at Danyela. Yet, the fiercely temperamental Myricus would not permit such a bird to act with impunity before it. It immediately unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards the massive crow, while Danyela hastily began to chant a spell to augment the fire's potency. In an instant, Myricus's dragon flames engulfed the great crow. However, it shuddered violently, exploding into a multitude of smaller black crows, which sought to bypass Myricus and swarm towards Danyela on its back. With Danyela's incantation enhancing Myricus's dragon flames, they became even more formidable, incinerating the majority of the crows to ashes. Yet, as the chilling aura intensified around them, an increasing number of crows manifested, overwhelming Myricus's capacity to combat them. Gradually, some crows evaded Myricus and flew directly towards Danyela, viciously pecking at her. The sharp beaks tore into her flesh, drawing blood and causing cold sweat to bead upon her brow. Yet, this pain did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited an inferno of wrath within her. Danyela felt a flame surging within, the fiery mark upon her brow now blazing with unparalleled heat. Three-eyed crow, this is my dream. Myricus, unleash your dragon flames. With a fierce roar, Myricus exhaled a searing, purplish-red dragon fire, incinerating a vast swath of crows into nothingness. At this moment, Danyela experienced a profound awakening. She spread her arms, feeling a mysterious power surging within her. The dragon flames of Miracis, still flickering, suddenly expanded tremendously under Danyela's conscious command, igniting all the crows in an instant. To prevent the three-eyed crows from reconstituting, Danyela issued a command to Miracis to devour the charred remains of the crows. Simultaneously, she cast a fierce glare at the nearby fish Liangmu, warning, "Should you dare to supply energy to the three-eyed crows again, beware, for I shall incinerate you." Fish Liangmu, already somewhat connected to Danyela, seemed to possess a semblance of sentience, and indeed severed the connection through which the three-eyed crows had been siphoning energy from her. "Who are you? What manner of being are you?" The three-eyed crow finally revealed a hint of trepidation, realizing that it had transmitted a significant portion of its consciousness and soul power into this temporal dimension. Yet now it felt itself trapped. Although it possessed the ability to traverse time and space, its combat prowess was rather lackluster. The large crows conjured from magical energy could contend with ordinary foes. But facing a dragon like Miracis, even a juvenile dragon, was beyond its capabilities. It could only blame itself for having drawn the ire of the wrong opponent. Did it believe that its ability to traverse time made it formidable enough to invade Danyela's dreams and confront her? Having savored the delectable essence of these crows, Miracis, without needing further encouragement from Danyela, began to voraciously consume them. These crows were aggregates of energy, far more nourishing than typical sustenance. Chapter 62. The coming storm. Deprived of energy from fish Liangmu, the three-eyed crow found itself unable to draw energy or return to its original temporal realm, left to be gradually consumed by Miracis amidst boundless fear and despair. Although the crow's inherent magic was predominantly cold and shadowy, it surprisingly offered Miracis a boost of soul nourishment. This time, the avatar dispatched by the three-eyed crow carried its primary consciousness and amassed considerable ancient godly energy accumulated by fish Liangmu from its era. Having learned from countless experiences correcting the predetermined course of history, the three-eyed crow understood that any variable could prove formidable. Hence it regarded Danyela, this heretic, with utmost seriousness. Yet, it could never have anticipated that Danyela could directly control fish Liangmu to sever its connection with the divine tree. This attempt not only ended in utter failure for the three-eyed crow, but also left it in a prolonged slumber to regain its consciousness, while squandering vast amounts of ancient divine power. As the three-eyed crow was consumed by Miracis, few noticed that many ancient fish Liangmu across the continent of Westeros began to wither and decay. In the newly emerged Dragonstone Island, the fish liang tree has astonishingly surged to over 3 meters in height, its black and white interspersed branches and blood-red, claw-like leaves exuding an extraordinary vitality. As the fish liang tree flourished, Daenerys sensed a remarkable transformation occurring within her own body. Her sensory capabilities and 5 senses seemed to have been significantly heightened. Since her arrival in this world, she has harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the ambiguous deities that inhabit it, approaching all forms of divine worship with reverence. Whether it be the 7 gods, the old gods, or the myriad deities of the eastern Essos continent, she dared not to underestimate or casually offend any of them. Furthermore, she refrained from recklessly intervening in the course of history, fearing that such actions might trigger a series of uncontrollable chain reactions. This caution is a significant reason for her preference to remain secluded on Dragonstone Island, as both she and the island itself are entities that ought not to exist within the annals of history. Only here does she find a profound sense of security. To her surprise, despite her meticulousness, she has still attracted the attention of the three-eyed raven. It appears that mere avoidance and retreat will not soften the hearts of those hostile forces. Gazing at the rapidly growing fish liang tree and Miracis, who has succumbed to slumber after devouring the raven, Daenerys' resolve to grow ever stronger solidified. At this moment, the sun began to rise slowly, its warm rays enveloping Daenerys. The refreshing sea breeze and the crisp scent of trees and grass awakened alongside the morning light. Just as Daenerys prepared to relish the beauty of the sunrise, she felt a sudden pang of pain in her abdomen, abruptly awakening her from her dream. It was then that she awkwardly realized a warm flow had involuntarily emerged beneath her. Layla. Layla. Given the early hour, Daenerys had no choice but to rouse Layla, who was keeping watch in the adjacent sitting room. Upon hearing Daenerys' urgent call, Layla hurried into the bedroom. "What is it, Your Highness? Did you have a nightmare?" "No." "Quickly prepare some warm water and a change of clothes." Daenerys lifted her blanket, revealing the situation beneath. Upon seeing the vivid crimson beneath Daenerys, Layla immediately grasped the gravity of the matter. The handmaidens acted swiftly, promptly replacing the bedding with fresh linens. Layla then assisted Daenerys in lying back down. ensuring that a steaming cup of ginger tea and a hot water bottle filled with heated water were readily available. Shortly thereafter, Emma arrived upon receiving the news. Now over 5 months pregnant, Emma's belly had grown considerably. My Daenerys has finally grown up. Emma tenderly kissed Daenerys' forehead before gently massaging her abdomen, then leaned in to impart maternal wisdom in her ear. Due to Danyela's remarkable physical constitution, she experienced only minor abdominal discomfort, devoid of any other symptoms. Coupled with her prior experiences from a past life, she naturally knew how to manage the situation. After spending 5 or 6 tedious days perusing books in her chamber, she finally emerged from the clutches of that dreaded menstrual cycle. During this time, news of Danyela's coming of age spread throughout Westeros like wildfire, propelled by the Black Crows. This only hastened the arrival of noble youths eager to participate in the tournament. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Red Keep and King's Landing, the succession crisis had escalated dramatically. Ever since the passing of Baelon, King Jaehaerys' health had deteriorated significantly. Although the Targaryen concoction of dragonfire wine, developed by Danyela, infused the king with a semblance of vitality during morning council meetings, by afternoon he was already enfeebled. Only by indulging in another glass of dragonfire wine before bedtime could he hope for a restful night's sleep. Serving the king were the devoted Audrey and Alicent, who provided some comfort to the lonely, aging monarch. Alicent's gentle attentiveness and Audrey's humor offered solace to this frail old man, resulting in bountiful rewards from King Jaehaerys. However, unlike Audrey, who appeared only when necessary, Alicent seemed to linger about the king incessantly, offering her sage counsel at opportune moments. On numerous occasions, in a state between wakefulness and slumber, Jaehaerys would gaze at Alicent, mistaking her for his clever daughter, Sanella, returned from Volantis. In idle moments, he would quietly observe these two youthful maidens, akin to flowers poised to bloom, and through them, he sensed a fleeting glimpse of his long-lost youth. It was only in the company of these innocent young women that the old king felt he had temporarily extricated himself from the treacherous whirlpool of politics in King's Landing. The proceedings of the council had naturally drawn the keen attention of the noble houses across the 7 kingdoms. While the lords did not particularly concern themselves with which Targaryen ascended the throne, they were acutely aware of the benefits and influences that such an ascension could bring, warranting careful consideration. Unlike his father, Viserys, who remained comfortably on Dragonstone awaiting the birth of his wife's child, both the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, and Daemon had begun their bustling endeavors in King's Landing. Duke Boros Baratheon of Storm's End, being Princess Rhaenyra's uncle, was wholeheartedly intent on supporting his niece or her progeny in their quest for the throne. Through his alliance with the sea snake, many nobles, both great and small, had already forged close ties with him. Meanwhile, numerous individuals of Targaryen blood had also begun to act discreetly behind the scenes. Chapter 63. The social structure of Westeros after breakfast. The rejuvenated Daenerys hastily summoned Drogon and made her way to the stone foundry. During her period of rest, the shortage of dragonstone had begun to jeopardize the construction of the arena. Fortunately, Daenerys had been diligent in her efforts and had forged a considerable amount in advance. Your Highness, from the moment Drogon took to the skies, the artisans at the foundry had been keenly aware of her presence, and thus they had respectfully awaited her arrival. Your Highness, the walls of the arena and the ordinary viewing stands are nearly complete. In just a few days, the main grandstand and waiting area, as well as the beast pens, will also be finished. The lead craftsman reported with great pride regarding the progress of the project. The specifications of our arena in Whitehill are certainly on par with those grand fighting pits of the Slave Bay. Yet, those arenas took years, even decades, to construct, while ours has only taken a little over a month. This is all thanks to Dragonstone and Drogon's assistance. The other artisans chimed in. Indeed, historically, arenas constructed with the aid of Dragonstone and dragons have only been seen in ancient Valyria, nowhere else in the realm. This is truly a singular achievement in Westeros. Even in the annals of architectural history, our arena shall be recorded. Amidst the artisans' self-congratulatory remarks, Daenerys began to softly chant Valyrian spells. The dragonfire, enhanced by her incantation, transformed into a striking shade of blue-black after she vanquished the three-eyed raven, significantly augmenting her magical prowess. After unleashing 3 bursts of dragonfire, she felt a slight weariness. With the Dragonstone production for the arena complete, Daenerys then soared on Drogon to the administrative hall of Whitehill. Your Highness, Samwell, Medric, Cameron, and Annie rose respectfully upon her arrival. Observing the noticeably slimmer Samwell, Daenerys jested, "It appears you have all been working quite hard lately. Even Samwell has shed some weight." The group chuckled at her remark. Samwell, patting his belly, boisterously replied, If the princess deems it a work benefit, I shall gladly accept. However, it has indeed been quite busy lately, particularly with the arena nearing completion, which will free up a substantial workforce. Moreover, the nobles attending the tournament have begun to arrive en masse. With an influx of visitors, the potential for incidents increases, necessitating considerable thought in both security and the arrangements for the accommodations of the noble youths. After all, there are few nobles who qualify to reside within Dragonstone. The others must fend for their own lodgings. The inns in the fishing village have long been fully booked, yet our town of White Sheep still possesses some vacant rooms, which I have arranged to be cleaned and temporarily rented out to those nobles, allowing us to recoup some rental income. The issue lies in the influx of small traders and the growing number of refugees accompanying these aristocrats. Indeed, our current security forces are somewhat stretched. After deliberation, we have begun to recruit a contingent of youth from the town to form a temporary security patrol. Fortunately, we have the assistance of the Princess Dragon Guard and the garrison from Dragonstone to aid in their training. I am confident that they will soon be ready for active duty. The most pressing concern remains how to manage the substantial number of idle refugees. Danny couldn't help but wonder why, given the generous resettlement conditions in White Sheep, these individuals would choose to remain refugees rather than aspire to become subjects of the town. Samwell shook his head with a rueful smile, explaining that most of these refugees had previously endured severe persecution or unbearable taxes, military service, and forced labor in their former lands, prompting them to opt for freedom. If they could survive, they would not easily seek to be naturalized as subjects. The social structure of Westeros is intricately organized into a complex hierarchy, known as the feudal lord system. At the heart of this system lies land ownership and territorial governance, interlinking various societal strata into a pyramid structure, ranging from the king at the apex to the subjects at the base. Within this framework, each member holds a defined position and duty, their actions governed by a stringent set of rules and obligations. At the pinnacle of this system stands the king of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, who wields the most significant power. Beyond his directly controlled territory, other kingdoms are obligated to pay tribute to him annually. In times of war, they are also compelled to heed his call for military assistance. Beneath him lies a hierarchy of nobles, including dukes, earls, and other lordly figures, who enjoy considerable autonomy over their respective fiefs, while also bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace within their territories. These nobles pledge their fealty to the king in exchange for land and privileges, a relationship known as vassalage. In addition to the secular power structure, Westeros is home to a formidable religious institution, the Faith of the Seven, alongside the Citadel, which monopolizes the transmission of knowledge. Both play a crucial role in the social fabric of Westeros, not only guiding and controlling the moral compass of the populace, but also exerting significant influence over political and economic affairs. The Archbishop, as the leader of the church, holds a rank second only to the monarch, while bishops and priests from various cathedrals constitute other vital components of the church. Furthermore, each noble castle houses a scholarly institution, tasked not only with assisting the lord in managing the fief, but also with providing education, healthcare, communication, and even midwifery services. During the reign of the Seven Gods Church in Mage, the church's armed forces were nearly annihilated by the royal family after several fierce wars. Below them were the free folk and the vassals. The free folk referred to individuals who were not beholden to anyone, cultivating their lands and enjoying certain rights and liberties. They might also have chosen to engage in trade or handicrafts. However, the majority of the populace consisted of vassals, who formed the bedrock of the lordship system, responsible for providing food and services to their lords. Without the lord's permission, they could not leave their domains. If they were fortunate enough to have benevolent lords or found themselves in prosperous years, their lives might be tolerable. Yet, should their lord be indifferent to their welfare, or in times of war or calamity, these vassals would face immense suffering and hardship. At the very bottom of society were marginalized groups such as beggars, vagrants, and criminals. These individuals lacked stable homes or employment, living in the shadows of society, often subjected to discrimination and injustice. In Chapter 64, The Roar of the Gluttons, it is noted that in the developed cities of Westeros, the presence of vagrants and marginalized populations posed significant risks, serving as fertile ground for crime and malevolence. Much of the chaos and poor sanitation in King's Landing stemmed from these urban vagrants and marginalized individuals, which is why Samwell and others found themselves burdened with worry. With the commencement of the tournament, over 100,000 vagrants and idlers had flocked to the refugee area in White Sheep Town. while most sought a means of livelihood. A considerable number were criminals. Recently, the dungeons of Dragonstone had imprisoned dozens of unproductive offenders, with over 100 robust individuals sentenced to labor by Daenerys. Upon the completion of the arena construction, thousands of temporary workers and their families would inevitably face substantial economic pressure, likely exacerbating the security concerns in the vicinity of White Sheep Town. Therefore, it was imperative that the construction in White Sheep Town not be halted. After contemplating this, Daenerys decisively declared that since the design plans for Dragonstone had been finalized, they would commence the construction of Dragonstone Castle following the completion of the tournament grounds. This would not only allow the workers on the arena project to continue their labor, but also provide additional job opportunities for the influx of vagrants. Given the grand scale of Dragonstone Castle, even if constructed entirely from Dragonstone, it would take several years to complete. By that time, the new Dragonstone Island would be nearly developed, naturally providing ample space to accommodate them. "Yes, Your Highness," they responded. "We can proceed to increase the recruitment of laborers. With the wages we offer, these vagrants may finally enjoy a few years of better living conditions." Samwell and Medric had previously deliberated on this matter. However, the construction of a castle is a momentous undertaking, and they naturally dared not take matters into their own hands. Moreover, given that Princess Daenerys had been unwell recently, they felt it inappropriate to disturb her. Now that she had taken the initiative to broach the subject and grant her authorization, they readily accepted. Having the opportunity to partake in the construction of a magnificent castle is indeed a significant milestone in one's life. By the way, Your Highness, the method you suggested previously for castrating those warhorses that do not breed has proven effective in my experiments. The temperament of the gelded warhorses has indeed become much gentler, yet their stamina and combat abilities remain unaffected. Samwell reported to Daenerys that although a few horses succumbed to infections during the initial attempts, the current castration techniques have matured to the point where such incidents are nearly non-existent. We have also extended this castration technique to the breeding of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The castrated animals not only exhibit a more docile nature, but also gain weight more readily. The advantage of being a lord in this world lies in the ability to delegate any innovative ideas. The subordinates will certainly execute them with great competence. Furthermore, Daenerys noted that while this world may lag in certain aspects, the accumulation of nearly 10,000 years of history has endowed its people with remarkable craftsmanship in many manual trades. With just a bit of guidance and inspiration, their outcomes often delight Daenerys beyond her expectations. Subsequently, they each reported to Daenerys on recent developments in White Sheep Town, to which she provided her insights and directives. Particularly, the rapid development of White Sheep Town had exceeded everyone's expectations, necessitating her decisions regarding its expansion and the establishment of new farms. Thus, the conversation extended late into the evening, with lunch and dinner being hastily addressed in the administrative hall. Such occurrences had become commonplace for Samwell and his companions. However, the fact that Daenerys dined alongside them made the men feel somewhat bashful. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Cameron quietly informed Daenerys, "Your Highness, the caravan from Tar's Island has returned from the eastern continent. This time, the caravan journeyed all the way to the eastern region of course. On their return, they were laden with 50 ships worth of goods, though 8 vessels were lost due to extreme weather conditions during the voyage." Cameron's words caused Daenerys' eyes to sparkle with excitement. "Did they bring back everything I requested?" Cameron nodded vigorously. "Indeed, they have. 1,000 unsullied and 200 gladiators have been temporarily settled on Tar's Island to learn the common tongue, along with 5,000 various artisans, including those scholars, healers, and elite attendants and maids you specifically requested. A total of 10 elephants of various breeds were procured, and fortunately, as instructed by the princess, they were fed our special fodder from Longshore Island in advance. Although many of the elephants appeared somewhat lethargic during the latter part of the voyage, there were no casualties. It is said that there are also numerous rare and exotic beasts. Surely, the princess will be delighted. Once the secret codes and passages behind Longshore Island are completed in a few days, we shall transport both people and goods to Longshore Island. Nestled between Longshore Island and the northern mountain range connecting Longshore New Island, there exists a large gourd-shaped harbor. The entrance is narrow and elongated, allowing only a single 3-masted ship to pass through. However, the interior space can accommodate several hundred large vessels simultaneously. This gourd-shaped harbor is situated at the foot of the small hill where Danyela intends to build her castle, a location she fortuitously discovered while soaring on her dragon. Consequently, she had a secret dock constructed here and several hidden warehouses carved into the mountainside along the harbor. Once the castle is completed, This shall become Danyela's exclusive dock and clandestine passage. Just as Danyela was engrossed in conversation with Cameron, a sudden, furious roar from the Devourer interrupted them. Danyela quickly mounted Dreamfire and soared towards the source of the commotion. Cameron hastily summoned the Dragon Guard and the security team from Ares Town, desperately rushing towards the seaside. Upon Danyela's arrival, she found that the dozen or so guards stationed there lay fallen in pools of blood, while her 2 assigned dragon guards were battered and bruised. Bound and gagged, surrounding the Devourer, several mercenaries had already been ignited by its green dragon flames. Among them, 2 burly men hurriedly retreated towards the sea, carrying a charred, grotesquely disfigured figure. Additionally, 2 silver-haired noble youths were hastily assisted by guards as they dashed towards the ships by the shore, followed closely by a panicked silver-haired middle-aged man. Chapter 65. The fortune-bringing boy. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Danyela was instantly enraged. Although she had surmised the identities of her adversaries, she had no intention of showing mercy. Dragon Flame. The deep blue flames of Dreamfire swept across the 3 anchored, 3-masted ships, instantly igniting the sails and the deck where the sailors were preparing to set sail. The ignited individuals did not perish immediately. Instead, they screamed in agony, leaping into the sea. The fierce blaze illuminated the ocean's surface, casting a brilliant glow. Given the substantial cost of the 3 ships, Danyela did not wish to destroy them. She merely aimed to ensure they could not escape. After neutralizing the crew on the ships, Danyela guided Dreamfire directly onto the beach, intercepting the fleeing brigands. "Immediately drop your weapons and kneel," she roared, as she commanded Dreamfire to ignite a significant portion of the guards trailing behind the audacious bandits. The surviving dozen guards and the 2 silver-haired youths dared not make any unnecessary movements. They immediately discarded their weapons and knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Please, do not burn us. Do not burn us." Rhaenyra paid them no heed, instead commanding the Dreamfire to fix its gaze upon them until her loyal attendants arrived to subdue them all. It was only then that Rhaenyra slid down from Dreamfire and questioned the leader of the youths. "Speak. Who are you? Why do you dare to set your sights on the glutton?" "Your Highness, I am Sephlin Magaya, the son of Princess Rhaenyra. My father is Maradona, the governor of the Volantis Tiger Party," cried the handsome youth, tears streaming down his face as he crawled toward Rhaenyra. "I heard that the princess is to host a martial arts competition, and I came to observe. I heard rumors of a bound dragon here, and out of curiosity, I came to take a look. I truly harbor no ill intentions. Your Highness, please see my sincerity." At that moment, Cameron approached, holding a beautifully ornate sword and a Valyrian dagger with a dragonbone hilt, presenting them before Rhaenyra. "Your Highness, this Valyrian steel sword was confiscated from him. It appears his identity is indeed remarkable." Rhaenyra, astonished, accepted the sword and unsheathed it, gazing at the jet-black blade adorned with exquisite wave patterns. She recognized it as a Valyrian steel sword without a doubt. Rhaenyra could sense a rich aura of magic emanating from the sword, and near the hilt, ancient Valyrian inscriptions read, "In the company of gods." However, upon noticing the newly inscribed words "Sweet Widow" on the hilt, her demeanor soured, and she inquired rather displeasedly of the handsome youth, "Did you name this sword?" Yes, Your Highness. In Volantis, we have a fondness for sweets and sweet wines. So I named this sword accordingly. Your father must care for you dearly, bestowing such a precious Valyrian steel sword upon a bastardo like you." The beautiful youth, sensing Rhaenyra's willingness to engage with him, seemed to forget his predicament entirely. "I am my father's only son, so he dotes on me greatly. Moreover, the Magaya family possesses numerous Valyrian steel swords, which is why this gift was bestowed upon me. It is said that this sword once belonged to one of the great families of the 40 Dragon Lord families during the ancient Valyrian period. The Magaya family acquired it during the Blood Century. The Blood Century refers to the protracted period of conflict that engulfed the continent of Essos for over 100 years following the Valyrian Cataclysm. In truth, the Valyrian Cataclysm did not annihilate all the Dragon Lord families. Many members who were away on vacation or business, along with their dragons, managed to survive. Many among them endeavored to reassemble their strength and resurrect the glory of the Valyrian Federation. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, they gradually faded into obscurity. Ultimately, the only surviving heirs of the once mighty Dragonlord family were the Targaryens, who lingered on Dragonstone. The appearance of the arena, with its scorching hues and general aesthetic, was indeed grander than it seemed. At that moment, the children of the forest, who had arrived alongside the dragon team, approached Daenerys with utmost respect. "Your Highness, only 5 soldiers survived, the rest have perished." Upon hearing the report, Daenerys, initially uplifted by the acquisition of a Valyrian sword, was engulfed by fury. She solemnly instructed Cameron. Ensure the proper care of the injured. The families of the deceased must be supported. In addition to the standard compensation, grant each family an extra 100 gold coins. After all, this group of scoundrels likely brought along considerable wealth. With that, Daenerys turned her gaze towards another silver-haired youth and a middle-aged silver-haired man in the arena, remarking, "Judging by your appearance and attire, you must have some notable background. Pray, reveal your identities." The tall, slender, silver-haired youth replied with a trembling voice, "Your Highness, I am Satu, the son of Princess Rhaenyra. However, I am merely the son of a humble merchant, here purely to observe the commotion. I truly know nothing." He then lowered his head in submission. The Valyrian dagger made from dragon bone that Cameron had confiscated belonged to this slender youth. His pitiful demeanor immediately drew the disdain of Sly beside him. "Your Highness, he speaks the truth. Satu's father is the principal benefactor of the Volantis Tiger Party's ruling officer," Sly remarked, pointing towards a robust man severely injured by the dragon's flames, on the brink of death. "His name is Savin, the eldest illegitimate son of Princess Rhaenyra. His father is the commander of the Volantis Great Axe Mercenary Corps." Indeed, the three were unmistakably the sons of Princess Rhaenyra, vying for the claim to the throne. Daenerys then instructed the herbalist, "Go and see if there is hope for him. Do all you can to preserve his life." The herbalist approached Savin, producing a vial of potion from his satchel and administering it to him. He then applied a greenish herbal paste to the areas of Savin's body scorched by dragon fire. Much of Savin's armor had liquefied, merging with his flesh. However, his helmet, breastplate, and shoulder armor remained intact, fortuitously protecting his vital areas and preserving his life. "Remove the intact armor from him. Bring it to me," Daenerys commanded, her interest piqued by the preserved armor. The members of the Kingsguard promptly approached and removed the armor before presenting it respectfully to Daenerys. "Humph, it truly is armor crafted from Valyrian steel." Upon closer inspection, Daenerys recognized that these impeccably preserved pieces of armor were all forged from Valyrian steel. What a far cry from mere brigands. This is undoubtedly a boon from the gods. Daenerys internally scoffed. Chapter 66. More gains. "And what of you? Given your attire, you must be a native of Dragonstone, correct?" Daenerys directed her icy gaze towards the middle-aged silver-haired man and inquired coldly. In response, the man bowed his head low, scarcely daring to let Daenerys see his face. "Your Highness, I am Gaiman, a humble fisherman born and raised in this village," he replied. "Gaiman? How intriguing. To dare bear such a name on Dragonstone piques my curiosity regarding your tale." The silver-haired Gaiman, acutely aware of the mockery and displeasure in Daenerys' tone, quickly prostrated himself before her, declaring, "I am but a descendant of Gaiman Targaryen, the second head of the Targaryen family to arrive on Dragonstone." "Ah, so you possess the bloodline of House Targaryen. No wonder your appearance is far more dignified than the average." At this juncture, Daenerys' tone grew even colder. "If you are indeed a bastard scion of House Targaryen, why then do you conspire with outsiders to attempt the theft of Targaryen dragons? You, who feast at the table while betraying your kin, are far more despicable than the brigands from beyond." Daenerys' suddenly elevated voice startled Gaiman into a flurry of pleas for mercy. "Your Highness, please. I merely saw their wealth and served as a guide. I truly had no idea they would dare to attempt such an audacious theft of Targaryen dragons." "I am wronged, Your Highness. Your Highness." Having confirmed the circumstances, Daenerys grew weary of Gaiman's pathetic act and waved her hand, commanding her guards to take them all away to the dungeons. She then instructed Cameron, "First, ensure that the three bastards of Princess Rhaenyra are settled in the estate. Keep them under close watch. Do not let any information leak. As for Gaiman and the others, they are all to be imprisoned. Dispatch men to apprehend Gaiman's family and conduct a thorough investigation into those who associate closely with him." "Yes, Your Highness." Once Cameron had taken everyone away, Harold Darklyn, who had extinguished the fire aboard the three-masted ships, was also pulling the vessels to shore. The inventory of the supplies on the ships would take considerable time, so Daenerys, accompanied by the remaining individuals from Stark Island, proceeded towards the direction of the Glutton, intent on assessing the situation there. "My dear princess, the mighty dragon is currently in a state of furious wrath. It would be prudent for us to maintain our distance," Daxus gently advised. "Fear not. We shall remain beyond the reach of its fiery breath," replied the princess. At that moment, the gluttonous one languidly feasted upon the charred remains of those who had perished in its flame, the metal chains binding it clanking ominously as it struggled. Truly, dragons are creatures of great intellect. Their fiery breath possesses the capacity to gradually melt the chains that bind them. Yet, the chains restraining this colossal beast are forged from a special alloy, with a melting point exceeding 2 to 3,000 degrees. By the time the dragon is able to liquefy those chains, the intense heat would undoubtedly inflict lethal harm upon it. Though the youths of Skaggs Island hailed from the savage Northern Isles and had witnessed numerous scenes of gruesome brutality, this was likely their first encounter with a dragon incinerating its victims before consuming them. Thus, while they experienced no overt physiological reactions, a profound sense of disquiet settled upon them. The once sacred image of the dragon in their minds was inevitably diminished. This is the psychology of empathy, is it not? No matter how formidable one may be, the relentless perpetration of tyranny will, sooner or later, invoke retaliation from those who have suffered under such oppression. The surviving dragon lords and dragons of the post-Valyrian catastrophe, as well as those historical dragons slaughtered in the caves of King's Landing, share a common fate. All the resentment and fear harbored by the people were ultimately directed toward them. For countless centuries, the Valyrian Federation has subjugated the peoples of Essos, accumulating a reservoir of animosity. When the Valyrian dragon lords possessed sufficient power to suppress dissent, they could endure such animosity. However, the great catastrophe presented an opportunity, and they promptly sought to annihilate all dragons and the lineages of dragon lords at any cost. The blood-soaked chaos ensued, plunging the Seven Kingdoms into years of turmoil, leaving the common folk in utter despair. Moreover, the successive fall of dragons led the populace to no longer regard them as untouchable deities, which precipitated the mob's assault on the dragon's lair in King's Landing. Daenerys, undeterred by the rampant gossip, engaged in the construction of the arena to demonstrate that dragons are not merely formidable weapons of war, but also possess significant value in various other realms. "Ah, Your Highness, do you see? That massive axe appears to be forged from Valyrian steel," the lookout suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a few scattered weapons lying several meters from the gluttonous one. Daenerys, lacking the eagle-eyed vision of the lookout, hesitated, knowing that the area remained within the dragon's fiery reach. "Daxus, swiftly make your way to White Sheep Town and summon a herd of surplus cattle and aged horses," Daenerys instructed. Upon hearing her command, Daxus immediately sprang into action, rallying a party to hasten towards White Sheep Town. The glutton, though preoccupied with its insatiable hunger, had long since taken notice of Daenerys. This ferocious old dragon, which had never been tamed by the Targaryen lineage, showed no mercy towards the blood of House Targaryen, particularly towards Daenerys, the very architect of its confinement. The glutton harbored a profound disdain. Should Daenerys dare to approach, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of dragon fire upon her without hesitation. As Harold and his companions were in the process of unloading the ship's supplies, Daxos and his allies finally herded a dozen old cattle and horses into the fray. To divert the glutton's attention, Daenerys skillfully commanded Drogon to soar above the creature's head, inciting its fury and prompting a sense of deep affront. Meanwhile, Daxos and his group blindfolded the old cattle and horses, then mercilessly struck their flanks, urging them to gallop frantically towards the glutton's position. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the swift-moving Volfo brothers and Kay rushed forward to gather the scattered weapons strewn across the ground. At that moment, the glutton had already roasted the approaching cattle and horses to a crisp. Alas, what a pity for the hides of those animals. With the task nearly accomplished, Daenerys deftly guided Drogon down. Eagerly, she took hold of the enormous axe described by the lookout, marveling at its weight. Despite her considerable strength, it took all her might to lift this colossal Valyrian steel axe. Its obsidian hue and exquisite wave-like patterns unmistakably indicated the craftsmanship of Valyrian steel. Chapter 67. Such forging of steel? Gazing at the imposing and weighty Valyrian axe, Daenerys' eyes sparkled with brilliance. What a fortuitous day it was. Valyrian steel is renowned for its lightness, resilience, and resistance to rust, warping, or breaking. This axe was at least equivalent to 2 or 3 of the Targaryen family's ancestral swords, Blackfire, in weight. Due to its substantial heft, Daenerys had Daxos hold it while she meticulously examined it with a torch in hand. Her fingertips glided across the surface of the axe, and she could distinctly sense the surging magic contained within, far surpassing the potency found in the Widow's Kiss. The axe, including its dragonbone handle, measured nearly 2 meters in length. The upper half of the handle was crafted from jet-black dragonbone, enveloped in animal hide. It was an asymmetrical double-bladed axe, adorned with intricate designs inscribed in Valyrian script. Softly, Daenerys articulated the inscription, Crackbone. What a formidable name it was. With such a razor-sharp edge, this axe could sever not just a spine, but could cleave a warhorse or giant in twain with a single strike. Dax, brandishing a massive axe, was brimming with excitement. Had it not been for Daenerys's admiration, he would have almost been unable to restrain himself from swinging it with wild abandon. At that moment, Samwell arrived at the seaside, accompanied by a group of men, driving several carts laden with treasures seized from 3 captured galleons. With Samwell and Cameron present, Daenerys found little interest in overseeing the inventory of the riches, opting instead to take the herbalist and the lookout with her on the journey back to Dragonstone. Wielding her long-handled axe, the Splinter, along with the Valyrian sword, Sweet Mercy, and the dragonglass dagger, Firefall. As both the herbalist and the lookout were female children of the forest, Daenerys arranged for them to reside in her Sanctum of Flame. The herbalist possessed commendable medical skills, adept not only in concocting various herbal salves and potions, but also knowledgeable in the care of pregnant women in childbirth. Consequently, Daenerys frequently brought her to examine her dear Emma, and under her guidance, Emma's well-being improved significantly. During her menstrual period, Daenerys engaged in discussions with her about the traditional medical theories of the Land of Flowers, gaining invaluable insights that inspired fresh ideas in the formulation of herbal remedies. Upon returning to the Sanctum of Flame, Daenerys refreshed herself briefly before retreating to her chamber, where she resumed her admiration of the 3 exquisite Valyrian weapons. It was not until late that night that she finally drifted into slumber, cradling Sweet Mercy. In her dreams, she found herself transported to what appeared to be a forge, where the air was rendered thin by the intense heat. Hundreds of robust blacksmiths, chanting ancient Valyrian incantations, were engrossed in hammering the dark alloy before them. Despite their cropped hair, their pale golden or silver locks and striking violet or blue eyes revealed their Valyrian heritage. Nearby, several dragons lay coiled, ready to unleash their fiery breath to soften or melt the metal as needed. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a furnace ablaze with roaring flames. A few ancient Valyrian craftsmen were seen callously directing a dozen dazed slaves toward the inferno. To Daenerys' horror, she noticed the lifeless body of a young dragon, seemingly deceased not long ago, within the furnace. The subsequent scene filled her with profound dread. The bold and fearless Daenerys found herself trembling uncontrollably. Was it fear? Anger? Sympathy? Perhaps it was a blend of all 3. The slaves were mercilessly pushed into the furnace by the craftsmen. As the flames engulfed them, the enslaved souls seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, but they were only able to emit a heart-wrenching scream before being entirely consumed by the fire. On the opposite side of the forge, several Valyrian dragon riders chanted incantations as they commanded their mighty dragons to unleash searing flames upon the furnace. Under the relentless heat of the dragon fire, the bodies of all the slaves and horse-headed giants gradually melded into the molten alloy within the forge. As the flames slowly subsided, a substantial block of heavy Valyrian steel began to take shape. A satisfied smile spread across the faces of all the Valyrians, as if the dozens of slaves they had sacrificed were no more significant than mere common fowl. Daenerys had never felt such an intense desire to extricate herself from the realm of dragon dreams. Yet, it seemed as though she were ensnared in this vision, endlessly witnessing the Valyrians' method of forging Valyrian steel. Naturally, Daenerys harbored an insatiable yearning to learn the art of crafting Valyrian steel. However, the realization that it required the blood of the living made her feel relieved that such a method had been lost to time. Even if Daenerys wished to avoid learning, through the incessant repetition, she unwittingly absorbed the incantations and processes involved in the forging and the blood rites. When Daenerys awoke from her dream the next morning, her body was drenched in sweat. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the 3 Valyrian weapons she cherished, and her emotions grew exceedingly complicated. Rhaenyra. She called for her maidservant. After changing and freshening up, she consumed a light meal before summoning her dream fire and mounting the Sweet Widow, soaring directly to King's Landing. Daenerys instinctively believed that the heads of House Targaryen throughout the ages must have possessed some knowledge of ancient Valyrian secrets. Yet, over the years, she had nearly perused every tome in her family's collection that chronicled the mysteries of Valyria, finding little of value regarding its crucial legacies. Regardless of the Targaryens' current state, they were still one of the 40 noble dragon families. Even if they could not partake in the grand affairs of ancient Valyria, it seemed implausible that they would lack understanding of the methods for forging Valyrian steel. This included the creation of Dragonstone, which was not particularly difficult to master. Any dragon rider who grasped the incantation could forge it with ease. Moreover, Dragonstone Island had been constructed under the Targaryen family's stewardship, and given that they had not suffered a cataclysm, it seemed improbable that the methods of forging Dragonstone had been entirely lost. Now, the only rationale Daenerys could conceive was that the Targaryen family dared not reveal to the outside world that they retained some ancient Valyrian knowledge. It was likely that they had intentionally allowed this knowledge to fade into obscurity alongside the destruction of Valyria. Nevertheless, Daenerys felt certain that the heads of House Targaryen would have ensured that such knowledge was passed down through oral tradition. Today, the only one who might illuminate her understanding was her great-grandfather, King Aegon IV. Chapter 68. The Wisdom of King Jaehaerys. Indeed, it is a rare and remarkable sword. King Jaehaerys delicately handled the Sweet Widow, a Valyrian blade similar in stature to the dark sister of House Targaryen, yet far more opulent in its adornments. The lavish scabbard and hilt were encrusted with an array of precious gems and intricate golden filigree, culminating in a ruby the size of a quail's egg at the end of the hilt. While others might overlook it, Daenerys could sense the faint pulse of magical energy contained within the ruby. Great-grandfather, look at the ancient Valyrian inscriptions on the blade. They must be the family motto of some dragon lord from the Valyrian era, correct? Daenerys inquired seemingly casually, though her gaze remained fixed on King Jaehaerys, anxious not to miss a flicker of his expression or reaction. With the gods, he murmured softly, reading the inscription upon the sword, and gradually fell into deep contemplation. His once cloudy eyes appeared to lose focus, yet gained an extraordinary depth. Ah, I remember. This is the family motto of House Hyperion. Among the 40 Dragon Lord families, the Hyperion, Bellarese, and Augustus houses are firmly established in the top 3. The Hyperion family is renowned for producing sorcerers and master blacksmiths, thus overseeing the forging of Valyrian steel weaponry for the Valyrian Confederation. Upon hearing this, Daenerys eagerly pressed, House Hyperion? Why have I never come across any records of these Dragon Lord families in our family library? King Jaehaerys regarded Daenerys with a kind gaze. What? Little Daenerys is also intrigued by the ancient Valyrian matters? With utmost seriousness, Daenerys nodded. Who wouldn't he be fascinated by that grand and mystical realm? Huh. If mere interest were all it took, there are countless tales of ancient Valyria from both Westeros and Essos. Those bards could recount their stories for centuries and still have more to tell. King Jaehaerys continued with evident enthusiasm. Yet, for many, it is not simply a matter of curiosity. They seek to uncover deeper truths hidden within Valyrian tales, hoping to gain power and profit from their revelations. During the Bloodied Century, so many Dragon Lord descendants and their dragons perished, not solely due to the enmity of the Eastern continent. More than hatred, it is often the allure of profit that drives men to madness and ruthless measures. The magic of Valyrian dragons, the methods of forging Valyrian steel, and the remnants of Valyria's vast wealth are the true reasons behind their demise. At that moment, King Jaehaerys presented an image of a carefree, affectionate elder. Yet his profound gaze seemed to pierce through to Daenerys' very essence. Thus, Daenerys directly inquired whether her great-grandfather meant to imply that the Targaryen family had not truly lost some of the ancient Valyrian legacies, but had intentionally allowed them to fade. In response to Daenerys' query, King Jaehaerys did not answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question. Why do you think so? Daenerys, with a smile, retorted in kind. That depends on whether the destruction of the Valyrian freehold was a matter of fate or human design. Haha, what an amusing little girl. It seems you have glimpsed quite a bit in your dragon dreams, haven't you? Daenerys feigned indifference, responding with a touch of pride. Does the forging of Dragonstone and Valyria count? At this moment, King Jaehaerys' expression turned somber, and he remarked, Little Daenerys, this world is far more intricate than we can comprehend. Whether it be the machinations of man or the judgment of the gods, remember that absolute power, while significant, cannot resolve everything. The human heart is the most elusive. Human nature is often cold and selfish, and wisdom can be easily obscured. Yet, human strength remains paramount. A competent lord or king need not involve themselves in every matter directly. It is essential to discern people, select the right individuals, and inspire them to willingly serve and sacrifice for you. This is the essence of good leadership. A truly great lord or king must also learn the art of selfishness. But they must understand that their greatest selfishness lies in prioritizing the realm. Daenerys found herself perplexed by her great-grandfather's sudden shift to imparting lessons on governance. However, she listened intently as this venerable king, respected by all, shared the wisdom of his lifetime in such accessible terms. After all, her own 30 years of life, accumulated over 2 generations, scarcely equipped her to grasp the true art of rulership. Although she had managed to make Dragonstone flourish, it was largely due to her prescient awareness and the influence of her royal status in rallying capable individuals around her. King Jaehaerys spent an entire day in his chamber teaching Daenerys the intricacies of territory management, from morning until dusk, even resolving their lunch in the sitting room with simplicity. It was unclear whether Jaehaerys' solitude in recent years had heightened his desire for companionship or if Daenerys' exceptional ability to connect ideas had invigorated him. Nevertheless, the elderly king, now over 60, exhibited no signs of fatigue throughout the lengthy discourse. Great-grandfather, dinner time has arrived. Shall I accompany you to the dining hall? Daenerys suggested. After listening to this old man ramble on all day, you must be growing weary. Daenerys quickly shook her head and replied, not at all. As long as you are willing to share with me, I would gladly remain by your side forever. King Jaehaerys burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this, exclaiming, among all the princesses of the Targaryen family, you are undoubtedly the most cunning and audacious. Ha! Miss Audrey, Miss Allison, please come in. He summoned his two most cherished handmaidens, who attended to him and Daenerys as they proceeded to the dining hall for their meal. After dinner, Daenerys and the others accompanied King Jaehaerys for a leisurely stroll in the gardens of the Red Keep for half an hour before assisting him back to his chamber to wash up and retire for the night. Perhaps due to the copious conversation he had engaged in that day, King Jaehaerys swiftly succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys borrowed the two ancestral swords of House Targaryen, Blackfyre and Dark Sister, cradling them as she nestled into bed. In her dreams, Daenerys found herself once again in the realm of Valyrian steel forging. However, this time, amidst the shifting scenes of her dream, she encountered an exceedingly bizarre tableau. Chapter 69. The shadows in a dim, sweltering place reminiscent of a cave or mine. Two figures cloaked in robes appeared to be conspiring in hushed tones. Daenerys felt an inexplicable sense of dread emanating from one frail silhouette and hesitated to approach any closer. I can only assist you to this extent. Do not forget your promise, the silver-haired man wielding Blackfyre reiterated, ensuring that regardless of future events, they would not turn against his family. All mortals must face death. The frail figure, entirely shrouded in his robe, assured. As long as your family distances itself from slavery, divine favor shall be yours. Thank you for all you have done. Farewell. With that, he gradually vanished into the dark passage. Once the figure had receded, the silver-haired man with the torch also turned to leave. At that moment, Daenerys' dreamscape shifted once more. She found herself atop a roofless tower, where a colossal sculpture of a sphinx adorned the pinnacle. Dark Sister hung on the walls of the chamber where Daenerys stood. Daenerys, you truly dreamt of the destruction of Valyria, did you not? She inquired, drawn by sounds from the adjacent area. Indeed, father. Nothing in this world is immortal. When a flower blooms in its most splendid form, it signifies its imminent decay. Likewise, when darkness reaches its zenith, light is soon to follow. A radiant young woman with platinum hair, draped in delicate azure silk, raised a goblet of golden wine, gazing wistfully at the flourishing city before her. Just as Daenerys intended to draw nearer for a closer look, the maiden abruptly turned to face her direction. In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, Danyela was abruptly roused from her slumber. Yet, the voice of that girl seemed to transcend time and space, echoing in Danyela's ears. You have finally appeared, the one who will lead us home. As she beheld the three Valyrian steel swords scattered by her bedside and recalled the fragmented images from her dream, a shiver coursed through Danyela. It appeared that the destruction of Valyria was indeed a catastrophe, perhaps concealing an even greater conspiracy. What role did her family play in this unfolding drama? Burdened by such uncertainties, Danyela found herself somewhat disoriented throughout the morning, even as she stood beside King Jaehaerys, her mind wandering elsewhere. Little Danyela, did you sleep poorly last night? King Jaehaerys inquired with concern. Or did you have another dream? Yes, I dreamt of some incomprehensible images. Danyela replied candidly. Gently, Jaehaerys placed his hand on Danyela's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Do not dwell on what you cannot understand. In time, all will be revealed to you. Of course, time can also allow you to forget many things. You are still so young. You should savor life. Danyela, never allow your dreams to ensnare you, nor should you pay heed to the whispered secrets of the gods in your ears. I dreamt of my ancestor, Daenerys, the one who foretold the fall of Valyria. She said, I am the one who will lead them home. Danyela resolved to share her experience with the wise king. Her words stirred a rare excitement in the usually solemn king. What? Jaehaerys exclaimed, suddenly rising from his seat, his aged yet strong hand gripping Danyela's shoulder as he sought confirmation. Are you certain she told you that you are the one who will guide them home? Though his grip was painful, Danyela remained composed and resolute, nodding firmly. In the dream, she seemed to see me, and when our eyes met, she indeed uttered those words. What significance does this statement hold? Given the king's unusual reaction, it must possess profound meaning. Thus, Danyela cautiously probed further. Grandfather, why are you so agitated? Her inquiry gradually brought King Jaehaerys back to his senses. It is merely an ancient tale passed down through the generations of the Valyrian dragon lords. Danyela, the story I am about to share with you is not a secret among our kin, yet it must never be disclosed to outsiders. Indeed, I swear. King Jaehaerys resumed his inscrutable demeanor, his gaze deepening into a profound and distant contemplation. While the world recognizes the rise of Valyria from the 14 flames of the Essos continent, few are aware that their lineage traces back to the Amethyst Empress of the Dawn Empire. The Dawn Empire, the precursor to the present Golden Celestial Dynasty, spanned territories from the Bone Mountains in the west to the Grey Wastes in the east, bordered by the Trembling Sea to the north and the Jade Sea to the south, where even the thunder all belonged to the Dawn. The first sovereign of the Dawn Empire was the human emperor, believed to be the sole offspring of the divine Night Lion and the Lady of Light. Yet, does divinity truly exist in this world? Who has ever witnessed a genuine response amidst the fervent prayers of the masses? These are merely the fabricated halos crafted by rulers to adorn their faade. I perceive that it is merely individuals who wield some formidable power. Legend has it that the human emperor traveled in a palanquin carved from a single pearl, borne by 100 queens. This monarch reigned for a millennium, until he ascended to the stars, reuniting with his ancestors. The throne then passed to his eldest son, the Pearl Emperor, who ruled for 1,000 years. Subsequently, the crown was passed from generation to generation, from the Emerald Emperor to the Tourmaline Emperor, the Black Agate Emperor, the Yellow Sapphire Emperor, and finally the Opal Emperor. Each ruler's reign was shorter and fraught with greater challenges than the last. Barbarians and beasts incessantly encroached upon the kingdom's borders. Vassals grew increasingly arrogant and rebellious, and the subjects of the realm descended into greater indulgence and depravity. Upon the ascension of the Opal Emperor's daughter, the Amethyst Empress, her brother, consumed by jealousy, overthrew her, declaring himself the emperor, henceforth known as the Bloodstone Emperor. From that moment, the kingdom was engulfed in terror and servitude. The Bloodstone Emperor reveled in the study of dark and dreadful sorcery, marrying a woman of relentless cruelty and indulging in the consumption of human flesh. He forsook the veneration of the various gods and instead worshipped a black stone that had fallen from the heavens. The ensuing chaos in the Far East ultimately led to a long night. The Maiden of Light turned her back on this world, while the Night Lion descended to punish humanity for their excesses. The darkness endured until a great warrior, Eider, emerged, wielding the Lightbringer and leading a band of the still conscientious into battle, ultimately restoring light to the world. Yet, this magnificent empire could never rise again. The entire world lay in disarray, with tribes existing in isolation, harboring distrust towards one another. War, greed, and murder continue to this day. Rhaenyra, like the life of man, reflects the fates of flora and kingdoms alike. No matter their might, they are ultimately subject to the cycles of weakness turning into strength and strength yielding to decline. Humanity revels in the light, yet remains oblivious to the fact that light inevitably begets darkness. Moreover, people often prefer to hide within the shadows of others. Chapter 70, Forgetting the Past. Fearless of the future, Jaehaerys spent nearly an entire day recounting the history passed down through the generations of the Valyrian dragon lord family to Rhaenyra. King Jaehaerys possesses remarkable eloquence, coupled with years of governance, which grants him profound insights and astute judgments on myriad matters. Thus, the seemingly mundane and implausible historical tales, when recounted by him, transport Daenerys as if she were experiencing them firsthand. This narrative allows her to engage with the stories while maintaining an objective, fair, and wise perspective on past events. Daenerys cannot help but ponder that had King Jaehaerys taken Prince Viserys under his wing for a few years, perhaps once he ascended to the throne, he might have avoided the numerous blunders chronicled in history. Meanwhile, we, the descendants of the Dawn Age, have endured countless hardships and finally resurrected dragons in Valyria, establishing a colossal empire that spans the entirety of Essos. Yet, the rise and splendor of Valyria have become a nightmare for the vast majority of the inhabitants of the Essos continent. In their insatiable quest for hedonistic pleasures and the pursuit of ever more terrifying power, noble families and sorcerers have committed innumerable atrocities. The radiant and prosperous city-state of Valyria, akin to a divine abode, offered its citizens a life rivaling that of the gods, while the mines beneath the volcano echoed with the anguished cries of countless souls. Humanity has forsaken itself. Despite Valyria's grandeur lasting over a millennium and its dominion over the mightiest dragons and various forms of magic, it ultimately vanished in the cataclysm. Whether deemed divine retribution or a consequence of human folly, it remains that the dragon lords brought upon themselves the wrath of both heaven and man. From King Jaehaerys' words, Daenerys can discern that he does not take pride in Valyria's historical legacy. She senses that this sentiment likely reflects a broader value system within the Targaryen family. Thus, Daenerys continues her inquiry. Great-grandfather, why do the Dragon Lords not compile these precious histories into a tome for the kin to understand? After all, studying history cultivates wisdom. Poetry nurtures grace, mathematics fosters precision, science deepens insight, ethics instills reverence, and the study of logic and rhetoric sharpens discernment. All learning shapes character. Seeing Daenerys, so young yet capable of articulating such profound thoughts, King Jaehaerys cannot help but smile as he takes her hand and says, "Oh, my little Daenerys, were you a prince? I would surely bestow upon you the title of Prince of Dragonstone. Ha ha ha, perhaps we should forego the title of Prince of Dragonstone. If you truly cherish me, great-grandfather, grant me the title of Prince of New Dragonstone. And if we could bestow a more melodious name upon New Dragonstone, it would be even better. Thus, the princely title would resonate more splendidly. Though I may be young, I am aware that the lords of Westeros would rather turn the Seven Kingdoms to ash than entrust them to a woman's rule. And what of the vast uncharted lands of Essos and Sithorios, left untended? Rather than squabbling with the antiquated lords of Westeros over the decayed power of the Seven Kingdoms, I would prefer to harness my dragons and expand my dominion, forging a kingdom of my own. Ha ha, how ambitious. Truly, you are the sole dragon rider of House Targaryen capable of commanding two great dragons simultaneously. Daenerys' words elicited a hearty laugh from King Jaehaerys. For some inexplicable reason, the elderly monarch felt that his great-granddaughter's remarks were far from childish banter. They bore the weight of conviction. Reflecting on how Daenerys had transformed the barren Dragonstone into a realm more prosperous than a large lordship within a mere 3 years, he was struck by the illusion that perhaps his great-granddaughter could indeed make her dreams a reality. With the conversation having taken this turn, Daenerys candidly inquired, "Great-grandfather, it has been over a month since grandfather's passing. Will you consider bestowing the title of Prince of Dragonstone?" Upon hearing her question, the gentle, clouded eyes of King Jaehaerys deepened with contemplation. "Oh, little Daenerys, what are your thoughts?" Daenerys responded with calm assurance. "Isn't the prime candidate the distant Uncle Vhagar in the Citadel?" King Jaehaerys smiled at her insight and replied, "When your grandfather passed, I reached out to him immediately. However, he declined my proposal, citing the oaths of the scholars as his reason. He suggested convening a council of the Seven Kingdoms to collectively recommend the next heir." Understanding the trajectory of history, Daenerys carefully considered her words. "A council, you say? Ultimately, wouldn't it boil down to a choice between Princess Rhaenys and my father? If my father were to be elected, would that not establish a precedent for the inheritance of the Seven Kingdoms, favoring male heirs over female? Conversely, if Princess Rhaenys were chosen, would not the Targaryen name be supplanted by the Velaryons? Regardless of the outcome, it seems that both scenarios would lay the groundwork for future discord within the royal lineage." King Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Daenerys, exhibiting wisdom beyond her years, continued, "If my father is elected, does he not currently lack a male heir? Should he remain without one, I suspect he would prefer to pass the throne to his daughter rather than to any male relatives. Wouldn't that sow the seeds of strife? If Princess Rhaenys were to be chosen, the Velaryon family might no longer be our closest allies, but rather our fiercest adversaries. Whichever outcome transpires, it seems both would leave lingering threats for the future." Jaehaerys found his great-granddaughter to be quite remarkable. "Oh, what do you think should be done?" he inquired. Danyela, with a hint of playful discontent, replied, "Great-grandfather, isn't this a matter for you to consider as king? Why trouble a mere 10-year-old child?" She continued, "I do have some rather immature thoughts. For instance, we should establish a rule. If the Targaryen family requires a female heir to the throne, then her husband and children must adopt the Targaryen surname. Furthermore, the queen's consort should only be granted a title and not participate in governance. The greatest assurance of Targaryen rule lies with dragons. Thus, we might also take this opportunity at the Grand Council to formulate regulations regarding their management. For example, Targaryen dragon riders should not engage in civil wars. Should anyone violate this, all dragon riders shall unite against them. Otherwise, they shall forfeit their right to ride dragons. What is past is merely prologue. Love all, trust a few, and do no harm to anyone. I have squandered time, and time has squandered me. In bleak days, do not let cruel fate revel in joy. Since fate has come to humiliate us, we ought to retaliate with a calm demeanor. A wise person never sits idly lamenting failure. They surely seek optimistic solutions to remedy it." Chapter 71. Who points whom? Jaehaerys gazed at his eloquent great-granddaughter. increasingly lamenting that Danyela was merely a princess. Though many of her ideas lacked completeness and maturity, her vision and ambition were already evident. Thus, he could not help but subtly impart the wisdom he had garnered over 50 years of governance to the young princess. Despite her tender age, Danyela absorbed his teachings and even provided thoughtful feedback, sharing her own perspectives. Consequently, their conversation extended into the night until a maid gently reminded them to retire to their chambers. The following day, Danyela indulged in a rare moment of leisure, sleeping in until nearly noon. After a brief wash and partaking of a few snacks, she made her way to King Jaehaerys' study. As the maid had mentioned, he would likely be attending to official matters at that hour. Along the way, she plucked some fresh flowers from the garden and arranged them in a vase. "Good morning, great-grandfather," she greeted after entering. "Good morning, Danyela," he replied. "Ah, splendid. The fragrance of these flowers invigorates the spirit. Please, take a seat. I shall attend to these documents shortly." "Very well." Danyela found a book on the shelf and settled quietly by the window to read. However, perhaps due to Jaehaerys' previous lack of attention to paperwork, it was not long before the new king's hand, Otto Hightower, entered bearing a stack of documents. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Good morning, Princess Daenerys." Rising slightly, Daenerys bowed and replied, "Good morning, Sir Otto." Sir Otto respectfully placed the documents on King Jaehaerys' desk. "Your Majesty, here are your documents for today," he continued. "With all due respect, Your Majesty, you are advancing in years and have only recently regained your health. It is paramount that you take care of yourself and retire early." After speaking, he turned his stern countenance towards Daenerys, stating, "I have heard that Princess Daenerys is quite the scholar and has recently received personal tutelage from Your Majesty. However, I believe that the learned maesters of Dragonstone possess ample knowledge to satisfy the princess's curiosity." He added, "Of course, if that proves insufficient, you may also request a scholar from the Citadel to instruct you personally." Both King Jaehaerys and Princess Daenerys exchanged puzzled glances, wondering whom he was referring to. Sir Otto, hailing from the ancient Hightower family, was renowned for his extensive knowledge and was appointed as the new hand of the king. Yet, his performance fell short of expectations. Later serving as a cautionary tale for future prime ministers, knowledge does not solve every problem. While he was a methodical individual, his arrogance, candor, and aggressive demeanor displeased many noble lords, including King Viserys in later years. "I shall attend to the documents promptly, Sir Otto." "You may take your leave," said King Jaehaerys, his tone deceptively calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority that brooked no refusal. Sir Otto, still new in his role as Hand of the King, found it difficult to withstand the king's formidable presence. Thus he bowed and prepared to depart. However, Daenerys was not one to indulge him. Preferring to discomfort others rather than herself, she approached Otto with a hint of dissatisfaction, stating, "Sir Otto, I have not been very at ease in my chamber these past few days. Just yesterday, it seemed I heard the sounds of mice breeding within the Red Keep. Since you have ample time, please address this matter at once. After all, everything concerning the Red Keep relies on you now. It would be disastrous if the mouse population swelled to such an extent that they bit your hand, considering you are the hand of the king. Moreover, the foul stench of King's Landing is nearly wafting into the Red Keep. In contrast, the ancient and similarly sized Old Town remains clean and fresh. Surely, one of your experience from the Hightower family, Sir Otto, could swiftly resolve this issue." Daenerys' remarks elicited stifled laughter from the attending maidservants, with Audrey innocently chiming in. "The princess is absolutely right. These two issues are indeed the most unbearable. If the hand were to take action, they would surely be resolved in no time." At this moment, all of King's Landing would extol the esteemed name of the Lord, the Hand of the Mouse, the Prime Minister of Excrement. Audrey silently schemed in her heart on how to disseminate this new title bestowed upon Lord Otto. Although Alicent could not fully comprehend the subtlety of their remarks, she instinctively sensed that their words were not particularly kind towards her father. However, with limited eloquence, she longed to speak up for him, but was at a loss as to where to begin. She could only anxiously survey the assembly around her. King Jaehaerys added a sharp remark, suggesting that Lord Otto should first address these two most urgent and significant matters. Everything else could be set aside, and of course, I could allow others to take over the handling of them. Their words made Otto's already stern demeanor even more pronounced. "Yes, Your Majesty," Otto responded respectfully, then turned once more to Princess Daenerys, bowing and saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Princess. I shall keep an eye on it." It appeared that Princess Daenerys was indeed far more perceptive than the average individual. With a hint of indignation, he departed. Once Otto had left, King Jaehaerys picked up the stack of documents he had brought and turned them over. Observing this, Daenerys inquired, "Great-grandfather, Why do you always turn the documents over when reviewing them? J. Harry's replied mysteriously, the documents they wish for me to see are placed on top, while those they prefer I overlook are at the bottom. So, how could I allow them to have their way? His words immediately amused Daenerys, revealing a charming side to the venerable king renowned in the Targaryen dynasty. Meanwhile, Alicent, observing from a distance, quietly took note of the exchange, determined to inform her father about it at the earliest opportunity. Alicent, King Jaehaerys suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to her from afar. Yes, your majesty. Recently, I have noticed Prince Daemon frolicking about in King's Landing, appearing quite exhausted. He drinks excessively every day and lacks a steady companion to attend to him. You shall go and take care of him for a while. Once I have chosen someone suitable to serve him, you may return. Upon hearing King Jaehaerys' words, Alicent felt a wave of distress wash over her. Yet, she could not refuse, mustering a semblance of composure as she nodded, Yes, your majesty. I will take good care of Prince Daemon. However, Daenerys noticed that she was so anxious that she nearly drew blood from her own nails. Chapter 72. A different tale. After Alicent left, Audrey and the other handmaidens, at Daenerys' behest, went to comfort her. King Jaehaerys took nearly an hour to process the accumulation of documents from the past few days. Then, with both hands raised in a gesture of surrender, he displayed an expression of immense relief, which was a stark contrast to the legendary image of a dignified king. Finally, it is all settled. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms are perpetually occupied. Fortunately, the tournament in White Sheep Town next month has diverted much of their attention. Otherwise, the multitude of petty squabbles I must address daily would have increased considerably. Daenerys approached King Jaehaerys from behind and tenderly began to massage his shoulders. A testament to her lineage, for her great-grandfather was the wisest arbiter of the Seven Kingdoms. This is what one might call the burden of the capable. Moreover, it is far better to be vexed by trivial matters daily than to face any significant calamity, is it not? King Jaehaerys was once again amused by Daenerys' words, erupting into laughter. I find myself curious as to why you harbor such animosity towards Otto. Daenerys feigned an air of nonchalance, replying, Is it that apparent? I firmly believe that the hands should always heed the command of the mind. Their purpose is to transform our thoughts into reality. Much like how we women embroider, one often hears of a girl being clumsy with her hands. Yet seldom do we hear that a woman's failure to embroider stems from a lack of mental direction. A personal inability may invite ridicule. But if a nation's hands are unmanageable, it could well result in catastrophe. At this point in her discourse, Daenerys was unaware that her grip had noticeably tightened. King Jaehaerys merely nodded in contemplative agreement and chose not to pursue the topic further. It seems that as one ages, there is a particular fondness for reminiscing about the past. Even a king who has reigned for over 50 years is not exempt from this tendency. Thus, after addressing Daenerys' inquiries regarding the history of Valyria, Jaehaerys began recounting the significant events following the Targaryen family's conquest of the continent of Dorne. Naturally, his narrative was framed from the perspective of House Targaryen. According to their lore, Aegon foresaw the impending doom of the human realm, which would commence from the distant north, ushered in by a frigid winter that would engulf the world in unfathomable darkness, with lurking terrors poised to annihilate all living beings. For humanity to endure, the Targaryens must ascend to royal status and unite all of Westeros against the cold and the dark. This secret has been passed down through generations since Aegon's time. This prophecy, dubbed a Song of Ice and Fire by Aegon, would have remained unquestioned had I not overheard an old scholar mention that the long table in the Great Hall had been crafted even before Aegon's birth. Rulers have always relished draping their reigns in an aura of divinity. However, there is no denying that Aegon's A Song of Ice and Fire was remarkably well packaged. At the very least, my father, Aenys, believed in it wholeheartedly, passing this prophecy down to my brother Aegon and sharing it with my mother, who was equally convinced. My mother firmly concluded that Meg's reign could not endure, citing her ignorance of the prophecy. Indeed, her assertion proved to be astutely accurate. The formidable Queen Visenya, coupled with the ruthless Meg, ultimately faltered on their path to sovereignty. For the Seven Kingdoms and the Church, Meg undoubtedly represented a monumental calamity. However, he undeniably aided the Targaryen family by dismantling the Church's military forces, thus stabilizing the royal rule and enhancing my own reputation. Consequently, I now find myself inclined to place my faith in this prophecy. I shall pass this tale down to the next heir to the throne. But Daenerys, do you comprehend why I share this story with you? In the context of the book The Gluttonous, Daenerys is perplexed as to why such a prophecy necessitates the air of secrecy akin to the clandestine appointment of heirs in the Qing dynasty. Fortunately, Aegon shared the prophecy with his wife. Had he only entrusted it to Aegon, they might have both met their demise at the Lake of the Gods. It is merely a prophecy, and I believe that if it were to be kept confidential, it could simply circulate within the family, without the need to be passed on to the heir apparent. In the face of dire calamity, the unity of the entire family against external threats would surely be more beneficial. You make a valid point. Yet, therein lies Aegon's brilliance. No one is impervious to the allure of power, and the path to sovereignty is destined to be a solitary one. By intertwining the prophecy with the throne, he ensures that those who wield power will hold unwavering belief in it. The longer one remains in such a position, the more isolated they become, further solidifying their conviction, as it may ultimately be their sole companion and source of strength. Even the most foolish monarch will take every precaution against even the slightest threat to their reign. However, the concern arises if that monarch possesses a tender heart. Should they become aware of the prophecy, they may act with undue caution. The Targaryen family could then find themselves preyed upon by the lords, draining them of their vitality. Your father, Viserys, appears to possess such a gentle disposition. This is why I have chosen to share this prophecy with you. Daenerys, you, a powerful Targaryen, I hope that in the future, you can protect your tender-hearted father. As for my great-grandfather, you do not intend for me to assume the role of Meg, do you? I am, after all, a kind-hearted Targaryen. Perhaps my great-grandfather should entrust this heavy burden to my sister Rhaenyra. She is the eldest daughter and the light of the Seven Kingdoms. My aspirations lie in establishing my own kingdom on the continent of Essos and beyond to the land of Sithorios. That does not hinder you. As long as you can summon the vigor you displayed when dealing with Otto this morning when the time comes. You can occasionally remind your father to keep those nefarious entities in check. Furthermore, observing the lives of your subjects in White Grove reveals your capabilities. Otherwise, do you truly believe that those lords are merely coveting the title of the Dragon Princess? Why else would they flock to Dragonstone Island? In the eyes of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, you have become a dragon princess who lays golden eggs. As long as you call out, your influence now rivals my own. How astonishing it is that my great-grandfather places such trust and value in me. Shouldn't some corresponding gesture be in order? Let a group from my newly established Dragonstone Island choose a splendid name. Daenerys leaned against Jaehaerys' arm and extended her other hand, declaring, I desire the title of prince. Chapter 73, The Tale of Alysanne. Very well. King Jaehaerys readily agreed. Did you not name your residence at Dragonstone the Tower of the Holy Flame? I believe that name is quite fitting. Henceforth, let it be known as Holy Flame Island. I shall inform the Archmaester to disseminate this news across the Seven Kingdoms, and your investiture as Prince of the Holy Flame shall take place during the tournament, adding to the grandeur of the event. Thank you, great-grandfather. Daenerys, rare in her affection, nestled beside King Jaehaerys, indulging in a moment of tenderness. The old king, too, relished the warmth of familial love that he had not felt in ages. However, Daenerys, the continent of Essos is not as simple as it may appear. Its factions are intricately woven, and the bloodshed incited by the deities through their followers is no less than that of the lords in the Seven Kingdoms. The faceless men of Braavos, the savages of Dothraki, the informants of Pentos, the harlots and poisons of Lys, Volantis, the slave bay, and even the surviving factions from further afield are formidable adversaries. While you are still young, you should venture out and explore. Otherwise, as you grow older, you will find yourself with less and less time to pursue what you love. Alysanne and I were once fervent travelers. We traversed the north with 6 dragons and much of the court, reaching the wall at the end of the world. We even rode our dragons to aid the Night's Watch in repelling a vast army composed of wildlings, shapeshifters, and giants. The air beyond the wall is truly frigid. Even Alyssanne's great dragon, Silverwing, was loath to cross over, witnessing the hardships of the Night's Watch. The compassionate Alysanne proposed granting them more land and aided in constructing a new fortress, Deep Lake Keep. Alysanne paid for the construction with her own jewels, while I sent men to build the castle. Yet, you must understand that the biting cold of the north has also forged the Stark family's cold demeanor and heart. Daenerys sensed that King Jaehaerys still harbored some reluctance when mentioning the Stark family. I remember it was the year 58 of Aegon's reign when Alysanne and I planned our first visit to the north. According to our itinerary, the envoy set forth first, while Alysanne and I would follow on dragons to meet at White Harbor. At this critical juncture, envoys from Pentos and Tyrosh unexpectedly arrived in King's Landing. These 2 city-states across the narrow sea had been embroiled in conflict for many years, and I found myself compelled to mediate peace negotiations, as their hostilities had begun to impact the maritime trade of King's Landing. Consequently, I had to remain and address their disputes first. Arisson resolved to venture northward alone, to avoid offending Duke Alaric Stark, who harbored grievances against our Targaryen family. The Duke's brother had perished during the suppression of the Night's Watch rebellion, a rebellion instigated by the Church's armed forces to which I had been exiled at the Wall. Thus, the Stark family bore considerable resentment towards the Targaryens. However, upon Arisson's arrival in White Harbor, she was met with an unexpectedly warm reception. Count Mandler even organized a small tournament to honor the queen, to which she graciously responded by facilitating a marriage alliance between the Count's son and a noblewoman from the south, while also taking the Count's daughter as her handmaiden. Yet, Arisson understood that the true challenge lay in Winterfell. Although the Mandler family resided in the north, their roots were in the Riverlands, and they maintained the faith and traditions of the Seven. In stark contrast, Duke Alaric Stark was the epitome of the stoic northerner, his rigid countenance rivaling the ice upon the wall. Upon reaching Winterfell, Arisson was met with Duke Alaric's frigid demeanor. He forbade Silverwing from entering the castle and criticized the royal entourage as excessive. Nevertheless, Arisson was not one to easily concede. Each time she recalled her queen, King Jaehaerys' countenance would glow with warmth. Rather than taking offense at the Duke's coldness, she engaged him sincerely in conversation, ultimately earning the respect of this proud and forthright northerner. Meanwhile, I found myself in a tumultuous predicament with Prince of Pentos and the Lord of Tyrosh, as negotiations stalled due to a lack of trust. Thus, Arisson impulsively took to the skies on her dragon, flying to the Wall to visit the Night's Watch. Arisson left behind a multitude of tales at the Wall. Even now, one can hear the inhabitants recounting her various deeds and virtues. She dined and drank ale with the brothers of the Night's Watch, patrolled the haunted forests alongside the rangers, and visited several nearby fortresses along the Wall, attentively listening to the needs and hardships of the Night's Watch. Moreover, she convened a women's council in the nearby village of Mole's Town, earnestly hearing the women's sufferings, which marked the gradual decline of the right to the First Knight. It was not until 6 months later that I journeyed north to reunite with the Queen. Regrettably, Duke Alaric and I did not become close allies. However, thanks to Arisson's mediation, the northern tour concluded smoothly and successfully. The Stark family harbored a degree of dissatisfaction, as we had allocated vast tracts of land to the Night's Watch. Consequently, the relationship between the North and King's Landing has remained tenuous over the years. Only the Manderly family and our Targaryen family have maintained a profound friendship throughout the ages. Moreover, Alysanne and I once had a betrothal arranged with Count Manderly. Regrettably, due to various circumstances, it never came to fruition. I have heard that you have been getting along quite well with Medric from the Manderly family. Indeed, Medric possesses an amiable disposition and remarkable capability. He is currently a trusted aide to Samwell. Once my Dragonstone is completed, I shall appoint him as my hand of the prince. Ha ha ha. Daenerys directly interrupted Jaehaerys, who seemed poised to continue his discourse. Though Medric is admirable, Daenerys has yet to develop any romantic feelings for him. Emotion would only serve as a stumbling block on her path to queenship. She certainly does not wish to partake in this poison prematurely. King Jaehaerys understood that matters of the heart cannot be rushed, and indeed, affection cannot be forced. Furthermore, Daenerys is not one to be easily swayed by others. Thus, the old king quickly shifted the conversation, proclaiming, "That is good, indeed. Friendships forged in youth are often the purest and most sincere. If one can cultivate a few reliable companions, the benefits throughout life shall be immense. The 7 youths from Skagos whom you have gathered are quite commendable, especially that one named Dax. I have heard he is not only exceptionally skilled in combat, but also possesses outstanding leadership qualities. You should nurture him well, just like my Kingsguard. They serve as the strongest shield against peril. Particularly for a young lady like yourself, it is essential to cultivate trustworthy and dependable individuals around you. For the path of a lady lord in this world is fraught with challenges." Chapter 74. The Royal Council. Daenerys' visit to King's Landing has proven to be quite fruitful. She has not only learned some hidden histories of Valyria, but has also gained a more comprehensive understanding of the ascension of previous Targaryen monarchs. Most notably, she has established a profound bond with King Jaehaerys, her great-grandfather. The wisdom and magnanimity of this venerable ancestor inspire great respect in Daenerys, while her own cleverness and agility bring comfort to Jaehaerys. Daenerys believes that her great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne, has earned her illustrious reputation not solely due to her own admirable qualities, but also because of her wise and enlightened husband. Although Daenerys did not uncover any direct connection between the fall of Valyria and the Targaryen family this time, she has at least confirmed that the Targaryens were forewarned and thoroughly prepared for such an event. Furthermore, The relationship between them and the other Dragon Lord families of Valyria was far from amicable. On a more positive note, they evidently held a strong opposition to slavery, which can be considered a virtue of the family to some extent. Daenerys speculates that it is perhaps this very quality that has led the other Dragonlord families to regard the Targaryens with disdain. Yet those liberated free trade federations chose not to take action against them. Of course, this is merely Daenerys' own sentiment, lacking any substantial evidence. However, historical and familial accounts indeed reveal the presence of several saintly figures within the Targaryen lineage. It is plausible that the Targaryens, fully aware of the cataclysm that befell Valyria and its significant connection to the rebellion of the enslaved, exhibited a resolute opposition to the institution of slavery. This is exemplified by Aegon the Conqueror, who surprisingly rejected an alliance from Volantis, which should have been more closely aligned with the Targaryens, to jointly conquer the Three Daughters' kingdoms. Instead, he commanded Balerion and united with the Three Daughters' kingdom and the free trade city-states to decisively cripple Volantis. Such actions starkly contrast with the prevailing worldview that prioritizes self-interest. From the intelligence Daenerys has gathered, it appears that the Targaryens harbor significant apprehensions, likely regarding the faceless men of Braavos and their association with various deities. Daenerys has spent 3 days in King's Landing, feeling that these days have been the most fulfilling since her arrival in this world. She has long been aware of her true aspirations within this realm. Thus, she has deftly utilized every resource at her disposal to gradually strengthen herself. Yet, throughout this journey, she has acted largely in solitude. This time, however, she benefits from the guidance of a sagacious elder, which spares her considerable effort and helps her avoid numerous pitfalls. In her previous life, Daenerys was not particularly exceptional in intellect, were it not for the formidable physical and mental attributes of her current incarnation. She might doubt her ability to achieve her present accomplishments, even with her advanced knowledge and understanding of the historical trajectory of this world. In Daenerys' presence, Aegon has found immense solace. Despite the eloquence and intelligence of the maidens surrounding him, none could provide the familial joy that Daenerys brings. Although Aegon and Daenerys are separated by a vast age difference, they resonate profoundly on a spiritual level, stirring the stillness of his heart after decades of tranquility. Consequently, Aegon is inclined to offer Daenerys everything he can, as if his actions not only express affection towards her, but also serve to atone for his past neglect of his beloved daughters. Thus, it is evident that even the most powerful king, after a prolonged reign, particularly in times of decline, may easily become a foolish ruler upon encountering someone who resonates with him. Historical figures such as Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Kangxi seem to exemplify this phenomenon. Therefore, it does not appear that Aegon, with his deficient political acumen, is entirely foolish in his preferential treatment of Daenerys. On the 4th day, after sharing breakfast with King Aegon, Daenerys was unexpectedly summoned to the royal council under the guise of poetry and wine. At this moment, the royal council was attended solely by King Otto Hightower, Grand Maester Runiter, Finance Minister Linman Bisberry, and Sir Ryan Redwine, the captain of the King's Guard. The Admiral of the Navy, Serpentine Corlys Valerion, had resigned in anger due to King Jaehaerys not bequeathing the position of heir to his wife. Furthermore, the position of the French minister had remained vacant since the death of Jaehaerys' younger son, Aemon Targaryen. During the reign of King Jaehaerys I, the role of the Minister of Intelligence had not even been established. Princess Daenerys, attending the royal council for the first time, felt a surge of excitement, albeit with a twinge of apprehension. After exchanging pleasantries with the assembled lords, she poured a glass of fine wine for each minister and then quietly took her place beside King Jaehaerys. As the host of the council, Otto took a sip of the wine Daenerys had poured for him, cleared his throat, cast a subtle glance at her, and spoke, "Your Majesty, I have just received word that a band of thieves from Volantis managed to infiltrate the beach of the Bound Glutton 4 nights ago, intending to steal a dragon. That group of rogues has now been apprehended by Princess Daenerys. I propose that we escort them to King's Landing for a trial by the Royal Council. It is imperative that we ascertain whether this was a personal transgression or a provocation from Volantis, as it concerns our diplomatic relations and cannot be taken lightly." "Oh, I was already aware of this matter," King Jaehaerys interjected. "Princess Daenerys has come to report on it, and she has handled it splendidly. So there is no need for the council to be troubled." It was evident that King Jaehaerys understood Otto's intentions and had no desire to continue the topic. "Your Majesty, however, Princess Daenerys is still quite young. This situation could escalate significantly. Any misstep could provoke Volantis, which would be detrimental." Before King Jaehaerys could respond, Daenerys spoke up assertively. "Lord Otto, You have been told of your extensive reading during your time in Old Town. Have you not familiarized yourself with the laws of the Seven Kingdoms? Dragonstone is my territory, and thus, I have full jurisdiction over any thefts that occur there. This is an inviolable right bestowed upon me by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. I fail to understand on what principle Lord Otto believes he can intervene in this matter. It seems the adage holds true, no matter how much one reads. If one cannot apply it, it is all in vain. Otto brazenly retorted, the primary duty of the Royal Council is to maintain peace and stability among the Seven Kingdoms. Any matter that may jeopardize this is within the Council's purview to address. It seems it is high time for the appointment of a Minister of Justice for the Council. Otherwise, your Council will lack even a single legal mind, and the decisions made may invite mockery from the Lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaenyra first respectfully addressed King Jaehaerys, then swiftly turned her attention to Otto with a sharp retort. My Lord Otto, as the head of the small council, should not your foremost duty upon assuming office be to ensure that the council's seats are filled? A robust institution is essential for its effective operation, is it not? If nearly half of the highest governing body of the Seven Kingdoms is left unoccupied, I am at a loss as to whether to deem such a council entirely ineffectual and a mere facade, or to admire the omniscience of the esteemed lords present, who can effortlessly manage the affairs of seven with but four. Yet this is absurd. The reason for establishing 7 seats on the small council is precisely to align with the tenets of the faith of the seven, is it not? Old Town boasts a citadel for knowledge and the starry September to uphold virtue. How is it that Lord Otto, hailing from a noble family of Old Town, can so brazenly disregard these significant principles while simultaneously meddling in the internal matters of other lords? Rhaenyra's words were delivered with rapidity and ferocity, complemented by the unique lightness and exuberance of her youthful voice. For a moment, several of the attending lords were left speechless. After momentarily stifling Otto's momentum, Rhaenyra walked slowly to stand before him, speaking scornfully in a low tone. You cannot even manage your own responsibilities, yet you fixate on others. With such a skewed sense of priorities and such a lack of virtue, if you were to handle the relations between the two realms, that would truly be a sight to behold. Otto, a man of strong character, could no longer remain seated after being so publicly ridiculed by a mere 10-year-old girl. He rose in a fury, directing his outrage at King Jaehaerys, exclaiming, "This is utterly unbelievable. A royal princess dares to attack and insult the prime minister in the small council. This is undoubtedly the gravest affront to the council." He insisted that this matter must be discussed in the council. Jaehaerys remained unfazed, raising his hand to silence Otto and inquiring, "What do the esteemed lords present think?" The Grand Maester, Rhaenyra, was the first to respond, stating, "According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, if a lord does not submit an arbitration request to the small council, the council indeed has no authority to interfere in any theft occurring within a lord's domain." Otto, not satisfied, retorted, "But the greedy one is a dragon, a royal dragon." "You are correct, Lord Otto," replied the Minister of Finance, Lyman Bisberry, unable to restrain himself. "The greedy one is indeed a dragon, yet it belongs to House Targaryen. It is a Targaryen dragon, not one of the Seven Kingdoms. The small council has no jurisdiction over matters concerning dragons. I believe Princess Rhaenyra speaks wisely. The small council can only operate effectively when it is fully staffed. Otherwise, it risks causing confusion, and some may even lose sight of the rights they are entitled to exercise." Otto Hightower wished to retort, yet he was abruptly interrupted by King Jaehaerys. With the consensus reached among the assembly, the matter was deemed settled. This was a private affair of Dragonstone, beyond the purview of the Royal Council. Jaehaerys did not afford Otto the opportunity to continue, decisively concluding the discussion. Daenerys cast a scornful glance at Otto, perceiving his political naivete. At the same time, she felt compelled to remain vigilant against this cunning old man, his attempt to undermine her. Having previously set a couple of traps, now manifested in his use of the Royal Council to target a mere 10-year-old princess. Realizing the king's verdict was final, Otto understood there was no point in further contention. He obediently stated, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will promptly address the staffing of the Royal Council." However, Daenerys was unwilling to allow him the chance to expand the Hightower influence. Thus, she interjected, "Lord Otto, do not forget that you still have 2 significant issues to resolve. The rats in the Red Keep and the foul stench of King's Landing may seem trivial, yet they are of paramount importance. An infestation of rats could bring about dreadful diseases. If the sanitation of King's Landing continues to deteriorate, it could severely contaminate the wells and drainage systems that my great-grandfather invested heavily to construct. The gold dragons spent on those infrastructures could fill the entire council chamber. No matter how formidable a dam, it can crumble due to a mere ant nest. The Great Wall, no matter how towering, is built brick by brick. If there are issues with the initial bricks, it may not stand for a millennium. As the chief advisor, you must possess a broad perspective and foresight. Insufficient ability can be honed over time, but a lack of character and wisdom, coupled with great power, can lead to even greater calamities. Daenerys's words left the members of the royal council speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Jaehaerys laughed heartily. Now you understand why this old man has been able to converse with young Daenerys for 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, Daenerys's remarks unsettled Otto Hightower, who was typically composed, but now found his thoughts in disarray. Lord Lyman Beesbury, the most senior member of the council, looked at Daenerys with admiration, having heard of her adeptness in managing territories and her innovative ideas. It was evident that she was not only remarkably intelligent, but also possessed noble character and a generous spirit. Truly, she was deserving of her title as the youngest dragon rider and the dual dragon princess of House Targaryen. The university is a place where both Runtao and Captain Ryan Redwyn of the Imperial Guard nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Seizing the moment, King Jaehaerys spoke up with a cheerful demeanor, suggesting that everyone propose suitable candidates for the esteemed positions at court. Upon hearing this, the assembly began to whisper among themselves. Yet reaching a consensus proved to be a challenge. Rhaenyra leaned closer to Jaehaerys and whispered, "Great-grandfather, during the lifetime of Duke Martin Tully, when he served as the Minister of Finance, he achieved remarkable success with the assistance of Lady Falseweaver. Moreover, for decades, the court has been under her capable management, garnering trust in both territorial governance and the resolution of disputes among the lords of the Bay. Although I am still young, I have heard of Lady Falseweaver's esteemed reputation, and I believe she would be an excellent choice for the position of Minister of Justice." Though Rhaenyra's voice was soft, the relatively small chamber of the court meeting allowed her words to reach the ears of the assembled ministers. Lord Lyman Beesbury, however, expressed his disapproval, stating, "Your Highness, you may be unaware that while it was common knowledge that much of the Duke's work was managed by Lady Falseweaver, he remained the nominal Minister of Finance. In the history of the Seven Kingdoms, there has never been a woman appointed as a member of the court council." Lord Lyman, Rhaenyra countered. "But the court council has only existed for a few decades, hasn't it? History and precedents are established by humanity, as long as one can effectively manage affairs. What significance does gender hold? Additionally, the position of Minister of Justice requires not only fairness and keen insight, but also an understanding of mercy within the bounds of the law. In this regard, women possess a natural advantage over men." As she spoke, Rhaenyra gracefully moved around the long table of the court meeting, much like an orator or a preacher. "When my great-grandfather ascended to the throne at the age of 14 amidst turmoil, he restructured the court council, retaining loyal allies like Daemon Valerion and Lord Corbray, while also appointing capable individuals such as Lord Mace and Lord Redwyn. Wasn't it precisely these meritocratic initiatives that swiftly rectified the chaos caused by Maegor and ushered in a new era for the Seven Kingdoms? Queen Alicent convened a council to abolish the First Knight rights and rewarded the Night's Watch with new lands. Together with her ministers, she established the Jaehaerys Code, improved the streets of the capital, dug wells, and cleared channels, all of which revitalized the appearance of King's Landing. Each of these measures was innovative and ultimately benefited the kingdom. Since my great-grandfather took the Iron Throne, he has constructed vital thoroughfares such as King's Road, Rose Road, and Yellow Road. Not only has this greatly facilitated transportation across the Seven Kingdoms, but it has also significantly enhanced trade and communication among the various territories. Furthermore, the unification of the Seven Kingdoms is an unprecedented event that has not occurred for millennia. Yet, the Targaryen family has accomplished this feat henceforth. The Seven Kingdoms have emerged from chaos and bid farewell to bloodshed and ignorance. Over these decades, the citizens of the Seven Kingdoms have thrived in peace, and the prosperity and tranquility enjoyed by the lords are indeed the fruits of this monumental achievement. Today, each noble has ascended to the position of counselor at the royal court through their own talents and abilities. Do they not aspire to be remembered like the great leaders and sages of history, celebrated for their sage initiatives? Daenerys' impassioned words transported the members of the royal council back to their youthful days, stirring an undeniable impulse within them. I concurred with Commander Lannister of the Kingsguard, who was the first to voice his agreement. Although I have been away from my family for quite some time, I vividly recall how my mother and sisters managed territorial affairs and resolved disputes with equal competence to any man. Moreover, the maternal grace bestowed upon them by the mother makes it easier for them to soothe the suffering populace. The purity granted by the maiden allows them to empathize deeply with the world's tribulations. The wisdom brought by the crone equips them with gentler methods for resolving conflicts. I believe, as Princess Daenerys aptly stated, that perhaps a wise woman is even more suited to hold the office of Chancellor of Justice than a man. Therefore, I express my agreement. As the successor to the former Chancellor of Finance, Duke Tyrell, I approached my new role with the worst-case scenario in mind. After all, it is well known that managing a territory's finances is the most complex and vexing task, especially that of the royal treasury. At this moment, the Chancellor of Finance, Count Mambister, also spoke up. It is worth noting that many lords, disdaining literacy and arithmetic, are utterly incapable of counting the gold dragons in their storerooms. Lord Mambister's remarks elicited smiles from the assembly. He rightly noted that the successive Dukes of Storms have always regarded literacy and arithmetic as skills reserved for scholars. Their only requirement is to master the arts of procreation and battlefield prowess. The words of Grand Maester Rintel drew laughter from the crowd, even coaxing a faint smile from the usually stern Otto Hightower. Lord Mambister, holding back his mirth, took a sip of fine wine to clear his throat and continued. However, the meticulous accounts left by Lady Fillincret have spared me much trouble. Is it not said that she could count apples before she even learned to walk? Therefore, I too endorse Lady Fillincret for the position of Chancellor of Justice. I second this. Grand Maester Rintel subsequently expressed his agreement as well. At that moment, the attention of the assembly shifted towards Otto Hightower. Indeed, given the current state of affairs, although Otto held the position of Prime Minister in the small council, he had only recently assumed office and had yet to establish a firm footing in the Red Keep. His opposition would bear little weight and might even offend the Tully family. While the Hightower family's dominion over Old Town in the Reach was significant, they were still nominally under the jurisdiction of the Tullys. Offending them would not bode well for the Hightower family. King Jaehaerys cast a penetrating glance at Rhaenyra and then at the already somewhat despondent Otto Hightower before speaking. Lord Runethel, let us promptly send a raven to summon Lady Hightower to assume the position of Chancellor of Justice. Following this, the assembly would further discuss the candidates suitable for the positions of Chancellor of Justice and Head of Intelligence. At this juncture, Otto Hightower had composed himself and promptly interjected. Currently, aside from the Valerian family, the only other families with the capacity to assume the position of Master of Ships are the Lannisters from the Westerlands, the Redwine family from the Arbor, and the Greyjoys from the Iron Islands. The marauding pirates of the Iron Islands can be disregarded. Lord Linman Beesbury outright dismissed the Greyjoy family from the Iron Islands. However, I have heard that Lord Tarth has recently returned from a voyage to Essos on the eastern continent. The Tarth fleet has expanded to over 50 ships. Though their strength may not rival that of the Valerian fleet or the fleet from the Arbor, they are certainly on par with the Lannisters. Thus, I believe Lord Tarth should also be considered. Lord Runethel offered a differing perspective, acknowledging that these candidates indeed possess the capability to become Master of Ships. However, we must concede that the most formidable naval power in the Seven Kingdoms still belongs to the Valerian family. Furthermore, the Valerians and the Targaryens have maintained a close alliance for centuries, intermarrying throughout. Although Lord Corlys previously resigned in anger from the position of Master of Ships, the Valerian family has never relinquished their duty to guard the narrow sea. If we were to hastily appoint a new Master of Ships at this juncture, it could exacerbate the already fragile relationship between the two great houses. Runethel's words were undoubtedly sincere and judicious, garnering immediate consensus from the assembly. Thus, the discussion regarding the Master of Ships was temporarily halted. As for the Head of Intelligence, no suitable candidates came to mind for the time being. Consequently, today's small council meeting concluded with the decision that the position of Chancellor of Justice would be entrusted to Lady Hightower of House Tully. Following the council's conclusion, this news swiftly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, carried by ravens from the Red Keep. Chapter 77. Visitors from Dragonstone. Daenerys' inaugural audience was marked by her eloquence and the favor of King Jaehaerys, resulting in a promising start. Her recommendation for Lady Cold Emerald to assume the role of legal minister in the council was merely her first endeavor. If Daenerys aspired to reshape the world, relying solely on her own strength would undoubtedly impose great burdens. Thus, she resolved to create broader opportunities for female figures to shine on the grand stage of Westeros. After all, the Seven Kingdoms are filled with numerous lords, and in this tumultuous world rife with calamities and territorial disputes, it is not uncommon for male heirs to perish, leaving the chance for formidable noblewomen to govern their families. However, once their offspring reached maturity, power typically reverted to male heirs. Daenerys' next objective was to pave the way for women across the Seven Kingdoms to seize greater visibility and influence. Upon accompanying King Jaehaerys back to his chambers, Daenerys was surprised to find her devoted handmaidens, Pisani and Layla, along with her sworn shield, Herald Darkland, waiting for her arrival. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they greeted, bowing respectfully before stepping aside. "What brings you from Dragonstone?" Daenerys inquired, taken aback by their presence. "With the king in attendance." Even the typically acerbic Layla spoke with a newfound gentility. "Your Highness, Prince Viserys and Princess Aemma are concerned that you may feel uneasy without familiar company. So they sent us to join you post-haste." Daenerys sensed that the situation was more complex than presented, feigning mild disdain while internally feeling quite gratified. "With my great-grandfather's care at the Red Keep, how could I possibly feel out of place? You all worry excessively." At that moment, J. Harry's interjected. "Today's council meeting has left me with a bit of a headache, and I am rather fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. Daenerys, you may attend to your own matters." "Yes, great-grandfather," Daenerys replied with a respectful bow, then turned to her attendant, Audrey, instructing, "Deli, please light the incense I entrusted to you while great-grandfather rests. Ensure he does not sleep too long. About half an hour should suffice. Otherwise, he may feel worse this afternoon." "Yes, Your Highness," Audrey affirmed. J. Harry's affectionately patted Daenerys on the head before retreating to his chambers with the assistance of Audrey and several handmaids. Daenerys then returned to her own quarters with Layla and the others, and as soon as she closed the door, she eagerly asked, "What has transpired?" Ever eager to be in the spotlight, Pisani quickly responded, "Your Highness, we discovered that an assistant scholar at Dragonstone has been using the convenience of raven breeding to convey messages to the Citadel. Was Scholar Tigerius involved?" Danyela has never held a favorable opinion of the scholars in the Citadel, particularly given their backing by the ambitious Hightower family, which has always rendered her wary of them. Ever since she took residence in Dragonstone 3 years ago, she has remained ever vigilant. As anticipated, Otto Hightower has just assumed the role of Hand of the King, and the intelligence network they established across the Seven Kingdoms has commenced operations. Though the Hightower family outwardly presents themselves as aloof, they have strategically employed the scholars of the Citadel and the acolytes of the Faith of the Seven to extend their reach and surveillance throughout the various territories. While in many regions, their machinations may never come to fruition, they could prove significant in critical moments. Danyela firmly believes that the downfall of the Targaryen dragons in history is intrinsically linked to the conspiracies of the Hightower family and the Citadel. From the evidence I currently possess, it appears that Tigris was completely unaware of these intrigues. However, that scholar assistant has now been detained in White Harbor. Following the interrogations conducted by Cameron and Dax, he has divulged substantial information. The Citadel tasked him primarily with investigating the methods of crafting dragon glass and gathering intelligence on the group known as the Devourers. It is no wonder that Otto Hightower raised the matter of the Devourers during the Royal Council. It seems that the individuals from Volantis have already come under the watchful eyes of those with ulterior motives upon entering Westeros. Considering that Princess Rhaenyra had once fled from Old Town, Danyela cannot shake the feeling that there must have been some collusion between the Hightower family and Princess Rhaenyra. "My lady, the fleet we refurbished in Bravos has returned. In addition to the 10 three-masted ships we received from Storm's End, we have procured an additional 25 state-of-the-art three-masted vessels with the gold dragons we brought. Moreover, as you predicted, there are indeed many elderly and frail shipwrights in Bravos, living in dire circumstances. Captain Werfus has returned with approximately 300 to 500 individuals, including their families, and they have now been settled in White Harbor. Thanks to their guidance, we managed to capture numerous specimens of the purple conch you mentioned in the nearby harbors of Bravos, which have now been placed in the Gourd Bay for cultivation. Their condition appears promising, and it seems we may successfully farm them." Danyela was confident that Bravos would yield a considerable number of retired shipwrights due to the sheer scale and complexity of shipbuilding in the area, necessitating a vast workforce. The shipyards in Bravos represent their largest industry, sustaining nearly half of the local populace. With an abundance of laborers, the talents of the elderly are often overlooked. Those who are frail are inevitably supplanted by the vigorous and robust. However, their wealth of knowledge and skills remains intact, undiminished by age. However, constrained by the prevailing notions of this era, they seldom contemplate seeking livelihoods elsewhere. Thus, once the savings accumulated from their labor are exhausted, it is inevitable that they will find themselves entangled in the throes of hardship. The reason for gathering them at Dragonstone was to cultivate a cadre of shipbuilders through their expertise. Although Daenerys lacked knowledge of shipbuilding, she had observed the general designs of renowned ocean vessels throughout history. With their gradual exploration, Daenerys was confident that they would eventually craft the most advanced ships in the world, given that the Targaryen family had already secured aerial dominance. Any breakthrough in maritime supremacy would greatly enhance Daenerys' prospects of establishing her own kingdom, even if it could not replicate the glory of Valyria. Additionally, the purple sea snails could produce a purple dye, which constituted one of Braavos' significant sources of revenue. Few outside the Braavosi and the Tyroshi were privy to this secret. Nonetheless, Braavos had profited handsomely from the purple dye, while the Tyroshi utilized it solely for dyeing their hair and beards to express their uniqueness. If these purple sea snails could successfully propagate on Dragonstone, it would further augment Daenerys' financial resources. Chapter 78. The first strike against Hightower. After Bassani finished speaking, Layla presented a list to Daenerys. "Your Highness, this is the inventory of items seized from the pirate ship that came from Volantis. Please take a look." "Thank you." Daenerys accepted the pale yellow sheets of paper from Layla and began to scrutinize them carefully. This pale yellow paper had taken nearly 2 years of effort to produce. Guided by Daenerys herself. Initially, the paper was quite coarse and unsuitable for writing, but it proved ideal for rough drafts or packaging. Consequently, in Dragonstone Castle and the village of White Sheep, rough paper had become a commonplace necessity, as Daenerys distributed it as part of welfare and wages. Even so, Daenerys imposed strict regulations on its use, currently prohibiting its trade. The writing-grade pale yellow paper had only been in production for a few months, and due to limited output, Daenerys was not yet inclined to introduce it to the market, harboring instead more long-term ambitions. Her recent acquisition of a significant number of high-ranking scholar slaves from outside the realm was intended to facilitate the establishment of her own academic city on the Isle of the Holy Flame. At that time, her new paper would play a pivotal role. The significance of this innovative paper extended far beyond mere cost reduction. Its true historical impact lay in providing greater opportunities for individuals to acquire cultural knowledge and fostering the rapid dissemination and development of such knowledge. Throughout history, the Western Renaissance and several cultural explosions have significantly benefited from the introduction and development of paper. Currently, the dissemination of knowledge across the continent of Westeros is predominantly monopolized by the Citadel, with only the nobility possessing the requisite resources and leisure to pursue cultural enlightenment. After all, the cost of parchment in this world is substantial. A single book may require the hides of hundreds of sheep, amounting to a value of 1 gold dragon, which equates to the purchasing power of approximately 10,000 yuan in the real world. Consequently, the selling price is often much higher, with most books in Westeros priced at no less than 10 gold dragons. Renowned works may even fetch hundreds or thousands of gold dragons, if they can be acquired at all. Nevertheless, the buying and selling of books is a rare occurrence. Only those bankrupt nobles are compelled by necessity to part with their family's treasured volumes. Similarly, when bandits or pirates come across books, they seldom appreciate their worth and typically sell them through their own illicit channels. Most of the literature in Westeros is transcribed by scholars sustained by noble families or exchanged among the aristocracy. Thus, the lords of Westeros generally hold their family libraries in high esteem, as they represent a vital vessel for familial heritage and a reflection of the family's prestige. Glancing at the list in her hand, Daenerys mused that the 3 illegitimate sons of Princess Rhaenys had indeed not disappointed her, arriving with such an abundance of wealth. Did they truly believe they had a chance to gain the recognition of the Targaryen dynasty and become candidates for the throne? Previously, Daenerys had speculated that their visit was merely a bid for attention from their father to inform King Jaehaerys that they had established their own kingdom in Volantis. Yet, witnessing the current circumstances, Daenerys found herself reinterpreting their actions with suspicion. They had brought over 1 million golden coins from Volantis alone. The size of these coins was comparable to that of copper pennies in Westeros. Yet 2 or 3 of these coins could be exchanged for a single gold dragon. The obverse of the coin bore a crown, while the reverse displayed a skull, symbolizing the duality of its creation. The glory and crown derived from one's triumph and the blood, tears, and life of another. The philosophical implications of these coins were quite profound. Additionally, the precious silks, gemstones, jewelry, antiques, spices, and intricately woven tapestries filled 3 large ships. If their intent was merely to vie for the position of heir while conducting some trade to earn a little profit for their return, they would not have brought such a vast quantity of coins. After all, the value of the cargo alone neared 400,000 to 500,000 gold dragons. They could easily sell these goods and procure distinctive products from the continent of Westeros instead of undertaking such a lengthy journey laden with so many coins. Moreover, these items are in high demand in Westeros, making their sale exceedingly straightforward. Their sole purpose for coming was merely to attempt to befriend certain nobles from the 7 kingdoms or to assist their mother in repaying the debt of gratitude owed for her escape from the continent of Westeros. The The Hightower family shall receive a minor lesson this time. I shall gradually orchestrate larger tasks for you in the future. Although Princess Rhaenyra escaped from Old Town, I shall undoubtedly place the blame squarely upon the Hightower family. Closing the list in her hand, Daenerys promptly took out paper and pen to compose a confidential letter. She then addressed Sir Harold, saying, "Sir Harold, could you please reach out to the captain of the King's Guard to inform Lord Lannister that I need to visit the Silk Street Hospice this afternoon? Please arrange for a carriage and guards." "Yes, Your Highness." Due to the time constraints of the afternoon, Daenerys had a simple lunch before instructing Layla and the others to prepare ample provisions to load onto the carriage as they made their way to Silk Street. Silk Street, located in the northern region of King's Landing, is a gathering place for the affluent of the city. Many of the grand nobles from the Seven Kingdoms have established their residences or exquisite townhouses here. Leaving the Red Keep and traversing a straight avenue that cuts through King's Landing from southeast to northwest, they reach their destination in under an hour. The hospice was purchased by Daenerys after she expended most of her savings and held a fundraising event at the Red Keep on the occasion of her 5th name day. As they passed through the vibrant Silk Street, a clean and tidy road soon came into view, leading directly to the hospice. This place was originally a noble's estate, but due to poor allegiance during the Maegor period, the entire family perished. The estate, sprawling over 2 acres, fell into disrepair. After Daenerys acquired it, she transformed it into a 3-story building in the shape of a square, providing shelter for many homeless orphans and elderly individuals, thus establishing the hospice. The distance from here to Samwell's establishment, the Firekiss Garden, is less than half a mile. However, the garden spans an impressive 6 to 7 acres, complete with a splendid garden and courtyard. Currently, the daily expenses of the hospice are covered by the Firekiss Garden, and the young women from there frequently come to help care for the orphans and the elderly.